Huff. A wrenching, heart-piercing pain dragged Chen Nuo out of the darkness and back into reality. His brows tightened, his face twisted in agony, and he slowly forced his eyes open. Nothing but pitch blackness met his gaze. He was sprawled face down on the cold street. Where is this? How am I here? Wasn't I at home playing a game? Chen Nuo tried to steady his breathing, planting both hands on the ground and straining to push himself up. Yet with his body gravely wounded, he lacked even the strength to rise. After expending tremendous effort, he managed only to roll himself over onto his back. Lying on his back, Chen Nuo gulped for air, staring up at the sky. His head felt sticky and wet. With difficulty, he reached up and wiped at his forehead. As his eyes gradually adapted to the darkness, his pupils abruptly contracted and his throat worked in an involuntary swallow. Blood. His mind jolted violently, and in the midst of the dizziness, a wash of light flooded his vision. Chen Nuo forced himself to look at the phantom interface hanging before his eyes. What is this? Fragments of memory began to merge. Recently, Chen Nuo had become obsessed with a wildly popular post-apocalyptic role-playing game. Because his leveling speed was painfully slow and his combat power pitifully weak, and because he lacked the money to spend on in-game purchases, he was constantly mocked by his teammates. After grinding day and night for several consecutive days, he finally discovered a terrifying truth. If he did not pay, there was simply no way for him to surpass the others in this game. Thus addicted to the game, he sought another path. He found an obscure small website and after spending an entire month's allowance purchased a so-called modifier. Yet when an excited Chen Nuo downloaded the modifier, he discovered that it was nothing more than a ridiculously simple modification interface. Worse still, it came with strict limitations. It could only alter the maximum values of attributes within the same level. And such changes for someone as low-level as Chen Nuo were practically useless. It felt like a cruel joke from the modifier itself, smashing heavily against his heart. When he thought of that entire month's allowance now wasted. In a fit of rage, his anger surged uncontrollably, and after burning himself out gaming for days, his very soul was wrenched away. As Chen Nuo's vision sharpened once more, he looked toward the phantom interface before him. It was that same modifier. Host Chen Nuo. Health 2560, continuous bleeding state. Mana locked. Strength 6, attack power. Agility 6, speed. Constitution 6, health value. Spirit 2, mana points. Talent none. Inventory unlimited. Note 239599 until apocalypse descends. Chen Nuo skimmed over the interface. Right now he had no time to carefully study either this modifier or his current situation. The health value that had read 25 before had already dropped to 18. Only now did he notice the mark after health indicating a continuous bleeding status. A powerful sense of urgency crashed over him. He had no idea whether he would truly die once his health fell to 0. Staring at the modifier, Chen Nuo tried to change it. Set my health to infinite. A low hum sounded, and a red warning prompt appeared. Current mana is locked, only basic functions are available. Chen Nuo cursed inwardly. Damn it, another piece of trash. If it can't even modify that, what kind of modifier is? Still, cursing would change nothing. Survival came first. His gaze darted to Constitution because the label indicated that Constitution corresponded directly to health. Constitution 6, standard Constitution for an ordinary person is 10. The strongest Constitution in the world is triple that of a normal human. In an instant, Chen Nuo grasped the meaning. Just like that accursed modifier which had almost driven him mad, without mana, he could only adjust values up to their maximum limit. At this point, he could no longer afford to worry about anything else. He glanced at health again. Now it had fallen to 11. His head swam to the extreme, waves of weakness crashing through him. He no longer knew whether the interface before him was real or merely a hallucination. With great effort, he altered the number that followed Constitution. A soft hum resonated. Chen Nuo blacked out completely. At the very instant he lost consciousness, a surge of energy flooded into his body. His formerly flabby frame suddenly swelled with muscle, and a powerful vitality coursed through him. His health, which had been steadily dropping, suddenly halted, and then began to soar upward. The continuous bleeding status shifted into rapid regeneration. Perhaps a long time passed, or perhaps it was only an instant. Chen Nuo suddenly jerked upright and sat up. He hastily raised a hand to his head. A thick scab of dried blood covered his forehead, and the bleeding had stopped. He exhaled a heavy breath, then examined his own condition. His body felt light and unburdened, with no trace of serious injury or debilitating weakness. Thinking of the modifier, Chen Nuo hurriedly called out to it in his mind. The phantom interface appeared once more. Host Chen Nuo. Health 300300, super healthy. Mana locked. Strength 6, attack power. Agility 6, speed. Constitution 30, current human limit. Spirit 2, mana points. Talent none. Inventory unlimited. Note 23955511 until apocalypse descends. Seeing the marks beside health and Constitution, Chen Nuo finally allowed himself to breathe out in relief. But when his gaze swept down to the red text at the very bottom, his body shuddered. 23955436. The digits shifted with every passing second. Apocalypse descends. Is this a countdown to the apocalypse? 10 days. At that moment, another wave of memories surged toward him, and his mind reeled. Chen Nuo quickly looked back to the modifier and directly raised spirit to its current limit of 6. A fresh, cooling energy descended into the domain of his mind, smoothing out his chaotic sea of thoughts. An unprecedented lightness enveloped him. He felt as though he were drifting upon the clouds. The memories were quickly assimilated, and only then did Chen Nuo understand this world was no longer the one he had known, but something akin to a parallel world. The body he now occupied also bore the name Chen Nuo. Earlier that day, after finishing work, he had dragged his exhausted body homeward. Just as he passed this place, several figures wearing black stockings over their heads darted out of the darkness. Without a word, they beat him savagely with clubs, leaving him lying in a pool of blood. On the brink of death, he had heard one of them making a phone call. "Boss, it's done. That idiot won't be ruining your fun tonight." Eyes closed, Chen Nuo briefly sorted through all the memories. He still could not discern who had actually ordered the original body to be struck down. Who was that boss on the phone? And what exactly was this so-called fun? His brows knitted. In truth, he was not overly attached to the affairs of the body's former owner. After all, he had merely borrowed this vessel to live again, and had no intention of accepting everything that person had been in this world. Besides, with only 10 days left until the apocalypse descends, his current concern was how to survive that coming cataclysm. Of course, if he could conveniently settle the original body's grudges along the way, he would not be opposed. Chen Nuo shook his head, casting off distracting thoughts, and turned his attention back to the modifier. Still unwilling to concede, he attempted another change. Set strength to infinite, agility to infinite, spirit to infinite. A hum answered him, and once more a red warning box appeared. Current mana is locked. Modifying values requires mana consumption. At present, only basic modification functions are available. Left with no choice, Chen Nuo used the modifier to push all his current attribute limits up to their maximum values. This, it seemed, was what counted as its so-called basic functionality. Strength 30. Agility 15. Spirit 6. His gaze shifted to talent, which currently read, none. He tried again, add invisibility talent. As expected, it failed. Another prompt indicated that with mana still locked, talents could not be altered. Chen Nuo shook his head, speculating that talents likely would awaken only after the apocalypse descended, and that mana would probably be unlocked at that time as well. His eyes moved down to inventory marked as unlimited. When he had first seen this, it had felt useless. In-game's inventory space was seldom fully used, and even when it was, one could simply clear out some junk. Now, however, as he looked at it, a thick layer of delight spread across his face, and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Focusing his gaze on inventory, countless empty slots instantly unfolded before him, and his brows drew together slightly. So it's not actually spatial storage. It's exactly the same as an in-game inventory bar. Chen Nuo bent down and picked up a bloodstained brick from the ground. Staring at it, he wondered how to store it into the inventory bar. No sooner had the thought arisen than the brick vanished. He quickly looked back to the inventory. Sure enough, an icon of a bloodstained brick had appeared. Fixing his gaze on that icon, Chen Nuo saw another interface pop up. Bloodstained brick. After identification, this object is found to share 100% DNA similarity, with the host confirming a relationship between them. Chen Nuo skimmed the messy description, then with a single thought summoned the brick back into his hand. Chen Nuo tossed the brick onto the ground, and regarded it, wanting to test whether he could store items into the inventory without touching them. The instant the thought formed, the brick disappeared from the pavement. Chen Nuo threw it down again, and began to step farther and farther away, conducting his experiment step by step. In the end, he determined that the maximum range for storing items without physical contact was 6 meters. Glancing at the spirit value on the modifier interface, which read 6, Chen Nuo was unsure whether there was any connection, but even so, he was already quite satisfied. Leaving the brick that carried his blood behind on the ground, Chen Nuo turned away, and relying on inherited memories, headed toward the rented apartment the original body had called home. On his way back, Chen Nuo drew from his memories and realized he did not live alone. He had a beautiful girlfriend, and the two of them had already been living together for half a year. However, the two of them had been at odds lately over the bride price, and even more absurdly, his girlfriend had started breaking up with him more than 10 days ago. In order to earn more money, Chen Nuo began working overtime and searching for part-time jobs, hoping he could meet his girlfriend's demands as soon as possible. He shook his head, his hand constantly rubbing the abs on his stomach, and lowered his head with a faint smile. With a figure like this, Guanning should practically be drooling over me, right? Won't I be getting the short end of the stick like this? Strictly speaking, Guanning isn't even my girlfriend anymore. Guanning was the girlfriend of the body's original owner. She was very beautiful, and if her figure had to be described with letters aside from an S, it would be a B, though the lower half of that B had to be pushed further back. In any case, she was full curves front and back. As he walked, Chen Nuo tested his own strength and speed. Strength was hard to gauge, but his speed was truly. He sprinted for several dozen meters, and at his fastest he felt he was covering at least more than 10 meters in a second, though he was not yet sure of the exact figure. As he drew closer to where he lived, his stomach began to rumble. Because of his evening part-time job, he had not had time to eat, and now that he was finally relaxing, the sense of hunger surged over him. Chen Nuo walked toward a small shop nearby, planning to grab something to fill his stomach first. Before he could step inside, he suddenly halted in his tracks. Third bro, the chick the boss is screwing this time, has one hell of a body. I'm getting hot all over just looking at her. Mangy dog, you'd better watch your filthy mouth. If the boss hears you, you can kiss your hide goodbye. Hee third bro, I was just talking. Look at you, why so worked up? Standing at the door, Chen Nuo heard every word clearly. One of the voices was exactly the one from that earlier phone call. His eyes narrowed slightly. What a narrow road for enemies to meet on. He had planned to wait for them to come out and give them a proper beating, but suddenly remembered what they had just said, and his heart tightened violently. No way, that woman should be. There was no room left in his mind for anything else. He could settle with these men later. There would be time enough to teach them a lesson. Using his fastest speed, he sprinted toward his place. People on the street felt only a fierce gust of wind rush past them as though a shadow had flickered by their sides, yet when they looked around they saw nothing at all. In an instant, cold sweat broke out all over their bodies, and they shivered uncontrollably, hastening their steps home. As for Chen Nuo, he took less than 30 seconds to arrive downstairs at his building. It was one of those old multi-story apartment buildings, run down but very cheap, with no elevator. Chen Nuo climbed to the third floor where his rented room was located. He patted himself down and realized he did not have the key on him, so he was about to knock when a faint feminine moan drifted out from within. His hand froze in midair. The sound struck him as inexplicably familiar, and in an instant his whole body flushed hot. Deep within, an uncontrollable fury surged up in his heart. He lifted his foot ready to kick the door open, but suddenly paused, and slowly set his foot back down. What does this have to do with me anymore? She's not my girlfriend. He cast a long, deep look at the door as the sounds from inside rose and fell in a growing chorus. With a sigh, he murmured, "Man, you've really been dyed a deathly shade of green." Chen Nuo went back downstairs. Looking up toward the third floor, he saw the dim light flickering as though it were winking. He glanced around, as seeing no one nearby, he swiftly climbed up along the corner of the building. With a few agile movements, he reached the outside of the third floor bedroom window. Peering through a gap in the curtain, he looked inside, his throat unconsciously moving in a swallowing motion. He shook his head, feeling extremely irritable. He understood this agitation was the residual influence of the body's original owner. Godfather, are you sure that broke nobody really won't be coming back? I don't want him catching us at home. Maybe we should just go to a hotel instead. Hendinger, relax. I just love the thrill of doing big things in someone else's home. Third just called. He's already knocked that kid out. Even if he wakes up, it'll be tomorrow. Enough talking, come on, let's continue. Any twisted sense of voyeuristic excitement vanished from Chen Nuo. His eyes narrowed, cold and emotionless, as he stared at the two people in the room. He considered whether he should burst in and kill that man. Handled correctly, it could still be argued as self-defense. But then he shook his head. Even if it were ruled self-defense, it would still waste a great deal of time. If he ran into a judge who decided it was simply a mutual fight or some such nonsense, he might never see freedom again. With only 10 days left before the apocalypse descended, squandering time on these two people was simply not worth it. He quickly talked himself down, but the fire raging inside him still needed an outlet. His gaze fell on the two phones sitting on the bedside table, and the corners of his lips lifted. He opened the modifier and focused on the inventory bar, letting his thoughts settle on the two phones. In an instant, both devices appeared within his inventory. Taking out one of the phones, Guaning's, which he recognized, Chen Nuo unlocked it with practiced ease, then opened a streaming platform called Zhangxi Live. He muted the phone, completely silencing all sound, then started a live broadcast with the title "This Bird Flips Cloud and Rain Once More." After a glance around the room, he maneuvered the phone into a concealed spot. The inventory bar could draw in any object within 6 meters without physical contact, and naturally it could place items anywhere within that 6-meter range as well. Next, Chen Nuo took out the middle-aged man's phone, powered it off directly, and quietly returned it to the bedside table, all without making the slightest sound. Narrowing his eyes, he looked once more at the two people locked in their most primitive collision. He slowly climbed back down to the ground floor and looked up. The light upstairs cast writhing shadows on the curtains as if openly mocking him. Drawing in a deep breath, he steadied himself. Let this count as a bit of interest. When the apocalypse comes, I'll avenge you, he murmured. His gaze dropped to a sun hat hanging outside a first-floor window, and he casually took it down and put it on. Pressing the brim low over his brow, he turned and walked toward the distant shop. After only a few steps, he felt an itch on his forehead. He took off the hat, picked at the scabbed blood on his face, and then touched his forehead, finding skin smooth as that of an infant. In the distant shop, Mangy Dog was watching the Zhangxi Live app on his phone. In the Pretty Face Beauty channel, a new stream title suddenly popped up. As GIFs flashed across the screen reminding everyone, a live broadcast called "This Bird Flips Cloud and Rain Once More" was rapidly skyrocketing in popularity. Mangy Dog tapped it almost without thinking and was greeted with an eyeful of benefits. His voice even turned shrill. "Third bro, get over here, huge benefits. Look at that ass, those pale long legs." Third bro and the other brothers crowded over, faces flushed with excitement, every one of them looking parched and thirsty. Suddenly, third bro's expression froze. He quickly snatched the phone away. "Third bro, what are you doing? Isn't it the same if I'm holding it? Third bro's eyes narrowed. He gave mangy dog a cool glance. The others understood immediately that he had noticed something and all shut their mouths. Staring closely, third bro realized that the man on the screen really was their boss. Damn, what's going on? That's the boss. At his words, mangy dog leaned in as well, and sure enough, he saw it was indeed the boss. He blurted out instinctively, maybe that's just the kind of kink the boss is into. Third bro looked at mangy dog, then pulled out his own phone. He had to verify it. True or false, it was better to be sure. His phone immediately played a shutdown tone. In this world, streaming came with virtually no restrictions, and as long as you dared, you were granted absolute freedom. Third bro tossed mangy dog's phone back to him and prepared to go knock on a certain door and ask some questions. Just then his own phone rang. He hurriedly looked down, pupils contracting, when he saw the caller ID boss lady. He took a deep breath and answered. A stern voice tinged with teasing came through. Old third, tell me, where is our boss Jiang right now? I want to head over and cheer him on in person. Old Sin tightened his grip on the phone hesitatingly, saying, Boss lady, there might be a misunderstanding. He was abruptly interrupted. Tell me the location. I don't want to hear any more nonsense. Moreover, if you notify him before I arrive, I will make you understand who truly calls the shots in this family, me or Jiang Yu. In the end, Old San honestly provided the address, helplessly hanging up the phone. Meanwhile, the online community had exploded primarily because the protagonist was quite a celebrity in Nana's city. Jiang Yu, the young heir of the Jiang Group, had taken over the company for just over a year. The business encompassed various industries, with supermarkets, refrigeration, and logistics being the largest. No one expected such a person would stage a full-blown brawl on a live streaming platform. Chen Nuo was walking towards the store intending to settle a score with Sangu when suddenly the music Chicken Too Beautiful played. Chen Nuo took his phone out of his pocket. He glanced at the cracked screen, barely able to read the contact, and directly, however, the phone rang again immediately. After some thought, he answered. Hello Chen Nuo, where are you? It's bad. You need to turn on the tomato live right away. Guaning, how could she do such a thing in your rental apartment? Chen Nuo listened to the voice, trying to recall who it was. Oh, it's Wang Chun. I've broken up with Guaning. Whatever she wants to do is her freedom. Hearing Chen Nuo's indifferent tone, Wang Chun fell silent for a few seconds before sighing. Well, breaking up is for the best. Later I'll introduce you to someone, but isn't Guaning being too much of a green tea bitch finding a middle-aged man? Chen Nuo didn't want to discuss Guaning further. He only wanted to plan the next 10 days before the apocalypse arrived. However, Wang Chun seemed very interested, starting to introduce Jiang Yu. Chen Nuo was half listening when he suddenly halted. Wang Chun, did you just say that middle-aged greasy man is from the Jiang Group? Wang Chun was taken aback. He had been talking for a while, and this guy only just realized. Chen Nuo, are you alright? Don't do anything foolish. If there's trouble, I'll help you out. Chen Nuo squinted. It wasn't that he was slow to respond, but he wasn't the original identity, so he was naturally not very sensitive to the original's experiences. Now Chen Nuo finally remembered that the Jiang Group was where he worked, and Jiang Yu was his boss. Chen Nuo was puzzled, wondering why that person seemed strangely familiar. It turned out it was because he had seen him without clothes, and since he had seen so little, he naturally did not recognize him. At that moment, a car came driving towards him, and Chen Nuo hurriedly dodged. The vehicle nearly hit him, causing his hat to fall to the ground, and he bent down to pick it up. The vehicle stopped not far away, and slowly backed up, halting right in front of Chen Nuo. The window rolled down, revealing a rather attractive woman looking at Chen Nuo, her eyes lighting up as her tongue instinctively licked her lips. Little brother, I'm really sorry about earlier. I had something urgent, so I urged the driver to go faster. Are you alright? I'm fine, but it's better to drive slowly at night. Chen Nuo said a few random words to Wang Chun before hanging up and stuffing the phone into his pants pocket. Chen Nuo's nonchalant demeanor made Su Li feel a sudden spark. She turned back and took out a business card from her bag, handing it to Chen Nuo. This is my business card. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to contact me. By the way, little brother, I need to go to the wild mandarin duck housing community. Is it nearby? Chen Nuo took the card from the woman, her hand brushing against his subtly. He assumed it was an accidental touch, looking at the card with a furrowed brow. Jiang Group, General Manager Su Li. What a coincidence. A smile appeared on Chen Nuo's face, the kind of smile that left Su Li a bit dazed. Having experienced many things, Su Li quickly regained her composure. What? Does little brother know someone at the Jiang Group? Chen Nuo looked up at Su Li, who despite being 37, but showed few signs of age, adding to her charm. Su Li met Chen Nuo's gaze, her eyes sparkling. Chen Nuo glanced at the phone Su Li had handed over, which marked the wild mandarin duck housing community and the Limin store. That community was indeed Chen Nuo's residence. He nodded and pointed toward the store that was lit up in the distance. Yes, you've arrived. That's the Limin store you were looking for. Chen Nuo put the business card in his pocket and gave Su Li a meaningful smile. Su Li watched Chen Nuo walk away, slowly disappearing into the darkness, unable to regain her senses for quite some time. The driver in front looked through the rearview mirror, catching a glimpse of Su Li's expression, a hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Sister Su, should we go now? Su Li turned back momentarily, lost her gaze, revealing dissatisfaction. If you talk too much. Drive quickly, I still want to see that old bastard's embarrassing acts. The vehicle started again while Chen Nuo turned to look at the car's taillights, then took out the business card again, giving a call. Jiang Group, huh? She must be here to catch someone cheating. As for those people, let them off the hook for now. They still have a big show to perform. Chen Nuo glanced in the direction of the rental apartment before turning to leave. Time to go. For some people it will be another sleepless night. Huh. Su Li's car quickly arrived outside the small store. She got out and walked into the shop. After meeting with Old San and a few others inside, she walked out with Old San leading the way. As Guanning and Zhang Yu were lost in their passionate moment, suddenly a loud bang sounded as the door to the rental apartment was kicked open. Caught off guard, Zhang Yu was startled, and immediately, Guanning, who was beneath him, hurriedly grabbed the blanket to cover herself, and at that moment the bedroom door was pushed open. Zhang Yu abruptly turned around, his face filled with fury. His first feeling was that Chen Nuo had returned, and he was determined to take the lead. It was an honor for a poor boy to have his girlfriend. However, the person who walked in was Su Li, who clapped her hands and looked at the naked Zhang Yu with great interest. Then she glanced at the blanket-covered Guanning, letting out a cold laugh. Zhang Yu, you're really playing around. What a worn-out shoe you're willing to try on. With such a shabby place, you really have an inch. Zhang Yu's face turned awkward. Su Li, this little wife, was officially married to him by the elders in the family. Both families had considerable businesses, making it a strong alliance. As long as he didn't create too much of a scene, both sides would endure. Li, you misunderstood. I just came to check on my subordinates' living conditions. Zhang Yu said hastily, putting on the clothes from the bed. Zhang Yu's words thrilled the onlookers online. It turned out that this live broadcast lesson was actually from the care of superiors for their subordinates, and they learned something. Su Li snorted coldly, revealing a mocking smile. She took out her phone, opened the live streaming platform, and waved it in front of Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, this time it won't be so simple to get past this. You did this live broadcast in front of everyone. Oh, I can rightfully make you leave empty-handed. Zhang Yu furrowed his brows, putting his hands in his pockets, looking at Su Li with a puzzled expression. Live broadcast? What live broadcast? Su Li turned to look and found a phone hidden in a discreet location, which was the one that was live streaming. She picked it up and threw it at Zhang Yu. His face showed shock as he swallowed hard. Zhang Yu picked up the phone and looked at the screen, which was filled with messages thanking the teacher for their hard work. Zhang Yu instantly exploded with rage, throwing the phone at the blanket-covered Guanning. The phone bounced violently against the wall before finally crashing to the ground, shattering into pieces, marking the end of a welfare live broadcast. Chen Nuo walked along the dimly lit road, contemplating the events of the next 10 days, preparing to find a place to stay for the night. He took out his battered phone, which was a bit unsightly, and looked up to find a place selling phones in the distance, planning to borrow one for a while. He first glanced at the countdown timer on his device, 2391014. Then he walked normally in another direction, stopping a distance away from the phone store. He looked around and noticed there were no cameras. Suddenly, he turned and sprinted towards the phone store. In the blink of an eye, Chen Nuo reached the entrance of the store, slipping past like a shadow. Due to the night, the camera only captured a dark blur. However, several phone display counters near the entrance abruptly vanished. Chen Nuo ran past the phone store and quickly turned back to the previous spot. He adjusted his breathing and continued walking as if nothing had happened. As he walked, Chen Nuo glanced at the parcel rack. 5 or 6 counters and over 20 phones were categorized and neatly arranged in the parcel rack. Chen Nuo was a bit stunned. He had expected them to exist as a whole, but the parcel rack had automatically separated and displayed them. Chen Nuo shook his head, deciding not to ponder the matter further. After all, this was more convenient for him. He casually took out a phone, inserted his SIM card, and powered it on. He downloaded the online banking app and opened it. This was the savings accumulated over 2 to 3 years of the original owner's work, totaling over 9,000. This was still far from the 3,000 bride price proposed by Guanning. No wonder the original owner had to work multiple jobs until late at night. Chen Nuo shook his head and walked towards a hotel that he remembered being quite decent. He didn't intend to skimp on himself. Arriving at the hotel entrance, he looked up at Yunon, where 2 Cupid statues flanked either side. He stepped up the stairs and entered the hotel lobby. The receptionist, who had been dozing, quickly put on a professional smile upon hearing the noise. Chen Nuo approached the counter, inquired about the price, and booked a luxury suite for a total of 1,999 yuan. While he was checking in, a few drunken young people entered. Chen Nuo glanced at them. 3 men in their early 20s and 2 women who were completely out of it, dressed quite flamboyantly, their hips swaying. One of them noticed Chen Nuo's gaze and approached him, attempting to grab his neck. "You little punk, what are you staring at?" Chen Nuo raised his hand lightly to block him. Su Hao, having drunk too much, was swaying even while standing. When Chen Nuo blocked him again, he fell directly to the ground. Chen Nuo frowned, slightly surprised that merely glancing at the woman's bottom could cause trouble. Who was he supposed to read? Chen Nuo thought, and glanced again. To his surprise, it was quite fair. He swallowed hard. As Su Hao struggled to stand up, his 2 friends were helping the women and didn't offer to assist him, all of them giggling drunkenly. "Su Hao, you can hardly stand. Why not just go back and rest? Don't worry, these 2 beauties have. I and Zhao Wei can." Su Hao, embarrassed and furious, staggered towards Chen Nuo, pointing a finger at his nose. You little loser, do you believe I can make it impossible for you to survive in Nanha City with just one word? Zhao Wei slammed his hand on the front desk and shouted at the receptionist. Give me a luxury suite, hurry up, my desires are already unbearable. The receptionist looked a bit troubled. I'm sorry, sir, but the luxury suites are all booked. We only have standard double rooms available, would you like one? Chen Nuo coldly shook his head, merely giving Su Hao and the others a deep look. At that moment the receptionist handed him the key card for the luxury suite, and Chen Nuo reached out to take it. Suddenly a hand stretched out beside him, snatching the key card first. Zhao Wei's anger flared, and he yelled at the receptionist. What the hell, isn't this the luxury suite? Dare to lie to me, you little wench, do you believe I can make it impossible for you to keep your job? Li Shue's face showed dissatisfaction, but she still maintained a smile as she explained to Zhao Wei. Sir, this is our last luxury suite, and it has already been booked by this gentleman. Zhao Wei looked at Li Shue, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He found Li Shue much more attractive than the woman he was supporting, and he leered at her. Miss, are you looking for a part-time job? Li Shue frowned, understanding Zhao Wei's words, feeling a bit angry as she coldly huffed. Sir, please behave yourself. Jing Tao, hearing Zhao Wei's words, grinned lewdly. He glanced at Li Shue's attractive features. Indeed, she had the goods, and her buttons were barely holding on. Zhao Wei saw that Li Shue was unyielding, and simply smirked, then turned to Chen Nuo. Kid, you've offended our brother. If you let us have this luxury suite, we can let the past be the past. Su Hao, hearing this, was unwilling. If he weren't swaying on his feet, he would have already gone to beat someone up. Let the past be the past, Zhao Wei, are you drunk? Dare to provoke me, Su Hao. No one in Nanha City has been born yet. Su Hao stuttered as he spoke, unable to articulate properly due to his drunkenness, yet he still babbled on. Zhao Wei waved his hand at Su Hao and whispered something in his ear. After hearing it, Su Hao looked at Chen Nuo, revealing a sinister smile. Fine, consider yourself lucky. Since Zhao Wei is speaking for you, I'll give you this opportunity. Chen Nuo squinted his eyes slightly and made a soft sound. So I should thank your generosity. Zhao Wei understood that Chen Nuo was unwilling. However, Chen Nuo then added, but while I can't give it to you, I can sell this luxury suite to you. Jing Tao smirked upon hearing this. So you're just a broke loser? Why didn't you say so earlier? If it can be solved with money, then it's no big deal. How much do you want? Chen Nuo understood from the trio's attire and arrogant words that they were not lacking in money. Not much, 200,000. Jing Tao waved his hand and said directly, I thought it would be more, of it's only 200. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his tongue. He bit it. How much did you say? Chen Nuo held up 2 fingers. 200. Do the 3 young masters not even have this little money? Chen Nuo said, shaking his head. I thought the 3 of you were wealthy. It turns out you're just 3 broke losers. Su Hao and the others were directly angered. Their monthly allowance was in the millions. 200 was a huge sum for ordinary people, but just pocket change for them. We're broke losers? Say that again. Chen Nuo noticed they were getting angry, but remained calm. No need to get angry. If you really have money, throw some at me. Su Hao took his phone out of his pocket and shouted angrily. Damn it, how dare you look down on me? It's just 200,000. We 3 will each give you 200,000 and show you that 200,000 is nothing to us. Chen Nuo shrugged slightly, looking at Li Shue and saying, this is them insisting on giving me money. If they accuse me of extortion later, you must testify for me. Fueled by alcohol, the 3 were provoked by Chen Nuo, and all took out their phones to transfer him money on the spot. Chen Nuo checked his online banking. Indeed, he received 600,000. Chen Nuo looked up at the 3 of them, their faces displaying a proud look of having plenty of money. Since that's the case, the luxury suite is yours now. He turned to Li Shue while the 3 beside him continued to curse and boast about how worth it the luxury suite was. Chen Nuo watched them walk towards the elevator, smiling at the astonished Li Shue. Miss, please book me a double room. Li Shue, startled, hurriedly processed Chen Nuo's check-in. Internally, Li Shue felt a pang of envy as Chen Nuo turned 1999 yuan luxury suite into 600 before her eyes. Chen Nuo took the room card to his room, casually glanced around, found the environment acceptable, then took out his phone and decisively called the police. Hello, I want to report something. At the Yunong Wenong Hotel, 3 people brought 2 underage girls who were drunk and unconscious to a room. They may be attempting to commit a crime. Please dispatch officers quickly. Soon after, about 10 minutes, the sound of police sirens echoed outside. Chen Nuo walked to the window and looked down, indeed seeing a police car parked in front of the hotel. Chen Nuo tidied up his clothes, glanced around the room, and stepped outside. He arrived at the front desk on the 1st floor, where Li Shue greeted him promptly. Hello, do you need any help? Chen Nuo nodded. Just a moment. I want to change my room. Li Shue paused for a moment and quickly asked, is there something wrong with the current room? Chen Nuo shook his head. Don't overthink it, everything is fine. I just have a better option and you'll know soon. Within a few minutes, as expected, a commotion came from the elevator. The elevator doors opened and a crowd poured out. Be careful, do you know who my mom is? Su Hao's voice was as arrogant as ever, while Jing Tao and Zhao Wei also cursed under their breath. The 2 girls were dressed even more revealingly, their clothes disheveled and their makeup smeared as they quietly sobbed. What are you crying for? Isn't it just about money? I have plenty of it. Chen Nuo watched as the police escorted Su Hao and the others who also noticed him. Chen Nuo wore a smile and spoke to Li Shui beside him. Change my standard room to their luxury suite. I don't think they will be staying here tonight. Su Hao and the others were taken aback and were then pushed out by the police. Before Jing Tao exited the door, he glanced deeply at Chen Nuo. The three of them sat in the police car, and Jing Tao took a deep breath. Officer, my father is the director of the city hospital. Can we make a phone call home? The responding officer glanced at Jing Tao, and then at Su Hao and Zhao Wei. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. While still on the road, the officer's phone rang. He looked at it, and then raised his eyes to Jing Tao answering the call. Yes, it's me who brought the team out. All right, I'll release them now. After hanging up, the officer stopped the police car and said to the others, let them go, the chief has spoken. As the handcuffs were removed, the officer reminded them. You three need to handle the situation with these two young ladies well, or there will be significant trouble later. Do you understand? The three nodded and got out of the police car, bringing the two girls with them. Just as the police car was about to start, Jing Tao asked, Officer, can you tell me why you suddenly came to arrest us? The officer looked into the distance and quietly replied, we received a report from the Cheyenne community, which is why. As the police car drove away, Jing Tao slammed his phone to the ground. Damn, how dare they set us up? I will make them pay. Su Hao suddenly realized and frowned. Taozi, are you saying someone deliberately set us up? Zhao Wei recalled Chen Nuo, who was waiting at the door to change rooms, clearly aware they would be caught. Taozi, is it that loser from the hotel? Jing Tao nodded. I bet it's him. You saw just now, he wasn't surprised at all when we were caught, and he looked like he was enjoying the show. Who else could it be? Su Hao suddenly shook with anger. So it's him. Let's go find him. Anyone who dares to mess with the South River three young masters must not be spared. As Su Hao spoke, he wanted to go back and trouble Chen Nuo, but Jing Tao stopped him. It's too late today. Tomorrow morning, well, gather some people and teach him a lesson. As for tonight. Jing Tao looked at the two girls beside him, a lewd smile appearing on his face. Zhao Wei and Su Hao understood, feeling that they hadn't had enough fun yet before being forcibly taken away. Chen Nuo had someone briefly clean up the scene before entering. He had to admit that the luxury suite was indeed much better than the standard room. Lying on the bed, he checked the time. It was already past 3 in the morning. He glanced at the countdown, 2384510. After resting his eyes for 3 hours, Chen Nuo got up and left the hotel. He needed to rent a warehouse today. Although he could do it without spending money, it was better to remain discreet. Chen Nuo called for a taxi and headed to the outskirts where many supermarkets stored inventory. Rows of warehouses lined the area. If he could pack them all, he wouldn't have to worry about a lack of supplies, even if the apocalypse came. Chen Nuo arrived at the management office. It was already past 7 and people were busy. Chen Nuo walked in and stated that he wanted to rent a smaller warehouse for a month. He paid 200 yuan, and the staff led him to a warehouse of over 100 square meters. After the handover, the staff left. Chen Nuo checked his online banking. He still had over 670 yuan left. This amount was definitely not enough, and he needed to find a way to get more money. Chen Nuo took a quick look around the warehouse, and then stepped outside, locking the door behind him. He looked towards the refrigerated warehouses in the distance, watching trucks continuously load and unload fresh produce and meat, thinking to himself that he must support them in the last few days. Chen Nuo walked toward the warehouse area exit. Hailing a taxi here was quite inconvenient. He waited for about 20 minutes, but still hadn't seen a taxi arrive. He tried walking towards the distance to see if it would be easier to get a taxi. Just as he was walking, several vans suddenly rushed over. Whoosh! A group of over 20 people jumped out of the vehicles and surrounded Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo glanced up and did not recognize anyone, but when one of them spoke, he smiled. Kid, you have quite the connections. Our third brother found many people just to know you were here. This was the voice of a scruffy dog, and it was clear who the third brother was. Indeed, a man stepped forward and looked at Chen Nuo. Brother, you look familiar. Due to his enhanced physique, the originally chubby Chen Nuo now appeared strong and handsome. The third brother had only seen the old Chen Nuo from a distance. He certainly didn't recognize the now vastly changed Chen Nuo. Oh, familiar. Where have you seen me? The third brother frowned slightly, sensing that Chen Nuo was a bit unusual. However, he couldn't worry about that now. Last night, he had been fired by his boss for being caught with the boss wife, completely losing the boss trust. Just when he felt helpless, he received a big assignment early in the morning. Jing Xiao from the South River, 3 young masters found him offering 500 yuan to kidnap someone. Initially hesitant about committing a crime, the third brother changed his mind upon hearing the 500 yuan offer, stating that everything was negotiable. The price was eventually raised to 1 million, and the third brother was completely convinced. Jing Tao and his friends were willing to spend 1 million just to vent their anger. Let's go. Since you've offended Jing Xiao, you can only say that your luck is bad. Chen Nuo seemed to vaguely know what was going on. He did not resist and followed them onto the van. The van drove around in a big circle, bringing Chen Nuo to a villa area. After a while, the vehicle stopped and Chen Nuo was pulled out. The group arrived in front of a villa, and Chen Nuo looked around, noticing that there were hardly any people in sight. The door opened, and Chen Nuo was brought into the villa. Inside, 3 people were casually sitting on the sofa with sticks and ropes scattered on the floor along with a large burlap sack. Chen Nuo glanced over and saw Jing Tao, Su Hao and Zhao Wei. They looked at Chen Nuo being broad and their faces lighting up with smiles, as if they were seeing their long-lost father. "You fool, did you really think you could scheme against us? You've got some guts." Jing Tao stood up, kicking the equipment on the ground as he continued. "The 10 or so villas nearby were gifted to my father by pharmaceutical representatives. No one will notice your kid. Even if I kill you, no one will know." Chen Nuo lightly shook his shoulders, shaking off the 2 men holding him. They glanced at third brother, who shook his head, allowing Chen Nuo to act freely. Chen Nuo shook his head and chuckled lightly. "Is that so? Indeed, rich people. Just as I'm running low on cash, come on, since you're all here, lend me a hand." Everyone was stunned, laughing at him, as if he were a fool. This is indeed a fool, he hasn't woken up yet. Chen Nuo's expression turned serious. Since he had modified his attributes, he had not fought in real combat. Chen Nuo looked at the most boisterous, laughing man, a flying kick landing directly on the man's mouth. Chen Nuo did not hold back. With the power of the human Bodis limits, he shattered the man's jaw, blood splattering everywhere, as the man crashed into others, blood gushing out, as if it were free, looking like he would not survive. All those present were stunned. They were accustomed to fights, but such a bloody and violent scene left them at a loss. Chen Nuo didn't think much of it. After all, the original body had been taken away by third brother and the others last night. Chen Nuo charged into the crowd like a beast among sheep, every strike claiming a life. In less than a minute, over 20 people lay on the ground, some already devoid of breath. Chen Nuo turned to look at Jing Tao and the others. He raised his hand to wipe his face, and then walked in front of third brother, looking down at him. "Well, you've got quite the resilience." Third brother struggled to lift his head, his face swollen like a pig's head. "Brother, we were just doing this for the money. We have no grievances. You don't need to take our lives." Chen Nuo smiled, shaking his head as he placed his hand on third brother's head. "What you said is incorrect. We indeed have grievances. Have you forgotten about the person you all took down last night?" Third brother's pupils shrank sharply. Chen Nuo's appearance merged with that of the original body in his mind, showing shock on his face. "You?" Chen Nuo raised his hand to cover third brother's mouth, extending a finger. "Should just understand, be more alert in your next life." Chen Nuo forcefully smashed third brother's head against the floor. With all his might, a crack echoed from third brother. Chen Nuo stood up, third brother's eyes revealing shock and regret, his gaze beginning to dim, but none of that mattered. Chen Nuo looked at Jing Tao and the others, who were already paralyzed with fear, wetting themselves. Upon meeting Chen Nuo's gaze, they quickly knelt down. "Big brother, no father, grandpa, spare me, we were blinded by greed." As Jing Tao spoke, he continuously slapped himself, with Su Hao and Zhao Wei doing the same beside him. They regretted it immensely. Why, when everything was fine, did they provoke Chen Nuo? Now over 20 people were dead, and they dared not think further, only hoping Chen Nuo would show mercy. Jing Tao still had some wits about him. He remembered Chen Nuo mentioning he was short on cash. "I have money, I'll give it all to you, and I know where my dad hides the bribe money. Just spare me, and I will tell you everything." Chen Nuo looked at Jing Tao with interest, and asked, "What does your father do?" Jing Tao instinctively trembled at Chen Nuo's voice, and quickly replied, "My dad is the director of the city hospital. These villas were all sent by pharmaceutical representatives, and there's a lot of cash. If you spare me, you can have all this cash, don't worry, because this money is from bribery. You won't have to worry about my dad suing you." Chen Nuo nodded. Jing Tao was quite logical. He turned to Su Hao and Zhao Wei. "What about you?" Su Hao and Zhao Wei hurriedly introduced themselves. It turned out Su Hao's mother was the deputy mayor of the city responsible for development in this area, while Zhao Wei's father was the richest man in Nana City. Su Hao stated that he also knew where his mother hid the cash from bribery, and that developers had gifted his mother dozens. Zhao Wei was different. Although his father was the richest man, he controlled money strictly. Chen Nuo walked towards Zhao Wei and spoke flatly. "Since you have no money, then I can't let you go," Chen Nuo said, raising his fist to strike Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei's brain spun rapidly as he watched Chen Nuo's fist come closer, and he began to scream. "Spare me, I've thought of something. Ooh, I have money, don't kill me." Chen Nuo's fist paused. "Oh, speak then, or if you dare to deceive me, you know what will happen next." Zhao Wei swallowed hard, sweat pouring down his face, soaking him completely. "My dad is the richest man in Nanha City, and his businesses cover all aspects. As long as you don't kill me, I can provide you with convenience, ensuring you make a fortune." Chen Nuo looked at Zhao Wei, thought for a moment, and then asked, "Does your family have supermarkets or supply-related businesses?" Zhao Wei leaned back slightly. Since Chen Nuo was inquiring about him, he temporarily secured his life. Chen Nuo waited a few seconds for Zhao Wei to adjust. As Zhao Wei took a deep breath, the smell of blood and excrement nearly choking him. "My family is the second largest shareholder of Jiang Group, and we completely monopolize all warehouse businesses in Nana City." Chen Nuo's face showed surprise. He glanced at Zhao Wei a few times before picking up an iron rod from the ground. Zhao Wei's face revealed fear as Chen Nuo did not approach him, but turned towards those lying on the ground. A few still showed faint signs of life, their breathing loud and raspy. He intended to finish them off, or rather to say to finish them with the rod. Chen Nuo raised his hand and knocked a few times on the heads of those few, then returned to stand in front of the three. Now it's quiet, the breathing sounds from those earlier were too loud, making me very unhappy. Jing Tao, Su Hao, and Zhao Wei were completely intimidated. They had learned many great truths from their parents. How could they not understand? This was Chen Nuo warning them. Jing Tao was the first to speak. Brother, from now on your words will carry more weight than my father's. If you tell me to go west, I will never go east. Su Hao and Zhao Wei clearly were a beat slow, but they also began to pledge their loyalty. Chen Nuo nodded, and then forcefully bent the iron rod in his hand, the rod as thick as his thumb, bending easily. Jing Tao and the others watched in shock as the iron rod twisted together, which Chen Nuo casually tossed to the ground. Let's go first take a shower, then take me. Ooh, I want to see my little money. Jing Tao and the other two men rose shakily to their feet, cast a glance at Chen Nuo, then made their way toward the restroom. Supporting one another, they walked off. Chen Nuo watched their retreating backs before speaking. You're all intelligent people. Don't do something foolish. Their bodies stiffened mid-step. In truth, Chen Nuo had overestimated them, having just witnessed him slaughter over 20 individuals. The three were utterly paralyzed with terror. All they now prayed for was mercy, to be spared if only by some miracle. Escape. To where? Calling the police. What if they proved powerless? Neither flight nor reporting offered safety. The slightest misstep would seal their fate. After a few silent seconds, receiving no further word from Chen Nuo, they resumed walking toward the restroom. Watching them vanish inside, Chen Nuo heard the rush of running water, then turned his gaze downward. 20-odd corpses lay motionless upon the floor, and he had killed them for 3 reasons. First, this place was remote, unlikely to draw attention. Second, the moment he laid eyes on the eldest brother and his men, a surge of deep-seated resentment welled up within him. Third, the apocalypse was imminent, and with every attribute pushed to its absolute limit, he could act without restraint so long as he exercised caution. Chen Nuo activated his modifier and focused his will upon the eldest brother's corpse. A low hum resonated. The corpse materialized inside his inventory interface. Chen Nuo gazed at it, labeled simply elder brother's corpse. Still warm. Shall I take a bite? Just for novelty's sake. A faint smile curved his lips. Indeed, this inventory was the ultimate tool for murder and plunder. Inside the restroom, the three locked the door behind them. Suddenly the world felt distant, unreal. They exchanged glances, then began unfastening their trousers. Underwear tossed into the bin, they stripped bare and rinsed themselves hurriedly. They dared not linger. Only a cursory wash followed by a quick rinse of their pants. Wringing them dry, they pulled them back on without hesitation. Comfort was no longer a consideration. The restroom door opened. Regaining a sliver of composure, they drew a slow, steadying breath and stepped out. Their eyes lifted, only to find Chen Nuo seated on the sofa, lost in thought. They advanced toward him, but halted abruptly after only a few paces, faces frozen in shock. Before them, the grand hall stood immaculate. Every corpse had vanished. The floor gleamed spotless. Not a single drop of blood remained. Only the faint metallic tang of iron still hung in the air. Their faces blanched white. This meant Chen Nuo could erase them just as effortlessly, without trace. Hearing the commotion, Chen Nuo turned. There they stood, rigid, drenched in cold sweat. Enough standing there like statues. Let's go. I want to see my money. Remember this, as long as you do nothing reckless, you remain perfectly safe. Chen Nuo rose and strode toward the villa's entrance. Watching his back recede, the three exhaled. Every hidden suspicion dissolved. They exchanged a glance, suppressed their awe, and hurried after him. Emerging into the courtyard, Jing Tao and the others scanned the grounds. No bodies in sight. Chen Nuo observed them coolly. Curious where those bodies went. No, not at all, they stammered, shaking their heads vigorously. Chen Nuo merely shrugged, indifferent. I'll tell you anyway. I made them disappear. Utterly, irrevocably. They understood. This was another warning, another tightening of the leash. Instantly, they scrambled to pledge loyalty once more, until Chen Nuo raised a hand, halting them. I simply wish you to understand, should I kill you, your deaths would mean nothing, not even a whisper in memory. So in the days ahead, I expect nothing untoward to occur. Understood? They nodded frantically. Chen Nuo waved dismissively. Then lead the way. Where is it? Jing Tao fumbled for his keys, and the three rushed to the garage, emerging moments later with 3 sleek sports cars. Chen Nuo slid into the passenger seat of Jing Tao's car. As soon as he settled, Jing Tao started the engine. The trio of luxury vehicles rolled out of the villa. Chen Nuo glanced at the several vans parked near the gate. Jing Tao, ever perceptive, responded immediately. Brother, shall I call someone to dispose of these vans? Chen Nuo shook his head, gazing down the empty road, deserted, silent. Let's go, get my money first. Jing Tao drove ahead, while Zhao Wei and Su Hao followed closely behind, obedient and utterly resigned. No thoughts of escape crossed their minds. The 3 high-end vehicles sped toward the city center, stopping only when they reached a residential compound comparable in scale to Chen Nuo's original neighborhood. Chen Nuo stood before a modest aging apartment building with Jing Tao and the others. He studied the facade, brows lifting slightly in quiet disbelief. Here, Jing Tao nodded, pride flickering across his face. My father says true concealment lies in plain sight. This is the safest place imaginable. Chen Nuo gave a slow, thoughtful nod. It did make a certain kind of sense. Yet the arrival of 3 luxury cars had already drawn murmurs from nearby residents who now pointed and whispered from a distance. Jing Tao led the way, gesturing upward. Every unit in this building was gifted to us. My father rents out all floors, except the top 6. That's where the money is. They entered the building and ascended to the highest floor. 2 identical doors faced them. Nothing distinguished them. Ordinary doors, ordinary walls. Jing Tao inserted his key and turned the lock. These 2 units look exactly like the ones below. My father insists the more mundane the appearance, the deeper the... Inside, Jing Tao guided them to a bedroom. Everything appeared utterly unremarkable. Except for one detail, the curtains were drawn tight, whereas every other room's windows stood wide open. Jing Tao flipped the light switch. Approaching the bed, he was immediately joined by Su Hao and Zhao Wei. They lifted the mattress, then pried up the wooden baseboard beneath. Both men froze. Though they'd expected wealth, the sheer scale stunned them beneath a standard twin-sized bed stretched an expanse of cash. Over 100 million yuan tightly stacked and immaculately organized. A quiet smile touched Chen Nuo's lips. He dismissed the 3 with a gesture. They obeyed silently, closing the door behind them. In the living room, they exchanged glances, wondering how precisely Chen Nuo intended to remove such a fortune. A soft click, the door reopened. They turned startled as Chen Nuo stepped forward. Let's go. There's more in the apartment across the hall. Jing Tao and the others stared. Chen Nuo's hands were empty. Confusion flitted across their faces, but they obeyed without question, following him across the hallway. Moments later, the 4 descended the stairs and drove away. En route, Jing Tao ventured a question. Brother, where to next? Chen Nuo paused, calculating. 230 million yuan now rested in his possession, and his modifier's countdown read 23235543. Stockpiling supplies was the priority, for now. Raiding stores would wait until the final hours. Take me to the city's largest mall. I need to purchase provisions. Jing Tao drove them to Jiangshi Mall, the largest commercial complex in Nana City. Though it was barely past 10 in the morning, crowds already bustled within. The arrival of 3 luxury vehicles drew immediate attention, admiring glances from women, envious stares from men. At that very moment, Su Li had arrived for an inspection, utterly unshaken by yesterday's events. Her expression radiated serene satisfaction. She had obtained exactly what she desired. Jiang Yu's stake in Jiangshi Group had plummeted from 26 to 10, while Su Li surged from 7 to 23, making her the new chairwoman of the conglomerate. The transition had been astonishingly swift, facilitated by a private agreement between Jiang Yu's father and Su Li's father. Formalities would follow in due course. In short, Su Li had reaped extraordinary gains from Jiang Yu's ill-fated livestream. Her inaugural official visit was to Jiangshi Mall, the flagship property in Nana City. It served both as a symbolic inspection and a public declaration. Jiangshi Group was now hers to command. From afar, Su Li watched the trio of luxury cars pull in. A subordinate leaned in, murmuring softly, "Those belong to Nana City's 3 young masters." She tilted her head, curious. He elaborated. "They are the sons of Deputy Mayor Wang Mei, Director Zhao Tianhe, and President Jinghua." Su Li's eyebrows lifted. Though she held little regard for idle heirs, their fathers wielded undeniable influence. She decided to greet them personally. As Su Li approached, Zhao Wei and Su Hao exited their vehicles first. Her aides swiftly identified them, but then bafflingly the 2 men sprinted to the frontmost car and opened its door themselves. Onlookers froze, speculating wildly about the identity of whoever commanded such deference. Then Chen Nuo emerged, and Su Li's stride faltered. A soft, involuntary murmur escaped her lips. "You." Chen Nuo lifted his gaze and met hers. Recognition flickered, then a calm, knowing smile. "Director Su, what a pleasant surprise." Su Li quickly collected her thoughts as she saw Jing Tao and the others standing beside Chen Nuo. She had already realized that Chen Nuo was the main character. "Yes, I was just thinking that I should have asked for your contact information yesterday. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. What is true charm?" Su Li's demeanor now exemplified it, every word and smile brimming with endless allure. Chen Nuo extended his hand to gently shake hers, momentarily taken aback as he felt Su Li's hand lightly scratch him. Their hands quickly parted. Seeing Chen Nuo in a daze, a hint of delight surged within Su Li. "By the way, I still don't know your name. Also, what brings you to our Jiang family mall?" Chen Nuo snapped back to reality, gazing deeply at Su Li. Her bright, clear eyes met Chen Nuo's gaze directly. Chen Nuo chuckled, shaking his head. "My name is Chen Nuo. The reason I'm here is that Jiang Family Mall is the largest in Nanheshui City, and I want to purchase a large quantity of goods from here." Upon hearing that Chen Nuo was going to buy a lot, Su Li's smile grew even more radiant. "Little brother, you are indeed my benefactor. I just got promoted to the chairperson of Jiang Group today, and you are here to present me with a grand gift." Chen Nuo was taken aback. He had completely overlooked Su Li's title. He was simply curious. Just yesterday, Su Li was the general manager, and today she had become chairperson. He instinctively asked, "Promoted to chairperson? Weren't you the general manager just last night?" Su Li smiled slightly. So little brother, you are indeed my benefactor. Tell me, what do you want to purchase? As long as our mall has it, I can sell it to you at the lowest price. Chen Nuo hadn't caught much of what she said, but the mention of the lowest price did catch his ear. Thank you, Su Dong. I have quite a few things to buy, and if it's at the lowest price, it will save me a lot. Su Li's expression turned slightly displeased as she pushed Chen Nuo's arm lightly. Little brother, if you call me Su Dong again, I might take back what I just said. Just call me sister. Chen Nuo raised an eyebrow, looking at Su Li only, then realizing that she had been calling him little brother the entire time. He thought to himself, is she interested in me? These two, Jiang Yu and his partner, really know how to play their cards. Jiang Yu has taken Chen Nuo's original girlfriend, and now Su Li. Are they really going to sweep everything away? Su Li saw Chen Nuo staring at her blankly and couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Chen Nuo came back to his senses and replied directly. How could that be? Having such a beautiful sister is my fortune. The two laughed and chatted, and the onlookers from afar were curious about Chen Nuo's identity, astonished that the chairperson of Jiang Group would personally come to greet him and even refer to him as her little brother. Guanning experienced a roller coaster of emotions last night. Once wealthy and prosperous, she found herself in a nightmare. After a furious Jiang Yu beat her up, he told her that their relationship was over. How could Guanning give up? Just the thought of being pinned down by a greasy man made it even harder for her to let go. Therefore, she planned to run into Jiang Yu and try to win back his forgiveness. Thus, she arrived at Jiang Group's largest mall, knowing that Jiang Yu would definitely come here to inspect. As soon as Guanning arrived at the mall, she was captivated by the scene in front of it. She saw Su Li, who had only coldly watched her get beaten by Jiang Yu last night, yet she still felt a bit afraid to see Su Li. She turned to leave, intending to avoid Su Li for now and come back later. However, as she turned, her gaze fell upon Chen Nuo. Had changed a lot, but his outline remained the same. They had lived together for half a year, and a strong sense of familiarity surged within her. She covered her mouth with both hands, her face filled with shock as she shook her head vigorously. How is this possible? It can't be him. If it were, how could he have changed so much? Right, I called him. Guanning quickly took out her phone and dialed Chen Nuo's number. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo and Su Li were happily chatting as they walked into the mall, when suddenly, this ringtone is too beautiful. Chen Nuo abruptly halted, and Su Li displayed a teasing smile. Little brother, is this ringtone a reflection of you? Chen Nuo's face turned red as he listened to Su Li's teasing and couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. He checked his phone and saw the label Goddess Guanning. Guanning watched from a distance as Chen Nuo took out his phone, already confirming that it was indeed Chen Nuo. She was extremely surprised, not understanding why he had changed so much. Moreover, he could laugh and chat with that woman. Could it be? Guanning's face flushed with anger as she muttered, "Damn loser, poor fool, how dare you seduce women behind my back? Isn't what you have at home enough?" Chen Nuo directly refused to answer the call, placing his phone into his pocket. A nuisance call. Let's go in and talk. Guanning stared at her phone in disbelief, the screen dimming with the label. He actually hung up. How dare he? She angrily looked up, but there was no sign of Chen Nuo in the distance. Guanning took several deep breaths, her alluring figure on full display, while the man beside her looked at her with lust. Realizing this, Guanning spat and walked towards a nearby fast food restaurant, planning to wait for Chen Nuo to come out before confronting him. Chen Nuo followed Su Li into an office, while Jing Tao and the others sensibly did not enter. Su Li picked up a cup and poured water for Chen Nuo. He watched Su Li's graceful figure from behind, finding her very captivating. Su Li caught a glimpse of Chen Nuo staring at her from the corner of her eye, a smile unconsciously appearing on her lips. Chen Nuo quickly averted his gaze, surveying the office environment. Su Li approached Chen Nuo and handed him the cup. Don't be picky, there isn't much good here to treat you with. Next time sister will treat you to a meal. Chen Nuo accepted the cup, took a sip, and set it aside. You're too polite, let's get down to business. I need to stockpile a large quantity of supplies for unforeseen needs. Su Li frowned slightly, her face showing confusion. Stockpile? Unforeseen needs? Did you receive? Chen Nuo didn't elaborate further, but decisively stated, I just want to know if you can fully supply me. Of course the payment will definitely be generous. Su Li looked at Chen Nuo's arrogant demeanor, a hint of amusement appearing on her face. She didn't quite believe what Chen Nuo was saying. Jiang Group supplying him fully was not something she underestimated. Little brother, you might not fully understand Jiang Group's supply capabilities. Chen Nuo directly interrupted. I will pay you a 200 million advance payment. I want to order 1 billion worth of goods. Su Li was taken aback. 1 billion was no small number. She stared at Chen Nuo for a few seconds. Little brother, are you serious? Chen Nuo nodded, looking at Su Li as he reached out to take her hand. Sister, I am very serious. Su Li's face flushed. Usually she teased others, but unexpectedly. She chuckled and shook off Chen Nuo's hand, rolling her eyes playfully. What? Does little brother want to use money and charm to seduce sister? Sister is a married woman. Su Li said, playfully poking Chen Nuo's chest with her finger. Chen Nuo shrugged slightly. His actions were merely part of a game. If he could gain a slight advantage to persuade Su Li, it would make his subsequent procurement of supplies much easier. Sister, in 10 days, as long as you use the power of the Jiang group to fully assist me in purchasing supplies, I will settle all payments to you then. If I can't settle the payment by then, you can completely take back the supplies, and the advance payment I give you will serve as compensation for breach of contract. Chen Nuo noticed Su Li was still looking at him and continued. Rest assured, when the supplies arrive, you can store them at the alien storage in Nana City. I will only access those supplies after I pay the final amount. Su Li put away her playful smile. She was quite cautious in business, and Chen Nuo's words made her ponder. Brother, if the Jiang group fully supplies you with various living necessities within 10 days, their value will probably exceed tens of billions. Your 200 million can't leverage such power. Chen Nuo nodded. He understood that he wanted Su Li to leverage the Jiang group's influence to mobilize a large amount of supplies into Nana City, allowing him to make a zero-cost purchase in 10 days. In fact, Chen Nuo had given careful thought to coming to the mall for supplies. If it were simply about purchasing goods, a wholesale market would clearly be better. His main goal in coming to the mall was to capitalize on its financial backing, especially the Jiang group, the leading enterprise in Nana City. Even if Jing Tao and the others hadn't brought him here, Chen Nuo would have pinpointed it in the end. Hey, maybe I've been a bit too impulsive. Sister, how much supplies can you give me if I prepay you 200 million? Su Li observed Chen Nuo's expression and realized that this handsome young man was indeed serious. The 200 million he mentioned was likely real. After thinking for a moment, she recalled that the mall's daily revenue was only around 3 million. Previously, she had jokingly said that Chen Nuo was her benefactor, and she never expected it to become a reality. Chen Nuo thought of his 200 million in cash and spoke again. I will pay this advance in cash. There shouldn't be any issue on your end, right? Su Li was taken aback, glancing at Chen Nuo, wondering why he wouldn't opt for a bank transfer. However, she didn't voice her thoughts, as businesses typically don't restrict payment methods for clients. Of course, as long as your money is real, even if it comes from an illegal source, I can help you launder it. Su Li added. Brother, with your 200 million, I can arrange for you to get up to 1.5 billion, but as you said, the supplies must first be stored in the warehouse until you pay the final amount. Upon hearing this, Chen Nuo hurriedly grabbed Su Li's hand. Sister, you are truly my good sister. Rest assured, I will definitely pay the final amount in 10 days. The two finalized the details and quickly drafted a contract. Chen Nuo instructed Su Li to have someone prepare a large vehicle to transport the cash. Su Li's face flushed red. A contract worth 1.5 billion with a 200 million advance payment to be settled in 10 days was undoubtedly a generous gift. Su Li had someone wait for Chen Nuo outside the mall. She watched him intently, her breathing gradually becoming heavier. Brother, you have given me such a substantial gift. I truly don't know how to thank you. Chen Nuo shrugged slightly and replied, Sister, please don't say that. As long as you can fully meet my requirements in these 10 days, that would be the greatest gift to me. Su Li nodded. Brother, rest assured, once your advance payment arrives, I will immediately arrange for the group to supply you fully. Additionally, tonight, I would like to treat you to dinner. You must give me this face. Otherwise, I will be unable to sleep at night. Chen Nuo looked at Su Li's flushed face, feeling a stir in his heart. He quickly shook his head. Su Li noticed his expression and felt as though she was savoring honey. Brother, hurry along. I will call you tonight, and we will enjoy a drink together. Chen Nuo walked out of the office in a daze, and Jing Tao and the others rushed to his side. Bro, where to now? Chen Nuo came to his senses, glancing back at the office, shivering involuntarily. Let's go to Nana City, alien storage. Zhao Wei paused and exclaimed, Chungu, alien storage is my family's business. Chen Nuo stopped in his tracks, turned to Zhao Wei, and moments later a smile spread across his face. All right, Zhao Wei, now you're starting to be somewhat useful. Chen Nuo took the lead, and Zhao Wei, suddenly praised by Chen Nuo, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. His steps became more energetic. Jing Tao and Su Hao exchanged puzzled glances, then looked at the motivated Zhao Wei and followed suit. The group arrived at the mall entrance, where Su Li's arranged personnel were already waiting. Chen Nuo gave the person in charge the address and directly got into Zhao Wei's car, letting him lead the way since it was his family's business. At the fast food restaurant, Guanning, who had been waiting anxiously, saw Chen Nuo walking out and hurriedly stood up to head for the door, only to collide with someone entering at the same time. Ouch, that hurt. Can't you watch where you're going? Guanning cursed a few times, thought of Chen Nuo, and ignored the person who bumped into her. She stepped out of the fast food restaurant, but by then the sports car had already started and sped away. If she wanted to chase, it was too late. Helpless, she had to hail a taxi. Driver, catch up with the sports cars ahead. The driver was taken aback, his mouth twitching. Miss, with this car you want me to chase? The driver hadn't finished when Guanning lost her temper. How do you speak? Who's a miss? If you can't speak properly, then don't speak. The driver quickly apologized. It was an instinctive response, considering Guanning's attire was indeed quite revealing. I'm sorry, that was a slip of the tongue. You see, beautiful, you want to chase the sports cars ahead. I must warn you, with this vehicle, I can't guarantee we'll catch up. Guanning showed signs of impatience. You talk too much. Hurry up, if we don't chase, soon we won't see their shadows anymore. In the city, the taxi was still barely keeping up. The driver glanced at Guanning through the rearview mirror, who was anxiously focused on the road ahead. Beauty, you're quite attractive with a great figure. Why do you need to chase after those rich second-generation kids? I'm telling you those people are unreliable. Guining felt pleased at the compliment, but maintained a serious expression. That sports car has my husband in it. I'm just following him to see what he's up to. The driver was taken aback, glancing at Guining through the rearview mirror, swallowing hard. Really? I must say your husband is quite lucky. A smile appeared on Guining's face. When she saw Chen Nuo sitting in the sports car laughing and chatting with Su Li, her impression of him had completely changed. She only thought of Chen Nuo as a rich second generation who was experiencing life. She felt proud to be associated with him and wished to embrace him and pledge her unwavering love. At that moment, traffic had thinned on the road and the sports cars began to accelerate. The taxi driver pushed the gas pedal to the floor to catch up, but after 2 intersections they were left behind. After another turn, when the taxi turned, there was no sign of the sports cars. The driver, feeling his lips dry, licked them and said helplessly, "Beauty, I think you should call your husband. We lost them with this car." Guining's expression shifted to displeasure. Losing them like this was unacceptable, yet she was reluctant to return empty-handed. So she had no choice but to try dialing Chen Nuo's number. Chen Nuo arrived outside Alien Storage in Zhao Wei's car, and from a distance the security guard raised the gate. The 3 luxury cars drove directly into the storage compound. Chen Nuo pointed out the direction to Zhao Wei, and the luxury cars parked outside the warehouse Chen Nuo had reserved that morning. Chen Nuo opened the car door, preparing to get out, when suddenly his phone rang. What the? He pulled out the phone and saw the contact name, Goddess Guining. He frowned inwardly, thinking that he should change that contact name. It was quite embarrassing. He initially intended to reject the call, but thought, let's see what this green tea girl wants. When the call connected before Chen Nuo could say anything, Guining's tone was already sweet. Husband, why didn't you answer my call just now? Where did you go last night? You didn't come home all night, and I was so worried about you. Husband Ning misses you. Chen Nuo's stomach churned. He suspected there was some crosstalk in his memory. Guining was always commanding and demanding. This sickly sweet tone was a bit nauseating. He hesitantly said, "You are Guining." Guining on the other end was taken aback, suddenly realizing she might have been too forward. She had heard that many wealthy people accustomed to being pampered particularly enjoyed being treated that way. Guining suddenly felt she understood. Oh, Chen Nuo was that kind of wealthy person who preferred someone who wouldn't be polite with him. Enlightened, Guining quickly corrected her tone. Damn it, Chen Nuo, you didn't come home all night. Do you want to break up? If you want to break up, I can accommodate you. Hearing Guining's voice returning to normal, Chen Nuo thought to himself, indeed, that was crosstalk. He didn't know where some flirty girl was showing off. Chen Nuo, catching the opportunity, replied, "Yes, Guining, I've had enough. Oh, let's break up. Don't contact me again." Beep, beep, beep. Guining was stunned. What just happened? Wasn't this the tone she liked? The driver in front was also dumbfounded, watching Guining's performance through the rearview mirror, her contrasting tone vividly depicting the essence of self-destruction. This must be a high-level green tea. The methods employed are extraordinary. Guining, undeterred by the oddity, called again, but this time no one answered. Chen Nuo saw his phone ringing again, and upon noticing it was Guining, he set it to silent. He had no time to deal with this unfaithful girlfriend. When he had the time, he would definitely have to deal with her, properly avenging the grievance of the original soul. Not long after, Su Li's people arrived, and Chen Nuo stepped into the warehouse, asking them to wait outside for a moment. After a few seconds, Chen Nuo exited the warehouse, allowing them to enter. In one corner, a neatly stacked pile of money awaited. Jing Tao, Su Hao, and Zhao Wei stared in astonishment at the money. They exchanged glances and silently moved. Su Li's people had already begun counting the cash, bringing along 7 or 8 money-counting machines, as Su Li had instructed them to prepare beforehand. Chen Nuo sat down next to the 3, aware of their thoughts, yet he remained silent. The warehouse fell into a quietude, the only sound being the counting machines processing the bills. As Chen Nuo contemplated the upcoming matters, Jing Tao took a deep breath and sat down beside him. Zhao Wei and Su Hao watched Jing Tao's movements, standing there foolishly. Chen Nuo turned to look at Jing Tao, whose face was filled with conflict. Is something wrong? Jing Tao inhaled deeply, again staring directly into Chen Nuo's eyes. Brother Chen, do you not intend to let us off the hook at all? Chen Nuo was taken aback, while Zhao Wei and Su Hao were equally startled, fear evident on their faces. Chen Nuo raised a hand to calm them down, and then looked at Jing Tao. Why do you say that? Jing Tao scrutinized Chen Nuo's facial expressions, trying to discern his thoughts, but it was all in vain. He glanced at the busy people over there who were oblivious to their side, and then lowered his head, whispering, "This money must be my father's right. We haven't really left your side today, yet this money ended up here along with those corpses from the villa. We 3 are now privy to these secrets." Jing Tao paused, his breathing becoming heavier, his eyes reddening, and his face pale, as he looked up at Chen Nuo. Brother Chen, do we still have a chance? Chen Nuo observed Jing Tao's red eyes, and after a few seconds he started to laugh, his laughter wild and arrogant. Su Li's people turned to look puzzled, as this laughter evoked an indescribable feeling. Chen Nuo's laughter subsided as he turned his gaze toward the slightly trembling Zhao Wei and Su Hao, then back to Jing Tao. Jing Tao, you are a smart person. Oh, I can only say that what you said is both right and wrong. How should I put this? After a pause of a second or two, It should be said that your lives in my eyes are as insignificant as ants easily crushed underfoot. So don't rush or let me finish my words. The hearts of the three tightened. However, just because I can easily crush you doesn't mean I have to do so. For instance, look, Chen Nuo stood up, pointing at the ants foraging on the ground. Isn't it easy for you to squish those ants? The three nodded. But would you casually squish them for fun? The three seemed to grasp it somewhat, yet were still confused. Chen Nuo shrugged slightly and sat back down. He pinched an ant between his thumb and index finger, grinding it lightly, ending its life. Jingtao, you are quite correct. The three of you know my secret. Although it's not entirely precise, there is indeed a possibility of you being crushed by me at any time. However, let me make it clear, I won't idly crush ants without reason, but there is a premise, that the ants must not provoke me. Chen Nuo stood up, clapped his hands, and walked to the side. Having spoken his piece, he let Jingtao and the other Su Hao and Zhao Wei furrowed their brows roughly, guessing Chen Nuo's intention. He likely wouldn't act against them lightly, but they were still uncertain as they looked at the scheming Jingtao. Jingtao helplessly smiled. Brother Chen's meaning is quite simple. Put simply, those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. As long as we don't do anything to betray Brother Chen, he won't act against us. Jingtao looked towards Chen Nuo in the distance, who noticed Jingtao's gaze and nodded in acknowledgement. Moreover, the ability to make over 20 corpses vanish without a trace, coupled with this large sum of money appearing here, may not be a bad thing for us. Su Hao and Zhao Wei were somewhat stunned. How could it still be a good thing? Jingtao glanced at those counting the money, and then whispered to the two. You should have noticed that Brother Chen is acquiring a large amount of supplies. Clearly he knows a lot that we do not. If we can fully assist Brother Chen, we can ride his coattails. Do you think that if we help Brother Chen, he would still act against us? The two suddenly understood, their mindset beginning to shift. As Jingtao said, since becoming Brother Chen's enemy would lead to a miserable end, why not become allies instead? Once they figured it out, they all walked towards Chen Nuo together. Su Hao approached Chen Nuo first, offering a bashful, Brother Chen, when can we go retrieve the money my mother has? She doesn't dare spend it. Brother Chen, you must help her. Chen Nuo glanced at the three. Alright, once they finish counting the money and sign the contract, we will go. Zhao Wei also, Brother Chen, won't this warehouse be too small? Should I arrange a few more for you? No, I can arrange for all the vacant warehouses around here. Chen Nuo looked at Zhao Wei, then at the warehouse. Remembering the recently ordered 1.5 billion worth of supplies, he nodded. That works, but you'll need to find a way to deal with the cameras around the warehouse. Chen Nuo left it hanging, and Zhao Wei instantly understood. Got it, I'll arrange it right away. Zhao Wei went out to make arrangements, while Jingtao, seeing that the two had matters to discuss, racked his brain and finally thought of something. Brother Chen, I don't know why you are hoarding so many supplies, but since it supplies medicines, should be included, right? I can't speak for the rest, but for the medicine part, I can use my father's connections to get you a lot. Chen Nuo's face lit up with joy, internally marveling at the stark difference between proactive and passive approaches. He patted Jingtao's shoulder. Jingtao, your reminder is quite pertinent. I do need medicines, and quite a few at that. Do your utmost to procure them. Oh, and everything needs to be done within 10 days. If you need money, let me know. Su Hao's mother's money can be used conveniently right now. Jingtao quickly waved his hands. Brother Chen, no need. Given my father's status, those medicine suppliers, even if they don't get paid for a month, they wouldn't dare utter a peep. Chen Nuo thought for a moment, and then said, keep this matter under wraps from your father. Do your utmost to ensure those suppliers provide the medicines first. Just 10 days, and you can act boldly. Even if they come looking for you after 10 days, I'll be here to back you up. Jingtao's mouth twitched. He couldn't imagine the consequences. Since he chose to follow Chen Nuo, he wouldn't concern himself with other matters. Even if it meant resorting to deceit, he had to get Chen Nuo's affairs sorted. Chen Nuo's eyes gleamed brighter. He felt that with the involvement of Jingtao and the others, everything would be much easier. Jingtao, Su Hao, do you have any connections to get? Chen Nuo extended a hand, and Jingtao and Su Hao were taken aback, quickly realizing. Su Hao whispered, Brother Chen, are you referring to guns? Chen Nuo nodded. Do you have any leads? Jingtao and Su Hao gulped. They wondered if Chen Nuo was planning a revolution, hoarding a large amount of supplies and medicines, and now he wanted firearms as well. Chen Nuo observed the expressions of the two and understood their thoughts. Don't worry, since the three of you have already made up your minds to follow me, let me clarify. The reason I am hoarding these items is indeed that I know some things you do not. I am gathering strength. Jingtao and Su Hao, upon hearing Chen Nuo's confident words, suppressed their doubts, with Jingtao softly asking, Brother Chen, do you have a way to quietly take the things away? Chen Nuo was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't mind. After all, the money had appeared out of thin air in the warehouse, and it was only natural for someone as clever as Jingtao to think of that. He nodded. Jingtao and Su Hao both took a deep breath, their eyes filled with excitement. Just then Zhao Wei walked in. Brother Chen, I've arranged for everything. I've had people leave the northernmost warehouse untouched, and I've also had the surveillance system there dismantled. After Zhao Wei finished speaking, he looked at Jingtao and Su Hao, who were both ecstatic, which puzzled him. What's going on with you two? Did I miss something exciting? Su Hao licked his lips and pulled Zhao Wei aside, sharing their speculation with him. Zhao Wei's eyes lit up. Oh, wasn't this the kind of ability only protagonists in novels had? In an instant the three of them felt a surge of motivation. Jing Tao shared Chen Nuo's idea about acquiring firearms with Zhao Wei, who frowned slightly. Brother Chen, you know that our country has very strict controls over firearms. I believe that since you want to acquire firearms, it can't just be a simple one or two. Zhao Wei continued. Only the military has access to a large number of firearms. Chen Nuo nodded, watching as the three of them furrowed their brows strategizing for him, and he felt a sense of absurdity. Su Hao paced back and forth for 2 steps before suddenly stopping, his face flushed with excitement. Since Brother Chen has the means to quietly take things away, we could easily enter the military district and take all the equipment like armored vehicles, tanks, and self-propelled guns. If possible, a few Dongfeng Express missiles would be even better. Hearing this, Chen Nuo quickly asked, so you have a way into the military district? Su Hao's face immediately showed embarrassment upon hearing this. Chen Nuo could tell that he was fantasizing. At this moment, Jing Tao took over the conversation. Brother Chen, there is a division stationed in Nanhai City, but it's very hard for us to enter the military district unless someone from there takes us in. Chen Nuo sighed and shook his head. Let's leave it at that for now. We'll talk again when there's an opportunity. 200 million in cash and 8 counting machines had been running for over 4 hours. After confirming everything was correct, Chen Nuo and the person sent by Su Li signed the contract on the spot. After the contract was signed, the person loaded the 200 million in cash into the vehicle, and Su Li also sent security personnel to escort it. Chen Nuo watched the vehicle drive away, taking out his phone to check the time. It was past 4 in the afternoon. At that moment, the phone screen lit up, and he saw it was a call from Su Li. Chen Nuo answered the phone, and the other side spoke first. Brother, I will arrange the supplies you requested as soon as possible. Furthermore, our supermarket supply storage is at Alien Warehousing. Tomorrow I will send someone to count those supplies and deliver them to you. After hearing this, Chen Nuo thought of the money Su Hao's mother had and hurriedly said, Sister Su, this is far from enough. I will pay you some more money tomorrow. I need more supplies, and you must help me. Su Li, who was happily sitting in her office, was taken aback when she heard that Chen Nuo wanted to add more money for supplies tomorrow, so she teasingly remarked, Brother, did you get some news? Want to let your sister in on it? If I didn't know better, I'd think the apocalypse was coming. Chen Nuo was startled. He didn't expect Su Li to say that. However, he chuckled and replied, Isn't that so? Sister Su, since you guessed it, I won't pretend anymore. So you have to supply me with everything you've got. Su Li rolled her eyes and then laughed. You bad brother, not a single truthful word from your mouth. Alright, since you want to go crazy, I have no reason not to profit. However, we must agree that all supplies entering Alien Warehousing cannot be taken out without receiving the final payment. I will have someone monitor all entrances and exits of Alien Warehousing. Don't blame your sister for this. After all, the Jiang Group is not something I can decide on my own. I still need to report to the other shareholders. At this point, Su Li began to complain. Brother, you have no idea how tough it was when I told them about the 200 million advance payment to supply 15 billion in goods. They were almost ready to eat me alive. In the end, after I laid out the costs of sealing all the goods in storage and the penalties for breach of contract, they finally relented. Chen Nuo listened while thinking about how to maximize the operation of the Jiang Group. Sister Su, if I give you another 200 million advance payment, can you still provide me with 15 billion in supplies? On the other end of the line, Su Li's deep breath could be heard, and a few seconds later she replied, Brother, as long as it's the same agreement as before, if you have the money, I can provide you according to the previous contract. Chen Nuo glanced at Su Hao beside him, and Su Hao understood this was a question for him. Was the money from his mother's bribery enough for 200 million? A hint of pride appeared on Su Hao's face as he nodded vigorously, and importantly, he shot a sideways glance at Jing Tao. Jing Tao was speechless. Chen Nuo noticed Su Hao's little gesture and was momentarily taken aback. What was with the pride? Sister Su, thank you then. Please arrange it quickly. I'm in a hurry. After hanging up, Chen Nuo declined the invitation for dinner that evening as he had to go accept Su Hao's mother's ill-gotten gains shortly. There was no time for pretense. The four of them drove out of Alien Warehousing, and since they had been busy, they hadn't had time to eat, so Chen Nuo asked Jing Tao to arrange something. 3 luxury cars quickly headed towards the city. On the way, a taxi stopped, and Guanning sat in the back seat glancing at the road from time to time. Guanning called and texted Chen Nuo, but he ignored her, leaving her to wait idly. To her credit, she was quite bold, directly spending 300 yuan to hire a car just to track down Chen Nuo. After waiting for 4 to 5 hours, Guanning was already impatient while the driver in front hummed a tune, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror, feeling a bit parched. Whoosh, the sound of sports cars revving up echoed, and Guanning suddenly jolted, quickly looking out the window. Whoosh, 3 sports cars whizzed by. Quick, that's them. Hurry, chase after them. The taxi could only follow at a distance until they slowly caught up in the 3 luxury cars stopped in front of a luxurious restaurant, and Chen Nuo got out looking up. The place could only be described as resplendent. Su Hao threw the car keys to the receptionist and introduced to Chen Nuo, Brother Chen, this is the best restaurant in Nanhai City. It only serves the wealthy and powerful, and ordinary people don't even have the qualification to enter. As the taxi stopped, Guanning hurriedly got out of the car. Just as Chen Nuo and his group walked in, she quickly followed, Miss, please show us your membership card. We do not serve non-member guests. Guanning was taken aback and quickly pointed at Chen Nuo, who had just entered. That's my husband, and we came together. The receptionist had seen many such people and smiled politely. Seeing that they wouldn't let her in, Guanning noticed that Chen Nuo and his group were not far from the door, so she shouted loudly, Chen Nuo. Upon hearing someone call his name, Chen Nuo turned to look and their eyes met. Chen Nuo, you really are persistent. Guanning saw Chen Nuo looking back at her quickly, took a deep breath, straightened her chest, wiped the fine sweat from her forehead, and smiled. Husband, look, they look down on me and won't let me in. The receptionist, seeing Chen Nuo and his group turn around, didn't know whether to lower her hand or not. Su Hao noticed that Chen Nuo indeed knew her, glanced at Guanning's figure and appearance, and couldn't help but mutter to himself, oh, she was pretty, but a bit too provocative. He waved his hand, and the receptionist let Guanning in. Guanning immediately ran to Chen Nuo, tears welling up as she linked her arm with his. Husband, Ninger missed you. Guanning didn't mention why Chen Nuo hadn't answered her calls, knowing that saying so would only make him dislike her more. A cold smile appeared on Chen Nuo's face as he watched Guanning's performance. He had to admit that Guanning did have a talent for acting. Oh, didn't we break up? Is it inappropriate to still call me your husband? Guanning was taken aback and immediately showed a look of grievance. Husband, those were just Ninger's playful words. How could I bear to let you go? Chen Nuo pushed Guanning's hand away from his arm. Is that so? Then do you want to tell me what you were doing last night? Guanning's heart tightened. She was worried about this matter, and it was clear that Chen Nuo knew. After a few seconds, she revealed a look of grievance, tearfully saying, Husband, I was forced into it. You must forgive me. It's all because of Jiang Yu. He used you to threaten me. If I didn't yield to him, he would kick you out of the Jiang group. Guanning had a sorrowful expression, holding Chen Nuo's arm, her inner torment, making one feel admiration for her sacrifice. Chen Nuo snorted coldly and shook off her hand, causing Guanning to fall directly to the ground. She lay there crying, pitifully begging for Chen Nuo's forgiveness. To be honest, her performance was quite convincing. Just as Chen Nuo was about to say something, a crisp voice suddenly rang out from behind. Hitting a woman. Not cherishing such a good woman. Brother, teach him a lesson. Chen Nuo raised an eyebrow as a gust of wind rushed from behind him, prompting Su Hao and the others to quickly. Chen Nuo swiftly dodged the attack from behind. Turning around, he saw a tall young man standing where he had. Su Hao shouted, Gaojin, what are you doing? Gaoing, tell your brother to stop. Gaoing snorted coldly, looking elsewhere, clearly indicating she wanted her brother to beat Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo's ability to evade Gaojin's sneak attack surprised Gaojin. He unbuttoned his cuffs and flexed his arms. So you're a fighter. Come, let's see your moves. Chen Nuo watched as Gaojin delivered a fierce kick, and with a flick of his hand, he met the attack head-on. Bang! Chen Nuo's arm blocked the kick, but Gaojin quickly followed with a spinning kick. Chen Nuo felt the force. With his physique at level 30, Gaojin's strength was simply insufficient to shake him. Chen Nuo raised his hand to block again as Gaojin unleashed a flurry of punches that fell like raindrops, yet Chen Nuo appeared completely at ease. Gaoing watched the fight with a frown. She knew her brother's strength as a special forces soldier. Most people could hardly withstand his punches. However, after exchanging blows with Gaojin, Chen Nuo understood that although Gaojin was formidable, there was still a considerable gap between them. Though Chen Nuo had no martial arts training, his strength, speed, and physique had reached the human limit, allowing him to quickly absorb fighting experience during the encounter with Gaojin. After dozens of exchanges, Chen Nuo found it rather dull. He simply grasped Gaojin's fist. Gaojin immediately attempted to break free, but his strength was not enough to escape Chen Nuo's grip. A sense of caution settled in Gaojin's heart, feeling pressure for the first time. Chen Nuo pushed Gaojin back, causing him to stagger a few steps, and then crash heavily to the ground. Gaojin stared blankly at his fist for a few seconds before looking at Chen Nuo, his face showing a deep surprise. At that moment, Guanning rushed in front of Chen Nuo, protecting him from behind, angrily pointing at Gaojin and questioning him loudly. Why did you hit my husband? She turned back to Chen Nuo with a concerned look. Husband, are you okay? Are you hurt? Chen Nuo gazed deeply at Guanning, his heart shaken. Her acting was simply masterful. Gaojin was still astonished by Chen Nuo's strength, but upon witnessing the scene, both he and Gaoing felt it was unfair for Guanning. It's no wonder they thought so. Guanning's performance was indeed impressive and quite misleading. Chen Nuo lifted his gaze towards Gaoing, who looked striking and impressive, catching his attention. When Gaoing noticed Chen Nuo looking at her, she snorted coldly and spoke sharply. What are you staring at? Chen Nuo narrowed his eyes, slightly feeling displeased. Gaojin quickly positioned himself in front of Gao and cautiously eyeing Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo cast a deep glance at Gaoing before turning his attention back to Guanning. Do you think I'm easily fooled? Do you think everyone is a fool? Guanning felt uneasy under Chen Nuo's gaze and instinctively took a step back. No, I didn't. Chen Nuo snorted coldly. If you didn't, then disappear from my sight immediately. I don't want to see you. Your acting, while impressive, may deceive those who are unaware, but someone who knows the truth, like me, can only feel disgust. Guanning's face flushed with shame, and she argued her case. Husband, I didn't deceive you. I was truly forced. Jiang Yu is the boss of the Jiang group, and you work in the Jiang group. He threatened me. What could I do? Chen Nuo scoffed. Keep making excuses? Is it also fake that I was blocked on my way home? Is it also fake that everyone saw the live stream? Guanning's heart was in turmoil. Her expression showed grievance and helplessness as she shook her head repeatedly, her demeanor evoking a desire to comfort her. Hearing Chen Nuo's words, Gao Ying's brows furrowed slightly. She glanced at the pitiful Guanning and then at Chen Nuo's expression, feeling a bit shaken. Could it be that this woman is truly acting? Did I misjudge this man? Gao Ying shook her head again, feeling uncertain about Guanning's pitiful appearance. This was mostly related to her character. Her straightforward nature made her easily believe in appearances. Just as Gao Ying was conflicted, her brother spoke up with a frown. Brother, could there be some misunderstanding between you? To me, if she truly didn't love you, why would she come close to you and endure such humiliation? Since you say she is with someone else, couldn't she just ignore you? Why would she voluntarily seek humiliation now? Chen Nuo was taken aback by Gao Zhen's words. To be honest, he felt that Gao Zhen had a point. Seeing Chen Nuo's dazed expression, Gao Ying recognized that her brother's words were indeed very reasonable. After pondering for a moment, she looked at Chen Nuo. Her tone was no longer sharp as before, and she spoke. Perhaps you are right, as she did something wrong. I apologize for my previous hasty accusations against you. This was Gao Ying's straightforward character. Chen Nuo was stunned for a moment. He never expected that the previously aggressive Gao Ying would take the initiative to apologize. Just as he was about to say something, Gao Ying continued. However, if the situation is just as she described, I believe you two should have a good talk. Of course, that's your private matter. Gao Ying then looked at Guanning, who had initially wanted to say something, but ultimately turned back to Gao Zhen. Brother, as Chen Nuo watched Gao Ying and Gao Zhen walk inside, he was about to ask Su how about their backgrounds when Guanning, husband, you really misunderstood Ninger. Although those two were rude earlier, they were right. I was truly forced, and my heart only has you. I can no longer accommodate anyone else. Please, you must believe me. Chen Nuo withdrew his gaze from Gao Ying and laughed heartily, feeling a mix of emotions. He had never wanted to interact with Guanning because every time he thought of her, his heart was filled with rage, even thoughts of killing her. However, since he was in the city, he just wanted her to leave quickly and stop disgusting him. Now Chen Nuo's thoughts had changed. He planned to play along with Guanning. Her acting was truly at an award-winning level. Jing Tao, seeing Chen Nuo laugh unabashedly, quietly asked, Chen Nuo, are you okay? Chen Nuo suppressed his laughter and shook his hand. What could possibly be wrong? I'm just happy. I never realized how fortunate I, Chen Nuo, have been all along. He looked at Guanning, having already thought of an idea, and feigned seriousness as he asked, were you truly forced? Guanning nodded hurriedly, her eyes glistening with tears, making her look pitiful. Chen Nuo suppressed his disgust and wiped the tears from Guanning's face. Let's not mention the past anymore. From now on, let's live well. After Chen Nuo spoke, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Guanning, hearing this, was overjoyed and nodded, wrapping her arms around Chen Nuo's. Chen Nuo patted Guanning's hand, and then looked in the direction where Gao Ying and the others had left, asking the three behind him, who is she? Guanning felt inexplicably uncomfortable at Chen Nuo's words, but she understood that she must maintain a nonchalant demeanor at this moment. Hearing Chen Nuo's question, Su Hao quietly spoke to him. Chen Gu, that's Gao Zhen and Gao Ying, both from the military. Their grandfather is a high-ranking official in the military district, and they usually act arrogantly, never showing us three any respect. Chen Nuo raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, military people, huh? Su Hao was taken aback, and upon seeing Chen Nuo's expression, Jing Tao and Zhao Wei also seemed to understand something and nodded, falling silent. Chen Nuo patted Guanning's hand. I'm sorry you had to suffer today. Come, let me treat you to a nice meal. The five of them entered a private room. Su Hao picked up the menu and started ordering, racking up quite a bill in just a moment. Chen Gu, would you like some wine? Chen Nuo shook his head. There's an important matter later, so no need for drinks. In no time the dishes began to arrive, and Guanning stared blankly at the array of dishes, which were incredibly appetizing. Even though she had never seen such luxury before, she knew that this table of food must cost several thousand at the very least. She regretted inwardly, realizing that if she had known Chen Nuo was so wealthy, why bother quibbling over the 300 yuan dowry? She could have married him and enjoyed a life of luxury much earlier. As Guanning was lost in thought, Chen Nuo nudged her arm. What's wrong? Not to your taste. If you don't like it, I can ask Su how to bring you something else. Guanning quickly shook her head, a smile appearing on her face. No need. These are all great. Saying this, she picked up her chopsticks gracefully, selecting a piece of cucumber and slowly chewing it. Watching her, Chen Nuo couldn't help but smile. Such a woman truly opened his eyes. When they had nearly finished eating, Chen Nuo stood up. Jing Tao and the others also put down their chopsticks. Seeing everyone stand, Guanning hurriedly prepared to stand up too. Chen Nuo raised his hand and pressed it on her shoulder, signaling her to stay seated. We have some matters to attend to. You can finish your meal and go back first. I'll contact you after I'm done. As Chen Nuo spoke, he walked toward the door. Guanning felt anxious and called out, Husband Ning wants to go with you. Chen Nuo smiled slightly. Next time. Today's matters are a bit inconvenient. Guanning immediately brightened her face, breaking into a smile. Husband, I'll listen to you. You go ahead and don't worry about me, and be careful on the way. Chen Nuo nodded and walked out of the private room, his eyes gleaming as he turned to Su Hao and said, go tell the restaurant staff that all expenses should be settled by that woman inside. Su Hao was taken aback, looking at Chen Nuo with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Jing Tao noticed Su Hao's expression and playfully kicked him. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and do as Brother Chen instructed. Su Hao snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously as Chen Nuo spoke again. Remember, we forgot to settle the bill, got it? Su Hao immediately understood and walked towards the reception desk, while Chen Nuo and the others headed outside. The three of them waited outside for a while, until Su Hao emerged, nodding at Chen Nuo. This time Chen Nuo got into Su Hao's car, leading the way. The three luxury cars stopped at a residential area not far from the city government. Before Chen Nuo could ask, Su Hao spoke up. My mom said it's safest to keep the money near the city government. That's called hiding in plain sight. Chen Nuo smacked his lips, and then followed Su Hao to the hiding place, which was quite similar to Jing Tao's situation. Seeing the money filling the cabinet, Su Hao and the others discreetly stepped back. Chen Nuo stuffed the money into his bag, which totaled 120 million. Chen Nuo exited the bedroom, and the three of them quickly looked at him. He nodded. Su Hao closed the door, and they headed downstairs, with Su Hao driving to another location. On the way, Guanning called. Chen Nuo glanced at the screen and set it to silent. After arriving, Chen Nuo collected another 100 million. According to Su Hao, there were over 10 such hiding spots. Chen Nuo had no choice but to follow Su Hao around the city. Suddenly, Su Hao's phone rang. After answering, he looked over at Chen Nuo. Brother Chen, it's Gao Ying. She wants you to take the call. Chen Nuo frowned. This woman was attractive, but sharp-tongued. After thinking for a moment, he still picked up the phone. Hello, what's up? Gao Ying on the other end took a deep breath, seemingly controlling her emotions. How come you guys, a bunch of men, had a meal without paying the bill? You left a woman here and didn't answer her call. Chen Nuo was taken aback, suddenly realizing. It turned out that after Guanning had eaten her fill, she was stopped when trying to leave, being told to settle the bill. Guanning was stunned. If it had been a few hundred, she would have paid, but this was over 40,000. After hearing this, she was unwilling and decided to call Chen Nuo, thinking they might have forgotten to pay. However, after several calls, no one answered. While she was entangled with the waitress, Gao Ying and Gao Zhen happened to be ready to leave. They spotted Guanning, and she recognized them as well. Gao Ying approached to inquire about the situation, which led to her directly calling Su Hao later. Upon understanding, Chen Nuo expressed his surprise. Oh, is that so? Let me ask Su Hao. Soon after, Gao Ying heard Chen Nuo's voice asking Su Hao. Since the speaker was on loudspeaker, Guanning could hear it clearly, and she finally relaxed. Then they heard Chen Nuo's voice. Gao Ying, I apologize. Please tell Guanning that my phone was on silent, so I didn't hear earlier. She should pay first, and I'll reimburse her when I get back. Let's leave it at that. I'm quite busy. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tone came from the call, and Gao Ying looked at Guanning. You heard him right. Guanning frowned and nodded. She was reluctant to pay, as this was over 40,000, equivalent to several months. Gao Ying, seeing her expression, thought she was short on cash. The naturally generous Gao Ying then suggested, do you want me to lend you some money? You can pay me back when he gives you the money. Hearing this, Guanning felt overjoyed. It was exactly what she wanted. She quickly showed a conflicted expression. Would it be too much to ask for your help like this? Gao Ying shrugged and patted Guanning's shoulder. Since you're so conflicted, forget it. I was just casually suggesting it. Brother, let's go. Leaving a bewildered Guanning behind, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and settle the bill herself. Outside the hotel, Gao Zhen looked at his sister, who was snickering, and asked with some confusion. Sister, weren't you sympathetic towards her? Why are you teasing her now? Gao Ying turned back, glancing at Guanning, who was paying the bill inside, and said meaningfully, Brother, have you heard the saying that the more beautiful a woman is, the more she lies? This woman. Never mind, I won't tell you, you dense guy. Let's go. Meanwhile, after Chen Nuo hung up, he let out a cold smile. An hour and a half later, he had to admit that he was indeed surrounded by the city government with 13 hiding spots. This saying about hiding in plain sight was truly fitting. A total of over 1,700 million in cash. While Chen Nuo marveled at Su Hao's mother's capabilities, Su Hao mentioned that if Chen Nuo needed real estate, her mother had over 300 apartments available. Chen Nuo checked the time. It was almost 7. He glanced at the countdown, 2230-422. Almost 16 hours had passed. Chen Nuo instructed Jing Tao and the others to head to the villa area from this morning, as he planned to rest there for the night, considering there were still a few vans to deal with. The 3 sports cars arrived at the villa area, and after entering the villa, Chen Nuo told them to wait for him in the living room. He then stepped out and approached the vans to open the package compartment and put the vans away. Chen Nuo looked at the vans in the package compartment. Second-hand vans had many issues, but at least they were 4-wheeled vehicles. The descriptions of several vehicles were similar. When Chen Nuo returned to the living room, the 3 of them understood. They were curious about what he was doing with those vans, feeling as if they had cats scratching in their hearts. Seeing their expressions, Chen Nuo smiled helplessly. Haven't you all already guessed? Why are you still so curious? It's just as you guessed. Zhao Wei chuckled awkwardly. Brother Chen, could you let us have a look? Knowing about it is one thing, but seeing it is another. We're all itching to see it. Chen Nuo glanced at Jing Tao and Su Hao, who were also looking at him with anticipation, and shrugged. I suppose it's not a problem to take a look. As Chen Nuo approached the sofa, he pressed his hand on it. The three of them stared intently at him, observing, as if they were trying to uncover a magician's trick. Buzz! The sofa suddenly vanished. Although the three knew this would happen, they were still dumbfounded only to see it reappear again. There you go, there's no need to be so surprised, it's not a big deal. The three listened to Chen Nuo's words, all looking bewildered. Was it really not a big deal? Was he speaking the truth? Chen Nuo sat on the sofa and addressed the three of them. You've seen my abilities. In 10 days, no, to be precise, only 9 days left. I need you with money to gather money, and those with goods to gather goods. In short, within these 9 days we need to do our best to stockpile more supplies. By the way, how big is this villa area? Also, do you know any builders? I want to fence off a piece of land. Su Hao immediately. Brother Chen, my mom, is in charge of urban development. I can take care of the construction. After Su Hao finished speaking, Jing Tao replied to Chen Nuo's earlier inquiry. Brother Chen, this villa area has about 70 to 80 villas. This particular area has 13 villas that were given to my dad by those pharmaceutical representatives. Chen Nuo shook his head. If there were other residents, building a wall would bring a lot of trouble. He set that thought aside and said to the three of them, let's put that aside for now. In the next couple of days, find a way to get some generators, whether gasoline, diesel, or new energy types. Check your connections and see if you can acquire some. As I've said, if you can buy on credit, do so. If you can't, you can make a down payment, but the final payment must be made after 10. The three of them expressed their understanding. Chen Nuo glanced at them and noticed they seemed to have something to say. If there's something, just say it. Since you've chosen to follow me, there's no need to hold back. It's best for you that way. The three of them quickly nodded, and finally Jing Tao stepped forward. Brother Chen, we've been out having fun these past 2 days and haven't had a chance to return. We want to report back tonight and hurry to take care of the matters you've assigned to us tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Chen Nuo wondered what it was about. He waved his hand dismissively. What did you think it was? Go back. Remember to hurry up and handle the matters I assigned to you tomorrow. The three of them were taken aback, their faces showing surprise. Brother Chen, can we really go back? Chen Nuo looked at them, and after a few seconds he asked, are you going to disappoint me? The three of them quickly shook their heads, and Chen Nuo shrugged slightly. If that's the case, what do I have to worry about? Go on. After you return, get to bed early. Wake up tomorrow and hurry to take care of my matters. The three of them stumbled out of the villa. They drove to a location far from the villa area and parked. The 3 cars parked side by side, and as they opened their doors and windows, they still couldn't believe they had left so easily. Zhao Wei was the first to speak. What do you think? What kind of person is Brother Chen? Su Hao thought of how Chen Nuo killed like chopping vegetables. Brother Chen is decisive and dares to fight and kill. Jing Tao looked at the two, his brow slightly furrowed. I want to be clear if I was serious about what I said earlier. I want to follow Brother Chen. You've seen that kind of ability. Even if you want to utilize the power of the state, it may not be easy to capture Brother Chen. The two quickly exclaimed, Jing Tao, what are you saying? I have no intention of betraying Brother Chen. Exactly, Jing Tao, don't think you're the only one who sees clearly. We're not fools. With that kind of ability plus what Brother Chen is going to do, there will definitely be something big happening in 10 days. Although I don't know what it is, as long as we follow Brother Chen, we will never suffer losses. The three of them reached a consensus to fully accomplish the tasks assigned by Chen Nuo within these 10 days. After they left, Chen Nuo took out his phone and found Su Li's number. Hello, little brother, don't worry, tomorrow morning someone from Alien Storage will go to meet you for the handover. Chen Nuo was taken aback, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his face. Sister Su, what you said is misleading. I'm not here to rush you, I'm here to give you money. Su Li was a bit surprised, letting out a soft sound. Oh, is that so? Didn't you say it would be tomorrow? Chen Nuo glanced at the cash in the package area and decided to take out 1 billion first. Aren't you in a hurry? This time I will pay you in advance of 1 billion. Sister Su, how much supply can you provide me? Of course, this time the supplies must include various categories covering food, clothing, and daily necessities. It would be best. Chen Nuo hadn't finished speaking when Su Li interrupted him. How much did you say? I didn't hear wrong, did I? You said 1 billion. Chen Nuo chuckled, surprised that Su Li would also be astonished. 1 billion is indeed a large amount, but for Su Li, who holds 23 of the Jiang Group shares and is worth over 10 billion, this 1 billion is just a drop in the bucket. She wasn't surprised because of that amount, but mainly because this 1 billion means that according to their previous agreement, Su Li would need to supply Chen Nuo with 7.5 billion worth of goods, in addition to the 1.5 billion supply contract signed today that totals 9 billion worth of goods, which is a significant business. More crucially, the balance can be settled in 10 days with a short cycle and decent profits. Even if problems arise in the end, Chen Nuo's 1.2 billion advance payment would serve as a penalty for breach of contract. In any case, they're getting a great deal. Yes, you heard me right. I want to pay another 1 billion in advance. Su Li paused for a few seconds and spoke with, since my little brother is so supportive, I can't let him down. I can take charge of the 1 billion advance payment, and along with the previous 1.5 billion, I will arrange for you a total of 10 billion worth of supplies. However, everything must go as per the previous agreement. All supplies must be stored and sealed. After hearing this, Chen Nuo was delighted and quickly replied, "Thank you, Sister Su. Everything will proceed according to our previous agreement. However, I hope you can fully support me. I might need to purchase more within these 10 days. This time Su Li was genuinely astonished. What? Is 10 billion not enough? How much are you planning to buy? Chen Nuo chuckled and said to Su Li, Sister Su, don't ask so many questions. Just like you said before, if there's money to be made, why dig too deeply into it? By the way, I will be paying in cash, is that okay? After they settled the arrangements, they hung up the phone, agreeing to meet at that warehouse tomorrow to sign the contract on site. Chen Nuo sat on the sofa contemplating the situation. It wasn't that he wanted to spend money, rather it was the only way to bring a large amount of supplies into Nana City. Without transactions, goods wouldn't aggregate in large quantities. True, he has space for unlimited zero-cost purchases, but how much could he really obtain that way? The key is that he might attract the attention of the police. Now with someone helping to gather the supplies, it would save him a lot of trouble when the apocalypse arrives. After thinking through everything, Chen Nuo stepped out of the villa, waved his hand, and a van appeared. Though he trusted Jing Tao and the others, one must always be cautious. He got into the van, searched for the car keys in the package area, found them, and started the vehicle to drive away from the villa area. Meanwhile, after Su Li hung up, she immediately called her assistant, instructing him to notify all senior executives and shareholders to come to the company headquarters for an urgent meeting. Those who do not come will face the consequences. Jiang Yu was feeling heartbroken today, he lost 16 of his shares due to a night of indulgence. If he cashed out, it would amount to at least over 10 billion. Just thinking about spending over 10 billion on a broken shoe made him uneasy. Thus he thought of Guanning. Although he was angry, just thinking about her alluring figure made him touch his pants and swallow hard. He took out his phone, found Guanning's number, and dialed. After Guanning returned home, she kept thinking about Chen Nuo. Having never done housework, she cleaned the house thoroughly today. Suddenly her phone rang. Without even checking who it was, she answered directly. Honey, when are you coming back? Ninger misses you. On the other end, Jiang Ye's heart trembled. Guanning's voice was so alluring it made him feel hot all over. Is that so? Little vixen, just wait for me at home. Your godfather will be there soon. Upon hearing the voice, Guanning's body stiffened. She quickly checked the caller ID, and her face turned pale instantly. Mr. Jiang. No. I'm sorry, I thought it was my husband. Mr. Jiang, my husband will be back. Jiang Yu frowned, his voice slightly displeased. What, Mr. Jiang? Call me godfather. And that poor loser is just in time. I want to toy with you in front of him, so I can make up for the over 10 billion I've lost. Guanning's heart sank. She took a deep breath. If she didn't know that Chen Nuo was a wealthy second-generation heir, she might have had some fantasies about Jiang Yu. Now she certainly couldn't be foolish. If she were caught by Chen Nuo again, it would be her loss. Mr. Jiang, please speak with respect. I only love my husband. If you continue to threaten me, I will accuse you of rape. Jiang Yu was stunned, but just a few seconds later he started to feel excited. He thought Guanning was playing hard to get. Awesome. I love this kind of flirtation. Just wait, I'll be there soon. Guanning was dumbfounded. Is this person crazy? Jiang Yu hung up the phone, tidied his outfit, and sprayed on some. Just as he was about to leave, his phone suddenly rang. He initially didn't want to answer, but glancing at the caller ID, it turned out to be his father, Jiang Tianhai. Jiang Ye's face darkened. He had been quite displeased with the previous day's commotion, all because of his father Jiang Tianhai and Su Li's father Su Ji. Jiang Yu adjusted his breathing and then answered the call. Hello, Dad. Su Li has notified all the shareholders and high-level executives that an urgent meeting is to be held. You should hurry to the company. Beep, 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 the call ended. Jiang Yu looked at the dimming phone screen. He still wanted to ask for the reason, but after thinking about Guanning for 2 or 3 seconds with a conflicted expression, he sighed and sent her a message. Guanning, at a loss about what to do, called Chen Nuo, but he did not answer. Suddenly the screen lit up. She quickly glanced at her phone and saw it was a message from Jiang Yu. Her heart raced, thinking that Jiang Yu had really come over. She nervously opened the message and let out a sigh of relief. At 8:30 in the evening, all shareholders and executives of the Jiang Group were notified to attend a meeting. They arrived in the conference room, each expressing their confusion. One shareholder asked old Jiang, what major issue does Director Su have? Why hold a meeting at this hour? Can it wait until tomorrow? Old Jiang shook his head, equally unclear. Sitting nearby, Jiang Yu snorted coldly without speaking. The others didn't dare to provoke him, but they were all thinking about the welfare live stream from yesterday. The men couldn't help but swallow, while the women were bolder than the men, their faces full of teasing. After a few minutes of casual conversation, Su Li pushed the door and entered the conference room, drawing everyone's attention. Su Li was radiant and full of confidence, adding an unusual charm to her presence. As others marveled, they couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yu, wondering why such a wonderful woman was out flirting. They couldn't help but shake their heads. Even old Jiang seemed a bit distracted. Jiang Yu, however, was mesmerized. He had never realized how charming Su Li was compared to her at that moment. Guanning was simply unremarkable. Su Li first greeted Jiang Tianhai, then looked at the other shareholders and executives. Finally, she saw Jiang Yu staring at her, foolishly snorted coldly, rolled her eyes, and ignored him. Jiang Ye's heart raced. That glance was so captivating that he found it hard to resist. I have gathered everyone here for a meeting today, Su Li began. Although it's a bit rushed, there's no helping it. As you all know, I just signed a contract worth 1.5 billion. Everyone listened attentively, waiting for more. An hour ago, the client called again. A small shareholder furrowed his brow and spoke up. But is it a breach of contract? If so, the advance payment would count as liquidated damages. Suli shook her head, a broad smile on her face. The client is not breaching the contract. Rather, they want to increase the order quantity. They plan to pay an additional 1 billion in advance tomorrow. I have already agreed to supply them with 10 billion worth of goods alongside the signed contract. What? 10 billion? The conference room erupted in chatter, and everyone began discussing. Jiang Tianhai cleared his throat, and all fell silent. Shaoli, is it still based on the previous agreement? Suli nodded. All goods must be stored and sealed. The balance will be settled in 10 days. If any issues arise, the advance payment will be treated as liquidated damages. Jiang Tianhai lightly furrowed his brow and spoke softly. So let me get this straight, with an advance payment of 1.2 billion, we need to supply 10 billion worth of goods, settle the balance in 10 days, and ensure all goods are stored and sealed. If there are problems, the advance payment serves as liquidated damages. Jiang Tianhai looked at the others. Everyone, what do you think? Can we proceed with this business? Of course we can. As long as we send someone to oversee the warehouse, everything will be fine in 10 days. Even if the other party has issues, as long as the goods aren't short, we can get 1.2 billion in liquidated damages. This is like free money. Zhao Wei's father Zhao Tianhe was also present as a shareholder in the Jiang group. For the warehouse, let's use my alien storage, it's safer. Suli smiled slightly. Uncle Zhao, the client originally specified alien storage. Zhao Tianhe was taken aback. Oh, is that so? That's great. Everyone can rest assured, as long as the goods enter alien storage, I guarantee nothing will leave until the balance is settled. Suli continued. Uncle Zhao, my client, is a good friend of your son Zhao Wei. This alien storage was probably arranged by your son for that client. Zhao Tianhe was even more baffled. His usually idle son actually had such connections, but his face was relaxed. Is that so? That brat didn't give me a hint at all. I'll have to ask him about this when I get home. Once everyone showed no further concerns, Suli directly issued instructions. The importance of this transaction to our group goes without saying. I hope everyone will cooperate fully. The client has stated that within 10 days our group must do our utmost to supply him, and he will increase future orders. Jiang Tianhai was surprised and asked Shaoli, there will be more orders. What exactly does this client want? Could it be that the supplies are in short supply? Zhao Tianhe laughed heartily. Old Jiang, you're just worrying unnecessarily. Even if our group provides to the fullest, what does that little supply mean to the whole country and the world? Suli nodded in agreement. Dad, why overthink it? As long as there's profit to be made, why should we care about the details? Even if supplies were genuinely scarce, as long as we have money, would we still worry about not being able to buy things? The others nodded in agreement with Su Li's words. Yes, Director Su is right. As long as we can get the money, what do we care about what they want to do? Indeed, Director Su is impressive. On her first day as chairperson, she secured a contract worth billions. Jiang Tianhai reflected and found it quite reasonable, shaking his head with a smile. It seems I really am getting old. Shaoli, your decision is correct. As long as it benefits the group, we all support you. Everyone reached a consensus to spare no effort in supplying Chen Nuo. Nearby Jiang Yu felt a bit displeased. Listening to everyone praising Su Li made it seem as if he had been useless before. The earlier turbulence in his heart dissipated. Su Li continued, the client has requested that all needs for food, drink, clothing, and other essentials must be met, and the proportions should be appropriate. We will adjust according to our market's proportions. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Thinking of how Chen Nuo had always emphasized that she should do her utmost to help him, Su Li pondered for a moment before speaking again. I have decided to assign each person to a specific aspect. The client has not specified the source of the products, so I will leave this to you all. However, I must stress that basic quality must be ensured, or otherwise. Su Li's words lit up everyone's eyes, and they all understood the implication. They became excited, fully aware of the potential profits involved. Everyone's enthusiasm was ignited. Su Li glanced at the crowd, feeling that she could only help her brother so much. Everyone left the conference room with excitement, each pondering their connections. At this moment, connections became crucial. Within 10 days, how much capability you had would determine how much money you could earn. Quite reasonable, right? Chen Nuo, of course, was unaware of Su Li's clever maneuvers. He was leisurely speeding down the road in a van, making it feel like he was driving a sports car. Upon reaching the city, Chen Nuo saw police officers checking cars from a distance. He immediately turned the steering wheel and veered into a side road. His actions were too conspicuous, and the police had already noticed. He saw an officer chasing him on a motorcycle. Chen Nuo drove onto a small road, turned a few times, and then entered a dark alley. He quickly turned off the engine and got out, hiding the van, and pretended to be just a passerby as he walked out of the alley. At that moment, the police zoomed past. He raised his hand to hail a taxi and gave the address of the Yunong Wenong Hotel. The taxi stopped, and Chen Nuo paid and got out. As he entered the hotel, Li Shui's eyes brightened upon seeing him. Mr. Chen, you're here? Chen Nuo nodded. The same room as yesterday, please book it for a week. Li Shui was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Chen, if you book for a week, we have a discount. I can authorize a rate of 13000 for you. Chen Nuo didn't care much about this small amount of money, but it was good to save some as he wasn't a fool. Oh, then thank you, miss. After checking in, Chen Nuo lay directly on the bed, pondering whether there was anything missing. Suddenly, he had a thought, sat up, found a piece of paper, and set it on fire. Chen Nuo watched the burning paper and placed it into his inventory. The flaming paper blazed fiercely, burning. Chen Nuo looked at the paper in his inventory and then took it out again. Indeed, everything was still in a state of suspension in the inventory. Once taken out, the paper continued to burn. This indicated that Chen Nuo could easily purchase ready-made food items and store them in his inventory, allowing him to eat directly in the post-apocalyptic world. So he took out his phone and first called Jing Tao, conveying his request. Jing Tao was taken aback for a moment, but quickly understood what Chen Nuo was planning and nodded in agreement. I understand. Is it the full Manchuhan banquet? I will arrange for the restaurant to prepare a large quantity and have everything delivered to alien storage. Chen Nuo hung up the phone and then called Su Hao, followed by Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei was in the study being questioned by Zhao Wei. I heard you made a friend who is collaborating with the Jiang group and using our alien storage warehouse. Zhao Wei was taken aback, staring blankly at Zhao Tianhe. Upon seeing Zhao Wei's expression, Zhao Tianhe chuckled and said, "What's wrong? Still want to keep it from your father? Haha, it seems you've grown up. This friend of yours is quite good. I always thought you were idle, destined to be a rich second generation, living off others. But it turns out that a tiger father does not breed a dog son. I want pride too much, who I've entrusted everything at alien storage to you for the next 10 days. Remember, although that person is your friend, a deal is a deal. All materials entering alien storage absolutely cannot leave within 10 days. Do you understand?" Zhao Wei thought Zhao Tianhe had discovered their secret, but it turned out to be a false alarm. Just then Chen Nuo's call came through. When Zhao Wei saw it was Chen Nuo, he said to Zhao Tianhe, "Dad, it's my friend calling." Zhao Tianhe nodded and waved his hand. "Go ahead. Make more friends like this in the future. Remember, pay attention to the task I just gave you, and don't be careless just because he's a friend." Zhao Wei nodded to indicate he understood, walked out of the study, and took a deep breath as the light in his eyes flickered. Zhao Tianhe watched Zhao Wei leave the study, thought for a moment, and then took out his phone to call the person in charge of alien. "Old Lu, this is Zhao Tianhe. For the next 10 days, my son Zhao Wei will manage alien storage. Just keep an eye on all the entrances and exits, ensuring no materials leave. Tomorrow, ask Zhao Wei for specifics. You need to pay attention. It's my son's first time handling serious business, and we need to train him well. That's it for now. Let's talk later." Zhao Wei quickly entered his bedroom. Once the call connected, he apologized, saying, "Brother Chen, I kept you waiting because my dad was asking about you." Chen Nuo was taken aback and softly exclaimed, "My matter?" Zhao Wei thought for a moment and then replied, "My dad attended a meeting at the Jiang group today, and when he returned, he called me into the study. He must have heard something from the Jiang group, and he has entrusted alien storage to me entirely, saying that I should keep a close eye on the materials entering the warehouse." Zhao Tianhe definitely did not expect that his son had conveyed his words clearly to Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo smiled. It seemed that even heaven was assisting him. With Zhao Wei's help, things became much easier. After explaining to Zhao Wei about finding a restaurant, he hung up the phone and casually looked at his phone, where Zitamato News was pushing international headlines. Chen Nuo was drawn in by a headline. The great beautiful nation's 6 aircraft carrier fleets are conducting military exercises with other countries. What do they intend to achieve? Chen Nuo shook his head, lacking even the desire to click and watch. After all, in 10 days the apocalypse would arrive and everything would become unimportant. He casually tossed his phone onto the bed and suddenly sat up with a start. What if I can store these 6 aircraft carrier fleets in my inventory? Would I still lack weapons? Chen Nuo quickly picked up his phone, found the news article, and clicked on it. His eyes sparkled with excitement. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Chen Nuo got up and left the hotel. He stood at the hotel entrance and glanced at the countdown to 125415. He raised his hand to hail a taxi, which stopped. Chen Nuo got into the taxi and headed straight to alien storage. On the way, he called Su Li, asking her to send someone early and gather more people. After all, 10 billion cash is no small amount. Of just counting it would take several hours. After arriving at the warehouse, Chen Nuo took out 10 billion in cash, stacking it in the middle of the warehouse. There were a total of dozens of piles, creating a striking visual impact. However, Chen Nuo felt indifferent. Having so much money, if he didn't spend it before the apocalypse, it would be cumbersome even to use it for wiping. By 7:30, Chen Nuo heard the sound of vehicles outside the warehouse and walked out. He saw 4 or 5 cars parked in front of the warehouse, including a large bus. Su Li got out of the car, and upon seeing Chen Nuo, smiled sweetly. "Brother, I hope I'm not late." Chen Nuo hurriedly approached her. "Sister Su, why did you come in person?" Su Li opened her arms, gesturing to Chen Nuo, who had no choice but to give her a light hug. "A 10 billion contract is a big deal for our group. I had to come personally to show my appreciation for you." After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Nuo led Su Li into the warehouse. Upon seeing the piles of cash, even Su Li, who was wealthy, was left speechless. Su Li, looking at the vast amount of cash, said nothing but turned to the people behind her. "Quickly count the amount." This time more than 30 people came bringing about 40 to 50 bill counters. Seeing them already busy, Chen Nuo turned to Su Li and said, Sister Su, while 10 billion seems like a lot, it is still far from enough. You need to pay more attention here. Su Li had heard Chen Nuo say this several times already. She glanced at him and then looked at the people busy counting the cash, softly saying, Don't worry, I've mobilized all the resources of the group and I've allowed them to use their connections to supply you with materials as long as the quality is guaranteed. I hope you won't mind me saying this. You understand that only benefits can motivate people. Upon hearing this, Chen Nuo not only did not blame her, but instead showed joy. That's best. If they benefit, they'll be more proactive in seeking materials. Sister Su, I should thank you. Su Li felt relieved seeing Chen Nuo genuinely happy. She had been worried that he might be displeased. As long as you understand, if you hadn't insisted on full cooperation, I wouldn't have said this. By the way, since this will take a long time, shall we go check out our group's warehouse here? Chen Nuo nodded. He did not plan to stay and supervise. The two went to the Jiang group's warehouse where someone was. Chen Nuo entered the warehouse, which was very large. His own warehouse was only about 1,000 square meters, while this one was at least 4,000 to 5,000 square meters. This was just one of the Jiang group's warehouses. Chen Nuo glanced around the warehouse filled with goods, appliances, food, clothing, everything one could imagine. Su Li led Chen Nuo through several such warehouses, including cold storage mainly for vegetables, fruits, and meats. There were 7,000 to 8,000 tons of vegetables, 6.5 tons of frozen meat, and 1,430 tons of rice flour and oil. This was just the inventory of the Jiang Group's supermarket. Helium storage also had inventory from other markets. Thinking of all this, Chen Nuo felt exhilarated. Brother, actually, just this inventory can sustain the consumption of over 10 million people in Nanha City for half a month. I'm not sure about its value, but it must be worth several billion. However, to maintain the normal supply of Nanha City, I will reserve a day's worth of supplies. The rest can be handed over to you. Additionally, the group has already begun sourcing from other places, and the 10 billion worth of materials will arrive soon. Chen Nuo took a deep breath, holding Su Li's hand. Su Li struggled a bit, but couldn't break free. Her face flushed as she whispered, Brother, let go of me quickly, but won't be good if someone sees us. Chen Nuo not only did not let go, but his thumb continued to caress Su Li's hand. Su Li giggled upon hearing Chen Nuo's words. What? Little brother, do you have thoughts about your sister? Chen Nuo hurriedly nodded, his eyes filled with affection. I only regret that at the time of our meeting you had already become someone else's wife. Alas, it's too late to say anything now. Oh, I can only lament that little brother lacks fortune. Su Li was momentarily stunned by Chen Nuo's words, and at that moment, she actually had the thought of quickly divorcing Jiang Yu. Su Li snapped back to reality, withdrew her hand, and lightly tapped Chen Nuo's chest with her finger. You naughty little brother, always talking nonsense. Alright, I will have someone take away the supplies needed for today, and leave the rest for you. You can check, and once the amount is confirmed, just seal the warehouse. Chen Nuo nodded, and as they exited the warehouse, they saw Zhao Wei and a middle-aged man approaching from a distance. Brother Chen, I'm here. Chen Nuo nodded at Zhao Wei. Have you eaten? If not, go grab something to eat first. There's nothing urgent here. Old Lu, who was behind Zhao Wei, was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen someone speak so casually with Zhao Wei, and the key point was that Zhao Wei was being so accommodating. I have eaten. By the way, Brother Chen, have you eaten? If not, I can get something for you. Chen Nuo then remembered that he indeed hadn't eaten. However, since Su Li was beside him, he replied directly, I came after I ate. Since there's nothing to do, just go over there and keep an eye out for me. Zhao Wei immediately went off happily in that direction, while old Lu stayed behind looking at Chen Nuo with surprise before glancing at Su Li. Su Dong, our boss, has told me that within these 10 days all supplies can only come in and not go out. We've increased personnel at all entry and exit points. I want to ask, after sealing the warehouse, do we need to assign someone to guard it? Upon hearing this, Su Li first looked at Chen Nuo, who wore a calm expression, and then turned to old Lu. Old Lu, for such a large warehouse, there's no need to assign someone specifically to watch it. Just ensure the entry and exit points are secure. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Nuo and Su Li were chatting in the car when the personnel in charge of managing the warehouse approached. In fact, if the value of the inventory were calculated, it would be straightforward. There are records of how much supply there is that just took this long to transport a day's worth of supplies. Sudong, all the supplies in the 9 warehouses have been clearly recorded, totaling over 2.73 billion. Please take a look. Su Li took the report, glanced at it casually, and then handed it to Chen Nuo. Little brother, do you want to verify it? Chen Nuo took the form and scanned it briefly. Let's go take a look. After all, it's worth tens of billions. It's better to see it for ourselves. Chen Nuo didn't examine it too closely. He simply made a round through the 9 warehouses, which were filled to the brim with supplies. The exact total of tens of billions was no longer important. What mattered was that all of this would soon belong to him. Sister, don't limit yourself to 10 billion on your side. I will definitely increase the purchase amount later, so feel free to arrange it. Within 10 days, as long as you can get it, I can take it. Su Li felt a bit worried, but since the advance payment had been made, she was not afraid, even if something went wrong. She thought for a moment, wondering whether to buy insurance, just in case something went wrong, but she hesitated at the thought of spending extra money unnecessarily. Perhaps she should first discuss it with the other shareholders. Little brother, don't worry, I will keep this in mind, and will urge them when I return. The two of them exited the warehouse, which was locked up again. From this moment on, the warehouse was officially sealed. Little brother, those vegetables and fruits can be kept in the cold storage for half a month without any problems, and the meat can last for 3 months. If you're worried about the vegetables and fruits going bad, I can supply them to Nanhash City first, and then replenish them in the last few days. Chen Nuo thought for a moment. Let's do it this way. Oh, although it's not easy to preserve the vegetables and fruits, half a month is sufficient. Su Li didn't understand what Chen Nuo meant by sufficient. However, since Chen Nuo didn't seem to care, she decided not to say anything further. The two of them arrived at the previous warehouse, which was nearly finished. After another 10 minutes, the person in charge indeed came out. Su Dong, it is indeed 1 billion, not a penny less, not a penny more. Next they began loading the truck. Chen Nuo and Su Li voided the previous contract and signed a new contract for 10 billion with the same terms as the previous one. Su Li reluctantly bid farewell to Chen Nuo. She still needed to coordinate the layout. Even though their previous inventory had been 2 to 3 billion, that was due to a continuous supply chain. To fulfill Chen Nuo's request for 10 billion in supplies, even with their group's full operation, it would still take 3 to 5 days. Chen Nuo watched Su Li's convoy depart, and then turned to Zhao Wei beside him. Where are Su Hao and Jing Tao? Zhao Wei had already contacted both of them, and replied to Chen Nuo. Jing Tao is busy with the medicine issue, and Su Hao is trying to figure out how to get a generator. Chen Nuo nodded, and turned to lock the warehouse doors, suddenly recalling the news he had seen yesterday. Zhao Wei, I need dozens of sets of professional diving equipment. Go figure out a way to get them for me. As before, if we can get credit, do that. If not, then advance payment with the balance settled in 10 days. Zhao Wei immediately took out his phone. He indeed knew someone who dealt in diving equipment, and his father was the richest man in Nanhash City, making these connections easy to leverage. Chen Nuo watched as Zhao Wei dialed the number. Upon hearing it was Zhao Wei, the other end agreed to payment in a month without any issue. Chen Nuo couldn't help but sigh, though having connections makes things easier. After Zhao Wei made arrangements with the other side, he asked Chen Nuo, Brother Chen, do you need anything else? If that's all, I'll have them deliver the diving equipment here. Chen Nuo thought for a moment. Get more oxygen tanks, the kind used for deep diving equipment. Zhao Wei understood and relayed Chen Nuo's request. After providing the address, he hung up. Brother Chen, it's all set. What do you need the diving equipment for? Chen Nuo had no intention of hiding it. He looked around to ensure no one was paying attention and whispered, I saw on the news that there are military exercises happening in the South China Sea, and I heard that there are 6 aircraft carrier groups. I want to take a trip this way. Not only will I have weapons, but also planes and missiles. Zhao Wei's body trembled, and he became a bit dizzy, staring at Chen Nuo in shock. Chen Nuo patted his shoulder. Look at you, isn't this just basic operation? Zhao Wei swallowed hard, his face showing intense excitement. Brother Chen, when are you going? Can I come with you? Chen Nuo shook his head, and disappointment flashed in Zhao Wei's eyes. Chen Nuo earnestly said, Zhao Wei, I still need you to keep an eye on things here. As you can see, I have signed a 10 billion shopping contract with Jiang Group, and supplies will continuously arrive in the next few days. You need to help me monitor these supplies. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wei understood Chen Nuo's considerations. It was indeed necessary to have someone here. Hey, I just wanted to see Brother Chen driving out foreign invaders in action. Don't worry, Brother Chen, I will definitely keep a good watch over our supplies. While the two were talking, several middle-aged men suddenly approached, and Zhao Wei frowned. Chen Nuo looked at those men, not recognizing them. Do you know them? Zhao Wei nodded. They are all owners of large shopping malls, and some deal in hardware and building materials. Chen Nuo raised an eyebrow, vaguely guessing something. At that moment, the few men had already come up to them. Young Master Zhao, long time no see. My daughter has been talking about you lately. Zhao Wei was taken aback, and then looked at the chubby middle-aged man with big ears. Oh, Uncle Chong, it has indeed been a while since I've seen Chong Ling. They'll definitely ask her out to have some fun when I have time. Chong Jianjun nodded, and then looked at Chen Nuo beside him. Who is this? Zhao Wei didn't understand the other party's intentions, and could only glance at Chen Nuo, who directly extended his hand. I am Chen Nuo, a good buddy of Zhao Wei. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wei's heart raced, and his face showed surprise. Chong Jianjun shook hands with Chen Nuo. Hello, I'm Chong Jianjun. I own 2 large malls in Nanhash City. I came here today on short notice because I heard some news. I heard that Jiang Group received a 10 billion order, so I took the liberty to ask if there is an opportunity for cooperation. The others also introduced themselves. They were all business people, some dealing in fruits and vegetables, some in hardware and building materials, and others in meat businesses, among others. A hint of delight appeared in Chen Nuo's eyes. Just as he expected, a 10 billion order would certainly attract the attention of other business people, and they would find ways to inquire about him. This was exactly the effect Chen Nuo wanted. Only when everyone was mobilized would more supplies come to Nanhash City. Oh, are you suggesting that I purchase your supplies? Chong Jianjun and the others nodded, their faces revealing anticipation. Chen Nuo glanced at them, not speaking immediately, but walked back and forth a few steps. Do you know how much the Jiang Group has given me in concessions? Chang Jianjun had already learned the terms of the contract, otherwise he wouldn't have come directly to Chen Nuo. 1. 2 billion in advance payment, a contract worth 10 billion, and the remaining payment to be settled in 10 days. Before the final payment is settled, all materials will be stored and sealed. Chen Nuo looked at Chang Jianjun, who met his gaze, and Chen Nuo nodded. You are right, I didn't expect that someone from such a large company as the Jiang Group would have the contract's details so clearly understood by you. You're impressive. Chang Jianjun took a deep breath, not underestimating Chen Nuo because of his youth. I also heard that your needs are not limited to 10 billion. You have repeatedly indicated that you want the Jiang Group to fully cooperate with you. Chen Nuo nodded, signaling him to continue. Chang Jianjun turned back to glance at the others, who nodded to each other, and then Chang Jianjun turned back to Chen Nuo. Although each of us alone pales in comparison to the Jiang Group, if we join forces, the resources we can mobilize will definitely not be less than theirs. Chen Nuo looked at him calmly, remaining silent. We have discussed it. If you can proceed as agreed with the Jiang Group, we can provide you with 30 billion worth of materials for your 1 billion advance payment. As you can see, we cover almost all aspects of life, and as long as you cooperate with us, we will do our utmost to assist you. Chen Nuo looked at the others behind Chang Jianjun, all of whom nodded. He moved to the side and found a place to sit down, closing his eyes as if deep in thought. Chang Jianjun and the others did not urge him. They understood that such a significant business deal required careful consideration. 2 minutes later, Chen Nuo opened his eyes and looked at Chang Jianjun and the others. The advance payment is in cash. If possible, I can pay you 300 million in advance, and you can provide me with 3 billion worth of materials. Of course, I will increase the amount in a couple of days. What do you think? Chang Jianjun furrowed his brow, looking at the others. Seeing their hesitant expressions, he turned back to Chen Nuo and said, Can we discuss this for a moment first? Chen Nuo shrugged indifferently. That's fine. I'm a bit hungry now. Zhao Wei and I will go to the cafeteria here to grab something to eat. You can either come find me there after you've discussed it, or wait for me here. Either is fine. Chen Nuo and Zhao Wei left, and Chang Jianjun looked at the others. What are your thoughts? I think 300 million in advance is not a big deal. You all should know he only paid 200 million in advance yesterday morning, signing a contract for 1.5 billion, and today he added another 1 billion. Now he is offering us 300 million in advance, and I feel it's even better than what the Jiang Group offered us. The others realized the truth in this, since they were willing to give 10 billion in advance for 100 billion worth of materials, then 300 million for 30 billion didn't seem too unacceptable, especially since he might increase the amount at any time. The group quickly reached a consensus, agreeing to Chen Nuo's request, but they did not immediately seek him out. Instead, they waited there. A few big bosses who normally found it difficult to meet were actually waiting together for Chen Nuo. One must admit the power of money is truly formidable. Chen Nuo and Zhao Wei arrived at the cafeteria of Ilian Storage. Chen Nuo ordered a serving of braised chicken, which he had loved to eat in his past life, and often ordered for takeout. When the braised chicken arrived, Chen Nuo took a bite and found it quite tasty. He turned to Zhao Wei beside him and said, Go arrange for the cafeteria to prepare more braised chicken whenever they have free time. Just for 9 days, and increase their wages for these days. Zhao Wei was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood. He walked over to the cafeteria to speak with the person in charge. Chen Nuo glanced at Zhao Wei talking to that person and then ignored them. At that moment, his phone rang. He took it out and saw it was an unfamiliar number. After thinking for a moment, he hung up. Just after hanging up, the number called again, and at that moment Zhao Wei walked over. Brother Chen, it's all set. I'll let them make 1,000 servings for now. Chen Nuo nodded, looking at his phone, then answered and switched to speaker mode. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Nuo? I am Su Dalong, the president of the bank in Nanny City. Before the person finished speaking, Chen Nuo snorted coldly. Scammer. He hung up the phone directly. Zhao Wei sat down in a daze and said to Chen Nuo, Brother Chen, I don't know if he is a scammer, but the president of our Nanny City bank is indeed named Su Dalong. Chen Nuo bit into a chicken foot, looking up at Zhao Wei with a confused mind. He recalled the earlier meeting with Chang Jianjun and the others. Could it be? The phone screen lit up again, this time displaying the Nanny City bank. Chen Nuo glanced at Zhao Wei and then, Hello, Mr. Chen Nuo, it's Su Dalong, the president of the Nanny City bank, who you just called a scammer. Chen Nuo couldn't help but think, is the world really this crazy? He had roughly guessed why Su Dalong was calling him, and sure enough. Mr. Chen, are you listening? Chen Nuo spat out the chicken foot in his mouth, wiped his hands, casually picked up the phone on the table, and said, Hello, I'm listening. I'm sorry, President Su, I was confused by the scam as well. I hope you can understand. The two began exchanging compliments, and they talked for a long time without getting to the point. Finally, Chen Nuo directly asked, President Su, I'm curious if you called me for any specific reason. Su Dalong paused for a few seconds, and Chen Nuo heard a voice on the phone. It's like this. I heard that you, Mr. Chen, are recently purchasing a large amount of materials which are stored in Ilian Storage. I was thinking our bank has loan quotas recently. Could you use those materials as collateral to get some funds from our bank? Don't worry, I will definitely give you the lowest interest rate. Chen Nuo was truly shocked. He had just speculated, and now it was actually the case. Could it be that the rules of this world are different from those of his previous world? Brother Su, I won't hide it from you. I have prepaid 2 billion for those materials and signed a contract for 10 billion worth of purchases. Currently I have 7 billion worth of materials on hand, and the final payment is due in 10 days. However, using these materials as collateral, will there be any? Su Dalong didn't wait for Chen Nuo to finish. He already understood the general situation and spoke directly. Brother Chen, you can rest assured, I have full faith in your financial capacity. As long as you sign an agreement with our bank to repay the loan in 10 days, we can arrange the funds completely. Chen Nuo was confused and inquired, but those materials don't completely belong to me. Wouldn't that cause some inconvenience? Su Dalong replied firmly, brother, don't worry. As the president, all you need to do is help me solve this loan quota. You don't have to worry about anything else. I will handle everything, and I will calculate the interest at the lowest rate for you. Chen Nuo took a deep breath and stood up. Since Brother Su has said so, Chen Nuo cannot refuse to give you face. Tell me, how much can I loan against these materials? Su Dalong asked about the specific numbers of the materials, and after calculating he said, brother, although your materials are currently worth only over 7 billion, your contract is for 10 billion. Based on that, I can give you a credit limit of 7 billion. Chen Nuo was astonished. Really? Brother Su, wouldn't that be too much? Isn't the risk too great? Su Dalong shook his head on the other end. Brother, this isn't too much. What are you worried about? I'm not worried about the risk. You can rest assured, everything is under my control. It wasn't that Su Dalong was naive, rather he had already received news that the Jiang group was fully mobilizing resources from outside, and the entire group was serving Chen Nuo alone. Could such a large group be foolish? Shouldn't they act quickly instead of waiting for other banks to take the first step? This is the marvel of the world. Chen Nuo suddenly remembered a story from his childhood. An old man went to Bill Gates and said, my son is the future son-in-law of a bank president. Bill Gates then promoted the old man's son. The old man then went to the bank president claiming his son was the confidant of the world's richest man, and the bank president promised his daughter to the old man's son. The current situation was nothing less than that. Chen Nuo and Su Dalong quickly finalized the time. Su Dalong said he would bring people to alien storage to meet Chen Nuo shortly. Chen Nuo hung up the phone, still somewhat doubting the authenticity of the matter. The two walked out of the cafeteria and returned to the warehouse, where they saw Chang Jianjun and the others waiting. From a distance, Chang Jianjun and the others jogged over. Brother Chen, we have discussed and decided to proceed as you suggested. Upon hearing this, Chen Nuo, who had seeing this, Chang Jianjun and the others felt a tightness in their hearts. Did something unexpected happen? What's the matter, Brother Chen? Seeing that several people were anxious, Chen Nuo quickly waved his hand. My dear brothers, there is a misunderstanding. I shook my head because I feel that a 300 million advance payment is indeed too little. I am preparing to increase the advance payment to 2 billion. I wonder how much supply you can provide me. Chang Jianjun and the others were all taken aback, their heartbeats quickening. A middle-aged man directly took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket. Chen Nuo watched the man, truly fearing he might choke. Brother Chen, did you say 2 billion? Chen Nuo nodded, not hiding anything, and told them about the bank loan he received. Chang Jianjun was delighted. Everyone, let's first discuss how much supply you can give me for the 2 billion advance payment. Chang Jianjun said tentatively 200 billion. Chen Nuo smiled, but did not speak, instead walking toward the warehouse. Brother Chen, don't go. We can still negotiate. Chen Nuo continued to walk, while Chang Jianjun felt anxious. Brother Chen, you can say how much, and we will follow. Hearing this, Chen Nuo finally stopped. That's the spirit. When it comes to business, one must have an attitude. I raised the advance payment from 300 million to 2 billion. You should make some concessions as well, right? Chang Jianjun and the others quickly nodded. I won't be too greedy either. With the 2 billion advance payment, we'll sign a contract for 23 billion worth of supplies, agreeing to store all goods securely for 10 days before settling the final payment. How about that? Chang Jianjun looked back at the few bosses behind him, and they all nodded. With a 10-day turnover period, and all goods secured, even if there were issues, they would only profit. In fact, they wished Chen Nuo would breach the contract. Just a simple 10-day storage could earn them tens of billions. It was practically robbery. After the group reached an agreement, they waited for Su Dalong to arrive. Half an hour later, a car stopped at the warehouse entrance. Chen Nuo and the others walked out and saw a middle-aged man accompanied by a young man and a beautiful woman getting out of the car. Zhao Wei introduced Chen Nuo. Brother Chen, that man is Su Dalong. Chen Nuo nodded and approached Su Dalong. Is it Brother Su? Su Dalong laughed heartily. Brother Chen, it's a shame we met so late. I never expected you to be so young. The two embraced each other like long-lost relatives. Chang Jianjun and the others, seeing Chen Nuo and Su Dalong so close, felt a surge of confidence. After separating, Su Dalong pointed to the beautiful woman beside him and said, let me introduce you. This is my daughter Su Shanshan. You are all young people, you get to know each other better in the future. Su Shanshan's face turned slightly red, and she instinctively glanced at the young man beside her. Seeing her action, Chen Nuo looked at the young man, and sure enough, the young man's face showed some discomfort. Chen Nuo immediately understood. Brother Su, look at how awkward you've made them. Although I am young, I can see that these two are a good match, perfect for each other. Su Dalong upon hearing this glanced at Su Shanshan and Feng Yu, but he did not react much. Haha, look at what you're saying. I just introduced my daughter to you. My brother is overthinking. Feng Yu looked gratefully at Chen Nuo, who nodded in greeting. Come on, Brother Su, let's take a look at the supplies so you can. Su Dalong nodded. At this point he noticed that Chang Jianjun and the others were familiar faces, leading to another round of commercial flattery. When Su Dalong learned that Chen Nuo was going to sign a 23 billion contract with Chang Jianjun and the others, he was ecstatic and directly asked, Boss Chang, how much stock do all of your supplies have in this warehouse? Chang Jianjun shook his head. We don't know the specific quantity, but the stock here can supply the consumption of several million people in Nanhai City for 2 to 3 months. There must be at least 7 to 8 billion worth. Su Dalong's eyes lit up. He nodded, and then pulled Chen Nuo aside. Brother Su, is there something wrong? Su Dalong smiled slightly. Brother, if I give you a 20 billion limit, can you handle it? Chen Nuo was taken aback, his face showing contemplation, but he was actually overjoyed inside. He had roughly guessed that Su Dalong wanted to use their supplies as collateral since he was going to cooperate with Chang Jianjun and the others. Wouldn't this be a bit inappropriate for Brother Su? After all, it's a lot of money. What if I? Chen Nuo hadn't finished speaking when Su Dalong draped his arm over his shoulder. Brother, what could possibly go wrong? This money is collateralized with these supplies for the loan. If you can't pay it back later, it'll naturally go to them and a portion of your advance payment will cover it. If you pay it back in time, I've completed my target task. Chen Nuo was utterly amazed, swallowing hard as he hesitated to say, shall we do as my brother suggests? Su Dalong patted Chen Nuo on the shoulder. Of course. Su Dalong directly informed Chang Jianjun of his thoughts, and they did not refuse, as they all trusted Chen Nuo's financial power. Thus a nested situation emerged where Chen Nuo first signed the 23 billion contract with Chang Jianjun and the others. After that they organized the inventory at Alien Storage, which turned out to be a staggering 8.5 billion. This was basically all the inventory in Nanhai City. They only left a day's supply to maintain the city's operation. Su Dalong directly took photos of the inventory for collateral, and all items were sealed on site, waiting for 10 days. Su Dalong arranged for Chen Nuo to receive a Nanhai City bank card on the spot, and then he left with Su Shanshan and Feng Yu. The funds were quickly credited. Only Chen Nuo thought it would take several days. Just an hour later, Chen Nuo received a notification from the bank regarding the deposit. Immediately after, Su Dalong called. Chen Nuo chatted briefly with him before hanging up, and when he opened online banking, he saw an uncountable number of zeros with the first digit being 2. Chang Jianjun and the others beside Chen Nuo were already eagerly waiting, all staring at him. Chen Nuo, 200 billion has been credited. Give me a bank card number, and I'll transfer the 20 billion advance payment. Chang Jianjun provided Chen Nuo with a bank card number. Under their watchful eyes, Chen Nuo was about to make the 20 billion transfer. Just as he entered the password, the phone rang. Chen Nuo looked. It was Nanhai City Bank inquiring whether the large transfer was being conducted by him. After a while, the money was transferred. Seeing the funds credited, Chang Jianjun and the others shook hands with Chen Nuo one by one, celebrating their successful cooperation. Chen Nuo sent off Chang Jianjun and the others who were preparing to supply goods to him. Just as he sat down, Zhao Wei's phone rang. Brother Chen, it should be that batch of diving equipment arriving. He'll go greet them at the door. Chen Nuo nodded, watching Zhao Wei leave. He casually sat on a step contemplating today's events, initially thinking about how to raise some money, but unexpectedly now, he didn't need to. At this moment, Chen Nuo recalled the wealthy companies from his past life, often burdened with trillions in debt. Thinking about this 200 billion, he sighed, realizing his mindset was still too narrow. While Chen Nuo was lost in thought, he heard some noise and looked up to see numerous cars approaching. He frowned, standing up to watch the cars stop in front of the warehouse. Zhao Wei approached Chen Nuo. Brother Chen, I just received another call from the restaurant. They have sent over the elaborate banquet prepared today. Chen Nuo was taken aback, remembering this matter. Today's events had made his mind a bit chaotic, and he had completely forgotten. Chen Nuo opened the warehouse door, and all the dishes were brought into the warehouse. The delivery personnel didn't care why things were done this way, they just focused on their work. Next came the diving equipment, all of the best quality suitable for deep-sea diving. As long as your body can withstand it, you can dive hundreds of meters. The oxygen tanks had the largest capacity, reportedly able to support a person underwater for 1 to 2 hours. Whether that was true or not remained unclear. There were a total of 100 oxygen tanks and over 30 sets of diving suits. Half an hour later, everyone left, leaving only Chen Nuo and Zhao Wei in the warehouse. Zhao Wei, go close the door, I'll take care of these things. Zhao Wei hurriedly went to close the door. Before shutting it, he glanced outside, and seeing no one, locked the warehouse door from the inside. Chen Nuo had already begun collecting the meals. Wherever he passed, the food within 6 meters abruptly vanished. Strolling casually, in no time, all the meals and diving equipment were packed into the wrapping. An excited expression appeared on Chen Nuo's face. The full banquet included more than 300 sets each, with 108 dishes which were prepared after Jing Tao and the others mobilized their connections and sought many restaurants. Chen Nuo approached Zhao Wei and raised his hand. A food container appeared. Indeed, all the dishes were delivered in containers. It was impossible to use plates from such a distance. Zhao Wei watched Chen Nuo's skill with great envy. Zhao Wei let them continue cooking, delivering meals here every day. By the way, I mentioned that I'll be going to the South Sea in the next couple of days. If I'm not here, just put the meals in the cold storage. Although reheating won't match the taste of freshly made food, it will have to do for now. Oh, speaking of hot meals, call Jing Tao and Su Hao and have them get some gas canisters. We need to stock up on those. Chen Nuo then remembered gasoline and diesel, pondering whether he should steal some fuel. There are too many preparations, and it always feels insufficient. The arrival of the apocalypse is drawing nearer, and Chen Nuo wasn't quite sure what it would be like. One thing is certain, there will definitely be zombies, as he was playing a zombie game when he was transported here. Zhao Wei helped me get a visa to the Philippines. I plan to visit there. Zhao Wei was taken aback and replied, Brother Chen, didn't you forget? To promote the economy, ASEAN countries canceled visas a few years ago. You can go to the Philippines anytime. Chen Nuo frowned. In his original world, that visa requirement had not been lifted. However, since it wasn't needed, it was even more convenient. After a moment of thought, he said, That's even better. Book me a flight to the Philippines tomorrow afternoon, preferably arriving at night. Zhao Wei nodded and asked for Chen Nuo's ID number. After a while, he booked a flight for Chen Nuo to the Philippines at 6 p.m. the next day. Zhao Wei sent the flight information to Chen Nuo. After reviewing it, he prepared to verify a previous thought. Just as he was about to put his phone away, he saw Su Li calling. Chen Nuo answered the call with a smile. Sister Su, I was just about to call you. Is there something you need? You go ahead. Su Li hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. Brother, I heard you signed a 23 billion supply contract with Chong Jianjun over there. Chen Nuo was surprised. He did not expect the news to spread so quickly. Sister Su, you really are well informed. Su Li was anxious. She was currently in a meeting room with all the executives and shareholders present. In particular, Jiang Ye's expression was not good as he listened to Su Li and Chen Nuo conversing, as siblings, feeling a wave of discomfort. Brother, we were cooperating well. Why did you go seeking them out? There was no need for that. Our Jiang group can supply everything completely. Chen Nuo understood Su Li's thoughts and quickly interrupted her. Sister Su, please calm down. I just mentioned I was going to call you to discuss this. In the meeting room, everyone's hearts tightened, eager to hear what Chen Nuo would say. Sister Su, I plan to give you a 5 billion advance payment. How much supply can you provide me with? In the meeting room, the previously anxious hearts trembled, quickly revealing expressions of joy. Su Li was momentarily dumbfounded. Zhang Lao, sitting nearby, was the first to regain his senses, lightly tapping the conference table. Su Li suddenly awakened, glancing at the astonished and delighted crowd before taking a deep breath. Brother, are you serious? Chen Nuo replied casually, Sister Su, would I lie to you? I won't hide it from you. The bank contacted me today and granted me a 20 billion loan. So you don't need to worry about. Everyone was shocked again. They had not yet received news about the bank's loan to Chen Nuo. Moreover, they were astonished by Chen Nuo's influence. The bank was so generous, usually one would have to beg for funds, but Chen Nuo was being offered money. This indirectly proved the bank's trust in Chen Nuo, motivating everyone even more. Sister Su, are you listening? Su Li thought for a moment and gestured to the other shareholders, who nodded in agreement. Brother, I'm listening. With a 5 billion advance payment, I can supply you with 60 billion worth of goods. How does that sound? Chen Nuo contemplated. With the previous 10 billion worth of goods plus Chong Jianjun's 23 billion and this 60 billion, there would be a total of 93 billion worth of goods. Later, if he could obtain another 0 yuan purchase, gathering 100 billion worth of goods would still be possible. That's fine, let me know when to sign the contract. This time I can transfer the payment online. Su Li was relieved when she heard Chen Nuo's agreement. Alright brother, I'll go to Ilian storage to meet you shortly. Let's discuss it in person. After hanging up, Chen Nuo waited for Su Li to arrive at the warehouse. At this time, someone in the online community of Nanha City had spread the news that Jiang Group had signed a 10 billion contract and was about to sign a 60 billion contract. Originally, due to Jiang Ye's welfare live broadcast, Jiang Group's stock price had slightly dropped, but with the release of this news, the stock price began to soar, making the shareholders ecstatic and even more motivated. Chong Jianjun and the others saw the stock price of Jiang Group spike due to the contract news and felt envious. Thus, they also leaked their 23 billion contract news, and sure enough, their company's stock price also surged. Suddenly, multiple orders worth several hundred billion arrived, naturally catching the attention of the municipal government. They were very concerned and learned through connections that Chen Nuo was friends with Su Hao, the son of Deputy Mayor Wang Mei. In the mayor's office, Wang Mei came out in a daze, unable to recover her senses for a long time. She never expected that her son, who usually did not engage in serious matters, would be praised so highly by the mayor. If she hadn't learned the truth, she would have thought the mayor was drunk. After Chen Nuo waited for Su Li, the two signed the contract, and everything was as agreed. Chen Nuo transferred the 5 billion advance payment to the bank card Su Li provided. After Su Li saw the funds had been credited, she asked the others to wait outside, saying she had something to discuss with Chen Nuo. As the others left, Su Li glanced at Zhao Wei, who was still standing dumbfounded. He caught on quickly and exited the warehouse. Chen Nuo looked at Su Li, unsure of what she wanted to say. Su Li closed the warehouse door after everyone had left, then turned to gaze directly at Chen Nuo, making him feel embarrassed. Sister Su, what's wrong? Chen Nuo's mind jolted. It seemed as though he had lost his sense of reason, directly embracing Su Li. Their fervent affection illustrated the nuances of mutual support, a bond that was hard to sever, and the difficulty of restraint, words that would make anyone blush upon witnessing. After an indeterminate amount of time, Su Li felt fatigued, while Chen Nuo was filled with exuberance. With his physical limits reached, had it not been for Su Li's intervention, he could have played all day long. Su Li's gaze became hazy as she breathed heavily. Brother, I'm tired. They are all waiting outside. I can't stay too long. Let me take care of your matters first, and then I will give you what you want. Chen Nuo regained his rationality, forcefully pulling his hands away from Su Li's body. Chen Nuo helped Su Li tidy her clothes and the short skirt that hung loosely at her waist. Once Su Li adjusted her breathing and the flush on her face subsided, she exited the warehouse. Chen Nuo watched Su Li leave, their gazes seemingly glued together until the car turned the corner. Only then did he withdraw his gaze, licking his lips as he savored the taste of Su Li. Zhao Wei observed everything and chuckled, asking, Brother Chen, how does it feel? Chen Nuo instinctively replied, indescribably wonderful. Only after answering did Chen Nuo suddenly freeze, kicking Zhao Wei lightly. Zhao Wei hurriedly dodged. Get lost and nothing happened. Don't talk nonsense. Chen Nuo said, involuntarily glancing toward the direction of the car's departure, while Zhao Wei stifled a laugh nearby. Chen Nuo caught a glimpse of Zhao Wei's expression, snorted coldly, and walked outside. He had intended to validate an earlier thought had it not been for Su Li's phone call. Zhao Wei quickly followed. Brother Chen, what are we doing now? Chen Nuo glanced at him, but remained silent. Zhao Wei had no choice but to follow. Just a few steps later, Chen Nuo's phone rang again, and he couldn't help but complain. This phone is really relentless. Taking out his phone, he saw it was Su Hao calling and answered immediately. Su Hao, how's the generator situation coming along? On the other end, Su Hao glanced at his mother beside him. Wang Mei was taken aback, thinking her son was merely friends with Chen Nuo, not realizing that her son was actually working for him. This revelation made Wang Mei look at Su Hao with new respect. Brother Chen, I've already contacted the seller of the generator. That's not what I called you about. I have other matters to discuss. Chen Nuo halted his steps and inquired, what is it? There's no need for secrecy between us, just speak plain. Upon hearing Chen Nuo's words, Wang Mei concluded that her son's relationship with Chen Nuo was definitely not ordinary. A smile appeared on her face. Her son had finally woken up. Brother Chen, it's like this, my mom wants to meet you. Chen Nuo's face showed confusion. He couldn't understand why Su Hao's mother would want to meet him. It surely wasn't about money. Oh, is there something specific? Su Hao glanced at Wang Mei and then replied to Chen Nuo, Brother Chen, I'm a bit confused. I'll let my mom explain it to you. Chen Nuo agreed, and Wang Mei took the phone. Chen Nuo, I'm Su Hao's mother. You can call me Aunt Wang. Hello, Aunt Wang. I wonder what instructions you have. Wang Mei noticed a change in Chen Nuo's tone, which was more respectful compared to the casual tone he used with her son. Wang Mei felt pleased that having such a friend by her son's side finally reassured her. It's like this, the several hundred billion contracts you've signed recently have significantly boosted the GDP growth of Nana City. The Jiang Group and other commercial entities are putting in all effort to fulfill these contracts, thus driving comprehensive development in Nana City. The city is fully aware of all of this. Chen Nuo understood immediately. The city government, like Su Dalong from the bank, was coming to offer him convenience. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the city's attention, Aunt Wang. Just tell me directly what you need me to do. Also, Su Hao and I are good buddies, so please don't hold back. Upon hearing Chen Nuo's words, Wang Mei got straight to the point. Xiao Nuo, I won't beat around the bush. Your nearly trillion-dollar contract has provided a strong impetus to the economy of Nana City. The city is prepared to open doors for you. Whatever you require, be it funds or land, just let us know. Chen Nuo took a deep breath as his mind raced. He had used the embezzled funds from Jingtao and Su Hao's family to pay a 1.2 billion prepayment, leveraging it into hundreds of billions in contracts. Then he leveraged the hundreds of billions in contracts to secure a 20 billion loan, and finally, he used that loan to regain an 83 billion contract. Now, even the city was coming to fuel his fire. Would Chen Nuo be modest? Certainly not. And Wang, to be honest, I do have a small request. Wang Mei smiled slightly, as she had been worried that Chen Nuo would have no demands. Xiao Nuo, feel free to say it. As long as Aunt Wang can manage, I will definitely comply. Chen Nuo, Aunt Wang, then I will speak. I need a piece of land. As you know, I've purchased a large amount of materials, and in 10 days after settling the final payment, I will need to handle these materials. If I have a place of my own, it will be much more convenient for me. Wang Mei's face lit up even more as she was in charge of development in this area. While other matters might be complicated, securing land was just a matter of her saying the word. Moreover, the city was quite attentive to Chen Nuo. Xiao Nuo, tell me, where do you want it? How big do you need it? Chen Nuo felt secretly delighted. She truly was decisive. No wonder she could embezzle over 1.3 billion and manage hundreds of apartments. The ideal location would be in the suburbs, preferably close to alien storage. This would make transportation easier for me, and being close will significantly reduce my transport costs. Wang Mei pondered for a moment and agreed with Chen Nuo's reasoning. With so much material, it was indeed a fact that being close would lessen transportation costs. Xiao Nuo, I understand. I will discuss it with the city as soon as possible to see how much land can be allocated to you. Do you have a rough idea in mind? Aunt Wang, the more the better. My materials will only continue to increase. If the area is large enough, it will also facilitate my storage right. However, I hope the city can arrange it quickly so I can find someone to fence off the land first. Wang Mei happily agreed to Chen Nuo, and after they hung up, she turned to her son Su Hao. Xiao Hao, the mayor praised you in front of me this time, and I am very pleased. Go handle your friends' affairs, and remember to do your best. Su Hao looked at his mother's earnest reminder and felt an inexplicable absurdity inside. If Wang Mei knew that Chen Nuo had accomplished all of this using the money from her embezzlement, he wondered what her thoughts would be. Su Hao nodded, assuring her that he would do his best to help Chen Nuo. Wang Mei left happily, as she needed to quickly implement Chen Nuo's requests, and had already thought of a construction company. Chen Nuo hung up the phone and shared the news with Zhao Wei. Initially, Zhao Wei was happy for Chen Nuo, but then he was also astonished at how absurd the world could be. As Chen Nuo walked forward with Zhao Wei, Su Hao's phone rang. Chen Nuo answered cheerfully. Su Hao, you've really helped me a lot this time. Su Hao was taken aback. Brother Chen, as long as I can help you, that's all that matters. I was surprised too. I thought my mom had discovered something. Thankfully. By the way, my mom also told me to help you well, and not to slack off. Chen Nuo nodded. Aunt Wang is right. Hurry up and help me finalize the generator. Su Hao briefly explained the progress of the generator, stating that it should arrive within 2 to 3 days. Chen Nuo hung up and found a large trailer 17 meters long and over 2 meters wide. Chen Nuo instructed the driver to park the trailer in a concealed location, then handed the driver a few hundred yuan to have him leave for a while. He instructed Zhao Wei to find a small dog to place inside the trailer. After completing all of this, Chen Nuo asked Zhao Wei to keep watch for him, and Zhao Wei stood at a distance observing Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo first opened the cargo compartment. Within 6 meters of the trailer, he focused his mental energy on the trailer, but it remained unmoved. He then directed his mental energy to the gravel on the ground, which disappeared. Gravel can be collected normally, but this trailer cannot. My hypothesis appears to be valid. Objects exceeding 6 meters cannot be retrieved by mental energy. So what about contact? Chen Nuo approached the trailer and placed his hand upon it, focusing his intent. A low hum resonated. Then the trailer vanished. Zhao Wei had witnessed Chen Nuo's storage ability several times before, yet the sudden disappearance of a 17-meter-long trailer remained viscerally startling. A small dog yelped piteously on the ground. The storage interface could not absorb living beings, and when the trailer vanished, the dog tumbled off its surface. Chen Nuo glanced at the dog, then retrieved a lunchbox from his inventory. Inside lay a braised pork knuckle. He opened the box and tossed it to the dog, which lunged forward, instantly forgetting its pain. Chen Nuo examined the trailer now resting within his inventory. Freight trailer, 17. 5 meters long, 5 meters wide. Perfect for raiding. One load would suffice to carry away an entire target. Reading the description, Chen Nuo finally exhaled in quiet relief. He gestured, returning the trailer to its original position, then walked toward Zhao Wei, who watched with growing confusion. Brother Chen, what exactly is this about? Chen Nuo cast a brief glance at Zhao Wei. I'm leaving for the Philippines, so I needed to test whether my spatial storage could accommodate large objects. You know well enough, destroyers and aircraft carriers exceed 100 meters in length. Zhao Wei nodded slowly, but doubt still lingered in his eyes. Then why bring in a dog? Chen Nuo halted mid-step, staring blankly at Zhao Wei. Flustered by the gaze, Zhao Wei shifted uncomfortably. Chen Nuo swept his eyes across the surroundings, then lowered his voice. How utterly dull you are. When I steal those warships, crews will be aboard. This experiment confirmed that living beings cannot be stored. So once I retrieve the vessel, its crew will simply plummet into the sea and drown. With that, Chen Nuo resumed walking. Zhao Wei's expression suddenly cleared. He snapped his palm against his thigh in realization. Yet after only a few steps, he spoke again. Brother Chen, what if it's just a dog? Without testing on a human, isn't this methodology rather unrigorous? Chen Nuo froze. Though he dismissed the remark as superfluous, a sliver of truth pierced through. He turned back toward Zhao Wei. Let's run the test again. They returned to the trailer. The dog still gnawed hungrily at the knuckle, and upon spotting them bared its teeth, shielding its prize with fierce protectiveness. Chen Nuo muttered a curse, then ordered Zhao Wei to climb onto the trailer. Zhao Wei regretted his earlier words, but under Chen Nuo's unyielding authority, he reluctantly clambered aboard. A resonant hum echoed, then a sharp cry. The trailer vanished. Zhao Wei crashed hard onto the ground, wincing in pain. Gritting his teeth, he rose and limped to Chen Nuo's side, who promptly restored the trailer to its place. Brother Chen, it's confirmed living beings cannot be stored. Let's go. But Chen Nuo blocked his path. Puzzled, Zhao Wei followed his gaze. Chen Nuo pointed silently at the trailer. Not yet. We must account for edge cases. This time grip the trailer's frame tightly. I'll test again under controlled conditions. Zhao Wei gripped the metal frame with cautious precision, every muscle tensed. watching intently as Chen Nuo placed his hand upon the trailer's surface. A hum vibrated, then a heavy thud. This time alert and braced, Zhao Wei did not collapse. Chen Nuo stepped forward and asked, "What did you feel?" "Nothing extraordinary, just sudden emptiness in my hands." Then the fall. Chen Nuo nodded, restored the trailer, and pointed again. "Climb up once more. This time secure your waist with rope." Zhao Wei paused, then suggested, "Brother Chen, why not first test the rope on the dog? It's already restrained." Chen Nuo considered the logic and gave a curt nod. In the end, Chen Nuo and Zhao Wei departed their experiments complete. The inventory system refused all living matter. Even when physically anchored, only inanimate objects were absorbed. That afternoon, a steady stream of freight vehicles began pouring into Ilian Logistics Warehouse. The Jiang Group had activated full operational capacity, and the municipal government granted sweeping administrative facilitation. The Transportation Authority issued immediate directives. All Jiang Group and Chongqing affiliated trucks were exempt from inspection, with dedicated green lanes established at highway checkpoints. Though headquartered in Nanha City, the Jiang Group's influence spanned multiple provinces. A single tremor sent shockwaves across the entire region. An endless tide of supplies converged upon the city. Neighboring provinces watched in bewilderment as convoys rolled ceaselessly onto the highways. After thorough investigation, authorities uncovered the cause, and provincial governments swiftly contacted Nanha City, proposing bulk purchases of local agricultural produce and regional specialties. The Nanha municipal government consulted widely then, after coordinating with the Jiang Group and Chongqing, formally accepted all provincial proposals. Thus emerged an unprecedented logistical phenomenon. Province after province coordinated deliveries with the Jiang Group and Chongqing's network, loading cargo after cargo bound for Nanha City. Chen Nuo remained unaware of these developments, immersed instead in receiving the relentless influx of supplies. Fortunately, Ilian's vast warehouse complex sufficed, for now. Zhao Wei had already instructed Old Lu to accelerate construction of temporary storage units, preempting capacity shortages. By evening, Jing Tao and Su Hao arrived, finding Chen Nuo standing amid overflowing warehouses, a quiet smile playing on his lips. "Brother Chen." They greeted him warmly. Chen Nuo turned, swallowed reflexively, his face alight with barely contained exhilaration. "You're here. How did it go?" Su Hao nodded, his expression charged with fervent excitement. "Generators are secured, 30 gasoline-powered, 30 diesel-powered. I've urged them to procure even more. Solar panels will arrive shortly for renewable energy integration." Jing Tao waited until Su Hao finished, then added, "Using my father's connections, I contacted pharmaceutical representatives. All agreed to deliver comprehensive medical supplies, including diagnostics, therapeutics, and emergency kits, within the next 2 days." Chen Nuo offered warm commendations, then informed them of his planned departure for the Philippines that night. Both men expressed eagerness to accompany him, until Zhao Wei relayed Chen Nuo's earlier reasoning for refusal, prompting them to suppress their longing. "Zhao Wei is right. You three must hold this front. My mission involves stealing aircraft carriers and warships. More people would only heighten the risk of exposure." The trio acknowledged understanding. With no further words needed, Chen Nuo watched supply trucks flow endlessly into the warehouses, signed off on delivery manifests handed to him by the site's supervisor, and sealed each warehouse door. From afternoon until 10 o'clock that night, total incoming supplies amounted to approximately 4.3 billion yuan. Chen Nuo arranged transport to the Villa district for the three, then dismissed them to rest. After they departed, Chen Nuo retrieved his minivan and drove toward the hotel. He collapsed onto the hotel bed and drifted swiftly into sleep. Meanwhile, Nanha City pulsed with nocturnal vitality. Night was when its people truly came alive. Inside an upscale restaurant, Su Dalong and a group of guests toasted vigorously, laughter unrestrained. "Old Su, you're acting strangely today. Any good news? Getting married? Or becoming a father-in-law?" Su Dalong drained his glass in one smooth motion, his face radiant with triumph as he turned to the speaker. "Old Li, you jest too freely." "Yes, I am elated. And since you ask, I'll tell you plainly. Don't tease me, Old Li. Today is cause for celebration. And since you pressed, I'll share the reason." The others fell silent. All were senior executives from major banks meeting monthly to exchange intelligence, never missing a pivotal development. Su Dalong, sensing their rapt attention, declared exultantly, "My annual loan quota has been exceeded, by a wide margin. Shouldn't I rejoice?" The others leaned in, curious, for just last month Su Dalong had lamented his struggle to meet targets. "Old Su, spill it. Which client absorbed such volume? Don't keep us guessing. I'm drowning under my own quota." Su Dalong smirked, sliding his empty glass forward. Understanding instantly, Old Li, who sat beside him, refilled it without hesitation. Su Dalong raised the glass, drank deeply, then said, "You've surely heard over the past 2 days the Jiang Group and Chongqing signed contracts totaling nearly 100 billion yuan. At that, interest visibly dimmed. Another bank executive remarked, "Old Su, we knew. I even considered approaching Chen Nuo, but judged the risk too great, so I held back." "Did you lend to him? Did you actually approve financing for Chen Nuo?" Su Dalong nodded. The others stared, astonished, incredulous. Seeing their expressions, Su Dalong shook his head with quiet disdain. Humph, you think I've been duped? You see only peril, not opportunity. Fan Shuqiang, who'd spoken earlier, glanced around, then fixed his gaze on Su Dalong. What do you know that we don't? Su Dalong did not speak directly, but instead asked. The reason you say there is risk is because the other party only paid a down payment of 1.2 billion before signing a 10 billion contract. You fear that in the end Chen Nuo may not be able to settle the remaining payment, am I right? Everyone nodded in agreement, and Su Dalong chuckled. You all being too clever can lead to your own downfall. Indeed, a 1.2 billion down payment for 10 billion worth of goods does carry risk. However, you must understand there is a premise: all goods must be stored in the warehouse within 10 days. Think about it, if the risk were truly that great, would Jiang's group and those seasoned veterans like Chang Jianjun rush in like moths to a flame? They all understood clearly, even if they were ultimately deceived, the goods would still exist, and the down payment would turn into a penalty fee. They would rather see Chen Nuo breach the contract, converting the down payment into penalty fees. But if our bank loans to Chen Nuo and he uses that money for shopping, what if problems arise? How will we fill that hole? Su Dalong burst into laughter. Haha, Old Li, let me not say anything for now. Pour me a drink first, and I'll tell you after I drink. Though Old Li was reluctant, he filled Su Dalong's glass for the sake of his task. Su Dalong downed it happily. Don't you all have the same thoughts as Old Li? Everyone nodded, and this time Su Dalong did not keep them guessing. Our loans must have collateral, right? We are using those goods as collateral for the loan. If Chen Nuo really can't repay the loan, those collateral goods were purchased with real money, meaning that regardless of how many goods Chen Nuo buys, as long as the remaining payment is not settled, all goods are stored in the warehouse, correct? Others listened attentively as Su Dalong picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of food. This essentially means that our bank's money has become goods stored in the warehouse. After 10 days, if Chen Nuo breaches the contract, our money would have simply been stored in the warehouse for 10 days while his down payment becomes everyone's cake. As the largest creditor, do you think we want to take a slice of that cake? Everyone suddenly realized. Su Dalong said no more. If Chen Nuo paid the remaining payment on time, it would be even better, simply earning interest. Seeing that a few were deep in thought, Su Dalong spoke again. I also heard that the city government has opened up a door of convenience. You say the city government supports Chen Nuo. What risk could there be? While Chen Nuo was sound asleep, Su Dalong gave him a significant boost, and Chen Nuo had no idea what kind of tornado his little butterfly would bring. The next day at exactly 6 in the morning, Chen Nuo stepped out of the hotel. Li Shui watched from afar as Chen Nuo got into a taxi, revealing a barely perceptible glimmer in her eyes. Chen Nuo arrived at Alien Storage and found Zhao Wei already there. Zhao Wei, you're quite early. Zhao Wei greeted Chen Nuo eagerly. Brother Chen, you're here. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two headed towards the cafeteria. They had a light meal before heading outside. By around 7 a.m., a large truck arrived belonging to Jiang's group, loaded with a full truck of goods. Just as Chen Nuo was about to greet them, his phone rang. He took out his phone to find another unknown number. He thought for a moment, then answered. After all, it could be good news. Seeing Chen Nuo receiving a call, Zhao Wei took the initiative to greet the arriving truck. Chen Nuo walked aside and spoke on the phone for about a minute before hanging up, then made his way to the unloading warehouse. Zhao Wei saw Chen Nuo approaching. Brother Chen, if you have something to attend to, just go ahead. I'll keep an eye on things here. Chen Nuo nodded. Actually, there is something. A few bank executives are coming over shortly. I suspect they're here to loan me money. Zhao Wei was momentarily stunned, then happily replied. Brother Chen, I didn't expect these banks to be so eager to lend you money. I always heard my dad say that getting a loan is quite difficult. It seems my dad's charm is not as great as yours. Chen Nuo smiled, but did not respond. He was quite surprised himself when in fact he wasn't short on money, as he still had 13 billion in used on his card. There was also over 300 million in cash in his package. He pondered whether his ambitions were a bit small, thinking about whether to. The chick is too beautiful. His phone rang again. Initially he thought it was the bank representatives arriving. He quickly looked at the caller ID and was taken aback. It was Su Li calling. Hello Sister Su, is there something urgent that you called me this early for? Su Li's voice came through. Brother, I actually have something to discuss with you. Oh, Sister Su, go ahead. What's the matter? Su Li pondered for a moment, then organized her thoughts. Brother, the city government contacted us because our group is currently transporting goods from other provinces, which has caught the attention of the provincial governments. After learning that we are engaged in normal trade, they expressed their intention to collaborate. We have already agreed on our side, but with the forces from several provinces joining in, the volume of goods will be unimaginably large. Therefore, I called to ask if you can handle it. Chen Nuo was taken aback. He thought about Su Li's words and took a few deep breaths. Sister Su, are you saying that now other provinces want to sell goods to me? Su Li nodded. Yes, can you handle it? Chen Nuo burst into laughter. Sister Su, please agree to them for me. No matter how many there are, I can handle it, but I will only make a partial down payment first. The rest will have to wait until 10 days later. If they agree, no matter how much, as long as they can deliver within 10 days, I can handle it. Su Li hesitated a bit. Ever since they had that intimate encounter, she found herself often thinking of Chen Nuo and worrying for him. Brother, you need to think this through. If something goes wrong in the end, you will face dire consequences. Chen Nuo was quite pleased. It was 10 days, no less than 8 days now. When the end of the world arrived, all rules would disappear, and he would possess immense resources, becoming the most powerful person in the apocalypse. Sister Su, don't worry. When you have time later, come over. I will add more to the down payment. Let's aim big together. After hanging up, Chen Nuo called Chang Jianjun. From Chang Jianjun, he learned that the city government had also contacted them. After a brief chat, he informed him about the need to increase the down payment and asked him to bring others over. After waiting for about 20 minutes, several luxury cars drove into alien storage. Chen Nuo walked to the front of the cars where 5 or 6 middle-aged men along with 7 or 8 young men, both male and female, got out. Chen Nuo had not met Li Hao, who had called him, so he initiated the conversation. Excuse me, who is president? Li Hao got out of the car, and upon hearing Chen Nuo's words, laughed heartily. Little brother Chen, just call me old brotherly, no need for formalities like president or anything. That feels awkward. The young ones initially thought that the older president might be annoyed by a young person approaching him. Just as they were about to watch the show, President Li's words astonished them all. They had all seen a bit of the world, and upon hearing President Li's words, they understood that the young man who was about their age was the main character of the day. Several middle-aged men approached Chen Nuo to shake hands and introduce themselves. Chen Nuo learned that these men were from the 4 major banks and 2 other bank executives. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they suggested going to see the goods in the warehouse. Thus the group arrived at the warehouse. Zhao Wei had already arranged for people to wait there for Chen Nuo and the others. The doors of the warehouse opened, revealing a warehouse full of goods, dazzling the young ones. Chen Nuo briefly introduced, all the warehouses here have been sealed with goods worth approximately 15.5 billion. However, outside, goods are still continuously being transported into the warehouse for storage. Look over there. Everyone looked towards the large trucks that were continuously coming in and out. Several bank presidents nodded, then instructed the young ones to record the goods and take photos. After a round, Su Li's call came in. Chen Nuo answered and asked her to wait for him at the previous warehouse. Brothers, Director Su from Jiang's group has arrived. She brought me news that several surrounding provinces want to sell goods to me. Soon I will need to increase the down payment for the contract with Jiang's group and Chang Jianjun. Everyone was taken aback, their hearts shaken. They had not expected that Chen Nuo would spur the development of several provinces. This was no small matter. They instantly made a decision and looked towards old Li. Little brother Chen, we also have a rough understanding of your situation. How about we, the 6 banks, each lend you 20 billion according to the standards of Nanny City Bank? Chen Nuo was naturally overjoyed, and everyone quickly agreed, processing 6 bank cards on the spot. The young people were filled with excitement. The men looked at Chen Nuo wishing they could be him, while the women gazed at him with starry eyes, eager to devour him. Several bank presidents left, informing Chen Nuo that the funds would arrive in about an hour. After sending them off, Chen Nuo returned to the previous warehouse and saw Su Li standing elegantly waiting for him. Sister Su, have you grown tired from standing? No, I'm fine. Su Li shook her head. What's up? Have you finished your business? Chen Nuo approached her, nodding at the few people standing beside Su Li as a greeting. I've finished. While those banks are eager to send me money, what else can I say? I can't refuse them, can I? Yeah. Su Li was taken aback for a moment before bursting into a giggle. Little brother, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? Chen Nuo leaned closer to Su Li and whispered so only they could hear. What's wrong, sister? Do you want to smell? I smell wonderful. Su Li blushed deeply. Fortunately, the people behind her didn't notice, and she cleared her throat. Let's skip the small talk. How much advance payment are you planning to add this time? Chen Nuo didn't respond directly, but asked in return, Sister Su, how much supplies do you think those provinces can provide within 8 days? Su Li frowned lightly, thought for a moment, and shook her head. It's hard to estimate. Even if it's not a trillion, it should be around 700 to 800 billion. Chen Nuo nodded. Indeed, the supply from several provinces was difficult to gauge. Since that's the case, let's consider it a trillion. Sister Su, I'll first pay you 60 billion, and then another 40 billion to Chang Jianjun and the others. What do you think? Su Li was taken aback, and the others looked shocked at Chen Nuo. The previous advance payment of 20 million, or even 10 million, had already astonished them. Has it really inflated to this extent in just 2 days? Are we now measuring in hundreds of billions? Sister Su, surprised. Didn't I just say that the bank wants to send me money? They've already lent me 120 billion. Su Li gasped. What? 120 billion? What do these banks want? Little brother, you must be cautious. I don't want you to face irreversible consequences later. Chen Nuo looked at Su Li's genuine concern, feeling a bit dazed. What was initially a casual encounter seemed to take on more meaning. He gently patted her arm. Sister Su, don't worry. Since I dare to do this, I have great confidence in myself. Ding! At that moment, a text message notification sounded. Chen Nuo took out his phone, smiled, and showed Su Li the messages, which were all notifications of funds arriving. Su Li looked at the texts and believed that Chen Nuo indeed had 120 billion. Su Li took a deep breath and dialed Jiang Tianhai's number. At that moment, Jiang Tianhai and the other shareholders were waiting in the conference room. When Jiang Tianhai saw it was Su Li calling, he quickly answered and everyone else fell silent. Xiaoli, how much advance payment does Chen Nuo want to add? Su Li conveyed Chen Nuo's proposal to them. Jiang Tianhai switched the phone to speaker mode, and the other shareholders could hear everything clearly. When they learned that Chen Nuo was advancing 60 billion, they were stunned, looking at Chen Nuo in disbelief, as if they had never seen so much money before. Their breaths quickened, and just as they were about to agree, they heard that Chen Nuo wanted to allocate 40 billion to Chang Jianjun and the others, which immediately made them unwilling. They expressed that Zhang's group could fully handle this 100 billion advance payment and the trillion supply contract. For the first time, Jiang Tianhai felt that giving Zhang Ye shares to Su Li was a wise decision. This was a trillion contract. How much was their entire group worth? Just thinking about it made his head spin. Xiaoli, you must secure this deal even if. Jiang Tianhai glanced at Jiang Yu beside him, his eyes sparkling with determination. Even if you have to do something unfair to Jiang Yu, as long as you can secure this trillion deal, you can go divorce Jiang Yu tomorrow, and it won't affect your shares. Jiang Tianhai had long known that there was no love between his son and daughter-in-law. They were just maintaining appearances for the two families. From the last time Su Li and Chen Nuo spoke, calling each other sister and brother, Jiang Tianhai knew that even if there was no ulterior motive, there was some ambiguity. However, as long as they secured this trillion contract, their group's stock price would surge again. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Upon hearing Jiang Tianhai's words, Su Li was initially startled, then she became overjoyed. That is what you said true. As long as I secure this trillion contract, you will agree to my divorce from Jiang Yu. Chen Nuo was stunned by Su Li's words. How did the conversation about cooperation turn into a divorce discussion? Why would you want to get divorced? Jiang Tianhai looked at Jiang Yu, whose face was flushed, covering the bottom of the phone. Jiang Yu, don't be foolish. Think about it. If we secure this trillion contract, how much will your 10 shares be worth? At least over 100 billion. Can't you see that? You two have no feelings for each other. With over 100 billion, what kind of woman can't you find? Jiang Tianhai's words shone like the rising sun, instantly dispelling the darkness in Jiang Ye's heart. Indeed, he had previously lost 16 of his shares, equivalent to losing 100 billion, yet in less than 2 days, he was about to gain 100 billion. Jiang Yu instantly understood his father's good intentions, nodding vigorously with a rare smile on his face. Seeing Jiang Yu no longer acting foolishly, Jiang Tianhai spoke to Su Li on the other end of the phone. Xiaoli, Xiao Yu has agreed. As long as you can secure this trillion contract for the group, you can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to handle the divorce tomorrow, or rather you can do it immediately when you come back. Su Li's face lit up with joy. It's a deal. Su Li hung up the phone, then in full view took Chen Nuo into the warehouse. The others looked on in astonishment, having roughly guessed what had just transpired. Once inside, Chen Nuo and Su Li embraced, exchanging some shy words, their passion making the air feel heat. After a long while, Su Li gasped as she left Chen Nuo's embrace, her eyes sparkling. Little brother, you heard that right. As long as I can secure this trillion contract, I can divorce Jiang Yu immediately, and then I will be free. Chen Nuo gazed into Su Li's bright eyes, knowing he could not hesitate now. Whether Su Li's feelings were genuine or not was secondary. He must agree to her to ensure she would work even harder to bring him more resources. Thus, Chen Nuo's face revealed deep excitement. Really? If that's the case, Sister Su, I'll directly give you an advance payment of 100 billion. Hurry and regain your freedom. I don't want us to remain in this ambiguous state. The two tidied up their clothes and walked out of the warehouse. Su Li showed no signs of pretense and faced the gazes of others with calmness. They quickly signed the contract, and Chen Nuo transferred the money from several bank cards to the bank account Su Li designated. Just after the transfer was completed, Chang Jianjun and the others approached. Upon hearing that Chen Nuo had signed a trillion contract with Zhang's group, they were stunned, staring at Chen Nuo in shock. At the same time, they became anxious, worried that Chen Nuo might not have enough money to cooperate with them. Chen Nuo asked them to calm down. He first sent off Su Li and the others, then turned back with a smile and said to Chang Jianjun and the others, I still have 30 billion available here, which I can pay you as an advance. How about you supply me with 300 billion worth of goods for this 30 billion advance? When Chang Jianjun heard this, they should have been happy, but in light of the previous trillion contract, they suddenly felt that this 300 billion contract didn't seem very appealing. Seeing their expressions, Chen Nuo also showed confusion. What's wrong? Unwilling. Chang Jianjun suddenly snapped back to reality, giving himself a hard slap, and his mind became much clearer due to the pain. Brother Chen, I must have made you laugh. Look at my greed. In the past, I couldn't even secure a few 100 million contracts, but now with a 300 billion contract before me, I'm comparing it with Chairman Zu's trillion contract. Sai, I must admit, I'm just an ordinary person. Others also came back to their senses as they had similar thoughts just moments ago, and they all burst into laughter. Seeing Chang Jianjun slap himself, Chen Nuo was stunned. Once he understood it was a misunderstanding, he chose not to say anything further, realizing that this was a case of human greed exceeding limits. After they reached an agreement, they quickly signed the contract. Chen Nuo transferred 20 billion from the last card and 10 billion from the South River City bank account, leaving only 3 billion as petty cash. Once everyone left, Chen Nuo sighed as he sat on the steps. He felt as if everything was shrouded in mist, making it all seem unreal. He had only intended to procure 100 billion worth of supplies, but unexpectedly supplies worth over 1 trillion were continuously gravitating towards him, which left him somewhat bewildered. Zhao Wei stepped in front of Chen Nuo and asked, looking at the dazed Chen Nuo, "Brother Chen, is something wrong?" Chen Nuo snapped back to reality, shook his head, and forced a bitter smile, admitting that he was just an ordinary person. He looked up at Zhao Wei, his eyes revealing an unprecedented determination. "It's nothing, Fim, just feeling a bit sentimental. Zhao Wei, several provinces around us are transporting supplies to our side, totaling over 1 trillion. Are you ready to receive them?" Chen Nuo stood up, and Zhao Wei was stunned. He never expected that in just a short while Brother Chen had orchestrated such a grand operation. The thought of trillions in supplies was exhilarating. Chen Nuo glanced at the time. The morning had passed in a blur. He and Zhao Wei walked to the cafeteria and had the prepared yellow braised chicken packed to send to the warehouse. After they finished eating, they returned to the warehouse. Someone was watching the food, and Chen Nuo asked them to leave. Once they were gone, he collected all the yellow braised chicken into the packaging area. Chen Nuo checked the time. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. He didn't want to linger there any longer and decided to head to the airport to wait for his flight. Thus, Chen Nuo instructed Zhao Wei to keep a close eye on the supplies over the next few days, assuring him that he would return as soon as tomorrow, at the latest the day after. He also called Su Hao and Jing Tao separately. After hanging up, Chen Nuo declined Zhao Wei's offer to drive him, taking a taxi to the airport instead. The South River City airport was very large, and everything looked very advanced. Chen Nuo took out his phone to check the time. It was only a little past 2 in the afternoon. He found a seat to sit down. Just as he was feeling bored, Su Li called him. "Brother, I've divorced him. I just came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. I'm free." Su Li's voice carried a sense of liberation, and at that moment an announcement echoed through the airport. Su Li was taken aback and quickly asked, "Brother, are you at the airport?" Chen Nuo was happy for Su Li. He could tell that her happiness about the divorce was genuinely heartfelt. "Yes, Sister Su, first, I want to congratulate you on regaining your freedom. Once I return from the Philippines, I will definitely celebrate with you." Su Li, surprised, asked, "What are you doing in the Philippines? Do you need my help?" Chen Nuo felt a wave of warmth from her. "Sister Su, don't worry. I'm just going to take care of some matters, and we'll be back by tomorrow." Su Li, understanding that Chen Nuo wasn't inclined to explain, didn't press further, but advised him to be careful and prioritize safety. The two chatted intimately for about 20 minutes before she reluctantly hung up. Once it was time, Chen Nuo got up to check in for his flight. The plane took off smoothly, and everything was normal. On board, he didn't encounter any seat hogs or flight attendants offering special services. South River City was inland, and it took over 4 hours to fly from South River City to the Philippines. Chen Nuo got off the plane and checked his phone. It was almost 11 at night. At the front desk of the hotel, Wenong Li Shui occasionally glanced toward the door, feeling restless and muttering to herself. Why hasn't he returned so late? Could something have happened? Li Shui took out her phone and put it down again. Finally, unable to resist, she dialed the number Chen Nuo registered. Chen Nuo had just gotten off the plane and checked the time when he noticed that another unfamiliar number was calling. Now he felt a sense of familiarity with unfamiliar numbers and answered without hesitation. "Hello, who is this?" Li Shui swallowed and took a deep breath before asking, "Is this Mr. Chen Nuo?" "This is Li Shui from the Wenong front desk. I noticed you haven't returned yet, so I thought I'd call to check if you still plan to rest here tonight." Chen Nuo was taken aback. He remembered Li Shui's charming appearance and instinctively gasped. "Oh, could it be that I really attract girls?" Hearing this, Li Shui's face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Nuo quickly realized he had misspoken and hurriedly defended himself. Hello, can you hear me? I'm sorry, there might have been a mix-up. Li Shui, thank you very much for your concern. I'm busy with some matters outside today and won't be going over tonight. I'll come by tomorrow. Thanks again for your concern." Li Shui hung up, her face red, and she pressed her head hard against the table. "How embarrassing. Li Shui, you really—" Chen Nuo hung up, shaking his head in amusement as he walked to a taxi by the roadside. "Hello. Oh, you're Chinese." Chen Nuo was pondering how to communicate when unexpectedly the driver began speaking to him in Chinese. They exchanged a few simple words, and then Chen Nuo provided a destination. The destination was quite a distance from the military base of the beautiful country. He couldn't ask the driver to take him directly to the base, as that would look suspicious. After the driver dropped Chen Nuo off at the location, he left. Chen Nuo stood in the darkness of the road, glanced around, and then retrieved a van from the packaging area. Instead of getting in directly, he first went to the back of the van and violently removed the license plates. He then moved to the front and did the same, stowing both plates in the packaging area. He dusted off his hands, opened the door, sat in the driver's seat, and took out his phone to activate the GPS navigation system before starting the van. Chen Nuo drove to the seaside, looking at the military base in the distance, surrounded by the shadows of dozens of From the packaging area, Chen Nuo took out a set of diving gear that could effectively evade sonar. As for radar, it wasn't very sensitive underwater, so he wasn't worried. He slowly donned the diving suit, and with a non-metallic oxygen tank on his back, made his way into the water. Chen Nuo descended steadily, quickly reaching a depth of 100 meters, which was a depth only the most skilled divers could reach. Only at 150 meters did Chen Nuo feel a slight pressure, but this pressure was negligible. He didn't continue descending, but floated up 10 meters and swam toward the military base. Chen Nuo had always thought these warships would remain at sea or patrolling during the night. He was very cautious. To his surprise, they were all docked at the base. Rather than an exercise, it felt more like a performance. It took Chen Nuo over half an hour to swim near the base, carefully observing his surroundings without spotting any submarines. Looking up from underwater, the massive shadows of the warships loomed over him, creating a strong sense of pressure. It was Chen Nuo's first time seeing such enormous warships up close, leaving him utterly astonished. Previously, he had only seen figures like 200-meter destroyers and over 300-meter aircraft carriers in the news. Those were just numbers, and he had never experienced them directly. Chen Nuo adjusted his state and didn't surface immediately. Instead, he changed to a new oxygen tank underwater, as he didn't want to run out of air while in the midst of an operation. Chen Nuo first swam to the largest shadow, which should be an aircraft carrier, the main objective of his trip to the Philippines. A nuclear-powered aircraft carrier with near-unlimited power capable of carrying 600 personnel. He looked around and noticed that this was the largest. There were about 20 to 30 other warships around. The so-called six-carrier fleet reported in the news was clearly exaggerated, and there wasn't even a submarine in sight. Chen Nuo swam to the bottom of the aircraft carrier and placed his hand on it. Buzz splash. The aircraft carrier, over 300 meters long and weighing around 1.0 tons, has a draft of more than 10 meters and stands as tall as a 20-story building above the water. The aircraft carrier suddenly vanished, causing those resting aboard to be abruptly thrown into the air. They woke up in that instant, but before anyone could scream for help, they crashed violently into the water, followed by towering waves crashing down. With over 600 people aboard, they fell from a height of 50 to 60 meters into the water, instantly losing consciousness. The giant waves struck them, flattening them and staining the sea red with blood. Chen Nuo was also startled. He watched the sudden expanse of vacuum and the giant waves rising quickly. After swimming a considerable distance, he turned back to look behind him. Due to the poor visibility at night, he couldn't see clearly. As the water flow slowed, he began to rise, knowing time was short and he needed to speed up. Such a commotion on the sea naturally drew the attention of other warships, yet they were unaware of what had transpired. The ships rocked violently as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake, tossing everyone overboard amidst the chaos and cries of anguish. Chen Nuo quickly approached the destroyer, pressing his hand against the bottom of the ship. The crew aboard the warship were still dazed from the impact, and before they could regain their senses, they suddenly plummeted from the heights into the water, swept away by the enormous waves. Chen Nuo swiftly managed to collect 6 or 7 warships, but he realized there was no more opportunity, as the distant ships had already left the area. Even if he chased after them, he would not catch up and risk being discovered. Reluctantly, Chen Nuo glanced back at the warships before turning to swim toward the nearby shore, where the base had begun to stir, the air raid sirens blaring sharply. Reaching the shore where he had entered the water, Chen Nuo hid in the shadows, shedding his diving suit to change into his own clothes. He then stowed the diving suit in his bag, turned to glance back at the illuminated military base, and headed to the roadside to retrieve a van driving towards the airport. Instead of leaving immediately, Chen Nuo found a hotel near the airport to stay in. Lying on the hotel bed, Chen Nuo took out his phone and called Zhao Wei, asking him to book a flight back for him the next. Brother Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo knew what Zhao Wei was about to ask and directly interrupted him. We'll talk when I get back. It's not convenient right now. Zhao Wei, filled with excitement, hung up the phone, swiftly booking Chen Nuo's flight back to the country for the next morning and sending the details to him. At that moment, Chen Nuo lay on the bed looking at the warships in his bag, a broad smile spreading across his face. The nuclear-powered aircraft carrier is 320 meters long, 78 meters wide, and 53 meters high, equipped with 2 nuclear reactors providing near-unlimited power. It's a massive beast armed with numerous weapons. My friend, how can you not be excited about this? 3 destroyers, each 180 meters long, 20 meters wide, with a draft of 6 meters, are quite impressive vessels. 2 supply ships. Are you worried about fuel? How much do you need? In any case, there's plenty. 2 amphibious assault ships equipped with tanks and aircraft. Let's make a bold move. The Philippine military immediately received news of the aircraft carrier and 7 warships disappearing and hurriedly contacted the United States. After urgent communications between the 2 parties, they decided to temporarily keep the news under wraps, but with such a large commotion, how long could it be hidden? The next morning at 7, Chen Nuo checked in for his flight. Sitting on the plane, he could hardly believe that both the Philippines and the United States had shown no reaction. Everything was too quiet, not even a news report. He instinctively glanced at the bag, wondering if it weren't for the aircraft carrier and warships still present, he would think everything from last night had never happened. What Chen Nuo didn't know was that the military base had been completely locked down, with everyone inside being interrogated. Such a large fleet couldn't have simply vanished without an inside job. These matters had nothing to do with Chen Nuo. After sitting on the plane for over 4 hours, it landed at the Nanha City airport. He stepped out of the airport and hailed a taxi. On the road, Chen Nuo saw trucks loaded with goods heading towards alien storage, bringing him an indescribable. Although there were many trucks on the road, traffic was not congested, just slightly slower. Chen Nuo noticed traffic police maintaining order at intervals, realizing this was a convenience provided by the city government. The taxi arrived outside alien storage. After paying, Chen Nuo got out and looked up to see Jing Tao, Su Hao, and Zhao Wei waiting eagerly at the entrance. Upon seeing Chen Nuo, the three excitedly rushed to him. After the taxi drove away, they glanced around at the passing vehicles, and seeing no one was paying attention, Su Hao quietly asked, "Brother Chen, did you really steal it?" Chen Nuo nodded and smiled. "This isn't stealing, it's borrowing." The three chuckled awkwardly before following Chen Nuo back to the previous warehouse, where Chen Nuo instructed them. "You guys go and close the door." Zhao Wei and the others hurriedly turned around to shut the door, knowing that Brother Chen was about to show them something big. Chen Nuo moved to the center of the warehouse, and then a fighter jet suddenly appeared. Chen Nuo took a few more. A tank followed, then a helicopter, and many other weapons appeared one by one in the warehouse. The three swallowed nervously as they approached the fighter jet, tentatively touching this and that. After Chen Nuo let them look around, he put all the equipment back away. The three stared at the now empty warehouse, still wanting more, and Chen Nuo smiled at them. "This is just a small part of what I collected this time. Overall, there's an aircraft carrier, 3 destroyers, 2 supply ships, and 2 amphibious assault ships, along with a total of 73 various fighter jets, 28 helicopters, 35 tanks, numerous armored vehicles, and over 6,000 barrels of fuel, not to mention countless missiles and ammunition." The three listened to Chen Nuo's words, their faces filled with both excitement and shock. These supplies are stronger than those of most countries. Chen Nuo allowed them time to digest this information before asking, "When will the medicines and generators arrive? By the way, Su Hao, don't purchase any generators for now." Su Hao instinctively inquired, "Is it enough?" Chen Nuo replied with a smile, "The aircraft carrier I got this time is nuclear powered. I think with it we shouldn't have any shortage of electricity." Su Hao understood and nodded. "Brother Chen, should we also pause the solar panel purchases?" Chen Nuo thought for, "We can increase the purchase of solar panels since they have essentially no consumption." Seeing that Su Hao had finished speaking, Jing Tao stepped forward. "Medicines arrived in batches this morning worth about 700 million. Zhao Wei has already stored them away." Zhao Wei pulled out his phone, opened the gallery, and handed it to Chen Nuo. "Brother Chen, the supplies stored yesterday amounted to 28.7 billion. The city government is cooperating with us fully, and new simple warehouses are being built rapidly. Starting from 5 this morning, trucks have been continuously transporting supplies without stopping. Everyone is working around the clock. Today, supplies are expected to exceed 50 billion. Chen Nuo nodded. This was quite normal. After all, he had signed contracts for over 13 trillion worth of supplies, and with only a little over 5 days left to fulfill the contracts, 200 billion worth of supplies must be stored every day. In fact, at this point, whether or not the contracts were completed was no longer important. Are the warehouses sufficient? This is trillions worth of supplies. Alien storage shouldn't have enough warehouse capacity for all this, right? Speaking of which, Su Hao suddenly remembered something and spoke up. "Brother Chen, my mom has already approved the land for you not far from here. The exact size wasn't specified, but the city government has already arranged for builders to fence it off. They will establish numerous simple warehouses and subsequently transport some supplies there." Chen Nuo was taken aback. He hadn't expected the city government to be so efficient. "Su Hao, please thank Aunt Wang for me. The chicken is too beautiful." His phone rang, and upon checking the caller ID, his brow furrowed. It was Guanning calling. Chen Nuo waved his hand, pointed at his phone, and said to the three of them, "You guys go keep an eye on the supplies, and make sure to record everything. We'll take a call first." The three nodded and left the warehouse together. Chen Nuo answered the call. "Hello, what's up?" Chen Nuo's cold tone made Guanning's heart tighten, and she forced a smile. "Honey, why haven't you come home these past few days?" Chen Nuo casually found an excuse, saying he was busy with some matters before hanging up the phone. Guanning sat dumbfounded on the sofa, staring blankly at her phone. She deeply felt that Chen Nuo had changed, no longer the devoted admirer he once was. Having spent years mastering the art of being a green tea girl, she clearly realized that Chen Nuo was playing tricks on her, and a trace of hatred gradually appeared in her eyes. Chen Nuo, I spent half a year sleeping with you, and you don't even remember a bit of our shared intimacy. I'm not someone who can't live without you." Guanning gritted her teeth and opened her text messages, glancing at the Ninger. "Godfather, I've already divorced. Godfather admits that he was wrong before. Please think it over. A Godfather is waiting for your reply." Guanning took a deep breath. Jiang Yu had been calling her these past few days, but due to her lingering fantasies about Chen Nuo, she had been unable to make up her mind. Now she had come to understand that she and Chen Nuo were no longer possible. Rather than being left hanging, she might as well secure Jiang Yu first. Resolving within herself, she dialed Jiang Yu's number, and a few seconds later the call connected. "Hello, Godfather." Ning has made up her mind. Just after Chen Nuo hung up on Guanning, his phone rang again. Looking down, he saw it was a call from his good friend Wang Chun. "Hello, Chen Nuo, your phone is really hard to reach. I called you last night, but it kept saying the phone was off. Today when I called, it kept reminding me that you were busy." Chen Nuo was taken aback. Last night, he had his phone turned off while on the plane, and afterwards while stealing the aircraft carrier and warships, he had put his phone in the package compartment. No wonder Wang Chen couldn't get through. My phone's acting up. Wang Chen, did you call me for something? It's nothing much. Are you going to the class reunion tonight? Chen Nuo was surprised. What class reunion? I didn't know about it. Haven't you seen the announcement in the class? It's been said for several days now that our classmates still in Nanha City are gathering tonight. Chen Nuo thought for a moment he could go or not. I think I won't go. I've been a bit busy lately. Wang Chen immediately countered, busy with what? Are you still not over the blow from that green tea girl Guanning? Let me tell you, the best way to recover from a breakup is to start a new relationship. Chen Nuo, come with us tonight. I'm telling you, our class flower is still single. You know what I mean. Listening to Wang Chen's lewd laughter, Chen Nuo felt a twitch in his heart. He recalled all the outrageous stories about class reunions reported in the news and thought it might be nice to see the class flower. Alright, send me the time and location via text, and he'll head over directly. After hanging up, Chen Nuo helplessly shrugged his shoulders. It's also fine to just go to relax. Just as Chen Nuo put his phone into his pocket, it rang again with that familiar, "Hey." Chen Nuo quickly answered the call. "Oh, little brother, you picked up the phone pretty fast this time." Hearing Su Li's voice, Chen Nuo joked. "It's Su Jie calling, how could I not be quick?" A playful laugh came from the phone. "Is that right? Then why didn't you call me first after coming back? If I hadn't called to ask about Zhao Wei's situation, I wouldn't have known you." Chen Nuo cried out in complaint. "Su Jie, this time it's my fault, but I just got back and didn't have time to call you." Su Li teased Chen Nuo as she had heard from Zhao Wei that he had just returned. "Alright, I'll let you off this time. If there's a next time, humph. Let's have dinner together tonight, little brother. I miss you." Chen Nuo felt a rush of warmth in his heart. Su Li's last few words were in a playful tone, but he quickly froze, remembering that he had just promised Wang Chen to attend the class reunion. "Su Jie, I miss you too, but I have a bit of an unexpected situation here. Just a moment ago, my classmate told me there's a class reunion tonight, and I just agreed to go." Initially, Chen Nuo thought Su Li would be unhappy to hear this, but Su Li instead said, "Oh, a class reunion. Can I bring a guest?" Chen Nuo replied instinctively, "It should be fine. That's good. How about I?" Chen Nuo hesitated for a moment, thought it through, and agreed. "Of course, if you want to, it's no problem for me." After finalizing their plans, they hung up the phone. Chen Nuo forwarded the message Wang Chen had just sent him to Su Li. Chen Nuo found Jing Tao and the others, asking Zhao Wei to take him to the cold storage to store the Manhan Quan Shi and the prepared Huang Min chicken that were delivered yesterday. Zhao Wei let them keep cooking, the more the better. The four of them were busy receiving supplies until 5:30 in the afternoon when Wang Chen called again. "Chen Nuo, I'm ready over here. It's a bit far from the restaurant, so I'm heading out now. When will you arrive?" Chen Nuo thought for a moment. "I'm getting ready to leave too. He'll contact you when I arrive." After hanging up, Chen Nuo gave a brief explanation to the others and took a taxi. He didn't go directly to the restaurant, but first arrived at Yunong. The receptionist was not Li Shui, as she hadn't started her shift yet. She was on the late shift. Chen Nuo entered the room, first took a shower, then lay on the bed. Looking at the time, it was 6:30. He began to get dressed. The reunion was at 7, and he checked the restaurant's address, which was not far from the hotel where he was staying. After getting dressed, he called Su Li. Because she was too busy, she would arrive later, and told Chen Nuo to go ahead. Chen Nuo stepped out of the hotel. He initially wanted to take a taxi, but noticed a number of shared bicycles on the road, so he scanned the code and rode a shared bike. On the way, an Audi was waiting at a traffic light, when suddenly a heavily made-up woman in the passenger seat pointed at the roadside. Sisters looked quickly, a handsome guy. The several beauties in the back seat turned to look out the window. It had to be said that ever since Chen Nuo became fit, combined with the pampering he had received lately, his aura had undergone a tremendous transformation. The man driving glanced at Chen Nuo and admitted he looked decent, but he disdainfully commented, "What good is looking good? Isn't he just riding a broken bicycle?" Let me tell you, in today's society, a man must have money, or otherwise he can't even support himself. What's the use of looking good? The woman in the passenger seat, Ma Ming, glanced at Zhang Sun, who was driving. They were dating, and she sensed her boyfriend was a bit unhappy, so she nodded and said, "What Sun Sin said is right, a man must have abilities to earn others' respect." The beauties in the back seat, however, didn't care about all that. They were still staring at Chen Nuo. Seeing the green light, Zhang Sun wanted to quickly drive past the little white face outside, but due to the heavy traffic at this time, Chen Nuo on his bicycle kept pace with them. Zhang Sun watched in the rearview mirror as the beauties in the back kept discussing Chen Nuo, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Finally arriving at the location, Zhang Sun parked in the underground garage. Chen Nuo also parked the shared bike at the roadside. He dialed Wang Chen's number. "Hello, I've arrived. Where are you?" "Okay, see you soon." Chen Nuo stood at the restaurant's entrance waiting for a while, and then saw Wang Chen walking out of the restaurant, looking around but not recognizing him. It wasn't until Wang Chen took out his phone to make a call that Chen Nuo laughed and said, "Haha, Wang Chen, why don't you recognize?" Wang Chen was taken aback. He turned to look at Chen Nuo beside him. He had found this person familiar, but hadn't connected it to Chen Nuo. You are Chen Nuo?" Chen Nuo nodded. Initially, he thought Wang Chen would be happy to give him a hug, since he learned from the original's memories that their relationship was quite good. However, Wang Chen showed no sign of joy. He first looked Chen Nuo up and down. Chen Nuo, you really? Sai Guining has gone too far. Look at how skinny you've become. Oh, what kind of blow could make you lose so much weight? Wang Chen's words left Chen Nuo momentarily stunned, and only after a few seconds did he realize Wang Chen's intention. However, Chen Nuo acknowledged Wang Chen as a friend, for only true friends would care about your well-being. Chen Nuo, let's go. Today you'll definitely find someone. The two of them linked arms and were about to enter the restaurant when a voice suddenly called out from behind. Wang Chen. Wang Chen stopped and turned to look behind, only to see Zhang San approaching with 4 girls. Zhang San, Ma Meng, Li Qian, Shu Yuanyu, and Ma Shimei. Haha, so happy to see you all. The group stood at the entrance exchanging pleasantries while Chen Nuo stood aside with a smile, calmly watching them. In fact, Zhang San and the others had noticed Chen Nuo earlier, they just hadn't recognized him. Wang Chen, who is this handsome guy? Wang Chen laughed heartily. You all didn't recognize him. I didn't recognize him at first either. This is Chen Nuo. In Zhang San's mind, the image of Chen Nuo gradually came together, and he realized it was indeed him. Ma Meng and the others were even more incredulous. They had only thought Chen Nuo was passably good-looking before, but now he exuded a sunny confidence. Seeing the expressions on Ma Meng and the others' faces, Zhang San felt a bit displeased and cleared his throat. Chen Nuo, so it's you. You've changed so much. I saw you riding a shared bike on the road just now. Had I known it was you, I would have given you a ride. Chen Nuo glanced at Zhang San and sensed a hint of hostility from him. Feeling a bit baffled, he simply exchanged a few casual words with them before walking into the restaurant together. Inside a large private room, 2 tables were set up, and there were already quite a few people present. Chen Nuo followed Wang Chen and the others into the room. Upon meeting, everyone naturally engaged in some small talk, and when they noticed the unfamiliar face of Chen Nuo, Zhang San spoke up. Everyone, don't be surprised. This is Chen Nuo. Huge transformation, right? Just now I saw him riding a shared bike on the road and didn't even recognize him. Chen Nuo frowned slightly, then relaxed. Upon hearing that Chen Nuo had ridden a shared bike to arrive, the enthusiasm in the hearts of those classmates began to wane, and everyone started sitting down to chat about their jobs and incomes. Chen Nuo sat with Wang Chen, calmly listening to them boast. Hey, where's the class monitor? We're just waiting for him. Zhang San looked around and didn't see the class monitor Li Sheng, so he called out loudly. Hey Zhang San, you don't know. The class monitor is now quite impressive. He's a manager in a big company with an annual salary of over 5,000. Recently he's been pursuing our school beauty Wu Shasha. He want to pick her up. Hearing Wu Sha's name, Chen Nuo lifted his head to look at the speaker. From the memories of his former self, he recalled that he had confessed to Wu Shasha before, only to be rejected. Lu Xinliang noticed Chen Nuo looking over and teased, speaking of the school beauty, I remember Chen Nuo confessed to her before. Zhang San glanced at Chen Nuo sitting in the corner, feeling somewhat disdainful. Lu Xinliang, if you hadn't said anything I would have almost forgotten. I heard Wu Shasha is still single, so maybe Chen Nuo still has a chance. After Zhang San finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. Wang Chen wanted to stand up and defend Chen Nuo, but Chen Nuo pulled him back, and Wang Chen looked at Chen Nuo in confusion, who simply shook his head. Click. The door to the private room opened, and the class monitor Li Sheng entered in a gentlemanly manner, followed by a beautiful woman. It must be said that Wu Shasha was truly beautiful, with red lips and white teeth, and an exquisite makeup that made her look like a fairy at first glance. Li Sheng closed the door, and after exchanging pleasantries with everyone, he said, I just overheard everyone laughing outside. I wonder what the joyful occasion is. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinliang quickly recounted what had just happened to Li Sheng and Wu Shasha. Li Sheng's brow furrowed slightly as he looked up at Chen Nuo, while Wu Shasha, surprised by Chen Nuo's drastic change, was also taken aback. Chen Nuo noticed both of them looking over and calmly met their gazes. Li Sheng pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Chen Nuo, you've changed so much. If I saw you outside, I might not even recognize you. Zhang San began again, deliberately speaking loudly. Exactly. Just now I was driving my old Audi on the road and saw Chen Nuo riding a shared bike. I didn't even recognize him. Otherwise I would have given him a ride. Others joined in teasing. Zhang San, you've gone too far. Wasn't that Audi just bought this year for over 3,000? If that's your old Audi, what does that make Chen Nuo's bike? Li Sheng gave a light laugh, looking at Chen Nuo with a hint of mockery. Next to him, Wu Shasha glanced at Zhang San, feeling that he was being a bit excessive, but she said nothing, merely watching like it was a show. Seeing Wu Sha's gaze upon him, Zhang San became even more emboldened. Chen Nuo, what are you working on now? If you're not satisfied with your job, we classmates can help you out. Chen Nuo looked at Zhang San calmly. He was familiar with this scene. It was the setup before the protagonist in a novel flaunted himself, so he cooperatively said, Currently, I'm an unemployed vagabond. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others turned slightly disdainful, and the women showed disappointment in their eyes. Especially those single women shook their heads. No matter how handsome a man was, he couldn't eat that. However, Wu Shasha was quite surprised, as she didn't expect Chen Nuo to say it so confidently. Indeed, it was confidence. Chen Nuo's expression showed no trace of frustration, but rather radiated brilliance. Li Sheng waved his hand enthusiastically at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo, you're not small anymore. How can you not work? Coincidentally, our company is hiring security guards. By the way, don't underestimate this position. The monthly salary is 3800. Do you want to give it a try? Lu Xinliang exclaimed. Class monitor, that's a good salary. A big company is indeed a big company. Ooh, I only make a little over 4000 a month. Chen Nuo, don't you want to thank the class monitor? Zhang Sun added. Chen Nuo, if you think security is not for you, our company is also hiring cleaners with a salary of 3500. If that sounds good, come find me tomorrow. Chen Nuo looked calmly at Li Sheng and Zhang Sun, then turned to the other classmates. What? Just these 2 jobs? Doesn't anyone else have any positions to recommend? Didn't you all just say you'd help? Speak up if there are other jobs, so I, this unemployed vagabond, can have a choice. Everyone was taken aback by Chen Nuo's words. The boys looked down on him even more while the girls were increasingly disappointed. They couldn't believe Chen Nuo was so shameless. Couldn't he tell that everyone was mocking him? Wang Chen wanted to say a few words for Chen Nuo, but every time he tried to stand he was pulled back down by Chen Nuo, leaving him no choice but to endure. Li Sheng looked at Chen Nuo with an expression of entitlement and said to Wu Shasha and the others nearby, in this society, to get ahead you must understand social affairs. Chen Nuo, if everyone helps you find a job, it's out of the friendship from our school days. With your attitude, even if I gave you my position, you wouldn't last long. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chen Nuo smiled lightly as he watched Li Sheng's sighing and lamenting expression. I heard the class monitor is now in management with an annual salary of over 500. Li Sheng's face was filled with undisguised joy. He noticed Wu Shasha looking at him and modestly nodded. Chen Nuo then asked, Class monitor, I still don't know the name of your company. Zhang Sun shook his head, his face full of mockery. Chen Nuo, it seems you're not interested in our company's cleaning position. You want to work as a security guard at the class monitor's company. Class monitor, if Chen Nuo joins your company, you must take care of him and not let the other security guards bully him. Li Sheng laughed at Zhang Sun's words. All right, Chen Nuo, since you want to work as a security guard in our company, I'll tell you the name of our company. As Chen Nuo listened to Li Sheng finish stating the company's name, he took out his phone and began tapping away, leaving everyone dumbfounded, unsure of what he meant. Lu Xinliang seemed to understand, and he laughed. Chen Nuo, as expected of you being cautious. You should check it out and see the class monitor's company's qualifications. You can't be deceived. Everyone suddenly enlightened and laughter erupted. Chen Nuo looked at them calmly. He first sent a text message, then dialed Su Li's number. Hello, Sister Su, just come over when you're done. I'm not in a hurry. By the way, I just sent you a message. Oh, please contact that company for me. I want to acquire it no matter the cost. Hearing Chen Nuo's words, everyone stopped laughing. Chen Nuo looked at Li Sheng, who was staring at him in astonishment, and continued. Sister Su, I hope the acquisition can be completed within 10 minutes. I know it's a short time, but Sister Su, you can throw money at it no matter how much it costs. I just want results. The specific procedures can be discussed later, and let the leaders of this company hold an emergency video conference to inform all management that their company has been acquired, and that's it. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Nuo hung up the phone, sitting there calmly with his eyes raised to look at the others. Li Sheng was the first to snap back to reality, shaking his head. Chen Nuo, given your current mental state, I advise you to go to the hospital first. It's best to get a brain CT scan. You might be seriously ill. The others were shocked by Chen Nuo's outrageous words, and they dared not mock him any further. They truly feared that if Chen Nuo went mad, he might harm them, and in the end the court would dismiss the case as a mental health issue, leaving them with no compensation. At this moment, the food and drinks had started to arrive, and everyone began to eat while chatting. Chen Nuo was glad for the peace, casually picking up his chopsticks and chatting with the nearby Wang Chun. About 6 or 7 minutes later, while everyone was exchanging drinks, suddenly Li Sheng's phone rang. His brows furrowed, he put down his chopsticks and took out his phone. His heart raced and his hand holding the phone trembled as he nervously looked up at Chen Nuo. Everyone turned to look at Li Sheng. The closer ones like Wu Shasha and Zhang Sun saw that Li Sheng's phone was receiving a video call. They recalled Chen Nuo's earlier words, and a sense of absurdity brewed in their hearts. Li Sheng swallowed hard and then opened the video. Colleagues, I'm urgently informing you of some good news. Just now the Jiang Group has acquired our company. From now on, everyone should work hard. Li Sheng couldn't hear the latter part. Clearly his mind was filled with shock and disbelief, and his brain felt dizzy. The others stopped eating, staring in astonishment at Chen Nuo, who was casually eating. He noticed their gazes, and moments later Zhang Sun was the first to voice his doubt. Li Sheng, this must be a coincidence. The video just mentioned that the Jiang Group acquired your company, which is a star enterprise in Nana City. What qualifications does Chen Nuo have to influence the decisions of the Jiang Group? Besides, your company has a market value of 20 million. How much can Chen Nuo possibly have? This is definitely a coincidence. Zhang Sun spoke convincingly, and everyone agreed with him. They didn't want to see someone they had just mocked suddenly become someone they had to look up to. As soon as Zhang Sun finished speaking, Chen Nuo's phone rang. Chick is too beautiful. In front of everyone, he took out his phone. It was Su Li calling, and he switched to speakerphone. Hello, Sister Su. Brother, I just finished handling the matter you instructed. That small company was acquired under the name of the Jiang Group for 15 million, and I have already requested their leader to urgently hold a video conference. Chen Nuo glanced at the stunned crowd, then turned off the speakerphone. Okay, I understand. How long until you are? Alright, I'll wait for you here. Chen Nuo hung up the phone, and then looked at Zhang Sun, whose face was filled with embarrassment. Chen Nuo narrowed his eyes. This guy had been looking for trouble with him all day, so he teased, Zhang Sun, what did you do? How much can I have even if I am rich? Good point. Chen Nuo turned around and patted Wang Chen beside him. Come tell me your bank card number. Wang Chen was taken aback and instinctively asked for what? Chen Nuo smirked. Just give it to me, why so much no? Wang Chen glanced at Chen Nuo twice, and then took out his wallet, handing him a bank card. The others vaguely guessed what Chen Nuo was about to do, but they dared not believe their assumptions. They just watched as Chen Nuo opened his mobile banking app and entered Wang Chen's bank card number. Chen Nuo returned the bank card to Wang Chen and said, Wang Chen, I have money now, but someone is pretending to be rich in front of me, saying how much can I have even if I am rich? I can't tolerate this. Here, I will transfer you 50 million. Spend it as you wish, and let some people see my strength. Chen Nuo said, inputting the password. Ding. A notification of deduction came through for Chen Nuo. Ding. Immediately after, Wang Chen's phone also chimed, and he took out his phone to see his eyes widening. This? Chen Nuo, did you really transfer this to me? 1,000 million. It's really 5. Other curious classmates hurried over and indeed saw the message confirming the transfer of 50 million. Wang Chen still couldn't believe it. He opened his mobile banking app, and everyone watched as he logged in. The balance clearly started with a 5, followed by zeros with only a few digits at the end being different. Wow, it really is 50 million. Zhang Sun sat there in a daze, his eyes filled with shock. Wu Shasha looked at Chen Nuo with sparkling eyes, gracefully walking over with a wine glass. Old classmate, long time no see. Would you like to have a drink? Chen Nuo looked at Wu Shasha, whose eyes seemed to speak, vibrant and beautiful. He then glanced at Li Sheng, who, catching Chen Nuo's gaze, forced a stiff smile. Oh, I heard the class monitor is pursuing you. If I drink with you, the class monitor might not be happy, right? Li Sheng waved his hands in a hurry, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The earlier video and transfer had already demonstrated Chen Nuo's strength. With Chen Nuo acquiring their company, he was now their boss. If Chen Nuo was unhappy, he could easily fire him. How could that be? Moreover, Wu Shasha hasn't agreed to me. Chen Nuo, no mister. Chen, you don't need to mind me. Chen Nuo smiled lightly upon hearing Li Sheng's words. No wonder you could reach management at such a young age. You really understand human relationships. Chen Nuo complimented Li Sheng, and then picked up a wine glass from the table, lightly clinking it against Wu Shasha's red wine glass. He took a small sip, and then set the glass down on the table, ignoring Wu Shasha and looking at Wang Chen instead. Wu Shasha observed Chen Nuo's rudeness, but was not offended. She took a small sip and returned to her seat, though her eyes remained fixed on Chen Nuo. At this moment, Wang Chen was still staring blankly at his phone. Chen Nuo gently patted him on the shoulder. What's wrong? It's just 50 million. I was originally planning to transfer you 200 million, but I was worried about your ability to handle it. Just look at your expression. Is 50 million too much? The others gasped, feeling envious of Wang Chen. Chen Nuo was truly generous to him. Wang Chen took a deep breath, snapped back to reality, and gulped down water from the cup on the table. Chen Nuo, I can't accept so much money. I'll transfer it back to you right now. The others looked at Wang Chen as if he were a fool. If they had been offered, they would have already accepted. Chen Nuo shook his head, took out his phone, opened the messages, and showed Wang Chen. No need, you can spend it yourself. Look, I still have over 2.9 billion in my card. This is just small change. Wang Chen saw that Chen Nuo wouldn't let him return the money and decided to talk after the Zhang Sun, tell me if I keep this 2.9 billion in the bank, can the interest buy me a broken Audi in a day? Zhang Sun forced a grim smile on his face as Lu Xinliang, who had just mocked Chen Nuo, picked up a wine glass and approached him. Chen Nuo, I underestimated you earlier. Here, let me toast and apologize. Chen Nuo didn't even glance at him. Aside from Zhang Sun, he was the only one who had jumped high. Lu Xinliang managed a forced smile and returned to his seat. The atmosphere in the room grew chilly, and everyone felt a pang of regret for mocking Chen Nuo earlier. The male students cast dissatisfied looks at Zhang Sun and Lu Xinliang. If it weren't for them, Chen Nuo, who was now on the rise, could have helped them. Now, with Lu Xinliang's example in mind, no one dared to toast Chen Nuo. Some clever individuals were continuously toasting Wang Chen, while several single female classmates exchanged phone numbers with him. Wang Chen welcomed everyone, and the atmosphere gradually improved. Chen Nuo drank alone, and as he looked up, he noticed Wu Shasha staring at him. Their eyes met, and Wu Shasha raised her wine glass towards Chen Nuo before taking a sip. She set the glass down and licked the remnants of the wine from the corner of her mouth, her face flushed like a ripe peach, looking incredibly enticing. Chen Nuo watched Wu Shasha's charm with growing interest, and just as he felt his body heat up, the door to the private room opened. Su Li walked in dressed in a beautiful outfit, and immediately spotted Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo, I'm late. Su Li understood the need to show Chen Nuo at least some respect in front of their classmates, so she no longer referred to him as little brother. Chen Nuo abruptly withdrew his gaze from Wu Shasha and turned to Su Li. He stood up as Su Li approached and linked her arm with his. Wu Shasha felt a twinge in her heart and showed a hint of disappointment on her face. Let me introduce you all. This is Su Li, my future wife, and currently the chairwoman of the Jiang Group. She's worth a few $100 billion at least. Su Li was taken aback by Chen Nuo's generous introduction and didn't expect him to call her his future wife. Her face flushed as she graciously accepted the introduction, smiling charmingly. Everyone was shocked to learn that Su Li was the chairwoman of the Jiang Group. No wonder she didn't view money as money. How it turned out to be like this. Chen Nuo was truly lucky. I arrived late today due to some matters, and this meal is on me. Enjoy. As Su Li finished speaking, Chen Nuo raised his hand to stop her. Sister Su, that's not right. You can't just come in and steal our class leader's thunder. This meal should be on me, right? Li Sheng immediately stood up upon hearing this. Chen Zong is right, this meal should be on me. Su Li glanced at Chen Nuo and then at the atmosphere in the room. After recalling the company Chen Nuo had suggested she acquire, she quickly understood and chose to remain silent. Then let's leave it at that for now. I've had enough to eat. Wang Chen, do you want to leave with us? Wang Chen glanced at the single girls present, reluctantly stood up. I've also had enough to eat, so let's go together. As the three approached the door of the private room, Chen Nuo suddenly, in front of everyone, he walked up to Wu Shasha. He picked up the phone on the table and handed it to her, motioning for her to unlock it. Wu Shasha frowned slightly, but eventually unlocked it. Chen Nuo entered his number and dialed it, then handed it back to Wu Shasha, leaning in to whisper in her ear. You look quite cute just now, which made me a bit restless. This is my phone number. Feel free to call me if you ever need anything. After speaking, Chen Nuo glanced at Li Sheng beside him, who quickly smiled back. Chen Nuo patted his shoulder. We're leaving, you don't need to see us off. Enjoy your meal. Chen Nuo turned and left the private room with Su Li and Wang Chun, while everyone else looked on in bewilderment. Only Wu Shasha wore a slight smile on her lips. As they exited the private room, Su Li gently pinched Chen Nuo's arm. You really know how to behave. Flirting right in front of your sister. They laughed as they walked outside, while Wang Chun smacked his lips, feeling he shouldn't have come out with them. True. Just as Chen Nuo and Su Li were in the mood, a cold snort interrupted them. They looked up to see Jiang Yu and Guanning standing at the door. Jiang Yu's expression was incredibly grim. After all, who would be happy to see their ex-wife, whom they divorced just yesterday, cozying up to someone else? Guanning noticed Su Li and Chen Nuo's interaction. Her brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing. Just as she had predicted, she was glad she had cut her losses, tightening her grip on Jiang Yu's arm. Su Li glanced at Jiang Yu and sneered. Jiang Yu, don't be so sarcastic. We're already divorced. I can be with whoever I want. It's none of your business. Jiang Yu pushed Guanning's hand away, ignoring Su Li and staring directly at Chen Nuo. Pretty boy, I advise you to know your place. Even if we're divorced, it's not something any Tom, Dick, or Harry can take over. Chen Nuo looked calmly at Jiang Yu, though a surge of anger was building inside him. He glanced at Guanning, who quickly lowered her head and dared not meet his gaze. Chen Nuo said nothing but pulled Su Li in and kissed her fiercely. Su Li initially resisted, but soon responded passionately. You guys. Jiang Yu's face turned red with anger as he stepped forward, raising his hand to strike Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo caught Jiang Yu's arm, their lips parting, a string of saliva stretching between them. Chen Nuo enjoyed the moment, licking his lips, then pushed Jiang Yu back. Jiang Yu's bulky body collided with Guanning, and they both fell to the ground. Let's go, Sister Su. Chen Nuo said nothing throughout. His actions spoke volumes, asserting to Jiang Yu and Guanning that Su Li was his woman. Chen Nuo, Su Li, and Wang Chun exited the restaurant. Guanning helped Jiang Yu up, who was seething with rage, as he pulled out his phone to call Sango. That bastard, no matter who he is, I want him to have a miserable end. Clearly Jiang Yu hadn't recognized Chen Nuo, and Guanning was pleased he didn't. She only glanced at Chen Nuo and Su Li as they left, her anger intensifying. The number you dialed is not in the service area. Beep beep. Furious, Jiang Yu attempted to get Sango to deal with Chen Nuo, but ironically Sango was just a pile of meat in Chen Nuo's package. Jiang Yu called several times, all met with the message that the number was out of service, infuriating him to the point of smashing his phone. Chen Nuo and the others arrived at the roadside. Wang Chen, do you want to come sit at the hotel I booked? Su Li paused, her face reddening considerably. Wang Chen certainly wouldn't make things awkward. Maybe let's skip that? By the way, about that money. Chen Nuo raised his hand to stop her. Since I gave it to you, feel free to spend it. Didn't I already say? I don't lack money right now. But, there's no but. If you really feel guilty, why not quit and come work with me? I've been quite busy lately, and you can help me out. Seeing Wang Chen still wanting to return the money, and with the memories from his past life and Wang Chen's previous kindness, Chen Nuo felt that Wang Chen was indeed a friend worth having. Wang Chen seemed momentarily dazed and replied, Chen Nuo, thank you. Chen Nuo patted his shoulder. After you quit tomorrow, just call me. Chen Nuo watched as Wang Chen took a taxi and left while Su Li linked her arm with his. I drove here, let's go to the hotel you booked. As they arrived at the underground parking lot, Su Li tossed the keys to Chen Nuo. He drove out of the parking garage, just emerging when an old man jogged up and ran into the car. Chen Nuo hurriedly slammed on the brakes. The car was still more than a meter away from the old man, yet he suddenly collided with the car and fell to the ground, starting to shout loudly. I've been hit, that hurts so much. Chen Nuo was momentarily stunned, realizing he had encountered a scammer. After Suli got into the car, she kept her eyes on Chen Nuo and paid no attention to the outside. The vehicle suddenly braked, the old man's cries made her jump, and she hurriedly peered out. Seeing Suli about to get out, Chen Nuo quickly raised a hand to stop her. Don't get out yet. We must have run into a Punxi scam. That old man was still several meters from our car, and he charged straight at it, and when he struck, we were already stopped. Suli was stunned. She had only ever heard about Punxi on the news. This was her first time facing one personally, and she had no experience at all. What should we do? Call the police. Chen Nuo shook his head. Not yet. They'll get out and see what's going on. You wait in the car for a moment. These scams are always about money. Let's take a look first. Chen Nuo pulled the handbrake and stepped out. An old man lay on the ground with one leg caught beneath a wheel. When the old man saw Chen Nuo come out, he shouted all the louder. He hit me, come and see. People on the street began to gather. It seems a universal habit to crowd around whenever. Soon a crowd surrounded Chen Nuo's car. He glanced at the onlookers, then crouched beside the old man. Old man, your acting could use some work. I didn't hit you, Chen Nuo said. The old man, who had been grimacing and shrieking, suddenly changed his tone, bared his yellowed teeth, and smiled, then leaned in and spoke in a voice meant only for the two of them. Young man, you figured it out. I won't hide it from you. I staged this on purpose. I want money. You're rich, aren't you? You're driving such a luxury car. It's not too much to give me a little cash, is it? Chen Nuo was taken aback. Were these scams really so brazen now? Look around, old man. This is a public street. I'm sure there are cameras nearby. Aren't you afraid? I'll call the police. The old man laughed, smacking his lips and flicking at a yellow tooth with his tongue. Young man, I'm not flattering you. One must have perspective. Being wealthy calls for even greater perspective. Tell me, I could have targeted many cars. Why pick yours? Chen Nuo made a short hum. Then you tell me. I've had my eye on you for a while. Earlier the three of you stood at the intersection. One took a taxi, and you and a beautiful woman went to the underground garage. That woman is still waiting in the car, right? You have time to bicker with me here when you'd be better off spending a little money. The crowd, seeing the two whisper, lost interest and dispersed. The old man continued. And when you say you'll call the police, what am I afraid of? What will that do? The police will only give me a lecture. Let me tell you, this Punxi elder is a professional. Think it over, young man. Rather than waste time calling the police. The old man straightened and cast a glance at Su Li in the passenger seat. The beauty is getting impatient, but it's up to you. Chen Nuo listened to the old man's twisted logic and exhaled softly. The old man sniffed and burst into laughter, leaving Chen Nuo puzzled. Young man, you've been drinking, haven't you? Chen Nuo blinked. He had indeed taken a sip. He hadn't expected the old man's nose to be so keen, as alert as a hound's. See, you could have simply handed me some cash instead of wasting time here. Since you've been drinking, don't complain if I raise my price. At first I was going to shake you down for 3,000 or 4,000, but you have no shame. Don't you know, don't drink and drive, don't drive after drinking. Need me to teach you? Drunk driving and hitting someone. I've got a case if I call the police. Now I want to ask for much 50,000. Short me, and I'll call the police. Even if I end up with nothing, I'll waste your time. I refuse to believe I can't ruin your good time with that woman tonight. Chen Nuo listened to the old man's bombast, thinking of how to put him in his place. A wry smile crossed his face. You have a point, elder. 50,000 isn't unreasonable, but I don't have cash on me right now. Why don't you get in my car? I'll take you to the bank to withdraw some money, and then I'll drive you home. How does that sound? The old man considered it. In their line of work, cash was safest. If a transfer was later accused of extortion, who could he complain to? After all, it was all small-time business. The old man agreed, and allowed Chen Nuo to support him. He shuffled, as if his leg were truly injured. Chen Nuo helped him into the car, and Su Li asked, "What's this?" Before Chen Nuo could answer, the old man leered at Su Li. "Beauty, don't worry. I only want a little money. I won't delay your plans." He sniffed eagerly. "Smells good." A cold glint flashed in Chen Nuo's eyes, then he smiled. "No problem. I'll take you to the hotel first, then I'll go to the bank to withdraw money for the elder. Hey, race the room card." Chen Nuo winked at Su Li as she took the room card and said nothing. The car pulled up in front of the gate of Ni known when known. After giving Su Li a few instructions, Chen Nuo drove off with the old man. Li Shui stood at the front desk, unable to suppress a lovesick smile, though in her eyes there seemed to be only the shadow of that person. "Excuse me, which floor is this room on?" Li Shui snapped back to herself and looked at the elegant woman before her with a pang of envy. Such poise and grace. She took the room card, glanced at it, and her smile froze. Li Shui couldn't remember exactly how she had spoken to Su Li. Her head buzzed, and she bit her lip, her mind a tangled knot. Chen Nuo did take the old man to the bank and withdrew 50,000, but he did not hand it over immediately. He told the old man that the money must be given at his home in front of his family in order to be certain. The old man did not understand, but could not argue, so he agreed. The two arrived at a remote residential compound. Chen Nuo stopped the car at a distance. "Why aren't we going in?" the old man asked. Chen Nuo shrugged. "The car won't enter the compound. I thought about it. They'll give you the money here. You're home, take it and go." The old man thought Chen Nuo a little odd. He had earlier insisted on handing the money over in front of family, and now he had changed his mind. Still, he was pleased. Of 50,000, he could hide 10,000 as private savings. The old man stepped out of the car. Chen Nuo remained inside and watched from afar. When the old man had walked off a short distance, Chen Nuo got out and followed him. The compound was run down and isolated. Chen Nuo followed the old man to the foot of a building. Looking up, he saw it was largely uninhabited, as if awaiting demolition. Chen Nuo watched the old man hide 10,000 in a dilapidated room, then go up a floor, produce a key, and open a door. Chen Nuo followed to the entrance. The door was flimsy, and the voices inside were easily heard. Son, wife, today I met a fool, drunk in a luxury car, and I squeezed 40,000 out of him. Look, came a lazy voice. Father, you only took 40,000 for a drunk in a luxury car. That's too little. You should have asked for at least 100,000. Those driving fancy cars don't care about such sums. Exactly. Since we had the chance, don't be petty. We're not extorting, we're giving them a warning, letting them know the world is treacherous. Hey, you old scoundrel, surely you didn't hide private savings. How much did you actually get? Chen Nuo heard everything clearly from outside, and couldn't help but think they were all cut from the same cloth. Immediately another voice replied, what are you saying, wife? How could I possibly hide secret money? If you don't believe me, go and do punxi yourselves tomorrow. I wouldn't bother. The son and wife seemed to realize they had spoken too hastily, and fell silent. The old man then asked, wife, have you spoken to the landlord? We won't give them a single cent of the demolition compensation. We've lived here for decades, now they're demolishing it, and trying to leave us out. Absolutely not. Chen Nuo had already grasped the family's character, and felt no guilt in sending them on their way. He knocked on the door, the voices inside stopped abruptly, and the old man came out cursing. Who is it? Can't you announce yourself? The door opened, and their eyes met. Oh, it's you. The old woman inside asked, who is it? If it's the landlord, tell him that we won't move until we receive our share of the compensation. The old man cursed, what are you talking about, you old fool? It's not the landlord, it's that brat in the luxury car I meant. Didn't I make it clear earlier? What are you doing here now? The old man stepped aside, and Chen Nuo walked in. He didn't mind the old man's address, and smiled as he greeted the old man's family. After all, what does it matter to argue with the living over the dead? Chen Nuo closed the door, and the old man's son looked at him with a glint of greed in his eyes. Kid, according to my dad, you hit him. Let me tell you, my dad is kind-hearted and didn't ask for much from you, but I can't just let this go. You need to give me another 50,000 or else. Chen Nuo didn't respond, but walked over to the window and pulled the curtains shut, instantly darkening the room. He turned back to look at the old man's son. Or else, huh? There's nowhere else. The old man and the others sensed something was off, but Chen Nuo charged forward and threw a punch at the old man's son. Bang! The punch landed hard on his face and a few teeth flew out. The son was about to crash into the wall behind him when Chen Nuo grabbed his head and slammed it against the wall. Once, twice. Blood spewed forth, and as Chen Nuo released his grip, the son slowly knelt down and then slumped against the wall to the ground. Chen Nuo wiped his hand on him. Huh, still not enough. How amusing. He turned to the old man and the old woman who had just returned to their senses from shock. The old woman opened her mouth to curse, but Chen Nuo wouldn't give her the chance. He lifted his foot and kicked her in the neck, sending her flying. Boom. The old woman crashed into the wall behind her and fell to the ground, her neck obviously broken, and her body began to twitch uncontrollably. The old man was already in shock, swallowing several gulps of saliva in fear, wanting to escape. Chen Nuo casually picked up a nearby chair, and while the old man stared in disbelief, smashed the chair down on him, knocking him to the ground. You call this professional scamming? Today I'll let you truly enjoy the thrill of it. The intense pain was unbearable for the old man, and just as he was about to scream, Chen Nuo kicked him in the face, forcibly silencing him. Chen Nuo pressed down hard with his foot, and the old man could only emit muffled cries of pain. Chen Nuo picked up the chair again and forcefully broke one of its legs. You scammers really have nothing worthwhile to say. You're the one who said I hit your leg, right? Now I'll remove your leg to make your act more convincing. Bang! One strike and the leg was crushed. The old man struggled in pain, pleading for mercy, but Chen Nuo remained unmoved, remembering how the old man had scammed him with twisted reasoning. Seeing Su Li's lustful gaze, Chen Nuo's strikes became increasingly brutal. After a while, Chen Nuo exited the dilapidated house, having packed everything inside, including 3 warm corpses. On his way down, he also uncovered the hidden stash of money the old man had, which amounted to more than 10,000. A few days later, when the landlord arrived here with a sense of despair, looking at the spotless, dilapidated house, he couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. The grand speech his head prepared over the past few days had no place to be used, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Chen Nuo drove back to the Yunnan Weneng Hotel. After parking the car, he walked into the hotel lobby. Li Shui at the front desk looked completely disheartened, and Chen Nuo approached her without her noticing. Hey, what are you thinking about? So lost in thought. The sudden voice startled Li Shui, and she quickly looked up only to find it was Chen Nuo, her face immediately displaying a sense of longing. What's wrong? Your expression is strange. Did I scare you just now? Li Shui didn't speak, only looking at Chen Nuo. He felt confused and shrugged slightly. If you're not going to talk, I'll head up first. By the way, remember to drink more brown sugar water. Chen Nuo walked toward his room, thinking that Li Shui had been a bit neurotic lately. Chen Nuo arrived at his room, knocked on the door, and waited for about 30 seconds. When the door opened, Su Li was wrapped in a bath towel, her face flushed. Did you send that old man home? Chen Nuo nodded, walked into the room, and closed the door. He immediately hugged Su Li, wanting to kiss her, but she struggled hard. What are you doing? Doing? Su Li leaned her neck back, pushing Chen Nuo away while laughing playfully. Get lost. I'm asking you, why are you so eager? Go take a shower first. At 6 in the morning, Chen Nuo woke up looking at the sleeping Su Li beside him, a satisfied smile blooming on his face. He slowly got out of bed, dressed, and knowing he had no time to waste with less than 5 days left. The sounds of washing up woke Su Li, who came up behind him and hugged him. So early, aren't you going to sleep a bit more? Chen Nuo turned around and gave Su Li a kiss, accidentally smearing toothpaste on her lips. He splashed a bit of water on his hand and wiped it off for her before rinsing his mouth. We can't slack off these days. There will be plenty of time to be lazy later. Su Li stretched her ample chest, glistening, making Chen Nuo unconsciously swallow. Su Li giggled, her hand reaching down to touch him, causing him to shudder. They lingered in the bathroom for half an hour before contentedly leaving the hotel. Li Shui at the front desk was puzzled. When the two left, she noticed another young lady was present. Because Su Li was beside him, Chen Nuo didn't inquire further. After bidding farewell to Su Li, Chen Nuo took a taxi to alien storage. Su Li still needed to coordinate within the group. After a night of intimacy, their relationship had grown closer, and Su Li's enthusiasm was at its peak. Throughout the morning, supplies were continuously stored in the warehouse. The area approved by Su Hao had already been enclosed with walls. From a distance, it looked like at least 1,000 acres. Simple warehouses were also under construction and should be operational by tomorrow. Around noon, Wang Chen called to say he had resigned. Chen Nuo informed him of the address of alien storage. In the afternoon, Wang Chen joined the busy scene, unaware that all these supplies were purchased by Chen Nuo. He merely thought it was Chen Nuo's work. In the Central Economic Department, several leaders responsible for the economy frowned as they listened to the reports from below. You all tell me what's going on in these provinces. How did they suddenly drive nearly 2 trillion in GDP? Knock knock. The sound of someone knocking on the door echoed, causing everyone to look up at the entrance. In walked an economic officer. The officer reported, Chief, we have found the specific reason. Everyone felt it was unbelievable, but they also recognized the risks involved. Should we have the government intervene? The chief closed his eyes in contemplation. Upon hearing the question, he replied, why should we intervene? What if that person ends up having problems? The chief opened his eyes and shook his head. The domestic economy has been sluggish lately. No matter what methods we tried, we couldn't stimulate domestic consumption. Now there is a demand for trillions of goods in Nana City. This is not just a risk, but also an opportunity. He raised his teacup, took a couple of sips, and continued. Economic development cannot focus on just one area. Let us not concern ourselves with whether there are risks or not. The fact is, in just 2 short days, it has already driven nearly 2 trillion in economic growth in the surrounding provinces. As for the risks you mentioned, they merely stem from worrying that the other party has only paid a deposit and might not be able to pay the final amount. Everyone nodded in agreement. The concern they had was indeed this. The chief set down his teacup. Let us calculate. Even if what you fear comes to pass, what would happen? Those goods are indeed substantial. If something goes wrong, they would just be stored in Nanha City for a while. If necessary, we can set up a national-level warehouse in Nanha City to treat those goods as strategic reserves for the country. He paused briefly, letting everyone digest his words before continuing. Moreover, the stock prices of the companies mentioned earlier are already skyrocketing, potentially reaching trillions in scale soon. The others nodded in understanding of the chief's intentions. Thus, we just need to keep an eye on the stock market. As long as we don't let those profiting individuals cash out, everything should be fine. Even if uncontrollable issues arise in the end, we can let those benefiting individuals take the hit. The others' eyes lit up. They were familiar with this strategy. That's right. Since they are enjoying such massive profits, if something goes wrong, it is only fair that their wealth pays the price, isn't it? As for the common people, they have already benefited. We are merely redistributing the wealth. Regarding the 100 billion in loans from the banks, didn't we previously discuss directly giving money to the people? At that time, the experts disagreed, but now let's treat it as a state investment. Everyone began voicing their opinions freely. Originally, they intended to investigate Chen Nuo's issues, but suddenly the conversation took a drastic turn. Additionally, we cannot be limited to just those provinces. Inform everyone that we also need to mobilize other provinces. Such immense economic energy will induce a chain reaction across various sectors. This is an excellent opportunity, and we must seize it to invigorate the entire economy, aiming for this year's GDP growth rate to exceed 7. While they were engrossed in their heated discussion, the door was knocked on once more. A soldier walked in. Report. The beautiful nation requests to speak with you. We informed them that you are busy with state affairs, but they insist it is a matter of utmost urgency. The chief stood up, instructing those responsible for the economy to immediately devise a plan to fully supply Nana City with goods. He moved to a private room and picked up the microphone. Hello, Lao Deng, what the hell is so urgent that it couldn't wait? Rabbit, don't play tricks on me. I just want to ask you, is it you who did what happened the night before last? The chief furrowed his brows, clearly not grasping what the other party was referring to. Oh, what incident are you talking about? If you don't specify, how can I know if it was me? Lao Deng felt dizzy, and judging by the tone it seemed. Rabbit, was it really not you? If you're not going to say anything, then I'll hang up. I have other matters to attend to. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. The chief exited the room, frowning as he pondered what matter could prompt Lao Deng to call him. He despised such uncontrollable situations and turned back to the soldier behind him. Investigate what exactly happened in the beautiful nation the night before last. That night Chen Nuo returned to Yuneng Weneng and found Li Shui still in a trance, just like yesterday. You? Li Shui looked up at Chen Nuo, and the words he had prepared to say faltered because her gaze rendered him somewhat at a loss. It was a look of deep yearning. Chen Nuo forced a smile, not daring to say much. He simply greeted her and went to his room. Lying in bed, Chen Nuo glanced at the countdown, 1004-234. Sigh, with just a little over 4 days left, the supplies are already more than sufficient, the weapons are ready, but I still don't know what form the apocalypse will take. Lost in thought, Chen Nuo suddenly sat up. Since there are zombies, it implies that humanity will be infected by some inexplicable energy. Generally, in such cases, most people cannot endure the pain and die, becoming zombies. Should I stock up on some painkillers or something? Chen Nuo decided to act without hesitation. Even if it was excessive, it didn't matter. He directly dialed Jing Tao's number. Hello Jing Tao, could you find a batch of painkillers from the agents tomorrow? Yes, anything that can relieve pain. By the way, does adrenaline have some effect as well? Get some of that too. Ask those agents and pay attention. Painkillers are very important to us. After giving his instructions, he hung up the phone when another call came in. Chen Nuo looked at the unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? A woman's voice came from the other end, and she chuckled lightly. Hello, old classmate. I thought you saved my number. I'm quite disappointed. Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Nuo thought for a moment and realized who it was, a playful expression appearing on his face. Oh, I remember now. Wu Shasha, did you call me because you really need something? Wu Shasha teased. Why? Wasn't it you who said to call you when I needed something? Are you regretting it now? Chen Nuo, feeling bored, heard Wu Shasha emphasize the word need and felt a stir in his heart. How could that be? I just happened to be bored and thought I'd check in on you, you gorgeous lady. I couldn't ask for more. If there's any deeper need, I could accept that too. If you wish. I just thought of you being alone, so I called to check in. Don't overthink it. I don't want to give your fiancé any unnecessary reasons to doubt. The two bantered for about half an hour before reluctantly hanging up the phone. Chen Nuo pondered Wu Shasha's last. How wonderful it would be if we were both single. Chen Nuo replied to Wu Shasha, saying he didn't mind. Wu Shasha smiled and hung up the phone. Both of them were left with lingering feelings. Just as Chen Nuo was filled with excitement, the phone rang again. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Su Li. He suppressed the heat rising in his lower abdomen. Hello, Sister Su, calling me so late. Are you missing me? How dare you say that? I called you half an hour ago, and it kept saying you were on another call. Who were you talking to? Chen Nuo smiled slightly, not hiding anything. Sister Su, it's that female classmate from yesterday. She just called me saying she wanted to chat casually. Oh, is she the beauty you gave your number to in front of me? Hee man, you really are something. Su Li was just teasing, they were merely chatting, not getting intimate. Let's not talk about that. I called to tell you that the city government just contacted me. Chen Nuo sat up, knowing that Su Li mentioning the city government meant there was indeed serious business. What did they say? The city government said that the state has confirmed our economic activities over the past few days and hopes we can intensify our cooperation with other provinces. Although there are still 4 days left until the deadline, the state has notified the city government to mobilize national resources to support our contract. Chen Nuo was taken aback and asked with some confusion, Sister Su, isn't it unreasonable for the state to involve itself? This is just $1 trillion supply contract. Is it really necessary? Su Li chuckled a few times. Little brother, I was puzzled at first too. I asked the city government about it, and they said we shouldn't underestimate our $1 trillion contract. We can't just look at our side. In these 2 days alone, we've brought in supplies worth 2 to 3 trillion. However, transporting these from various provinces requires logistics and full manpower support. Purchasing these supplies locally has stimulated the local economy. Coupled with the full mobilization of each province, the GDP has already been boosted by nearly 20 trillion, and this is just after 2 days. Chen Nuo understood that the state was not just looking at his $1 trillion contract, but was also seeing the benefits. Connecting all market segments would create a greater economic volume. Chen Nuo was naturally unbothered. Since the state wanted to help, he was 1,000 times willing to accept it. As for the risks, Chen Nuo recalled a large company from his previous life which dealt in real estate and had borrowed several trillion. At the time he didn't understand it, but now he thought about it, everything was under the state's control. In the end, they took over the unfinished buildings and continued construction, and that was it. Sister Su, please thank the government for me. Tell them that no matter how many supplies come in, Chen Nuo can handle it. As long as they arrive, you'll end up getting them for zero cost. The next morning, Chen Nuo walked out of the hotel and was about to hail a taxi when Li Shui came up behind him. Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo turned around and saw Li Shui's smile spreading across his face. Li Shui, are you feeling better? You've been quiet these past few days when I talked to you. Oh, I thought you didn't want to talk to me. Li Shui looked at Chen Nuo shyly and handed him a piece of paper from her bag. This is for you. Chen Nuo took it curiously. What is this? Li Shui glanced at Chen Nuo without saying anything and ran off into the distance. Li Shui. Chen Nuo called after her, but she had no intention of stopping. He could only shake his head, feeling a bit confused. Just as he was about to see what was written on the paper, a taxi arrived. He got into the car, provided the address, and then looked at, Dear Chen Nuo, my heart has been tormented these past few days. I don't understand why I have developed feelings for you. Everything came so suddenly. Oh, I can only say it is fate. I originally wanted to find a time to confess to you, but when I saw a graceful woman holding your room card at the hotel, my heart shattered. I thought about it all day yesterday and couldn't convince myself. Now I want to ask, if I were a woman who wouldn't mind if you had other women, could you accept me? After reading this, Chen Nuo's first thought was to refuse. What does she take me for? A stud? But then he remembered that there were only a little over 3 days left until the apocalypse, and who knows if Li Shui would even survive. Wouldn't it be too cruel to refuse? In the end, Chen Nuo shamelessly convinced himself and took out his phone to send Li Shui a text message. How could I have such luck? Li Shui walked anxiously down the street, unsure if Chen Nuo would accept her, but she knew deep down that her heart truly had Chen Nuo in it. Especially when she saw that graceful woman, her breath nearly stopped. Some might say that's an exaggeration, but that's how feelings are. She thought about it for a day and night, and decided not to hide her feelings any longer. She would take the initiative even if it meant getting hurt more deeply, as she would have no regrets. At least she would have fought for it. While lost in thought, her phone's message notification rang. Li Shui looked at the text Chen Nuo had sent, and felt a surge of happiness. This is why love makes people foolish, and it truly does. Chen Nuo sat in the car, pondering whether to mention it to Su Li. After all, feelings are selfish. If he didn't say anything, getting caught later would be even more terrifying. Chen Nuo took out his phone and snapped a picture of the note. He took a deep breath and pressed send. Less than half a minute later, Su Li's call came in. Little brother, you are quick. Is it your classmate? Chen Nuo laughed upon hearing this. Sister Su, it's not my classmate. It's the receptionist from the hotel I stayed at. That day when I gave you the room card to wait for me, she was the one who attended to you. Su Li thought for a moment and finally recalled. There was indeed such a person. At the time, she even thought that the receptionist's expression seemed off, so that's where it was from. Little brother, I really didn't expect it. Your charm is quite powerful. Not only classmates, but now even the hotel receptionist has caught your attention. Chen Nuo quickly exclaimed, Sister Su, you misunderstood me. I feel like this is all happening too suddenly. Su Li understood the situation Chen Nuo was talking about and asked, Then what do you mean by sending me this? To flaunt your charm? How could that be? Sister Su, I wanted to say that rather than hiding it from you, if you find out, I wouldn't be able to handle the consequences. Su Li snorted. Spare me. We aren't married. I have no right to control you. Chen Nuo quickly, marriage is just a piece of paper. How about we go get a marriage certificate right now? I'm ready whenever you are. Upon hearing Chen Nuo's words, Su Li felt a wave of relief. Since Chen Nuo could say that, it meant he really did want to marry her. Little brother, you said it. I've been a bit busy these days. Once I finish my tasks, we will go get the certificate. Now let's talk about this matter. Since you brought it up, you must have your thoughts on it. A beauty like her doesn't mind if you have other women, and she's willing to follow you. What are your thoughts on this? Chen Nuo contemplated his words before replying. Sister Su, as you can see, Li Shui's message indicates she truly has feelings for me. I think if I directly refuse, it doesn't seem right. I thought about it and decided to neither refuse nor agree for now. They'll wait a few days and see if she comes to her senses. Don't worry, I will absolutely not do anything to let you down. Su Li scoffed. Men, let's leave it at that for now. Once we finish with these busy days, let's hurry and get that marriage certificate. This way the butterflies around you will decrease. After they hung up, Chen Nuo let out a big sigh of relief. Brother, you really did well. Your wife didn't throw a fit about this. I applaud you. Chen Nuo looked up at the driver, and the two of them began to boast about their accomplishments. On the road to Alien Storage, large trucks were constantly on the move now, operating 24 hours a day. After Chen Nuo got out of the car and walked into the Alien Storage yard, his phone buzzed. He took it out and looked at it. As long as you are willing, I will have no regrets. Whether it was Li Shui or Chen Nuo, both felt sweet inside. Chen Nuo found Zhao Wei and the others, who were in a heated debate beside a warehouse. He approached them. What's got you so agitated? Jing Tao and the others hurried over upon seeing Chen Nuo. Brother Chen, you're here? Have you eaten? I can go to the cafeteria and grab something for you. Chen Nuo raised his hand and patted Jing Tao, smiling. Let's discuss the meal later. First tell me what you three are arguing about. You all look quite angry. Su Hao scratched his head, still showing signs of anger. Brother Chen, it's the news that just broke today. Little Japan suddenly ordered the discharge of nuclear wastewater into the sea at 11 p.m. last night. We've been criticizing them harshly. Chen Nuo was taken aback, frowning slightly. He took out his phone and opened the Tomato News app, and sure enough, all the reports condemned Little Japan's irresponsibility. What did the government say? Zhao Wei asked excitedly. Brother Chen, the government reacted immediately. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has strongly condemned Little Japan's actions and the General Administration of Customs has decided to completely suspend all seafood imports from Little Japan. Chen Nuo raised an eyebrow as he noticed Zhao Wei had nothing more to say. That's it. Zhao Wei was taken aback. That's all, Brother Chen. This is already quite severe. Banning all seafood from entering the country will have a huge impact on Little Japan's agricultural and fishing workers. Chen Nuo shook his head. That's not enough. Although it seems like a retaliation, given the nature of Little Japan, they won't feel the pain at all. Zhao Wei, do you need a visa to go to Little Japan? Zhao Wei was caught off guard. He didn't expect Chen Nuo to make such a big move. Jing Tao, seeing Zhao Wei in a day. Brother Chen, a visa is required to go to Little Japan. We only canceled visa requirements for ASEAN countries, and Little Japan is not part of that group. Chen Nuo thought for a moment. Zhao Wei booked me a flight to the Philippines tonight. I need to pay them a visit. Little Japan's actions cannot be overlooked. Around 11 p.m., Chen Nuo exited the airport. He looked at the night scenery and recalled his last visit. He opened his phone thinking about not having the chance to inform Sister Su. Just as he was about to make a call, he received several text messages from Sister Su Li Shui and Wu Shasha along with a reminder. Chen Nuo first dialed Su Li's number, and the call was connected almost immediately. Chen Nuo, you really are something. If I hadn't called Zhao Wei, I wouldn't have known you went to the Philippines again. Couldn't you at least give me a heads up before you left? After some effort to pacify Su Li, he looked at the calls from Li Shui and Wu Shasha, dialing Li Shui's number, which was also answered in a flash. Hello Chen Nuo, are you alright? Sniffles, it's so good to hear you're okay. I was worried something happened. Be careful out there. Chen Nuo listened to Li Shui's cautions, feeling a whirlwind of emotions as she joyfully ended the call. Chen Nuo sighed. He felt somewhat unworthy. He dialed Wu Shasha's number, which took a good 30 to 40 seconds before a lazy voice answered. Hello Chen Nuo, calling me so late. I was sleeping soundly. Don't you know that beautiful women shouldn't stay up late? Wu Shasha only called to chat, and upon learning the situation, Chen Nuo hung up. Chen Nuo shrugged, slightly feeling a mix of emotions from the three women's different attitudes. He shook his head. Being a master of time management isn't easy. He sighed again, putting his phone away, refusing a taxi on the road, and walked slowly into the distance. Walking through a dark alley, Chen Nuo stepped inside and released an unmarked van. He drove the vehicle to the seaside, donned a diving suit, and slowly waded into the water, reaching a depth of 100 meters before beginning to swim away. Chen Nuo did not head to the previous military base. He went in another direction. This time he intended to launch dozens of missiles from the Philippines to intimidate Little Japan. It would be even better if he could blow up the area where they discharged nuclear wastewater. As Chen Nuo swam towards the ocean, he stopped when he was about 20 to 30 miles away from the Philippine coastline. He opened his bag and contemplated retrieving a destroyer for a simultaneous launch. Just as he was about to take it out, suddenly a shadow beneath the sea passed directly below him. Chen Nuo looked down instantly and saw a shadow over 100 meters long, about 30 to 40 meters below him. Chen Nuo initially thought it was a whale or something similar. The crew inside the nuclear submarine also assumed he was just a fish, and both parties remained oblivious to each other. After a few seconds of observation, Chen Nuo realized it was a submarine, most likely a nuclear submarine. His heart raced with excitement. During his last visit, he had not encountered any nuclear submarines and had felt regret. He swiftly swam towards the nuclear submarine, and the personnel inside noticed him as well. However, they assumed he was a fish because Chen Nuo's speed was beyond that of a human, and they were at a depth of 170 meters where humans could not withstand such water pressure. Additionally, they were returning to the military base, so they had surfaced from 400 to 500 meters below. This was their most careless moment. They never imagined anyone would dare approach them. Chen Nuo easily reached the top of the nuclear submarine and stepped onto it. At that moment, the personnel inside noticed something unusual, but they still stubbornly believed it was just a fish and prepared to activate the sonic waves to drive Chen Nuo away. Just as the duty officer was about to press the sonic button, a thought crossed Chen Nuo's mind, and the nuclear submarine. Over 100 personnel appeared in the ocean, nearly 200 meters underwater. At the moment they materialized, the duty personnel were struck with shock, while those still resting had no chance to react, their chests collapsing under the water pressure, blood oozing from their orifices. Chen Nuo swam upwards, reaching the surface of the sea. He released the nuclear submarine, and a massive wave surged, nearly pushing Chen Nuo away. He quickly climbed onto the nuclear submarine and made his way to the entrance, fiddling with it for a long time before finally entering the submarine, which was quite spacious inside. Chen Nuo entered the control room and looked at the complex instrument panel helplessly, saying, I was too naive. Without authorization and a password, I probably can't launch the nuclear missile. As he muttered to himself, he carefully studied the instrument panel. After some research, he gradually mastered the basic operating procedures. Oh, what's this? Suddenly Chen Nuo let out a soft exclamation. He noticed that the submarine's security system seemed to have been deactivated in advance, likely due to a technical glitch or human oversight, allowing him to bypass the password verification and access the operating interface directly. Chen Nuo laughed heartily. Hee, Little Japan, fate has come for you, so don't blame me, Chen Nuo, for being ruthless. Thus Chen Nuo activated the attack system. The launch bay opened, and set the attack target at the site where Little Japan was discharging nuclear wastewater. Just as he was about to press the launch button, he paused and added another target, the Yasukuni Shrine. It's all over, let's nuclear flatten them. As soon as Chen Nuo pressed the launch button, an alarm blared inside the submarine in English. Chen Nuo completely ignored it and quickly left the submarine. At that moment, the nuclear missile had already launched, the tail flame of the missile illuminating the entire sky. The people in the Philippines who were still awake from a distance saw this scene, unaware that it was a nuclear missile, merely speculating that it was some sort of drill. After Chen Nuo stored the nuclear submarine back in his bag, he swam quickly towards the shore. By this time, the military of the beautiful country was already in an uproar. Old Deng was awakened from his sleep by someone shouting. After learning the situation, he was horrified. My God, who on earth did this? Without the president's orders, this is outright crime. The men surrounding the elderly leader stood frozen in bewilderment, until one of his aides broke the silence. Mr. President, Japan's discharge of nuclear-contaminated wastewater threatens not only marine life, but all of humanity. We condemn this act unequivocally. Yet as Tokyo remains obstinate, the United States has no choice but to take decisive action to safeguard humanity and the oceans. Though seasoned in years, the president failed to grasp the aide's implication. But Japan is our ally. The aide gave a slight shrug, speaking with calm assurance. The nuclear warhead has already been launched. It is too late for words now. We have notified Japan. They fully comprehend the gravity of the situation and intend to intercept the missile midair. Yet, Mr. President, you know well its destructive force, the shockwave, will obliterate everything at ground zero. Moreover, the military has discreetly informed Tokyo that this was orchestrated by terrorists. But we cannot publicly attribute it thus. It would signal America's decline to the world. To preserve our moral authority, we must declare it openly and stand unambiguously on the side of justice. The aide paused, then turned to the president with a faint, knowing smile. And Mr. President, you misspoke earlier. Japan is not an ally. It is merely a tool, a dog we leash to contain Huagua. When did a dog ever become an ally? Chen Nuo swam swiftly toward the Philippine coastline, reaching shore after roughly 15 minutes. He glanced back. The missile had vanished beyond the horizon. He drove the van toward the airport, pulled out his phone, and asked Zhao Wei to book him the earliest flight out of the Philippines. The booking was confirmed without delay. Chen Nuo checked the time, his brow furrowed. Only 30 minutes remained before departure. Upon arriving at the terminal, he glanced again, less than 10 minutes until takeoff. He hurried to the boarding gate, only to be stopped by staff who informed him boarding had closed 10 minutes prior. Just as frustration settled in, an announcement echoed through the terminal. Ladies and gentlemen, due to an unidentified atmospheric shockwave, all flights are delayed by 20 minutes. We kindly ask for your patience. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by Philippine Airlines. Chen Nuo turned to the staff with quiet expectation. I may board now then. 20 minutes later, Chen Nuo sat aboard the aircraft as it lifted smoothly into the sky. He opened the overhead compartment and gazed inside. Nuclear submarine, length 170 meters, beam 13 meters, operational depth 400 meters, propulsion nuclear, armament advanced, renowned for precision covert operations. Chen Nuo chuckled softly as he closed the compartment. Glancing around, he saw fellow passengers dozing quietly, and soon followed suit. Hardly had he closed his eyes for a few dozen seconds when something draped over him. Instinctively, he reached out. He opened his eyes to find a beautiful flight attendant glaring at him, humiliated, flustered. Only then did he realize his hand had brushed against her chest. He snatched his hand back, instantly offering an awkward, sheepish grin. A misunderstanding. I didn't mean to. She scoffed coldly and strode away. Chen Nuo looked down at the blanket covering him, then lifted his hand to his nose, inhaling faintly. At that very moment, the attendant happened to glance his way. Their eyes met. She shot him a sharp, disdainful look before turning away in indignation. He tucked the blanket tightly about himself and drifted off. He awoke only when the plane had landed and all other passengers had disembarked. Stepping onto the tarmac, Chen Nuo spotted several flight attendants wheeling suitcases toward the exit. Among them stood the same attendant from the flight. He hesitated, then approached. Xiao Shirhan heard footsteps behind her and turned. Her expression darkened the moment she recognized Chen Nuo. He scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Miss, it truly was a misunderstanding. I never meant to. Xiao Shirhan huffed sharply. A misunderstanding. Then sniffing your own hand. That's also a misunderstanding. You're nothing but a lecher. Just leave me alone. I never want to see you again. A flicker of irritation crossed Chen Nuo's face. What harm is there in a quick sniff? But he said nothing more, simply sidestepped her and walked on. Xiao Shirhan wheeled her suitcase forward, when suddenly her phone rang. Chen Nuo barely registered the sound. Then behind him came a sharp clatter. Her suitcase toppled over. He instinctively turned and saw Xiao Shirhan crouched low, hand pressed over her mouth, eyes wide with panic and helplessness. Her head bobbed urgently as she frantically asked about hospitals. After hanging up, she swayed unsteadily, perhaps overwhelmed by the call or having risen too quickly. Chen Nuo rushed forward and steadied her before she collapsed. Xiao Shihan took a few shallow breaths, gradually regaining composure. Only to recoil the moment she realized Chen Nuo still held her. Pervert, don't touch me. Chen Nuo stepped aside, clicking his tongue thoughtfully, but said nothing. Xiao Shihan staggered forward just a few steps, then nearly fell again. Chen Nuo darted ahead, catching her firmly. This time, no matter how fiercely she pushed, he refused to let go. If you had the strength to walk on your own, I wouldn't bother holding you. Something urgent must have happened, so let's stop wasting time. Let me support you. Remembering the call, Xiao Shihan glanced at him and reluctantly acquiesced. May I ask what occurred? Speaking it aloud may ease your heart. She remained silent. They moved slowly toward the exit, her pace agonizingly slow, her anxiety mounting. Tears welled as she whispered, voice trembling. The hospital called. My mother suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. She's hospitalized now, and her condition is critical. Chen Nuo's expression tightened. Is she at Nanha City Hospital? She nodded. Chen Nuo withdrew his phone. Don't panic, not yet. A friend's father is the hospital's director. Tell me your mother's details. I'll call him right now. He dialed Jing Tao, who though already asleep answered immediately upon seeing Chen Nuo's name. Brother Chen, you're back? Shall I pick you up? No need, Jing Tao. A friend's mother has suffered a cerebral hemorrhage at the city hospital. Arrange your best neurosurgeons, immediately. I need them to assess her condition. Xiao Shihan watched Chen Nuo speak, and in that instant gratitude flooded her heart. Shame followed his touch had been accidental. Even the brief, instinctive sniff. Well, perhaps that too was only human nature. Human nature. Done. My friend has promised top-tier specialists. Rest assured, modern medicine is formidable. Your mother will pull through. Tears shimmered in Xiao Shihan's eyes, making Chen Nuo sigh inwardly. Now what? If others see you like this, they'll think I've bullied you. A fragile tear-streaked smile touched her lips. She wiped her eyes and bowed deeply. Thank you. Chen Nuo gently raised her upright. No thanks needed. Just stop calling me a pervert. Consider us even. Chen Nuo noticed that Xiao Shihan was not in good condition. He originally offered to take her to the hospital, but the stubborn Xiao Shihan refused. In the end, they exchanged contact information, and Chen Nuo took a taxi and left. Xiao Shihan stood at the airport entrance watching the taxi leave. She took out her phone and called the hospital. After confirming that a doctor was indeed treating her mother, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She lifted her gaze again towards the direction the taxi had departed, her eyes filled with deep gratitude. After thinking for a moment, she called her supervisor to request a week off. Initially, her supervisor was reluctant, but upon hearing that Xiao Shihan's mother was hospitalized, and knowing her family was a single-parent household, he had no choice but to agree. Chen Nuo sat in the taxi glancing at the solitary figure of Xiao Shihan in the rearview mirror, and he couldn't help but sigh. With only 2 days left until the apocalypse, Xiao Shihan's mother was hospitalized at this critical moment. Even if she could be saved, it seemed unlikely she could escape the fate of becoming a zombie. Chen Nuo shook his head to dispel his distracting thoughts. His encounter with Xiao Shihan was merely a coincidence, and calling Jing Tao for help was just a small act of compensation for having brushed against her. Chen Nuo glanced at the time. It was nearly 5 in the morning. After some thought, he headed directly to Ilian's. On the way, he saw the long line of trucks from a distance. The taxi was slowly following behind, and a journey that should have taken half an hour stretched to nearly an hour. Chen Nuo got out of the taxi and walked into the Ilian storage compound. He took a quick look around and noticed several trucks unloading goods in front of each vacant warehouse, and in the distance, newly built temporary warehouses also had trucks unloading. He nodded in satisfaction and approached the management office just in time to see the head of Ilian Storage, Old Lu, wearily coordinating operations. Old Lu, make sure you rest, Chen Nuo said. Seeing Chen Nuo arrive, Old Lu exchanged a few casual words with Chen Nuo. Heard Old Lu mention that Zhao Wei had been busy until late last night and had not gone home. He was currently sleeping in the adjacent dormitory. Chen Nuo bid farewell to Old Lu and went to the dormitory. He woke Zhao Wei and asked him to take the key to the last warehouse and follow him. Old Lu watched the two go to the management office to get the key, his face showing confusion, and Chen Nuo explained casually. Old Lu, I'm having Zhao Wei take me to check the sealed supplies. After all, it's necessary to take a look at nearly $1 trillion worth of goods. Indeed, Ilian Storage now held nearly $1 trillion in supplies, and yesterday, nearly 600 billion worth of goods had been sealed. Old Lu pondered for a moment. All entrances and exits were monitored. As long as no goods were moved out, it was fine to take a look. Chen Nuo and Zhao Wei walked deeper into the warehouse area, and Chen Nuo spoke up. Did you dismantle all the surveillance cameras in the warehouse like I asked? Zhao Wei nodded, a triumphant smile. Initially, Uncle Lu was against it. I had to talk him into it. In the end, he agreed, thinking that as long as the entrances and exits were monitored, the supplies would be safe. However, there are still cameras on the main roads to monitor vehicle traffic. Chen Nuo wore a satisfied expression. As long as there were no cameras inside the warehouse, the ones on the road would serve as false evidence for him. The two arrived at the deepest part of the warehouse. Zhao Wei took out the key and opened the warehouse door. They entered, and Chen Nuo instructed Zhao Wei to close the door as he began to collect supplies. Zhao Wei stood at the door watching outside, while also observing the supplies beside Chen Nuo mysteriously disappear. This warehouse was about 5,000 to 6,000 square meters, and it took Chen Nuo roughly 3 minutes to collect all the supplies. Chen Nuo looked at the empty warehouse, feeling a sense of satisfaction. However, he was also glad he started collecting supplies today. If he had waited until the last day, there might not have been enough time to gather everything. Zhao Wei locked the warehouse door again. Old Lu was monitoring the screens in the control room. He saw the two come out of the warehouse in about 3 minutes and breathed a sigh of relief, glad that nothing unusual had happened. Chen Nuo and Zhao Wei continually entered and exited the warehouse, keeping Chen Nuo's supply collection time within 2 minutes. By 7:30 in the morning, Chen Nuo had no idea how many warehouses he had collected from, but it was only a small portion. Just as he was about to continue, Zhao Wei's phone rang. Brother Chen, it's Su Hao and Jing Tao. They've arrived. Should I let them in, or? Chen Nuo thought for a moment and replied, let them go to the cafeteria. We can grab something to eat first. It's better to fill our stomachs before continuing to collect supplies. The four of them arrived at the cafeteria. Chen Nuo and Zhao Wei were drinking porridge while Jing Tao and Su Hao had already eaten and came over, sitting nearby and playing on their phones. While playing on his phone, Jing Tao said, Brother Chen, there's a rumor that Little Japan was attacked by missiles last night. Chen Nuo picked up his bowl and finished the porridge inside, glancing around before shaking his head. We'll talk about it when we go out, but there should be news about it soon. Chen Nuo stood up and went to get another bowl of porridge. Indeed, around 8 o'clock, Tomato News pushed the news directly. Su Hao opened the news and was shocked as he skimmed the headline. Nuclear bomb. How? When did the beautiful country become so righteous? Isn't Little Japan their ally? Chen Nuo patted Su Hao's shoulder, then stood up and walked out of the cafeteria. People were coming and going, cars were passing by, and the four did not continue discussing the earlier matter, but others were passionately discussing it. The four of them arrived deep within the warehouse area where there was hardly anyone around. Only then did Jing Tao ask, Brother Chen, what exactly is going on? Last night, I originally intended to use missiles from the destroyer to bombard Little Japan, but unexpectedly discovered a nuclear submarine, so. The three gasped in surprise, unable to believe that the nuclear bomb had been launched by Chen Nuo. Brother Chen, are you saying we not only have a nuclear submarine, but also a nuclear bomb? Chen Nuo nodded. All right, let's not make a fuss. I saw in the news that Little Japan has publicly apologized to the world and promised not to discharge nuclear waste into the ocean anymore. This shows that only when they suffer will they learn a lesson. What Chen Nuo did not know was that the place where the nuclear waste had been discharged had already turned into ruins. There was no longer any nuclear waste, only a radiation zone now. Chen Nuo smacked his lips. However, I never expected that the beautiful country would claim that the nuclear bomb was launched by them. Regardless, with less than 2 days left, we don't need to concern ourselves with other trivial matters. Let's continue collecting supplies. Just as they walked a few steps, Chen Nuo suddenly stopped and said to Su Hao, you need to find the contractor later and have them dig a pit over 300 meters wide in the center of the land allocated to me. I want to place the aircraft carrier in it, and a depth of 4 meters is sufficient. The general manager sat in the center, perplexed. What do you think the beautiful country is thinking? Little Japan has always been subservient to the beautiful country. There's no reason for them to use a nuclear bomb. Could it really be, as they announced, that it was because Little Japan refused to listen and insisted on discharging nuclear waste? Someone responded. However, our satellite monitoring footage confirms that the nuclear bomb was indeed launched from a military base not far from the beautiful country in the Philippines. The military high-ranking officials present were baffled. The general manager couldn't make sense of it and could only shake his head. Keep a close watch. This could very well be the opponent's strategy, using a nuclear bomb against Little Japan. Although it seems illogical, it could also be a warning. The general manager recalled the recent intelligence that the military base in the Philippines had been strictly sealed off for the past 2 days, seemingly investigating something. Notify the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that we strongly condemn any country unilaterally using a nuclear bomb. However, we should also praise the beautiful country for its warning to Little Japan. Daring to discharge nuclear waste into the ocean, Little Japan deserves it. By the way, how is it going in Nanhua City? The high-ranking official in charge of the economy put on his glasses and flipped through a form after hearing this. The results are quite good. Other provinces have also started to participate. However, the time stipulated in the supply contract is less than 2 days away. The general manager thought for a moment and then said, it's fine. Well, proceed as we previously discussed. If it doesn't work out, we can establish a national-level strategic warehouse in Nanhua City. As for the surplus supplies, well, treat it as the state purchasing them, which will also boost the income of the citizens. Throughout the day, Chen Nuo continuously collected supplies. By evening, he had reached the forefront of the warehouse area. After checking the sky, he decided to pause his collection, planning to wait until the last few hours for the final gathering. Chen Nuo and his 3 companions walked toward the management room and happened to see Wang Chun walking ahead. Chen Nuo called out Wang Chun. Wang Chun stopped, turned around to look at Chen Nuo, and since he arrived, he hadn't had a moment's rest. How's it going? Are you getting used to it these past 2 days? Wang Chun complained. Chen Nuo, I have to say this place is way busier than my previous job. Trucks full of goods come one after another. Luckily all I have to do is watch the workers unload, so it's not too exhausting. Chen Nuo smiled. It'll be better after tomorrow. By the way, work overtime tomorrow night, and don't go back. I have arrangements for you. Wang Chen thought for a moment, and said actually, I would just be alone if I went back. Is there a dormitory here? If so, I'll stay here. Running back and forth is quite troublesome. Chen Nuo looked at Zhao Wei beside him. Zhao Wei arranged a room for Wang Chen to stay. Also, you three shouldn't go back tomorrow. Wang Chen and Chen Nuo chatted for a few more moments before following Zhao Wei to the dormitory. Chen Nuo remembered the painkillers and looked at Jing Tao. Jing Tao, the painkillers and adrenaline I asked you to prepare have arrived, right? Jing Tao nodded. They've arrived just in the warehouse in front. Chen Nuo waited for Zhao Wei to return and instructed him to open the warehouse door. Upon entering, the warehouse was filled with medical supplies, everything one could need. Chen Nuo directly collected all the supplies into the package compartment. After they exited the warehouse, Chen Nuo took a few steps before stopping again. He thought for a moment, took out a number of painkillers and adrenaline from the package compartment, and handed them to the three. Take these painkillers home and place them in a conspicuous spot in your family members' bedrooms. You can find your own reasons for it. The three looked at each other in confusion, and Chen Nuo shook his head. This is just my guess. I'm not sure about the specifics. Just do as I say. The three could only nod. Chen Nuo took Zhao Wei's car and arrived in front of the Ni Nong Wenong Hotel, where the four got out. Su Hao asked in surprise. Brother Chen, are you staying here? Chen Nuo nodded. Why did you forget? We met here. Without further ado, you all must be tired after a full day. Go back and rest. After sending them off, Chen Nuo entered the hotel. Li Shui had already noticed him and looked at him with sparkling eyes as he walked in. Since he was on duty, Chen Nuo only had a brief chat with Li Shui before heading to his room. He lay on the bed looking at the supplies and weapons in the package compartment, pondering what was still lacking. Damn. Chen Nuo picked up his phone. It was Su Li calling. Hello sister Su, are you missing me? I'm alone in the hotel right now. Do you want to come over? Su Li giggled. I would love to, but I've just been busy until now. I'm too exhausted to accompany. The two chatted about some trivial matters, yet they both found it quite romantic. By the way, little brother, I have something to tell you. Your contract should be finalized tomorrow morning, but the municipal government hasn't stopped. I heard that the country is planning to establish a national strategic warehouse in Nanha City, so even if we stop purchasing supplies, goods will still keep coming. Chen Nuo was indifferent after all. Even if it stopped now, the supplies he had already received far exceeded his expectations. After hanging up as Chen Nuo was about to sleep, a sudden knock on the door sounded. Chen Nuo, puzzled, got up and opened the door only to see Li Shui standing at the entrance. Li Shui. Li Shui didn't respond to Chen Nuo. Instead, she lowered her head and entered the room, nervously shutting the door behind her, and directly embraced Chen Nuo. Her movements were a bit stiff and slightly trembling. Chen Nuo instinctively asked, you. Li Shui looked up and kissed Chen Nuo, silencing his words. Since it had come to this, Chen Nuo saw no need to be a gentleman. The clothes on their bodies felt extremely cumbersome. It turned into an exhilarating struggle filled with fervor and passion, the only regret being that there were no spectators. Creak, creak. The sturdy bed couldn't bear the weight, creaking ominously. The sound of heavy breathing lingered. If I said that an hour later the storm calmed, some might claim I was bragging, but the truth is indeed so. Li Shui had long since fallen asleep, and Chen Nuo held her, watching her delicate brows occasionally furrow, likely due to some pain. Chen Nuo hugged her tightly, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep. Ding, only one day remains until the apocalypse arrives. Please prepare yourself. A loud voice echoed in Chen Nuo's mind. He quickly opened his eyes and looked at the modifier, seeing the countdown had changed to 235952. Indeed, there's only one day left. I didn't expect the modifier to remind me. Chen Nuo thought for a moment, withdrew his arm from Li Shui's fair body, got up, put on his clothes, and then kissed Li Shui on the forehead. Coincidentally or not, Li Shui revealed a sweet smile. Chen Nuo opened the door and walked out of the room. He left the hotel and arrived at a dim alley, took out an unregistered van, and started it, heading towards his former rented apartment. Upon hearing the prompt, Chen Nuo suddenly realized that it was the last day, and that he should take revenge for the original owner's grievances first, otherwise it would be difficult to find a suitable time for revenge once things got busy tomorrow. Chen Nuo quickly arrived downstairs. He looked up at the third floor where the light was still on at this hour. Not thinking too much, he directly climbed up, just like last time, to the window of the third floor bedroom. Chen Nuo furrowed his brows, and a cold, murderous intent appeared on his face. Godfather. The seductive sounds normally should be exhilarating, yet Chen Nuo remained unusually calm, the hostility deep within him continuing to surge. Chen Nuo glanced at the two people in the room, his gaze landing on the keys on the table. With a thought, he collected the keys into the package compartment. Chen Nuo returned downstairs and went to the third floor. He used the keys to open the door, and Guaning and Jiang Yu were in the heat of passion, completely unaware of the door opening. Chen Nuo entered the room and gently closed the door. He walked straight to the bedroom, twisted the doorknob, and surprisingly, it wasn't locked. He pushed the door open and walked in. Guaning was wearing an eye mask, her hands bound to the head of the bed. Chen Nuo's inner fury was already hard to suppress. He snorted coldly, and the sudden sound startled the two. Unexpectedly, Chen Nuo's arrival actually gave the two a boost. Jiang Yu looked back in terror, recognizing Chen Nuo as the little white face who previously mingled with his ex-wife. "Godfather, please don't scare me," Guining gasped. Chen Nuo grabbed Jiang Yu by the neck. Jiang Yu struggled fiercely as Chen Nuo pulled him off Guining. Yes, it was a pull after all. The two separated, and Chen Nuo forcefully threw Jiang Yu to the ground. Jiang Yu fell to the floor, gasped. Chen Nuo walked to the bed and lifted Guining's eye mask. When Guining saw Chen Nuo's face, she immediately panicked and instinctively said, "Husband, I was forced." After Guining spoke, she realized that the two had already broken up. "Chen Nuo, what do you want to do?" "Let me tell you, we have broken up. Who I choose to follow is my own freedom." At this moment, Jiang Yu finally caught on. "You're Ninger's former poor boyfriend." Chen Nuo said nothing and walked towards Jiang Yu, who slowly stood up and began to laugh. "Kid, you really have guts to flirt with my ex-wife, haha, I will not let you go." Before Jiang Yu could finish his sentence, Chen Nuo punched him in the stomach. Although it wasn't with full force, it was enough to cause internal bleeding. Jiang Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, and Guining instinctively wanted to scream. Chen Nuo turned around sharply. "If you dare to shout, I will kill you immediately." Guining was frightened by Chen Nuo's gaze. She immediately shut her mouth, not daring to make a sound. Her body trembled, and she lost control, wetting the sheets with a mixture of something dirty. Chen Nuo frowned, but ignored Guining. He looked at Jiang Yu and shook his head. "You still won't let me go? Haha, you have no chance. I'm here to take revenge today." Jiang Yu was already scared. He looked at Chen Nuo in terror. "Revenge? Is it just because I was with your woman? Didn't you also sleep with my ex-wife?" Chen Nuo didn't want to say much. "Our grievances have been clear from the beginning. There's a third brother, you remember him?" Jiang Yu's pupils shrank. "I only asked him to give you a beating. Even with that, there's no need to take my life, right? I admit I was wrong. Please let me go. I can give you money, a lot of money." Chen Nuo sneered. "Money? Don't." "The $1 trillion contract from the Jiang Group was given by me." Jiang Yu stared at Chen Nuo in shock, unable to believe it. "You are that Chen Nuo?" Chen Nuo shrugged slightly. "Haven't you always known my name?" Jiang Yu's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he spoke in fear. "This is all a misunderstanding. I beg you, spare me." "Misunderstanding? This is not a misunderstanding. I have always been certain that you can only die to calm my inner resentment. By the way, at the last moment, let me show you your old friend." Jiang Yu was confused only to see Chen Nuo wave his hand. A pile of flesh landed on Jiang Yu. He hurriedly pushed it away, looking down with fear in his eyes. Jiang Yu's pupils began to dilate. Suddenly Jiang Yu's body tensed up, convulsing continuously. He was frightened to death, his eyes wide. Guining, tied to the bed, did not see such a terrifying scene. Chen Nuo snorted. He didn't expect Jiang Yu to be so easily scared. If he really got off easy. Chen Nuo stored Jiang Yu and third brother's bodies in his inventory, and then turned to look at Guining on the bed, who was in disarray beneath her. Chen Nuo raised his hand to untie the ropes binding Guining. She hurriedly pulled the quilt to cover her body. However, she felt it was unnecessary since they had lived together for half a year. What hadn't they seen? Guining glanced at the floor and did not see Jiang Yu. She couldn't understand why there was no sound from him. Chen Nuo thought for a moment and said, "Put on your best clothes and make yourself up." After a while, Chen Nuo walked out of the rental apartment. His heart felt completely at ease. The resentment that had lingered in his heart dissipated when Guining died. At this moment, Chen Nuo had truly been reborn. In the rental apartment, Guining lay on the bed with her eyes closed, looking as if she were asleep, her face adorned with exquisite makeup. At the same time, Chen Nuo took his revenge in the depths of the distant universe. A satellite named Explorer 10086 was continually heading into the vast cosmos. This satellite, which had long lost contact with Blue Star, was an exploratory satellite launched by an unknown country. Suddenly, it seemed to pass through a thin membrane. Boom! The universe underwent an abnormal change. A great sound echoed, and the membrane directly ruptured, turning the satellite into powder as a surge of energy that had been blocked by the membrane instantly shattered it. This energy rapidly covered the area that had been blocked by the membrane. No one knew that the moment this energy reached Blue Star was the exact time of the apocalypse Chen Nuo had mentioned. Chen Nuo returned to the hotel, took a shower in the bathroom, then climbed into bed in the dark, holding Li Shui from behind as they slept. In the morning, Li Shui woke up lazily stretching, feeling a slight pain in a certain area. Chen Nuo also woke up and happened to see Li Shui's slightly quivering brows. "Does it still hurt?" Li Shui's face turned slightly red as she didn't speak and instead nestled into Chen Nuo's embrace. Chen Nuo helped Li Shui get dressed, and after they both finished washing up, he thought for a moment. "Let's go. You'll follow me today." Li Shui nodded. Since she had given herself to Chen Nuo, she was now his. As the two walked out of the hotel, the receptionist stared at them in astonishment, and Li Shui smiled slightly. Chen Nuo brought Li Shui to alien storage. When Jing Tao and the others saw Li Shui, they were momentarily surprised. They remembered her, but tactfully didn't ask further. Although they didn't ask, someone would. At 10 in the morning, Su Li arrived, having completed the agreed-upon supply amount of the. Su Li saw Li Shui standing beside Chen Nuo, looking like a little bird leaning on him, and naturally she was not happy. She suppressed her emotions and focused on the business at hand. Little brother, all the materials have been sealed. The rest is the final payment tomorrow. You should have no problems, right? She was angry but still worried about Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo shrugged and confidently said, Sister Su, don't worry, everything will be fine tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow the apocalypse would arrive, any problems wouldn't matter then. Seeing his confidence, Su Li felt relieved. She glanced sideways, and Chen Nuo understood, smiling at Li Shui to let her wait here for a moment. Su Li and Chen Nuo went to the previous warehouse, closing the door. Though Li Shui felt very uneasy, she didn't get jealous, because she thought of Su Li as Chen Nuo's main partner. As for herself, why blush? Su Li leaned in close to Chen Nuo, sniffing him. Chen Nuo awkwardly scratched his head, puzzled as he sniffed himself, but didn't smell anything. He clearly remembered taking a shower last night. He shouldn't have a smell. Aren't you going to explain? You smell strongly of a woman. Did you fool around with that woman outside last night? Chen Nuo did not avoid Su Li's gaze but pulled her closer and kissed her. Su Li initially struggled, but soon responded passionately. After a long kiss, Su Li pushed Chen Nuo away. Don't think that this will make me forgive you. You must give me an Chen Nuo looked at Su Li, a helpless expression on his face. She is the receptionist who wrote to me before. Su Li was taken aback, her brows slightly furrowed. Is it her? The foolish woman who doesn't care if you have other women. Chen Nuo nodded. Sister Su, actually I am also quite conflicted. Conflicted? I see no trace of conflict on your face, only a look of complete ease. Su Li snorted. Chen Nuo was speechless, wondering when he had shown any ease. Although last night was indeed quite. He cleared his throat. Sister Su, give me one more day, and I will give you an answer tomorrow. How about that? Su Li and Chen Nuo walked out of the warehouse. Although Su Li was still a bit displeased, she had to accept it for now. They had already been to bed together. Should they really act like young ones who are breaking up? Please be more mature, okay? Outside the warehouse, Chang Jianjun and the others had been waiting for a while. Hearing that the two had entered the warehouse, they smiled and waited outside. Brother Chang, you guys are here. After a bit of small talk, they checked the supplies. All contracts were completed, both parties had a pleasant cooperation, and they were just waiting for the final payment to be settled tomorrow for everything to be concluded. After chatting for a while as they were about to leave, Chen Nuo called out to them. He then found a plastic bag, entered the warehouse for a few seconds, and came back out. Here are some painkillers, please take these back with you, brothers. Little brother, what is this? Chen Nuo shook his head. Just take them, please. Seeing that Chen Nuo wasn't saying anything else, the others didn't want to embarrass him, and each took a few items before leaving. When Su Li saw that everyone else had left, she also prepared to leave. However, Chen Nuo stopped her, insisting that she stay with him today, including tonight. Su Li tried to persuade him, but Chen Nuo was adamant. Su Li had no choice but to call Jiang Tianhai, informing him that she needed to stay here to keep an eye on things. Jiang Tianhai thought Su Li was doing it for work and agreed. At noon, Chen Nuo asked Jing Tao and the others whether they had given the painkillers to their families. The three nodded. Then he thought of Wu Shasha. After some consideration, he decided to send her some as well. He called her for her address and found a courier to deliver it, leaving the outcome to fate. In the 10 days since Chen Nuo's rebirth, there were not many people he had interacted with. Oh, there was also a flight attendant. He couldn't forget her and needed to send something through a courier. On the last day in the evening, the number of trucks slowly decreased as the contracts were completed. Although the country was still transporting supplies here, it was no longer as frequent as in the previous days. Around 8 o'clock, there were no more trucks at all. Chen Nuo had dinner in the cafeteria with Jing Tao, Wang Chun, Su Li, and Li Shui. After they had eaten their fill, they went to the management office. Chen Nuo said he wanted to conduct a final check on the supplies stored today. When Lao Lu saw Su Li was also there, he didn't ask any questions. Zhao Wei used his presence to persuade Lao Lu to go home and rest, mentioning that Su Dong was also there. Lao Lu was convinced, and as he left, Chen Nuo gave him a few boxes of painkillers. Chen Nuo led everyone toward the warehouse and silenced the atmosphere quiet. Upon opening the warehouse door, everyone walked in as Jing Tao and the others closed the door behind them. Chen Nuo looked at the warehouse filled with supplies, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He turned to Su Li, Wang Chun, and Li Shui. You are all the people I trust the most. At this time, I do not want to hide anything from you. Upon hearing this, Su Li displayed a look of urgency. Brother, does that mean you? Before Su Li could finish her sentence, Chen Nuo raised his hand to stop her. Sister Su, let me finish. Su Li had no choice but to temporarily suppress her impatience. Li Shui also looked worried while Wang Chun frowned deeply. Jing Tao and the others remained calm. Chen Nuo took a deep breath and then said, who in 5 or 6 hours the apocalypse will descend upon this world? Wang Chun was taken aback and joked, Chen Nu, why don't we go to the hospital for a check? Chen Nuo shot Wang Chun a sidelong glance, knowing that if he let them believe. Chen Nuo waved his hand, and the supplies before him vanished. Ignoring the shock of the three, he quickly collected supplies in the warehouse. 2 minutes later, he returned to the others. He looked at the three, who were dumbfounded. As you can see, is there anything more unbelievable than this? Su Li took a few deep breaths, her frown relaxing. Brother, does that mean this has been a deception all along? Chen Nuo looked at Su Li, their eyes meeting for a few seconds as Chen Nuo extended his hand. Then does Sister Su still want to walk this dark road with me? Su Li looked at Chen Nuo, smiling though her smile was not graceful. Perhaps it was disbelief or an inability to accept. After a few seconds, Su Li's laughter faded. She looked directly at Chen Nuo, her heart made up. Since you are the man I have chosen, I will naturally accompany you. She reached out and placed her hand on Chen Nuo's hand. Chen Nuo held Su Li's hand tightly and turned to Li Shui beside them. You said before that you would follow me without regret. What about now? Li Shui was very straightforward. Although she appeared to have a gentle personality, she expressed her feelings directly, walking up to Chen Nuo and linking her arm with his. When I said I would follow without regret, I never intended to change that unless I died. Finally, Wang Chun enviously smacked his lips. Chen Nuo quickly packed the supplies from the warehouse, the vegetables and meat from the cold storage, and the full banquet ordered by the restaurant over the past few days into the package. It wasn't until after 1 o'clock in the morning that Chen Nuo finished collecting all the supplies, including those that were not his. Zhao Wei briefed the people in the management office, telling them they had to go out for a bit and to keep an eye on the entrance. Chen Nuo directly placed the key to the warehouse into the package. Although there was still less than an hour left, he didn't want any issues at this time. In a hidden area, Chen Nuo took out the van from the package. Everyone got in the car, heading toward a nearby location. That belonged to him. There were people watching here as well. When Chen Nuo's car arrived, they recognized Su Hao and let them in. Chen Nuo parked the van in a shady spot, and everyone got out while he stored the van back into the package. There were many makeshift warehouses here, mainly for hardware, building materials, and easily stored supplies. After all the things Chen Nuo wanted included all aspects of life. Everything was present. As time ticked by, Chen Nuo watched the countdown on the modifier as 0549. Chen Nuo waved his hand, and 7 armored vehicles appeared. Su Li looked at the suddenly appearing armored vehicles, feeling shocked, but increasingly convinced of Chen Nuo's claims. Chen Nuo then pulled out a lot of painkillers and adrenaline. In 5 minutes, everyone should get into an armored vehicle, take some painkillers and adrenaline. I don't know the specifics, but I hope it's useful. Everyone walked into the armored vehicles with a number of painkillers in hand. Chen Nuo opened his phone and initiated a video conference. 1 minute left. 30 seconds. 10, 9, 3. Chen Nuo watched the countdown nearing 0, a smile appearing on his face as he spoke. Everyone, I wish you good luck, and I'll see you in the apocalypse. Everyone responded, good luck. See you in the apocalypse. An unknown force swept through the universe, causing satellites outside Blue Star to disintegrate into dust. All electronic devices on Blue Star immediately malfunctioned as this energy surged into the bodies of all living beings on Blue Star. A severe pain instantly struck, and every creature capable of making a sound on the planet let out a painful scream. The apocalypse has arrived. Chen Nuo felt his body suddenly tense up as if a violent surge of energy was flooding into him, causing his body to spasm and tremble, as though something was drilling inside him, unbearable pain coursing through him. Chen Nuo gritted his teeth and endured. Then came a severe headache akin to having gone days and nights without sleep, a kind of nerve pain, but this nerve pain was all-encompassing. Chen Nuo let out a suppressed scream of pain. He hadn't taken any painkillers, this suffering was still within his tolerance. In the realm of his brain, the sea of consciousness, it was originally a chaotic void, but suddenly a space was violently torn open. Perhaps it was a second, perhaps a millennium. That surge of energy swiftly occupied every corner of the space, and a magical space was established. In the center of the space, an irregular mass of energy suddenly appeared. The pain continued, and Chen Nuo felt as if his soul was being constantly devoured by something, a powerful wave of weakness crashing over him. Within the magical space, that irregular mass of energy absorbed Chen Nuo's primal power, writhing. Finally, at a critical point, it abruptly expanded and contracted, a dazzling light flashing, and then, as the light faded, a small figure only a few inches tall appeared. Though naked, its gender was indiscernible. Chen Nuo's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed, the pain receding like the tide. Moments later, his body ceased to hurt, and his brain returned to normal. Uncertain of what was happening, Chen Nuo instinctively called for the modifier. However, the illusory modifier did not appear. Instead, a small figure materialized before his eyes. What is this? Normally at night, Chen Nuo shouldn't be able to see the small figure clearly, but he could see it very distinctly. There was a character modify on the small figure's forehead. Chen Nuo's mind raced as he fixed his gaze on the small figure before him. The figure seemed to lack consciousness, merely floating vacantly in the air. Chen Nuo reached out to touch the small figure, but grasped at nothing. What is this? A projection, he muttered, staring at the character on the small figure's forehead. Where did my modifier go? With that thought, the small figure suddenly changed, and a blank page appeared before Chen Nuo. At the top of the page, there was an image of the small figure, the same one from before, followed by the 3 characters for modifier. Chen Nuo seemed to understand if for some unknown reason the modifier had transformed into the small figure. He looked towards the bottom of the page, his eyes widening in shock as it was entirely blank. What is going on? Why is it all blank? Just as Chen Nuo was puzzled, he suddenly jolted. Damn, my supply. He instinctively thought of the supplies in his inventory. Buzz, his brain jolted, and on the illusory blank page the inventory appeared at the bottom. Seeing that all the supplies were intact, Chen Nuo let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the modifier. Besides the inventory, there was nothing else. I thought of the inventory, and it appeared. Then what about health points? Buzz, on the modifier, the first line read health points. 400400 super healthy. What is this? Chen Nuo then tried to recite the previous attributes, and sure enough. Host Chen Nuo health points, 400400 super healthy, magic power, 800, 800 magic power unlocked, strength 30, agility, 15, constitution, 40, mental strength, 8, talent modify all things. Inventory infinite. Chen Nuo gazed at the illusory interface before him, noticing that besides strength and agility, everything else seemed to have changed. He held his jaw with his right hand. What on earth is happening? What is that small figure? The interface changed again, and below the host Chen Nuo, a new line appeared. Host Chen Nuo class modifier, health points, 400400 super healthy, magic power, 800, 800 magic power unlocked, strength 30, agility, 15, constitution, 40, mental strength, 8, inventory infinite. Chen Nuo looked down and found that the talent item was missing while the others remained unchanged. He understood that class was the vessel for talent. Just as he was about to continue his investigation, someone suddenly knocked on the armored vehicle door from outside. It was Su Li's voice. Chen Nuo hurriedly put away the modifier, and the page transformed back into the previous small figure before disappearing. As Chen Nuo was about to open the door, he suddenly jolted, for he felt no, it shouldn't be saw, it should be felt. In the sea of his consciousness, a bright star hung high. Chen Nuo's awareness instantly descended upon the bright star. It was a considerable space where the small figure floated in the center. Chen Nuo, are you okay? The voice from outside rang out again, and Chen Nuo's consciousness returned as he opened the door. Su Li's eyes were filled with anxiety as she rushed forward to embrace Chen Nuo, her arms squeezing tightly. You're okay? That's so great. Chen Nuo felt touched inside as he patted Su Li's back. I'm fine, don't worry. The two embraced for over 10 seconds before letting go. Chen Nuo, thank goodness for your painkillers and adrenaline, otherwise I don't know how I would have managed to hold on. Chen Nuo's brow furrowed. That kind of pain was indeed unbearable for ordinary people. What about the others? Su Li shook her head. I'm not sure either. After the pain subsided, I came straight to find you. The two approached the other armored vehicles to call out to the others. After a while, Li Shui Jing, Tao Zhao Wei, and Wang Chen came out, but Su Hao had not yet emerged. Chen Nuo frowned as he approached Su Hao's armored vehicle, signaling for the others to step back. He raised his hand to open the door, and what greeted him was Su Hao, who lay there with a deeply furrowed brow, unconscious. The others slowly approached the vehicle, and Chen Nuo looked on in shock as he had subconsciously wanted to check Su Hao's condition. The modifier had actually activated, and a screen appeared. Name Su Hao, class Longsword Awakening, health points 80, magic power 100100, strength 9, agility 7, constitution 8, mental strength 1. A note, this human's class awakening is about to fail. If it fails, he will turn into a zombie. Chen Nuo quickly noticed the caution at the bottom marked in red. Zombie. Chen Nuo's brow furrowed tightly. Although the sound was low at night, everyone could hear it clearly. Jing Tao and Zhao Wei looked at Chen Nuo in shock, tears welling up in their eyes, for Chen Nuo had previously told them that when the apocalypse came, many people could possibly turn into zombies. Brother Chen, Su Hao can still be saved, right? You must have a way, don't you? Chen Nuo glanced at the others who were also looking at him. Just as he was about to shake his head, his eyes suddenly brightened. He remained silent, but looked back at the illusory page, focusing on the class section where it said awakening. His thoughts settled on it, and he tried to modify it, causing the words awakening to become illusory, then disappear, transforming into awakening successful. Indeed, Su Hao began to respond. His brows started to relax, and his body ceased to spasm, the pain fading away. Chen Nuo hurriedly looked at the interface, and the red warning at the bottom had disappeared. Chen Nuo let out a long breath, simultaneously confirming that the current modifier was entirely different from the previous one. It should be alright. He should wake up soon. Everyone was puzzled, but since Chen Nuo said so, it indicated that he had indeed done something they couldn't perceive. At that moment, in Su Hao's sea of consciousness, the magical space rapidly stabilized. This space was much smaller than Chen Nuo's, and the small figure in the center quickly took shape, bearing a character for sword on its forehead. Chen Nuo stepped aside and opened the modifier, intending to try to increase some attributes to see what happened. However, his face revealed profound surprise as he found that the magic power had decreased by nearly 100 points. It was now 706,800 magic recovery 0 per second. Chen Nuo looked over at Su Hao. Could it be that I modified Su Hao's condition and deducted 100 from my magic? Chen Nuo suppressed the doubts in his heart. He needed to increase some attributes to see what would happen. He opened the modifier. Add loyalty value. Chen Nuo glanced at his main page, searching for some time with a furrowed brow, but he couldn't find this attribute value. However, a new category appeared in his system magic section. Object type system magic, longsword, pending act. Chen Nuo thought for a moment. This longsword system magic should belong to Su Hao, and he roughly understood. He then looked at the others. Oh, all their pages were opened, and indeed, everyone had a new loyalty value item under their attributes. Su Li and Li Shui both had loyalty values above 90, while Jing Tao and the other three reached around 85, and Wang Chun had 82. Chen Nuo tried to modify the values. Su Li's was originally 93, and he changed it to the maximum value of 100, and indeed his magic power dropped by 7. Indeed, modifying values consumes my magic power. However, I recover 0 for every second, so I will replenish it quickly. With that, Chen Nuo directly changed everyone's loyalty values to 100. Then, he looked at their system. Su Hao's was a long sword, Jing Tao's was a baseball bat, Zhao Wei's was a cooking pot, and Wang Chen's was even more peculiar, a ear-picking spoon. Meanwhile, Su Li awakened water, and Li Shui awakened ice. Chen Nuo was a bit confused as to why Su Li and Li Shui had awakened such impressive system magic talents, while Su Hao and the others had awakened rather unimpressive system magic talents. Chen Nuo didn't want to think too much. He quickly glanced back at his main page, and indeed, as he guessed, the system magic talents of several people appeared. Host Chen Nuo system magic modifier. Object type system magic long sword, pending activation baseball bat, pending activation cooking pot, pending activation ear-picking spoon, pending activation. Elemental system magic water, pending activation ice, pending activation. Chen Nuo then experimented attempting to change the status of the long sword to activated. Chen Nuo's body suddenly froze. Above his mental sea, a bright point shone like a star. Next to the magic space of the modifier, another bright point suddenly appeared, and a new magic space was opened in the blink of an eye. This time Chen Nuo did not feel any pain. He immediately looked at the modifier. Indeed, in the object type system magic section, the pending activation status behind the long sword disappeared, indicating that Chen Nuo had successfully activated the long sword system magic. He reached out and grasped a long sword appeared in his hand. He looked at his magic power, which not only hadn't decreased, but rather the maximum value increased by 100. Magic power 756. 4,900. He glanced at the modifier again, finally looking at his mental power, and indeed it had also increased slightly. A long sword suddenly appeared in Chen Nuo's hand, startling the others. However, seeing Chen Nuo deep in thought, they chose not to ask, just watching him. Chen Nuo stared at the long sword in his hand, softly speaking to himself. It can indeed be modified. I activated the long sword system magic, which not only did not consume any magic power, but even increased my mental power slightly, and raised my magic power limit by 100. It seems that mental power and magic power correspond to each other. 1 point of mental power equates to 100 points of magic power, and a physique of 40 should correspond to health and recovery. In fact, activating the long sword system magic had already consumed some magic power, otherwise the magic power value should display 856. 4,900. Chen Nuo assessed for a moment, and just then Su Hao also awakened, struggling to rise. Hey, I'm still alive. I actually pulled through. Chen Nuo put away the long sword system magic into the system space, and walked in front of Su Hao. It's good that you're awake. You were just about to turn into a zombie. Su Hao was a bit confused, and Chen Nuo simply explained the situation to him before turning to the others. You guys try to feel if you can sense a bright point in your mind. Su Li and the others looked a bit puzzled, not quite understanding Chen Nuo's words. Chen Nuo sighed and explained, the pain earlier was likely part of our awakening process. As long as we can endure, a space will open up in our minds where there will be a small figure. You can call it system magic or talent. Try to feel it. Our connection with the system magic is very profound, so it should be easy to sense. Excitement appeared on their faces, and Jing Tao was the first to ask, Brother Chen, are you saying system magic? Talent. Does this mean we will have superpowers? Chen Nuo nodded, and the others immediately closed their eyes to feel. While they were sensing, Chen Nuo was not idle. He opened the modifier page. Add Earth-type system magic. Buzz. Magic power insufficient. Chen Nuo closed the modifier page. Since it reminded him of insufficient magic power, it meant that it could be added, which was enough. Everything was quite easy as Su Li and the others closed their eyes to feel the bright point shone like a light in the darkness, and everyone sensed it. They tried to summon it, and soon a small figure appeared in front of each of them, though their colors varied slightly. Su Hao looked at the small figure, which had a sword character on its forehead. He could directly tell what it was. As soon as he focused, the small figure transformed directly into a long sword, which he grasped in his hand. Excited, he swung it a few times before running to Chen Nuo's side. Brother Chen, my system magic talent is a long sword. A look. Chen Nuo nodded. When the others saw Su Hao manifest his system magic talent, they inhaled deeply, although some looked quite strange. Jing Tao manifested a baseball bat, Zhao Wei manifested a large cooking pot, while Wang Chen looked quite aggrieved, holding a small ear-picking spoon. If it weren't stated that this was his system magic talent, others wouldn't have thought of it at all. Wow, brother, look, I can summon water. Everyone looked at Su Li, who was cupping her hands with a mass of water swirling irregularly in the air, and they showed expressions of shock. Wang Chen's face was full of disappointment as he muttered, Is this water? Wang Chen's remark was ignored by everyone. Chen Nuo wasn't surprised as he already knew their system magic talent. Sister Suyu awakened the water elemental system magic talent. Li Shui looked at the mass of water in front of Su Li, took a deep breath, and then looked at her own small figure, which was pure white with an ice character on its forehead. Just as everyone was watching Su Li's system magic talent, a sudden chill swept over them. They instinctively looked to the side and saw an ice block appearing in front of Li Shui. The others gasped again. Is this ice? Li Shui nodded, raising her eyes to Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo, I awakened the ice elemental system magic talent. This time not only Wang Chun was dejected, but Zhao Wei and the other three also felt disappointed. The system magic talents they awakened compared to Su Li's and Li Shui's were just, what kind of things? No, it should be said they were not even things. Chen Nuo smiled and said to Li Shui. Li Shui, you and Sister Su both awakened elemental system magic talents, while Su Hao and the others awakened object-type system magic talents. As for the others, I currently do not know. Li Shui and Su Li's faces revealed intense excitement, while Wang Chun sighed in disappointment. Everyone turned to him, and he showed a face full of grievance, displaying the ear-picking spoon in his hand. I awakened an ear-picking spoon. Zhao Wei glanced at the cooking pot in front of him, suddenly feeling that he wasn't so unfortunate anymore. He wanted to comfort Wang Chun, but Wang Chun directly raised his hand to stop him. Here, I can accept comfort from anyone, but you, I don't want your comfort. You know, it's not that I have an issue with you, but I just feel that you want to find confidence from me. Zhao Wei was stunned. He had indeed been thinking like that. Chen Nuo frowned as he looked at Su Hao. The long sword system magic was quite decent. Then he looked at Jing Tao's baseball bat, which was also passable. Chen Nuo lightly tapped the cooking pot in front of Zhao Wei, which made a metallic sound. This could still be somewhat useful. At a critical moment, it could serve as a shield. He remembered a protagonist in a fantasy novel whose divine artifact was a cooking pot. Finally, he looked at Wang Chun. The ear-picking spoon indeed seemed somewhat useless. Wang Chun, just hold on for a moment. Let me try something first. Chen Nuo regained his senses and quickly looked at Wang Chun, asking with concern, Wang Chun, are you all right? Wang Chun leaned against the armored vehicle, gripping his hair with both hands and gasping for breath. Chen Nuo, I'm fine. I don't know what happened just now. I suddenly had a severe headache, almost like when I awakened, but this pain came swiftly and left just as quickly. Chen Nuo let out a sigh of relief. As long as he was fine, that was good. However, he felt a bit of apprehension, thinking he should have tested this on someone else first. With that thought, Chen Nuo's eyes brightened immediately. Since Wang Chun had a reaction, it indicated that the modifier had worked successfully. Wang Chun, quickly manifest your elemental magic talent and see what changes there are. Wang Chun shook his head reluctantly. Maybe not. It's just an ear scoop. Chen Nuo burst into laughter, and the others looked at him with confusion. Stop talking nonsense. Just manifest it. I believe your elemental magic isn't just an ear scoop anymore. Wang Chen's eyes widened as his breathing intensified. Chen Nuo, are you serious? Chen Nuo nodded and replied, just manifest it, and you'll know. Wang Chen took a deep breath and summoned a small figure. In fact, the summoning elemental magic talent could directly manifest specific abilities, as Chen Nuo had just summoned a longsword. Wang Chun summoned the small figure, and indeed the character's forehead changed to reveal a character for sword. The others also displayed shock on their faces as they temporarily suppressed their doubts. Chen Nuo glanced at his magic power, which had dropped by about 100 points. Wang Chun nervously reached out to grasp the small figure, which began to become ethereal. By the time Wang Chun caught it, the small figure had transformed into a solid longsword. Zhao Wei could no longer hold back as he glanced at his own elemental cooking pot. Chen Gu, you must help me on my cooking. Chen Nuo nodded, equally shocked. He hadn't expected the modifier to be so incredible, not only allowing him to enhance his own talent, but also to modify others' talents. Chen Nuo agreed to help Zhao Wei and raised his hand to point as Zhao Wei's profile appeared before him. Just as Chen Nuo was about to make modifications, a burst of flames lit up the night sky from a distance, accompanied by an arrogant voice. Haha, I actually awakened a flame ability. I'm a superhuman now, and henceforth I will be above all others. Chen Nuo and the others looked towards the source of the voice, which was near the entrance, likely from the security personnel. Instinctively, Chen Nuo extended the range of the modifier towards that direction, but it only covered a distance of 13 meters. That's right, his mental power was currently only 13. Previously, when it was 6th, his coverage was only 6 meters. Chen Nuo waved his hand to store all the armored vehicles into his inventory. He did not notice that the instrument panels of the armored vehicles had already been destroyed by that surge of energy. After storing the armored vehicles, Chen Nuo said to Zhao Wei, let's go check out the situation over there. Later, I'll modify everyone's elemental magic talents together. Zhao Wei nodded and Chen Nuo led them towards the entrance. By now, a commotion had begun there with approximately a dozen security personnel present. As they got closer, Chen Nuo heard cries for help. From a distance, they saw several people running towards them, followed by no, they should be called zombies. A few zombies were pursuing them, moving slightly slower. In the midst of their escape, one person panicked too much and accidentally fell. Just as he got up, he was pounced on by the zombies behind him, who began to gnaw at him, making him scream in agony. Captain, Li Tao, save me, please. Li Tao was drenched in cold sweat. Hearing the cries for help, he glanced back while running. There were a total of 7 zombies, 5 of which were already on the down person, while 2 were chasing after him. Seeing that there were only 2, Li Tao abruptly stopped, and the other 3 beside him followed suit. They each manifested their respective elemental magic talents. One held a baton, another manifested a pair of slippers, and the last wielded a machete. Li Tao took a deep breath and raised his right hand towards the approaching zombies. A fireball suddenly appeared. Chen Nuo and the others just happened to see this, and Jing Tao couldn't help but curse. Damn, this is the elemental magic talent a man should awaken. Li Tao shouted, "Brat, look at my fireball." The fireball shot out like a cannonball, directly crashing into the zombie's head, causing it to explode. The power was... Li Tao aimed at another zombie, and another fireball appeared. Just like that, the 2 zombies were easily dealt with. Chen Nuo and the others rushed in front of Li Tao, and Su Hao looked at the panting Li Tao and asked, "What's going on? Did they turn into zombies?" One of them, upon seeing Su Hao, exclaimed in panic, "We're not too sure either." Suddenly we felt a sharp pain, and then everyone collapsed. When we woke up, we heard Captain Li Tao shout that he awakened a flame ability. We looked at Captain Li Tao and indeed saw a fireball rising. Before we could be surprised, the others suddenly went crazy and charged at us. We barely managed to escape, but others weren't so lucky. As he spoke, he glanced at the 5 zombies that were gnawing at their fallen companion, revealing a hint of sadness. The moment Chen Nuo reached Li Tao, he immediately opened the modifier to cover everyone. Indeed, everyone's attributes and talents were clearly visible, and his elemental magic section correspondingly displayed several new elemental talents. Chen Nuo was very pleased. He had previously thought about adding an earth elemental magic, but received a prompt that his magic power was insufficient. Now acquiring a fire elemental magic was straightforward. Li Tao was gasping for breath, filled with excitement, with a gleam in his eyes. Li Tao glanced at Su Hao and the others beside him, especially lingering on Su Li and Li Shui for a few more seconds. He subconsciously licked his dry lips. Chen Nuo noticed Li Tao's subtle gesture, frowning slightly, then smirking. Was he looking for trouble? Li Tao gradually adjusted his breathing, and Chen Nuo looked at his magic power, 10,100 regenerating 0.12 per second. Chen Nuo pondered and roughly understood that a fireball would consume around 30 magic power. Clearly Li Tao had already cast 3 fireballs. This value was only visible to Chen Nuo as the modifier had quantified the attribute values. In reality, Li Tao only felt a lack of strength and could not cast any more fireballs. Chen Nuo directly activated the 4 new elemental talents he had just obtained, and he confirmed one thing: each newly activated elemental talent would increase his magic power limit by 100 points and correspondingly increase his mental power by 1 point. Chen Nuo speculated that activating other talents in the future would likely be similar and would find out the specifics. Li Tao's breathing gradually steadied. In fact, casting fireballs did not consume much of his physical strength. The reason he felt this way was mainly due to the sudden situation where his entire body had tensed up, coupled with having exerted all his strength while fleeing. After Li Tao calmed down, he suddenly turned to face Chen Nuo and the others. He raised his hand, and a small flame appeared above his palm, excitement evident on his face. "Haha, this truly is heaven helping me. There are so many resources here, and I've awakened a flame ability. This is simply too lucky. Hey, you guys, from now on this place will be under my command, and you all must listen to me. Otherwise Chen Nuo shrugged slightly, interrupting Li Tao. "Otherwise? What if you don't?" "Hee, those who told me otherwise before must have grass growing on their graves by now." "Li Tao, how come you, a security guard, have become so arrogant after gaining power?" The other 3 security guards, upon hearing Li Tao's words, were momentarily taken aback before quickly making their choice. It was evident that the world had changed. Only those with formidable abilities could command the elements and dominate this realm. They immediately positioned themselves behind Li Tao, aiming their weapons at Chen Nuo to assert their stance. Li Tao was already somewhat bluffing, intending to use his fire ability to directly intimidate Chen Nuo and the others. To his surprise, Chen Nuo showed no fear upon witnessing his fire ability, leaving Li Tao feeling somewhat cornered. Now, with the support of the other 3, Li Tao instantly regained his confidence. The 2 sides faced off, and as time passed, Li Tao's magical power had recovered to above 30. He could sense that he was ready to unleash fireballs once again. Li Tao felt even more confident and burst into laughter. "Well, since you guys have chosen to follow me, Li Tao will definitely not mistreat you. As you can see, those 2 beauties over there are top-notch. These rich young masters are truly enviable. But once we deal with them, the women will be ours to enjoy together." Chen Nuo's eyes flashed with murderous intent, while Su Li and Li Shui showed anger, and Jing Tao and the others cursed loudly. Li Tao snorted dismissively. "So, you young master, you really are a bunch of wastrels. Even at a time like this, you still can't see the situation clearly. Just look at the fire in my hand. Don't you understand? The world has changed. Today, let me teach you, those without power only hasten their demise by barking useless." Su Hao and the others instinctively glanced at the fire in Li Tao's hand, swallowing hard. Their eyes revealed not fear, but a strong sense of anticipation. They thought to themselves that they must have Chen Nuo change them into fire elemental magic later. Listening to Li Tao's boastful words, Chen Nuo coldly spoke. Noisy. You talk too much. Chen Nuo raised his hand preparing to kill Li Tao and the others, but at that moment zombies unexpectedly lurched toward them. Li Tao realized that he could not kill 5 zombies at once, so he laughed heartily. Consider yourselves lucky, you should first escape the pursuit of these zombies. With that, Li Tao led the others to run into the distance. Chen Nuo looked at the 5 approaching zombies, their attribute pages appeared before him. His brow furrowed as he noticed something, while he could see the zombies' attributes nothing related appeared on his own main page. As the zombies drew near, Chen Nuo had no time for further thoughts. He spread his right hand, and a fireball much larger than Li Tao's suddenly emerged, illuminating the entire night sky. Li Tao and his group had barely run 10 meters when they suddenly saw the light quickly turning around. Their steps halted as they stared in disbelief at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo's magical power of 1700 instantly dropped by 100. Boom. The fireball crashed into the incoming zombies, exploding and scattering flesh everywhere with immense power. Chen Nuo shook his head and softly murmured to himself. Using it this way is not quite right, simply enlarging it does not improve the efficiency of killing. It should be divided into several. Thus Chen Nuo once again spread his hand, and this time a fireball similar in size to Li Tao's appeared, followed by another, and then yet another. In the blink of an eye, 4 fireballs hovered in front of Chen Nuo's palm. Chen Nuo felt that he still had plenty of energy left, but he did not continue as the 4 fireballs were perfectly matched for the 4 approaching zombies. Chen Nuo shouted, "Die!" Boom. The 4 fireballs were launched, hitting 2 zombies directly in the head, which exploded like watermelons. The aim of the other 2 fireballs was slightly off, but they still struck the sides of the zombies' heads, half their heads blowing apart as they fell. Chen Nuo felt a slight hint of fatigue, though it was not very noticeable. He glanced at his spiritual power 17. With the zombies taken care of, Chen Nuo turned his gaze to Li Tao not far away. His spiritual power was only 1. Chen Nuo contemplated that a normal person's spiritual power is around 1, while a peak human might have 3. Having been reborn and possessing a soul attachment, his initial spiritual power was 2, which he had modified to the peak value of 6. Unsure if his speculation was correct, Chen Nuo shook his head. He still had things to do. Cold sweat trickled down Li Tao's forehead. He had not expected Chen Nuo also possessed fire abilities, especially since the size and number of fireballs were far beyond his own. Now that all the zombies were dealt with, Chen Nuo approached him. Li Tao swallowed hard, a sheepish smile appearing on his face. "Brother, I was just joking with everyone earlier." Chen Nuo slowly walked to within 3 meters of him, shrugging slightly. "Is that so? So it was just a joke." Li Tao nodded quickly, but Chen Nuo raised his right hand, pointing it at him, a smile still on his face. "Remember, in your next life, do not make jokes that could cost you your life." Buzz. The sky brightened as a fireball larger than the previous one appeared before Li Tao's eyes, the surrounding temperature rising rapidly. Li Tao had no thought of fighting back. He turned to flee. "Spare me. You can't kill me. Killing people is a..." Chen Nuo shook his head. With such a mindset, even without encountering him, one would not amount to anything in the apocalypse. "Spare you? Against the law. Are you joking? When you laid eyes on my woman with covetous intent, your fate was already sealed. Your only outcome is death." Chen Nuo's hand trembled, and the massive fireball shot out directly, revealing Li Tao's unwilling expression. "No. I have awakened my fire ability. I am the chosen one." The fireball exploded, and all sounds ceased. This fireball consumed 200 of Chen Nuo's magical power, directly obliterating Li Tao into a bloody mist with scattered flesh everywhere. Fortunately, the heat of the fireball incinerated the blood immediately. Chen Nuo shook his head, looking at the ground littered with flesh, his expression one of disdain. "Are you trying to say you are the chosen one? How ridiculous. Even if you were a deity, if you covet my woman, you cannot escape death." Chen Nuo suddenly turned around, his icy gaze fixed on the other 3. Their legs trembled as they retreated a few steps, collapsing to the ground, fear and helplessness evident on their faces. Originally, Chen Nuo had planned to kill them himself, but upon seeing Su Hao and the others, an idea struck him. He raised his hand and beckoned, pointing at the 3. "Jingtao, you guys come over. Those 3, you handle them." Su Hao and the others were startled. "Us, brother?" Chen Nuo nodded, stating matter-of-factly. "No kidding, of course it's you. We are in the apocalypse now. Killing is inevitable. Since they made their choice, they must be prepared to lose their lives. Come on, hurry up, don't dawdle." Chen Nuo's gaze swept over Su Li and the others as he spoke loudly. "Listen, we are already in the apocalypse. We can no longer navigate this world with the mindset of the past. You heard what that person said earlier. He just awakened his fire elemental magic talent and has become so arrogant, wanting to abuse women and make us men slaves. If we don't change our previous way of dealing with things, we will be eliminated by this apocalypse. Remember, in the apocalypse, the weak are at the mercy of the strong." Everyone was shaken. Su Li, Li Shui, and Wang Qin saw Chen Nuo kill for the first time. They hadn't felt much when they witnessed the killing of zombies, but now as he killed people, they felt a deep internal aversion. However, Chen Nuo's words were so piercing that they could not help but acknowledge his perspective as Li Tao's words, "Sir." In the end, everyone persuaded themselves and collectively struck those three died. Chen Nuo stood aside watching as the others continuously retched. He said nothing, simply watching calmly. This was their necessary path. Chen Nuo looked at the corpses. He instinctively wanted to collect them into his inventory, as leaving them here was indeed somewhat unsightly. Chen Nuo opened his inventory. With a thought, all the corpses within a 17-meter radius were gathered into the inventory. The others, upon seeing the corpses disappear, were only momentarily astonished before they began retching again. Chen Nuo smiled, glancing at the inventory. Suddenly his brow furrowed. What was this? A crystal within the inventory caught Chen Nuo's attention. Magic crystal core. The crystals found in the heads of zombies. When a creature fails to awaken, their magical space collapses, forming these crystals, which contain a large amount of magical power that can be consumed for cultivation. It can also activate magic for those who have never awakened elemental magic. Chen Nuo looked at the description of the magic crystal core, raised his hand to grasp it, and the core appeared in his palm, which was only the size of a fingernail. To activate magic talent for those who have never awakened it. What does that mean? Could there still be those who haven't awakened elemental magic? He pondered, but couldn't figure it out, so he shook his head. According to the description, this can be cultivated. In the distant depths of the universe, dozens of youths stood in a fantastical grand hall. A stern-looking middle-aged man was speaking. After a moment, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and countless crystals appeared around the youths, and these crystals were indeed the magic crystal cores. Chen Nuo took out a bottle of mineral water and rinsed the magic crystal core. In truth, the magic crystal core was very clean, gleaming like a gemstone. He swallowed hard, then directly tossed the magic crystal core into his mouth. As it melted upon entry, he opened the modifier and carefully examined the attributes to see what changes would occur. Buzz. Chen Nuo frowned. In the realm of his mind, ripples stirred, and a new magic space was opened. He raised his hand to grasp. It was a toothbrush. His magic power limit had increased by another 100 points, and his mental strength had also risen slightly. Why did a new system of magical talent get activated? I shouldn't belong to the category of those who have unactivated magical abilities, right? Moreover, it activated without me needing to modify it. Chen Nuo took out several zombie corpses from the inventory and threw them on the ground. Then he raised his hand to grasp a longsword, which was very sharp. The longsword sliced through the zombie's head as easily as cutting tofu. Chen Nuo wasn't afraid of the mess. He rummaged inside and sure enough found the magic crystal core. Su Li and the others watched Chen Nuo's grotesque and bloody actions, and they started to vomit. Chen Nuo held 6 magic crystal cores in his hand, his shoulders shaking with laughter. Su Li's voice came through. Little brother, isn't this hobby a bit too perverse? You can still laugh after what we saw. As she spoke, Su Li ran to the side to vomit again. Chen Nuo initially wanted to explain to them, but after glancing at their current state, he began to study the magic crystal cores himself. All the magic crystal cores had the same description. Chen Nuo rinsed them with mineral water and then tossed one into his mouth. Buzz. Sure enough, another system of magic was activated. Chen Nuo looked at the increased 100 magic power limit and 1 point of mental strength. He realized a troubling situation. It seemed he couldn't use the magic crystal cores to cultivate and level up normally. Not giving up, he opened the modifier. Increase realm attributes. The modifier's page changed. Host Chen Nuo realm, first realm mage locked, system of magic modifier, item-based magic longsword, baseball bat, cooking pot, earwax, spoon, police baton. Boo elemental magic water, ice, fire. Health 400, 400, super healthy, magic power 1900, 1900, magic power activated, strength 30, agility 15, constitution 40, mental strength 19, inventory unlimited. Chen Nuo stared in shock at the note, which was locked and displayed in red font. Locked? Does that mean I can't level up? He quickly focused on it, wanting to modify it. Warning: this item requires cautious modification. If modified, all systems of magic will disappear. Hint: the host must be a first realm mage to activate the system of magic infinitely. There is loss and gain. Please modify according to the situation. Chen Nuo furrowed his brows deeply, taking a deep breath as his brain raced with thoughts. In other words, if I want to level up normally, I need to give up infinite systems of magic. But for each activated system of magic, my mental strength increases by 1 point and magic power increases by 100 points. Given that there are billions of zombies and survivors on Blue Star, it seems activating infinite systems of magic is more beneficial for me. Su Li and Li Shui walked over together, having been paying close attention to Chen Nuo the whole time. What's wrong? Have you encountered something you can't figure out? Chen Nuo shook his head, looking at the two with a slight smile. It's nothing major, just a small unexpected event. However, it shouldn't be a big problem. Su Li walked to Chen Nuo's side and rested her head on his shoulder. No matter what happens, don't get stuck in a rut. Remember, you still have us. Li Shui also nodded. Sister Su is right. We'll help with anything. Chen Nuo patted Su Li's back and pulled Li Shui closer. He embraced both of them, taking a deep breath of their scent, quickly calming the restlessness in his heart. Thank you. Don't worry, it was just a bit sudden earlier, but I figured it out now. Chen Nuo hugged the two and looked into the distant darkness, his eyes shining. It seems that activating infinite systems of magic is clearly more advantageous for me. Even if it becomes beneficial to level up in the future, I can just give up the infinite systems of magic. Having come to this conclusion, Chen Nuo released Su Li and Li Shui as others approached. Chen Nuo looked at them with arms outstretched. Everyone welcome to the apocalypse. Let's go find a place, I'll modify the system of magic for you first. Jing Tao Su Hao Wang Chun and Zhao Wei all wore smiles as they followed Chen Nuo. Just as they arrived outside a shabby security room, they heard a noise from inside, unexpectedly finding another zombie there. Everyone tensed up and Chen Nuo instructed them to step back. He opened the modifier and the zombie's attribute page appeared. Type zombie. Realm First Realm Zombie System of Magic Sound System Magic Crystal Core Status. Needs to reach 3rd realm to be reactivated. Health 6170 Magic Power 00 Strength 11 Constitution 7 Agility 6 Mental Strength 0 Unconscious State Loyalty Value 100. Chen Nuo was taken aback to see the loyalty value at 100. He raised an eyebrow and silently thought, increase the hate value attribute. The page's attributes increased and the number behind the loyalty value changed to 0. Additionally, a new hate value attribute appeared. 100 will attack you upon seeing you. Chen Nuo looked at the remarks on the zombie's system of magic. It was in the magic crystal core status. Chen Nuo understood. No wonder the systems of magic from the previous zombies hadn't entered his main page. It was because of this. Seeing Chen Nuo standing still, Su Li softly spoke up. Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo turned to the others. Just a moment, there's a zombie inside. Let me study it first. The others, though puzzled, fell silent, keeping a vigilant watch around them to avoid any other zombies. Chen Nuo glanced at the notes, thinking that once the zombie reaches the 3rd realm, it could reactivate the system of magic. This was worth noting. Focusing on the loyalty value, he directly changed it to 100. He looked at the attribute page and saw that the loyalty value had changed to 100, and the hate value below it had also changed to 0. Loyalty value and hate value should correspond. When one increases, the other decreases. Chen Nuo glanced at his magic power, which had decreased by 100 points, indicating that the modification was successful. He raised his hand to push open the security room door, and Li Shui instinctively reminded him, Chen Nuo, be careful. Chen Nuo nodded. The door creaked open, and he stepped back 2 paces as the zombie lunged out. Su Li and the others hurriedly shouted, watch out. Chen Nuo stared straight at the zombie, retreating 2 more steps while commanding, stop. Su Li and the others found Chen Nuo's command a bit ridiculous. It was strange for a zombie to comprehend human speech. However, a strange thing happened. The zombie didn't stop, but it bypassed Chen Nuo and lunged directly at the others. Chen Nuo frowned, reached back, and grasped the zombie by the collar. The zombie struggled, clawing at him, yet it didn't. After a moment of thought, Chen Nuo understood. I see loyalty can prevent it from attacking me, but it doesn't allow me to control it. Moreover, the zombie's mental strength is 0, and the note indicates it is in an unconscious state, so it can't understand commands. Chen Nuo looked up at the struggling zombie and thought, increase control attribute. At the bottom of the zombie's attribute page, a new attribute appeared. Control is 0. It has to work. Chen Nuo took a deep breath and directly modified the control to 100. His magic power decreased by another 100 points, but the magic power was recovering at a rate of 0 per second. Just as Chen Nuo finished modifying it, his brain realm trembled violently. A phantom magic crystal core appeared in his mind, and with a sweep of his consciousness over it, he understood that this phantom magic crystal core was the key to controlling the zombie. Focusing his consciousness on the magic crystal core, he issued a command. Stop. Indeed, the previously clawing zombie quieted down. Crouch. The zombie obediently crouched down. Roll. In fact, the commands were all given by Chen Nuo's consciousness, which provided the magic crystal core in his mind with action instructions. The zombie simply followed these commands. The others were shocked as they watched the rolling zombie, unsure of what kind of miraculous power Chen Nuo possessed. Chen Nuo was equally astonished. He recalled that when he was reborn, the modifier seemed to be just a simple tool capable only of altering the limits within the same realm. However, since the apocalypse arrived and the modifier transformed into Chen Nuo's system of magic, he clearly felt that the modifier could no longer be described as magical. It was as if as long as the magic power was sufficient, he could modify everything. Chen Nuo looked at the rolling zombie again and said softly after a few moments, although it is obedient, it is ultimately just an unconscious puppet. His voice reached the ears of others, leaving everyone with a sense of being shown off. Chen Nuo modified the settings again, directly changing the zombie's health to 0. Sure enough, the zombie, which had been rolling back and forth, suddenly rolled half a meter in one direction and then became motionless. Chen Nuo looked at the attribute page. All attributes disappeared, leaving only a note of death. Chen Nuo clicked his tongue. This seems to be a bit of... He stepped forward and kicked the zombie a few times. Indeed, the zombie was dead. He vaguely felt he had grasped the key to the modifier. He glanced at his magic power limit of 1900, meaning that as long as he had enough magic power, he could directly modify the opponent's health to 0, thus killing them. This is indeed a cheat. Chen Nuo exclaimed, then raised his hand, and a long sword appeared in his grasp. He walked in front of the zombie and struck its skull with one blow. Perhaps he had exerted too much force as a small chip appeared on the sword. Chen Nuo examined it closely before channeling magic into the sword. The chipped area visibly restored at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the sword returned to its original state. Chen Nuo held the sword up and examined it, gaining a rough understanding of the relationship between magic systems and magic power. Moreover, he discovered that all the magic spaces in his brain domain, although individually existing, were interconnected, meaning his total magic power could be used for any magical talent he possessed. Chen Nuo rummaged inside the zombie's head with the sword and extracted a magic crystal core. The others initially thought Chen Nuo was quite perverted, but upon seeing the magic crystal core, they realized their misunderstanding. Jing Tao curiously asked, "Brother Chen, what is this?" Chen Nuo took out a bottle of mineral water, cleaned the magic crystal core, and then handed it to Su Li and the other. Su Li took the magic crystal core and held it up to her eyes. It was a crystal containing a misty substance. Since it was nighttime, she couldn't see it clearly, but it was indeed beautiful. Chen Nuo looked at Jing Tao and answered his earlier question. This is a magic crystal core. It can be consumed to cultivate and level up, or it can be used to activate magic talents for those who have not yet awakened their powers. Jing Tao's face lit up with surprise. Brother Chen, do you mean this magic crystal core can upgrade our magic talents? Chen Nuo nodded. That should be the case, but before that let me modify your magic talents first. Everyone nodded in agreement. They entered the security room and Chen Nuo pressed the light switch, but it didn't turn on. Is there a power outage? Chen Nuo didn't think much of it. He took out several flashlights from his inventory and turned them on, instantly illuminating the security room. You are all the people I trust the most, and I have nothing to hide from you. My magic talent is a modifier. After my verification, the modifier can alter anything I wish, which is why you see me using Su Hao's sword and Li Tao's flames, of course, including. Chen Nuo raised his hand, and a stream of water wrapped around it. He flicked his hand again, and the water, as you can see, I can also use Sister Zu's water element and Li Shui's ice element. Naturally, I can use the magic talents of everyone else too. Chen Nuo paused to let them digest this information for a few seconds before continuing. The reason I am telling you this is to let you know that as long as I possess the magic talent, I can modify it for you. Chen Nuo met the gaze of Jing Tao and the others, and he saw their eyes sparkling as they stared at him. That's basically it. You should all understand now, right? If you understand, then choose. Think about what magic talent you want to modify to. Without hesitation, Jing Tao, the three others, and Wang Chun immediately made their choices. They all opted for fire element magic. As Jing Tao put it, this was the magic a man should awaken. As for Li Shui and Su Li, they had no intention of changing their magic talents, as it was indeed unnecessary. Thus, Chen Nuo consumed 400 magic power and directly modified the 4 to fire element magic. The pain was fleeting, and Wang Chun and the others successfully gained fire element magic. Chen Nuo took out his phone to check the time, but the phone was powered off, and no matter how he fiddled with it, he couldn't turn it on. Sister Su, can you check your phone and see what time it is? My phone is acting strange and won't turn on. Su Li shook her head in response. Brother, my phone won't turn on either for some reason. Chen Nuo let out a soft sound, frowned, and looked at the others. What about yours? Su Hao patted his body, but couldn't find his phone. The others took out their phones and found they were all. Brother Chen, mine is powered off too and won't turn on. Mine too. What's going on? Everyone was confused. Chen Nuo nodded and pondered. He opened his inventory, which contained quite a few electronic products. The supplies Chen Nuo purchased were distributed according to the mall's ratio, and he had phones, computers, and tablets. Moreover, there was also a warehouse of electronic products from Nanha City within the storage of Ilian, which Chen Nuo had last purchased for $0, so he wasn't lacking in these items. Chen Nuo took out a new phone, unboxed it, and pressed the power button, successfully turning it on. After thinking for a moment, he checked the phones of the security guards, but they indeed could not be turned on. I think I should have guessed the situation. It seems that all electronic products in Blue Star are now unusable, Chen Nuo said while removing his SIM card and installing it into the new phone. He first checked the network, and sure enough, there was no signal at all. He opened the 7-star navigation, which was a must-have app on every phone and didn't need to be downloaded. The maps were all there, but could no longer be updated in real time. Indeed, there is no network and all apps cannot update in real time, but the map is still usable. As Chen Nuo spoke, his eyes suddenly brightened. He thought of the aircraft carrier. There must be so-called network base stations on the carrier. Even if it couldn't connect to satellites, it should still be able to use a local network. Thinking of this, Chen Nuo took out 6 or 7 phones from his inventory and handed them to Su Li and the others. Su Li was taken aback and questioned. Didn't you just say there is no network? Why are you giving us phones? A phone without a network isn't very useful. Chen Nuo smiled. I just thought that there should be a network base station on the aircraft carrier which could establish a so-called local network. Let's see the specific range later. Su Li, Li Shui, and Wang Chun had no idea Chen Nuo had an aircraft carrier. They were a bit confused, feeling that Chen Nuo's words were somewhat nonsensical. Jing Tao and the others had just lamented the loss of their phones, wondering how they would adapt. Now it seemed the problem was easily solvable. Su Hao was even more excited. Brother Chen, it should work. The network base station used on the aircraft carrier is probably the most advanced in the world. Even without satellite signals, it can definitely establish a local network on its own. Wang Chun was puzzled, saying, Brother Chen, didn't you just say that all electronic products in the world are unusable? The aircraft carrier should be included, right? And even if the aircraft carrier can work, we are in the inland area. How can we get the aircraft carrier here? Aren't we thinking? Chen Nuo looked at Jing Tao and the others, who burst into laughter. Wang Chun felt confused, while Li Shui and Su Li couldn't understand what they were laughing at. What's wrong? Am I saying something incorrect? Chen Nuo patted Wang Chen's shoulder and said, Come on, let me take you to see a big guy. Chen Nuo pushed open the door to the security room and strode out, leaving Wang Chun in a daze as he turned back and said, What are you all standing there for? Let's go. Jing Tao and the others understood that Chen Nuo was about to retrieve the aircraft carrier, and they all excitedly followed him out. On the way, Chen Nuo asked Su Hao, who was behind him. Su Hao, the day before yesterday, I asked you to notify the builders to dig a large pit in the central area of this land. Did you inform them? Su Hao quickly nodded. Brother Chen, how could I slack off on what you arranged? I notified them immediately and requested them to mobilize their maximum resources to dig this pit. They brought over dozens of excavators at that time. Chen Nuo nodded in satisfaction. He gazed into the distance. This land was quite large, with about 14 to 1,500 acres within the walls. It was said that the builder was found by Su Hao's mother Wang Mei, and they were particularly efficient. After walking a few steps with them, Chen Nuo felt that driving would be faster, so he took out an unlicensed van. Everyone quickly got into the car, and Chen Nuo drove forward. After a while, he finally saw dozens of excavators parked in the distance. Chen Nuo turned off the engine and got out of the car. We're here. Everyone get out of the car. Let's go witness the grandeur of the aircraft carrier together. On the way, Chen Nuo had already told Wang Chun and the others, and they all looked shocked and incredulous. Especially Su Li and Li Shui. They both knew that Chen Nuo had gone to the Philippines twice a few days ago, but they were unaware that he had actually stolen the aircraft carrier and warships. After getting out of the car, Chen Nuo looked at the excavators and the trucks hauling dirt. These excavators will be useful in the future. I need to pack them up first, and later dig some more pits to bring out other warships for use. As Chen Nuo spoke, he walked in front of the excavators, wrapping them in the wrapping area, while circling the large pit. There were a total of 51 excavators and 45 trucks. The others followed behind him. Chen Nuo did not immediately place the aircraft carrier into the pit. Instead, he took out a few flashlights from the wrapping area and distributed them to everyone. Hold the flashlights and look around to see if there are any large rocks in the pit. If there are, let me know. After all, the aircraft carrier is very heavy, and if there are large rocks, it could potentially damage the bottom of the aircraft carrier. A few of them understood Chen Nuo's intention, and everyone slowly walked into the pit. Chen Nuo also descended, reminding everyone once again, be careful. If you encounter any danger, shout out loudly. Everyone nodded. After searching around, it must be said that the builders were indeed quite good. There were no large rocks at all. Any slightly larger clumps of dirt had been collected by Chen Nuo into the wrapping area. At the edge of the pit, everyone looked at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo walked to the front of the pit, opened the wrapping area, and directly placed the aircraft carrier into the large pit. Suddenly, a shadow several dozen meters high appeared before them. Although everyone knew this was the aircraft carrier, they still felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. The aircraft carrier was extremely heavy, and a dull sound echoed. It was the noise made from the friction between the ship's surface and the soil. Hey Chen Nuo, did you notice? I feel like the aircraft carrier is tilting a bit this way. Su Li's words stunned Chen Nuo for a moment. He immediately glanced over and found that it indeed was tilting. He quickly approached and pressed his hand on the aircraft carrier. Surely no one would think that Chen Nuo was planning to push the aircraft carrier upright, right? Chen Nuo opened the wrapping area again and retracted the aircraft carrier. He shone the flashlight along the edge of the pit, and then ran to the opposite side to take a look. It must be that the soil on this side is too loose, which is why the aircraft carrier is tilting this way. After searching for a position, he placed the aircraft carrier back into the pit. After several adjustments, he finally positioned the aircraft carrier correctly. However, a new problem emerged before everyone. Zhao Wei looked shocked at the towering hull. Brother Chen, this height must be around 20 to 30 stories high, right? How are we supposed to get up there? Chen Nuo stared blankly at the aircraft carrier. He was also somewhat stunned. He shrugged and said, Haha, I really hadn't thought about that. Does anyone know how to fly a plane? If so, we could fly up there. Everyone shook their heads, and Chen Nuo understood that his question was pointless. He thought for a moment and looked up at the height that made their necks ache. He truly did not have a good solution. If all else fails, we can only fly up. Just as he was about to take out a plane to try, he suddenly noticed a clump of dirt sticking to the ship's wall and thought of a way to get up. Chen Nuo raised his hand, and a block of ice appeared. He pressed the ice against the ship's wall and increased the flow of magic energy. The wall was soon covered by a layer of ice. It really works. I have a way to get up there. Everyone quickly looked at Chen Nuo, who pressed his hand against the ship's wall. The ice quickly froze and tightly bonded with the wall. Chen Nuo controlled the amount of magic energy input, ensuring a balance between the ice and the wall. Chen Nuo climbed up this way and reached the deck of the aircraft carrier. He checked the magic energy consumed, which amounted to a full 350 points. Chen Nuo found a rope ladder and threw it down. He then thought for a moment, took out a few nylon ropes from the wrapping area, tied them together with several knots, and threw them down. Sister Su Yu and Li Shui, tie the rope around your waists, and it'll pull you up. The voice was very loud in the night. Su Li and Li Shui felt somewhat moved after hearing this. They had been a bit scared seeing the rope ladder Chen Nuo threw down. This height was indeed around 20 to 30 stories high, and just thinking about it made their legs tremble and their scalp. As for Jing Tao and the other big men, Chen Nuo only threw them a rope, which was just for safety. When they climbed the rope, Chen Nuo quickly pulled Su Li and Li Shui up to the deck of the aircraft carrier. The two looked at the spacious deck, their faces flushed with excitement. After waiting a little, while Su Hao finally climbed up panting heavily. After coming up, he untied the rope from his body and threw it down. He excitedly ran in front of Chen Nuo. Brother Chen, this is truly enormous. Previously, I only heard about aircraft carriers in the news and had no real concept of them. Now standing on the deck, this is simply amazing. Chen Nuo nodded, his eyes filled with joy. From now on, this aircraft carrier will be our base. They waited a little longer, and everyone finally made it up. Looking at the vast deck of the aircraft carrier, they all expressed their excitement and joy. Chen Nuo stood aside waiting for them to regain a bit of calm, then instructed them to pull the rope ladder and ropes up to the deck before heading towards the bridge of the aircraft carrier together. The bridge had 4 levels. Chen Nuo opened the door to the lowest level and walked in. He turned on the light switch and the entire bridge lit up. Everyone was filled with curiosity, like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Everyone look around and see where the aircraft carrier's network control system is. They searched and finally found the main unit of the network communication system in a room on the aircraft carrier with many computers that looked very advanced. Chen Nuo opened the main unit and the network control system operated smoothly. It really works. Although there's no satellite signal, we can set up a local area network. I just don't know how large the coverage area of this local area network will be. Hearing Chen Nuo's words, everyone became happy. Chen Nuo took out his phone and connected it to the controller. Soon the other people's phones were also connected to the controller, but it was still unclear how large the specific signal coverage area was. Chen Nuo frowned and pondered for a moment. I wonder if this will work. Let's give it a try. Chen Nuo opened the modifier and then looked at the network controller. The page appeared, but it was just a simple introduction. Network controller, the core for establishing a network capable of satellite communication, fiber optic communication, etc. Chen Nuo looked at the introduction of the network controller and silently recited it in his heart. Remove the introduction attribute and add the signal coverage range attribute. The page changed with a hum. Network controller, current local area network, signal coverage range 5 kilometers. A smile appeared on Chen Nuo's face. He had a deeper understanding of the modifier. Indeed, this works. The modifier is completely different from when I was reborn. Back then, the modifier only had a few simple attributes. Now I can add attributes based on my needs. This is truly an invincible modifier. Wang Chun saw Chen Nuo grinning foolishly and teased him. Chen Nuo, your beaming smile reminds me of my uncle. Chen Nuo was taken aback and instinctively asked Wang Chun, I don't recall you ever mentioning that I resemble your uncle. Wang Chun chuckled. When my uncle divided our family's inheritance, he had that same foolish grin on his face. Chen Nuo laughed and scolded him. Get lost. I'm not your nephew. Wang Chun and Chen Nuo exchanged a few more jests, their playful banter easing the tense atmosphere slightly. Chen Nuo then spoke up. Everyone shouldn't just stand around here. Let's find a room to rest. We should have a lot to deal with tomorrow. Jing Tao and the others, understanding the hint, went off to find rooms while Su Li and Li Shui stood by, hesitant to speak. Seeing that the two of them were still standing there, Chen Nuo said, Sister Su Yu and Li Shui should go too. I have some matters to verify, so I want to accompany you today. Su Li spat dismissively. Who said I wanted you to accompany me? Never mind, just rest early. Li Shui's face turned as red as a ripe apple. She had indeed harbored some thoughts of wanting to spend the night with Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo listened to Su Li's words, smiled, and gently patted Li Shui on the back, nudging her towards, Sister Su, both of you are the most important people to me. Su Li snorted coldly, interrupting Chen Nuo's words. You're really long-winded. If you didn't say that, would I bully her? Su Li said, taking Li Shui's hand and tilting her chin toward Chen Nuo. Li Shui, come on, let's sleep together tonight. Let this man keep the empty room to himself. Chen Nuo watched the two leave, feeling a surge of emotion. He understood that this was Su Li's concession. Chen Nuo turned and sat down in front of the main computer, taking a deep breath, and softly said, Now let me verify my thoughts. He opened the modifier, looking at the network control system before him. Increase network operation proficiency attribute. Buzz, network controller, current local area network, signal coverage range 5 kilometers, network operation proficiency 11, 100 is the highest. Increase network communication knowledge mastery attribute. Network communication knowledge mastery 7, 100 is the highest. Chen Nuo increased all the attributes he could think of and directly set the subsequent values to the max. Buzz, a mysterious energy completely transcended the realm of science fiction, flooding Chen Nuo's mind with a wealth of knowledge in an instant. Too much knowledge violently surged into his head, leaving Chen Nuo a little dazed, his head feeling swollen, akin to what some women often describe as feeling bloated. Thus he took out the 6 magical crystal cores he had previously obtained and swallowed them, raising his mental strength to 25. Indeed, with the increase in mental strength, Chen Nuo felt much lighter. He shook his head and then slapped his face with both hands, looking at the operation page on the computer. The operation techniques that were once vague suddenly became crystal clear. Soon the sound of rapid typing filled the room. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Nuo, are you in there? Chen Nuo slowly opened his sleepy eyes, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. After sorting everything out last night, he had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Sister Su, I'm here. Click. The door opened, revealing Su Li and Li Shui standing outside, watching Chen Nuo stretch as he stood up. Why are you sleeping in here? Although I said to keep the room to yourself, there's no need to mistreat yourself like this. Can you rest well like this? Listening to Su Li's nagging, Chen Nuo's heart became warm. He stepped forward to Su Li, hugged her tightly, and kissed her passionately. Su Li struggled. You stink. You didn't brush your teeth. I'm not letting you kiss me. However, Chen Nuo forcefully kissed her, and Su Li's struggles gradually transformed into enthusiastic responses. Li Shui, standing aside, felt a bit at a loss. After a dozen seconds, they parted lips. Su Li lightly punched Chen Nuo's shoulder, but said nothing further. Chen Nuo turned to Li Shui, who was at a loss, and smiled. Come on, each of you gets a morning kiss. Li Shui complied readily. Su Li looked at Li Shui's demeanor and then thought of herself. Suddenly, she recalled a funny video she had seen before about why someone was chosen over another. Hey, what are you doing? Ugh, that hurts. These 2 lines echoed in her mind like a magical sound. Chen Nuo turned to the dazed Su Li and teased her. Sister Su, what's wrong? Do you want more? Su Li snapped back to reality, glancing at the dependent Li Shui beside Chen Nuo. She couldn't help but shiver at the thought of herself being in that position. You can dream. Su Li walked out with large strides, and indeed, she couldn't do that gentle approach. She preferred to take the initiative. Chen Nuo and Li Shui followed Su Li to the carrier deck. The sky had brightened, indicating it was around 6 or 7 o'clock. Others were already active on the deck, gazing into the distance. If one only looked at this scene, it would be hard to believe this was the apocalypse. Upon hearing the commotion, Jing Tao and the others approached. Chen Nuo took out toiletries and a considerable amount of bottled water from his bag. Let's all freshen up a bit. After we finish today's tasks, it'll replenish everything related to clothing, food, and lodging on the carrier. Chen Nuo grabbed a bottle of mineral water, quickly brushed his teeth, and then washed his face briefly. Once everyone was done, he took out several chairs from his bag, and everyone sat down as Chen Nuo began to speak. As everyone knows, we currently possess trillions of resources. Even if we were to consume them carelessly, we couldn't exhaust them in dozens of lifetimes. Of course, this is our advantage. Everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement and gratitude, the specific emotions difficult to describe. Chen Nuo continued. In other words, in this cruel apocalypse, we don't need to take risks for food, but... Chen Nuo's expression grew serious, and everyone else sat up straight. We all know a principle: if a person lacks sufficient strength, yet holds immense benefits, that person will not meet a... Right now, although we have so many resources, if we don't have the ability to protect them, many people will come to rob us. They will find ways to kill us, to seize everything we possess. Everyone furrowed their brows, agreeing with Chen Nuo's words. Yesterday, I already mentioned that magical crystal cores can enhance our realms. It is evident that magical crystal cores will be the key resource everyone fights for in this apocalypse. Therefore, to grow stronger, we must hunt zombies to obtain magical crystal cores, but fighting zombies is undoubtedly dangerous. Chen Nuo looked at everyone, his eyes slightly narrowed. So are you all ready? Su Hao directly raised his hand, and a flame appeared in his palm as he exclaimed. Don't worry, Brother Chen, we have been prepared for a long time. We definitely won't hold you back. Excitement appeared on the faces of the others as they stood up, looking at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo's gaze passed over their faces. When he saw Jing Tao, who seemed hesitant to speak, he said, Jing Tao, if you have something to say, just say it. Since we have encountered each other in this apocalypse, we are family. Jing Tao took a deep breath, scratching his head as he awkwardly said, Brother Chen, I was just thinking about my dad. I wonder how he is doing. He thought that with the painkillers Brother Chen gave his father should be fine, right? Chen Nuo's brow furrowed slightly. He realized he had overlooked these people's families. Although he had given them quite a few painkillers, it was more of a casual gesture. Seeing Chen Nuo's expression, Jing Tao's heart tightened, and he awkwardly said, Brother Chen, it's nothing. I was just saying this casually. I know there's nothing we can do. Chen Nuo looked up at the others. Initially, he hadn't intended to form any bonds with anyone. Yet how could one escape such ties if they were human? Even after the apocalypse arrived, Chen Nuo used the modifier to increase the loyalty attribute right away. Wasn't that out of concern for betrayal? Chen Nuo looked again at Jing Tao. His father was a doctor. Then he glanced at Su Hao, whose mother was the deputy mayor responsible for development and construction. Finally, he turned to Zhao Wei, whose father was the richest man in Nana City. It seemed they all had their uses. He thought of the loyalty attribute again. Even if he brought their families over, he shouldn't have to worry about any adverse situation. Thus, Chen Nuo took a deep breath and glanced at an attribute on the modifier. Helicopter Operation Proficiency 100. Chen Nuo stood up, walked aside, and opened his bag, placing a military transport helicopter on the deck. This helicopter was large enough to accommodate about 30 people. Everyone looked at Chen Nuo in confusion, not knowing what he was planning to do. Chen Nuo opened the helicopter door, leaped inside, and turned back to look at them. Seeing them staring blankly at him, he said impatiently, "What are you all standing there for? Come up. Aren't we going to fetch our families?" Jing Tao's face lit up with surprise as he immediately shouted in gratitude, "Brother Chen, thank you so much." Chen Nuo scoffed, "Stop with the pleasantries, hurry up and get in. We need to go quickly and come back, just as fast." "Wait, didn't we say no one can fly a plane?" Wang Chen's words fell like a bucket of cold water over everyone, extinguishing their enthusiasm instantly. Jing Tao swallowed hard, a forced smile on his face. "Brother Chen, maybe we should reconsider. Although I'm worried about my dad, we shouldn't take unnecessary risks." The others agreed. Chen Nuo smiled slightly. "Who said no one can fly a plane? I can't." He walked over to the pilot's seat and sat down. "Chen Nuo, weren't you?" Everyone exclaimed in disbelief, as they had all agreed the night before that no one could. Chen Nuo put on his helmet while looking at the dashboard. "Stop overreacting. Sure, last night I couldn't fly a plane, but that was before a whole night passed." Everyone was skeptical. "You learned to fly in one night. Are you kidding?" Su Li frowned. "Brother, this isn't a joke. If the plane is operated incorrectly, it's very dangerous." "Don't worry, Sister Su. Yesterday I used a modifier to enhance my skills, and now I'm a professional pilot." Everyone was a bit dazed. Su Li murmured softly, "Modifier." Chen Nuo nodded and started the helicopter. The rotor blades began to spin. "Yes, and not just with planes. You'll see what it means to be versatile." After the operations he performed last night, he thoroughly understood that as long as his magical power was sufficient, the modifier could alter anything. It must be said that the modifier system after the apocalypse is the true modifier. As everyone was shocked, their eyes also revealed intense excitement. Wang Chun subconsciously asked, "Chen Nuo, doesn't this count as cheating?" Chen Nuo looked back at Wang Chun, then glanced at everyone else's faces. "Cheating? Perhaps." Chen Nuo turned back to face forward, recalling how this modifier had caused someone to die of anger in his past life. It was truly a twist of fate. He shrugged slightly and said loudly, "Who cares? As long as we enjoy ourselves. Everyone buckle up, the plane is taking off." The helicopter ascended rapidly. The sound of the rotors was thunderous. Su Li shouted from behind, "Chen Nuo, don't we need to leave someone at the aircraft carrier?" "What if someone?" Chen Nuo shook his head, looking at the carrier below. He replied loudly, "No need to worry, the carrier is several stories high. Unless someone uses a plane or a crane, they can't reach it. Besides, if anyone gets on, well, just take care of them when we return." After some discussion, they decided to pick up Su Hao's mother first, since women are statistically more at risk in dangerous situations. Su Hao sat in the co-pilot seat, directing Chen Nuo. The plane was fast, and soon they arrived in the city. Looking down from the plane, they saw many zombies aimlessly wandering in the streets and numerous scenes of major car accidents. Although it was only the first day of the apocalypse, the signs of disaster had already begun to appear. Hearing the sound of the helicopter, the zombies looked up at the sky. Whether they could actually see it or not was uncertain, but they began to chase the helicopter below. "Hey, look over there. There are people." Zhao Wei pointed at a high building below, and indeed there was more than one person. Many were stretching their hands out of the windows, waving conspicuously visible items. "Everyone look over there. SOS. And she's a beautiful girl." Everyone looked over, and they indeed saw a stunning woman standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, excitedly holding a lipstick that she usually wouldn't spare. As the helicopter flew further away, the people who had been waving their arms displayed deep disappointment on their faces. Seconds later, they began to curse loudly. "Damn it, what's so great about having a helicopter? Beast, save me." The girl holding the lipstick leaned against the window, helplessly sitting down, tears rolling down her cheeks. "Ugh." A sudden sound came from behind her, but the girl remained unmoved. It turned out that on the large bed behind her lay a man, or rather a zombie. On the bed were a pile of things that looked intense and thrilling. One couldn't help but sigh that people nowadays play in such extravagant ways. The girl slowly got up, looking in disgust at the man on the bed. She raised her hand and grabbed a whip. "You monster, weren't you the one who liked?" Chen Nuo piloted the helicopter, following Su Hao's directions to his home, which was very close to the city government. Su Hao said this was a house allocated by the government to the city's leaders. "Su Hao, is there a square or a spacious area here?" Su Hao nodded. "Brother Chen, just fly a bit further ahead. There's a large square designated for leaders to exercise." Chen Nuo flew forward a bit, and sure enough, he spotted a large square. He began to descend the helicopter, which actually requires considerable skill. As Chen Nuo had said, he was indeed very professional, and the helicopter landed smoothly, putting everyone at ease. He removed his helmet and turned off the helicopter, the rotor blades gradually coming to a halt. Outside, 5 or 6 zombies were moving towards them, all dressed in security uniforms, while a few figures were swaying in the distance. Chen Nuo opened the door. Let's go, we need to find Aunt Wang quickly and retreat immediately. As Chen Nuo jumped off the plane, he looked at the approaching zombies, opened the modifier, and directly set one zombie's health to 0. That zombie immediately fell down and stopped moving. As Chen Nuo was about to modify again, his body paused, and he cursed loudly. Damn it, am I an idiot? It only costs 30 mana to take down a zombie with a fireball, yet I used about 100 mana to modify it. The others also got off the plane. Watching the zombies rush over, they couldn't help but feel a bit tense. Chen Nuo's curses lightened the mood, making everyone feel a bit amused. Chen Nuo spread his right hand, and 5 fireballs suddenly appeared in the air. Su Hao immediately shouted, "Brother Chen, leave one for us to practice on." Chen Nuo paused, smacked his lips, and then 2 fireballs abruptly vanished. Boom. The fireballs shot out like cannonballs, instantly exploding as 3 zombies fell to the ground with their heads blown off. Thud, thud, thud. 3 sounds of zombies hitting the ground echoed. Su Hao immediately became excited. Don't fight me for it, I want to kill one. Jing Tao remained silent, but expressed himself with action. A fireball appeared in front of both of them, their hands trembling with excitement. Boom. Su Hao fully demonstrated what it means to fail as his fireball grazed the zombie's body and landed on the ground behind it. Jing Tao did slightly better, but it only hit the zombie's body. Though the zombie's body was pocked with holes, it continued to lunge towards them. Chen Nuo opened the modifier and glanced at the zombie attacked by Jing Tao, finding its health hadn't decreased at all. Su Hao Jing Tao aimed for the zombie's head, attacking other parts won't take them down. Hearing Chen Nuo's reminder, the 2 of them conjured another fireball, and this time they lacked the previous clumsiness. Boom. The fireball struck directly at the zombie's head, exploding and causing the zombie to crash to the ground. Chen Nuo raised his hand, a long sword appearing in his grasp. He approached the fallen zombie, slashed it down, extracting the magic crystal core, then moved on to the next zombie. Chen Nuo stored 5 magic crystal cores in his inventory, twirled the sword, then tossed it into the sky. The sword disappeared as it returned to the modifier space, and Chen Nuo moved forward. Su Hao lead the way. Su Hao's home stood wide open. 3 men blocked Wang Mei's path, trapping her. Director Yang, what do you think you're doing? Let me warn you, if you dare act recklessly, the state will hold you fully accountable, and I swear I'll see you rot in prison for life. Wang Mei staggered backward as Yang Wei and his 2 companions advanced relentlessly. A leering grin twisted across his face. The state? Huh, rot in prison. Mayor Wang, it seems you're still half asleep. Look around. Do you truly grasp the situation you're in? Yang Wei's gaze lingered shamelessly on Wang Mei's pale, delicate chest. Though her years had accumulated, her figure and bearing remained peerless. Shaking his head, Yang Wei's eyes burned with raw, unmasked desire. All women, once stripped of power, they crumble into frailty. Mayor Wang, weren't you always towering above others, commanding the realm, as if born to rule? Wang Mei snatched whatever lay nearby and hurled it at them, only for Yang Wei and his men to evade effortlessly. They closed in slowly. Yang Wei turned to his companions with mocking amusement. Ha ha, so even our esteemed Mayor Wang has a womanly side after all. Remember how whenever I slipped, even slightly, you'd unleash torrents of scolding. Before you I was less than a grandson, one shout from you, and I'd flinch like a startled sparrow. Yang Wei drew a deep, shuddering breath, then fixed Wang Mei with a feverish, unhinged stare. Do you know, Mayor Wang, I've cried out your name in nightmares night after night. How absurd, my own wife suspected an affair. No, it wasn't lust. It was terror. Pure trembling terror. Yang Wei roared with manic intensity, his soul boiling with brutality. Oh, hey ha, look at her now. What's become of our mighty mayor? She's cowering like a frightened kitten, yowling, squealing, ah. Yang Wei doubled over in raucous laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks before he straightened up slowly. Ah, truly heaven has opened its eyes at last. Today is the day I've waited for, Wang Mei. Today I repay you. You've lived in widowhood for years. How lonely you must be. Today I'll taste you. Yes, you're older, but that haughty pride of yours only sharpens my hunger to conquer you. Xiaoma Xiaogua, tell me, isn't that right? Xiaoma and Xiaogua stared openly at Wang Mei, their lust bare and unashamed. Just as they began to chuckle and reply, a thunderous shout erupted from beyond the doorway. What the hell do you think you're doing? Yang Wei, you wretched grandson. I'll curse your ancestors to the 9th hell. All 3 whirled toward the entrance. Wang Mei's face lit with sudden hope at Su Hao's voice, then fell instantly into anguish when she saw he stood alone at the threshold. Xiao Hao, don't come closer. Run. Don't think about me. Driven by fear for his mother's safety, Su Hao had sprinted here alone. At the gate, seeing both courtyard and front door thrown wide open, his heart clenched, just as he caught the final vile words from within. Yang Wei and his men exchanged gleeful glances. Yang Wei bellowed mockingly, so the little bastard wasn't home after all. How fortunate you chose this moment to appear. Yes, you, the spoiled wastrel who never sets foot at home. Perfect timing. Nothing heightens the thrill more than forcing you to hear your mother's screams firsthand. Su Hao's fury surged, fists clenched, veins pulsing, But though he'd killed the night before, his mind still bore the weight of old morality unshaken by true transformation. Chen Nuo strode across the courtyard, having heard Yang Wei's final taunt. TSK, do you truly relish the sound of another's screams? Zhao Wei and Jing Tao stood seething beside him, brothers in arms to Su Hao. Every contemptuous word Yang Wei had uttered ringing clear in their ears. Yang Wei's trio tensed as more figures entered. Their eyes flickered first to Su Li and Li Shui, lascivious hunger flashing briefly, before locking onto Chen Nuo and the others. 5 men faced them, 3 against 5. A direct clash would be unwise. Instantly Yang Wei's expression shifted, softening into a thick, practiced smile. Haha, Su Hao, Uncle Yang was just teasing you. An unexpected incident occurred last night. We grew worried for Mayor Wang's safety this morning, so we hurried over. Seeing her unharmed, we can finally breathe. Chen Nuo met Yang Wei's smiling gaze with icy indifference, then swept a dismissive glance over the 3 before turning to Su Hao, whose fists remained tightly coiled. With a firm, resounding slap, Chen Nuo struck his shoulder. Su Hao, if anyone dares insult our family, kill them. Chen Nuo stepped back, clearing space for Su Hao. Simultaneously, he activated his modifier. Their personal interface flickered to life, and the 3 men's demonic attributes streamed directly into his main console. So there is a beast-type demon classification. Well, if they seek death, let them die. Chen Nuo instantly adjusted their speed stat to 1. Unaware of the alteration, Yang Wei and his men braced defensively the moment Chen Nuo ordered Su Hao to kill them. Boy, you may outnumber us, but don't mistake numbers for dominance. The outcome remains undecided. Yang Wei eased backward, exchanging a subtle glance with Xiao Ma and Xiao Gua, who nodded in silent understanding. Su Hao jaw set gave a sharp nod. Drawing a slow, steadying breath, he raised his hand and aimed squarely at Yang Wei. Yang Wei's brow furrowed deeply. His arms flared wide in a dramatic avian stance. His features warped instantly, smooth skin vanishing beneath coarse black fur. Gasps tore through the air. What is this? Chen Nuo spoke calmly. A beast-type demon, wolf-dog hybrid, capable of partial transformation. Then came a startled cry. Why? Why is my speed so sluggish? Xiao Ma and Xiao Gua lunged forward, axes and hoes raised, intent on seizing Wang Mei, but froze mid-stride, horrified to find their limbs moving as if trapped in viscous syrup. Wang Mei sensed the shift and seized the opening, darting behind Su Hao. Xiao Hao, what's happening? What is this? Su Hao guessed the truth and answered firmly, Mom, rest easy. I'll avenge you. Though Yang Wei's strength, stamina, and speed surged upon transformation, the crippling reduction in velocity rendered him fatally vulnerable. Su Hao raised his hand, smaller flame coalesced, and murderous intent hardened his gaze. Director Yang, you wanted to hear screams in front of me. Very well, I grant your wish. A fireball shot forth, obliterating Yang Wei's leg in a gush of crimson gore. Yip yip, woof woof. Chen Nuo blinked, startled by the grotesque, animalistic shriek. Wang Mei, though consumed by hatred, recoiled instinctively, not at the violence, but at the impossible fire blazing in her son's palm. Xiao Hao, how did you? As Wang Mei voiced her shock, Chen Nuo interjected gently. Su Hao, explain things to Aunt Wang. These 3 are ours to handle. Jing Tao, Zhao Wei, and Wang Chun ignited with grim anticipation. Already seasoned by bloodshed, they now welcomed combat with cold, sharpened eagerness. Su Hao guided Wang Mei aside. Jing Tao, Zhao Wei, and Wang Chun each stepped forward, 1 strike apiece. Yip yip, woof woof. Screams rose in frantic waves, then dwindled, fading into ragged, dying breaths. Chen Nuo glanced at the 3, barely clinging to life. Enough. End their suffering. Wang Mei cried out. Chen Nuo, are we really going to kill them? Chen Nuo turned, meeting her gaze, and the 3 dying men strained upward, eyes wide with desperate, pleading light. Their eyes held for several silent seconds. Then Chen Nuo opened his modifier, adjusted Wang Mei's loyalty parameter to 100, and nodded calm and absolute. Yes, Aunt Wang. I said it plainly. Anyone who dares insult our family earns only death. He lifted his gaze, first to Su Li, then to Li Shui, then to each person present, locking eyes deliberately. They all understood this was his covenant. To harm one among them was to invite annihilation. Chen Nuo raised a finger, and 3 colossal fireballs bloomed into existence. Yang Wei and his men tried to beg, but the infernos filled their vision. Boom. In a house not far from Wang Mei's residence, 6 or 7 people sat together, both men and women, surrounded by swirling smoke as they awaited something. A woman looked somewhat sullen, fidgeting restlessly, hesitating to speak. Mayor Chao, as you know, my husband. He has an unclear relationship with Wang Mei. You sent him to intimidate her, and I'm worried he might have lingering feelings. Chao Lei looked up at Li Wenjing, her face filled with worry, her brows slightly furrowed, giving off a surprisingly striking impression. Chao Lei felt a bit dry in his throat, coughed lightly, extinguished the cigarette in his hand, and moved to sit beside Li Wenjing. Li Wenjing, feeling a bit nervous, shifted her position, but Chao Lei leaned closer, squeezing her in a way that left her unable to escape. She looked at him with a stiff smile. Chao Lei reached out to grab her hand, lightly patting it. Li Wenjing's body tensed suddenly. She wanted to pull away, but Chao Lei's grip was too tight, and the others silently smiled at the scene. Sister-in-law, you worry too much. Director Yang and Mayor Wang only share a working relationship. It's not as complicated as you think. Chao Lei was well aware of Wang Mai's background. Although she was a widow, he recalled how he had once hinted at his feelings for her, but a phone call from the central government soon left him in a daze for several days. Li Wenjing remembered how Yang Wei had called out Wang Mai's name in his dreams more than once. She was about to refute, having overlooked how Chao Lei was continuously stroking the back of her hand. Mayor Chao, but... The buzzing sound grew louder, and everyone stood up. One person exclaimed with excitement. That's the sound of a helicopter. Could it be that people from the military are coming to rescue us? They all rushed out of the house, and indeed saw a large helicopter flying overhead, slowly descending. Mayor Chao, should we go over? Chao Lei thought about it, but shook his head upon seeing several zombies on the road. Let's wait a bit. Since it's the military, they will surely come to my residence. We don't need to take unnecessary risks. Bang! Suddenly a loud crash came from the bedroom window, startling everyone. They quickly turned to see a female zombie relentlessly banging against the window. Smash! The glass shattered, causing everyone to jump back instinctively, but they sighed in relief when they saw the female zombie unable to escape. Chao Lei stared blankly at the female zombie. She was his estranged wife. Others stepped forward to him. Mayor Chao, take heart, no one expected this situation. Sigh, my own wife. Chao Lei snapped back to reality, glancing at the people around him with a cold smirk. He looked up at Li Wenjing, who felt a tightening in her heart, realizing Chao Lei's gaze was somewhat sinister. They stood in the yard, occasionally glancing into the distance. The zombies on the road had been lured away, but they still dared not take risks. Hey look, someone's coming, they're heading to Wang Mai's house. One exclaimed, look, the kid running in front, isn't that one? Chao Lei's brow furrowed slightly. They were not military personnel after all. Everyone looked at Chao Lei. Let's wait and see. Chao Lei suddenly thought of Yang Wei and the others. Oh no, Yang Wei and his team are over there. Everyone knew that Yang Wei and his team had been sent by Chao Lei to intimidate Wang Mei, and in the end, he planned to step in to save her, making her grateful to him, thus securing her favor. But what he didn't know was that Yang Wei wanted to enjoy himself first before informing him. Chao Lei turned to Li Wenjing, who was anxiously watching that direction, and said, remember, we know nothing about Yang Wei and his team, understand? It must be said Chao Lei carried an air of authority, and everyone nodded subconsciously. Boom! A loud explosion echoed from afar. Everyone's faces showed shock as they looked over, seeing the group from Wang Mai's house emerge. Wang Mei was among them, and they did not come towards them, but headed straight for the square where the helicopter was parked. This is bad, Mayor Chao, they are leaving. They probably came just to pick up Wang Mei. They must be people sent by her son. Chao Lei's brow furrowed slightly. He recalled the previous phone call from the central government, believing he had grasped the key point. Let's go, we should follow. Remember, don't let anything slip about Yang Wei and his team. Especially you, sister-in-law, do you understand? A massive fireball engulfed Yang Wei and his team, the explosion resonating as the three perished. Chen Nuo turned and led the way out. Let's go, our next stop is Jing Tao's house. Chen Nuo and his team hurried along the road, arriving at the helicopter's parking area, where 7 or 8 people were already gathered along with a dozen zombies. These people had rushed out of their homes upon hearing the sound of the helicopter, thinking it was a military rescue, but unexpectedly the noise also attracted zombies. Chen Nuo turned to Jing Tao and the others, saying, everyone, let's make quick work of this. Jing Tao, Zhao Wei, Su Hao, and Wang Chun raised their hands, aiming at the zombies, fireballs appearing before each. Boom! 2 zombies fell while the aim of the other 2 was slightly off. The other zombies attacking the people turned slowly at the sound behind them. Buzz! Chen Nuo raised his hand to grasp the magic sword, swinging it effortlessly, splitting a zombie's head in 2, then raised his hand, once more summoning 3 fireballs that shot toward 3 zombies. Su Li also raised her hand, aiming at one zombie, a droplet of water appearing. Water bomb. Puff! A pit appeared on the zombie's forehead, showcasing the water bomb's impressive penetration ability. Li Shui was also unwilling to be outdone. She took a deep breath, aiming with her right palm, rapidly forming an eye. The ice spike pierced through the zombie's skull, steam rising from it with drops of foul blood dripping down. Chen Nuo observed their attacks with satisfaction. Soon a dozen zombies were dispatched by him and his companions, leaving those hiding behind the plane armed with knives and sticks staring in astonishment. Chen Nuo paid them no mind. After storing the magic crystal core in his bag, he said to the people behind him, let's go, we don't have time to waste here. Let's go. Chen Nuo opened the helicopter's door and his people filed in. They only cast a casual glance at the others before ignoring them completely. I say, aren't you military personnel? Someone asked. Chen Nuo helped Su Li and Li Shui onto the helicopter and shook his head at the people. Then can we also get on the helicopter with you? Chen Nuo firmly refused. No. As Su Hao helped Wang Mei up, someone recognized her. Mayor Wang. Those people seemed to have found a lifeline, but just as they were about to say something, another voice called out from behind them. Mayor Wang Mei, wait. What are you doing? Everyone turned to see Chao Lei running over with 6 people hurrying toward them. Wang Mei, who was already halfway onto the helicopter, hesitated when she saw Chao Lei and the others feeling embarrassed and stepping back down. Chao Lei and the others were a bit out of breath. They had rushed to catch up just in time. Mayor Wang Mei, who are they? Just as Wang Mei was about to introduce them, she suddenly spotted Li Wenjing among the crowd. Her brows furrowed slightly as she turned her gaze to Chao Lei. Chao Lei's gaze flickered slightly, making Wang Mei recall his past hints toward her. Chen Nuo noticed Wang Mei's unease. Aunt Wang, what's wrong? Wang Mei hesitated, unsure if her guess was correct. She looked deeply at Chao Lei before pointing at Li Wenjing. She is Yang Wei's wife, the one who just transformed into a wolf at my house. This is Chao Lei, the mayor of Nana City. Upon hearing this, Chen Nuo's eyes narrowed, his gaze drifting over Chao Lei and the others. Just as Chao Lei was about to speak, someone interjected. Mayor Chao, you must stand up for us. They aren't letting us on the helicopter and don't plan to rescue us either. Chao Lei looked at Wang Mei, wanting to speak with her. But Chen Nuo raised his right hand. All eyes turned to him as he glanced back at Wang Mei. And Wang, what you meant earlier was it that they are in cahoots? Wang Mei was also uncertain, frowning in thought. There was indeed that possibility. Chao Lei and the others felt their hearts tighten. Chao Lei forced a calm demeanor, revealing a forced smile. Wang Mei, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Chen Nuo, seeing Wang Mei frown, had a rough idea of the situation. He glanced at Chao Lei, a mocking glint in his eyes. And Wang, you said earlier that woman is Yang Wei's wife, right? Wang Mei nodded, and Chen Nuo shrugged. Since she is his wife, there's no need for us to think too much. Mere suspicion is enough. Chao Lei swallowed hard. He was still prepared to continue feigning ignorance, and would never admit it. Chen Nuo opened the modifier, and all their magic bonds entered his main page. Increase firearm proficiency attribute. Buzz. Firearm proficiency, 6 maximum 100. Chen Nuo directly modified it to 100, a rush of experience flooding his brain. He shook his head, raised his hand to grasp a handgun from his bag. Just as Chao Lei was about to argue, he suddenly saw Chen Nuo pull out a handgun. Before he could react, Chen Nuo had already fired. Bang! Li Wenjing stared at Chen Nuo in disbelief as a hole appeared between her brows, blood oozing out. Thud! The body fell to the ground, and everyone started breathing heavily and rapidly. Chao Lei looked at Li Wenjing's corpse. Oh, she was the woman he intended to have, yet she had died just like that, the anger within him boiling over. The airplane door closed as Chen Nuo took his seat in the cockpit. Holding the helmet in his hands, he hesitated for a moment before turning back to say, do you all think I'm too cruel? Everyone lifted their heads to look at him. He smiled slightly. Although he was asking them, Chen Nuo had no intention of letting them answer. Instead, he continued, the woman's husband was killed by us, and there is already enmity between us. We cannot gamble on her relinquishing her hatred. In this apocalyptic world, we must eliminate evil completely and uproot it, or else we will one day pay a heavy price. As for Mayor Chao and his people, I couldn't care less about their schemes. As long as they are deemed dangerous by us, we will eliminate them directly. This is how we crush threats in their infancy. Chen Nuo secured his helmet and sat up straight, looking ahead. As I said before, in the apocalypse, even the qualification to survive is granted by the strong. If you can't understand this, then don't think about it. Just do everything as I say. Chen Nuo powered on the airplane. The propellers began to spin, and a roar echoed as the strong winds blew, forcing the people below to stagger back. The airplane took off, leaving those people slumped on the ground, their clothes drenched in sweat. More zombies were drawn by the roar of the airplane, scattering in all directions. Jing Tao sat in the co-pilot's seat, pointing the way for Chen Nuo. The airplane flew over the city, and the survivors seemed to be invigorated, loudly calling for help, followed by endless curses. Chen Nuo ignored it all, and the airplane quickly flew to the upscale neighborhood where Jing Tao lived. This neighborhood was adjacent to the South River City Hospital, separated by just one road. Chen Nuo found a spacious area and prepared to land the airplane. However, the usual crowd here was already large, and the noise of the airplane attracted many zombies. Furrowing his brows slightly, Chen Nuo glanced at the dense crowd of zombies below. He took out some submachine guns from his space and handed them to Jing Tao before opening the modifier. He added firearm proficiency to Jing Tao, Zhao Wei, Su Hao, and Wang Chun, then modified their proficiency to 100. Jing Tao handed the weapons to the people behind him, who all looked at Chen Nuo with confusion. Buzz! They suddenly felt a jolt, their brains slightly dizzy. After a few seconds, they returned to normal. Jing Tao was the first to come to his senses, his eyes filled with surprise. Brother Chen, what is this? Chen Nuo spoke up. Cut the nonsense. I have used the modifier to add firearm proficiency to you all, and maxed it out. You are now marksmen. I will hover in the air while you use firearms to deal with the zombies below. Wang Mei didn't quite understand, but the others had expressions of shock and joy. No wonder they could fly an airplane in one night. If it were me, I could too. Jing Tao tumbled from the co-pilot seat to the back. The four of them split to either side, preparing themselves before opening the doors on both sides, and the wind rushed in, causing the airplane to sway slightly. Bang! Bang! The four fired a few shots, and indeed, like seasoned veterans, their mastery over the firearms was exceptional, each shot hitting its mark. This is amazing. Ooh, I feel it's much more efficient than my fireballs. Chen Nuo thought to himself, isn't that obvious? How many fireballs can you actually cast? However, he didn't know what would happen later. Anyway, Chen Nuo felt that he would definitely become stronger after mastering magic. These thoughts were not for now. The number of zombies below was increasing, and Chen Nuo quickly spoke up. You all hurry up. This is a crowded area and the hospital is right across the street. The flow of people is very large, and there are surely many zombies. If we hesitate any longer, we won't be able to go down. Hearing Chen Nuo's words, the few of them began shooting. Wang Mei watched from the side, unable to believe her eyes. Was this still the son who had accomplished nothing? And those two best friends of her son, whenever they were mentioned, everyone would wear a look of disdain, yet now each of them shot with incredible accuracy, and with every shot fired a zombie fell below. Brother Chen, give me some more bullets. I'm running out too quickly. Chen Nuo nodded. Sister Su, passed them to them for me. Bang! Bang! The gunfire continued, and the survivors hiding in their homes were shocked as they looked outside. They were witnessing a scene only seen in movies, a helicopter hovering in the air with the doors wide open on both sides, while a few people continuously sprayed bullets at the zombies below. The only strange thing was that those shooting were clearly not soldiers. As for why have you ever seen a soldier with long hair? Moreover, they weren't even in camouflage. However, their shooting skills were indeed precise, not wasting a single bullet. Occasionally one bullet would even pierce through the heads of two zombies. Let's not even mention the advantage of height. It's simply not possible. A 1.8-meter tall zombie and a 1.6-meter tall zombie were very close, and as long as there was a certain angle, it could be done easily. Not far from here in a village, Jing Hua lay on a big bed, holding a fair-skinned beauty in his arms. He pulled his hand from under the bowtie's neck, angrily cursing. Damn it, who is that? What fireworks are going off in the city? Can't they let people sleep? Jing Hua said, picking up the phone from the bedside table, preparing to report a complaint, but the phone wouldn't turn on no matter what. The beauty beside him frowned slightly, snuggling in Jing Hua's arms, then covered her head with the blanket, wanting to continue sleeping. Jing Hua lifted the blanket and playfully slapped her on her fair bottom, instinctively giving it a squeeze. Xiao Yi, wake up. Who knows what time it is? I still need to go to the hospital. I have an important consultation today. It can be seen that these two who had stolen half a day's leisure were completely unaware of what was happening outside. They had slept through the night until now. Yi Qian was a well-known, beautiful nurse at the South River City Hospital. It's unexpected that she was here tangled up with a middle-aged man like Jing Hua. No wonder just 2 years after graduating she had already made a name for herself. Yi Qian lazily stretched, then wrapped one arm around Jing Hua's while her other hand moved down. Jing Hua shivered, suddenly feeling both desire and powerlessness. Old Jing, let me sleep a little longer. Last night, I don't even know what happened. It was simply painful. Thankfully, you have so many painkillers here. By the way, old Jing, why do you have so many painkillers at home? Jing Hua glanced at the charming Yi Qian, swallowed hard, then forcibly turned his gaze away. These are for my son. Oh, I used to nag him, saying he was always doing useless things. I never expected they would actually come in handy. Thinking of the pain from last night, Jing Hua felt a lingering fear. That pain was absolutely comparable to a woman giving birth or a man getting his eggs crushed. All right, get up. Can't you hear the firecracker sounds outside? How can you still sleep? Yi Qian said playfully, then directly lowered her head. Jing Hua took a deep breath of the cool air. As the firecracker sounds intermittently continued, he enjoyed the pleasant morning, lost in his emotions. Suddenly a loud noise came from the house. Aunt! Jing Tao rushed into the house and heard Jing Hua scream, quickly shouting in panic. Dad? What's wrong? You can't have an accident. Chen Nuo also heard the cry, a strange sound that seemed painful, but didn't quite seem that way. Chen Nuo was much faster than Jing Tao. He quickly reached the bedroom door and kicked it with all his strength. Bang! The door was kicked down by Chen Nuo, crashing directly onto Yi Qian. Aunt! Ugh! Another scream and a sound as if someone was uncomfortable. Chen Nuo rushed into the bedroom first and saw the door pressing down on the bed. Inwardly cursing, he quickly tossed the door aside. He saw Jing Hua lying on the bed looking lethargic. He lifted the blanket, and everyone worriedly rushed over, only to see a woman lying there, her fair bottom exposed, already unconscious. Chen Nuo quickly covered Jing Hua and the others with the blanket again, feeling a bit embarrassed as he turned back to see everyone, including Jing Tao, staring in shock. Chen Nuo sighed and approached Jing Tao, lightly patting his shoulder, unable to help but click his tongue. Jing Tao, your old man is quite strong. This is much more flamboyant than what I do. Chen Nuo took Su Li's and Li Shui's hands and led them to sit together on the living room sofa. Wang Mei watched this scene, her brows faintly furrowing. Beside her, Su Hao observed silently. Mom, brother Chen, and they are truly in love. Hearing this, Wang Mei inwardly dismissed it as utterly unbelievable. Yet what truly astonished her was the realization that Jiang Group's chairman, a man of such stature, would willingly share his partner with other women. Chen Nuo teased Su Li playfully, while Li Shui sat quietly beside them, her cheeks flushed as she recalled what she had just witnessed. She lifted her gaze toward Chen Nuo, then glanced downward shyly toward his waist. Noticing Li Shui's lingering glance and delicate blush, Chen Nuo's heart stirred. In one swift motion, he pulled her into his arms, wrapping his other arm around Su Li and whispered softly, just loud enough for the three of them to hear, into their ears. You little tease. What exactly are you imagining? Would you like to join Su Jie tonight? As he spoke, his eyes flickered briefly toward their beautiful lips. Su Li's expression softened into unmistakable allure. What they'd just witnessed had indeed been thrilling, intensely so. Just as the three were drifting into a haze of mutual infatuation, a sudden commotion erupted from the bedroom. You wretched son, your father and Xiao Yi are soulmates. Xiao Yi, don't cry. Even if I disown him as my son, I'll still give you a proper home. Su Hao froze in place. Wang Mei's lips curled into a sly, knowing smile as she watched her own son. Soulmates. What exactly do you love about her? Her lack of hygiene, or the fact she's old enough to be her father? Chen Nuo frowned slightly, his throat suddenly dry as he glanced twice at the two beauties nestled in his arms, then released them and turned sharply toward the bedroom, raising his voice. Jing Tao, come out here. A few seconds later, Jing Tao stormed forth, fury blazing in his eyes, yet he forcibly restrained himself before Chen Nuo. Brother Chen, I'm absolutely furious. My father has taken up with a woman barely older than me, and just now he actually demanded I call her little mom. I pleaded with him, but he wouldn't listen. That woman, she's nothing but a deceitful seductress, weeping and wailing like some fragile doll. Clearly she's no good. Chen Nuo sat back on the sofa, brow deeply furrowed. He hadn't expected such a melodramatic entanglement, and after a moment's reflection, he asked calmly, Jing Tao, tell me, you said she's young, beautiful, and fair-skinned. Wait, slip of the tongue. Haha, ahem. What precisely does she seek in your father? Jing Tao didn't pause to consider. He merely cast a cold, disdainful glance toward the bedroom door. What else could it possibly be? Money and power, of course. Surely not his poor hygiene, or his age, which qualifies him as her father. From the bedroom came a thunderous shout. Rebellious brat. I forbid you to speak of Xiao Yi like that. From now on, she is your little mom. Insult her again, and I'll break your legs. Chen Nuo looked up, and there stood Jing Hua and Yi Qian, already dressed, though traces of wantonness still lingered on their faces. Yi Qian shot Chen Nuo an indignant, blushing glance, clearly having overheard his earlier slip about her fair skin. Jing Tao exploded in rage. Father, Chen Nuo's commanding voice cut through the air, silencing him instantly. Jing Tao. Though emotionally overwhelmed, Jing Tao instinctively turned toward Chen Nuo. Brother Chen. Chen Nuo rose, stepped beside him, and placed a firm, reassuring hand on his shoulder. You've always been level-headed, so why this lapse in judgment? You yourself said she seeks your father's wealth, and before Chen Nuo could finish, Yi Qian grew flustered, and her hoarse voice rushed to protest. Jing Tao, you've misjudged me entirely. Elder Jing, and yes, your father, and I share genuine, profound love. His fortune, billion strong, means nothing to me, nor does his title as hospital director. I love him purely and wholly. Jing Hua was deeply moved by Yi Qian's words, and gazed at Jing Tao with quiet resolve. Should his son refuse to accept this union, he would sever their bond without hesitation. Chen Nuo listened to Yi Qian's raspy voice, and involuntarily recalled the image of her pale, rounded figure moments earlier, and what followed. His expression momentarily blanked. Yi Qian noticed, and her cheeks flushed deeper as she knew without doubt that his thoughts had strayed into forbidden territory. Behind him, Su Li and Li Shui exchanged glances, then both pinched Chen Nuo sharply at the waist. Su Li leaned and closed, her breath warm against his ear. Little brother, what's on your mind? Shall I bite it off for you tonight? Chen Nuo shuddered violently, then laughed awkwardly, quickly shifting his attention to Jing Tao, who stood seething with anger. Jing Tao, moi, tell me, does your father still possess the wealth and authority you just cited? Not only Jing Tao froze. Everyone did. Jing Hua, Yi Qian, even Su Hao, and Wang Mei all stiffened brows, knitting in confusion. Jing Tao's face lit up with sudden, unrestrained delight. He burst into laughter, then smiled serenely. Little mom, I was shallow indeed. You two truly embody soulmate love. Clearly I remain too inexperienced to grasp such depth. Father, I was ignorant and impulsive. To think a man of your age could still win the affection of such a radiant woman, I truly had no idea. Jing Tao's complete reversal stunned both Jing Hua and Yi Qian. Yet Jing Hua, a seasoned hospital director, had witnessed countless dramatic turns. He understood instantly that single question had shattered everything. Jing Tao, stop playing games. What did your friend mean just now? Explain it, clearly. Jing Tao grinned, shrugging lightly. Oh, father, you and little mom haven't heard yet. Jing Hua staggered, slightly dazed, unable to process the words. Impossible, utterly impossible. I devoted half my life to reaching this position. I refuse to believe it. You insolent brat, you're lying to me. What? Beside him, Yi Qian broke into sobs. I, a beauty unmatched, sacrificed myself to bind my fate to a decrepit old man, all for status and escape. And now what am I to do? Jing Hua whirled around, staring at the weeping Yi Qian, his face contorted in disbelief. Xiao Yi, did you just call me a decrepit old man? Yi Qian dropped all pretense, wiping her tears fiercely with her sleeve. Old Jing, did I speak falsely? Aren't you precisely that? A decrepit old man. Your son speaks truth. I follow you not for wealth or power. Then tell me what else could I possibly want? Do you imagine I admire your neglect of hygiene, or your age which makes you fit to be my father? Jing Hua stood utterly dumbfounded, his composure crumbling. Jing Tao rushed forward to steady him, then pointed accusingly at Yi Qian. You scheming seductress, get out of my house. Yi Qian wiped her tears dry, and let out a sharp contemptuous snort. Humph, as if I'd ever wished to stay. Still, I owe you thanks. Had you not revealed the coming apocalypse, I'd have remained blissfully unaware while this old man exploited me. She swept a bold, dismissive gaze across the room, her expression laced with unapologetic disdain. You mentioned the apocalypse, the dawn of awakened talents. Well, I've already felt mine stir within me. You fools, let me enlighten you. I've awakened an angelic class talent. A sharp rip echoed, the sound of fabric tearing, as two vast luminous white wings unfurled behind, Yi Qian beating powerfully and stirring a gust of wind. Chen Nuo's brow furrowed faintly. He hadn't even glimpsed their talent classifications, yet here emerged something mythic beyond legend. Still, given the existence of elemental class talents, perhaps such wonders weren't entirely unthinkable. Chen Nuo immediately activated his modifier, and indeed a new category appeared under talent classification. Divine Illusory Class Angel Inactive. Jing Hua's talent was Surgical Scalpel. Yi Qian slowly folded her wings and strode toward the doorway, pausing to glance back at Chen Nuo and the others. Farewell, old man. I'm off to find a man worthy of me. Farewell, my youth. Yi Qian spread her wings and soared into the sky. She flew higher while Chen Nuo and the others watched her depart, their hearts filled with myriad emotions, thinking how realistic this girl truly is. Speaking of reality, the real challenge was yet to come. Yi Qian flew high above, clearly feeling that her stamina could not support her flight for long. She prepared to descend. Suddenly, a very large airplane came into view, surrounded by countless corpses, blood splattered everywhere. One must admit those who work in hospitals have a strong psychological resilience, as she felt only a slight discomfort before returning to normal. Yi Qian slowly descended, gazing at the large airplane, then at the corpse without a complete head. She bent down to inspect, and discovered many bullet shells scattered on the ground. The sound earlier was not the crack of firecrackers, but gunfire. This airplane must belong to the military, but what about the others? A ludicrous thought popped into Yi Qian's mind, and she quickly shook her head. It can't be them, there are only a few of them. Just as she was deep in thought, a few zombies suddenly approached from afar, and Yi Qian's heart tightened. She looked around, and then at the airplane beside her. Yi Qian smiled slightly and flew to the top of the airplane, looking down at the approaching zombies. You fools, I am a fairy with wings, you cannot reach me. Chen Nuo and the others, bringing along the dazed Jing Hua, walked towards the airplane. When they got closer, they were all stunned, for they saw Yi Qian casually sitting on the airplane's propeller, crossing her legs. Hearing the commotion, Yi Qian quickly looked up at them, raising an eyebrow and murmuring to herself, "It really is them. Was I a bit too arrogant just now?" Yi Qian shook her head. Whatever. This fairy has awakened her angelic magical talent. Giving them a chance is their honor. With that, Yi Qian stood up, a smile on her face, and shouted, "Old Jing, you finally arrived. Come save me, I am so scared." Chen Nuo felt a wave of nausea at Yi Qian's shout, and the others also felt a chill. Chen Nuo ignored her, and instead tossed a few guns to Jing Tao and the others from the backpack. Quickly speeded up. Jing Hua heard Yi Qian's call, but he saw through her intentions. Could someone who became the dean be foolish? He knew Yi Qian definitely had some ulterior motive. After all, it couldn't be about his lack of bathing or his age. He took a deep breath and observed coldly. The zombies were quickly dispatched with headshots by the group. Chen Nuo drew his sword and cleaved a zombie's head, collecting the magic crystal core. No one paid any attention to Yi Qian. Chen Nuo approached the front of the airplane and opened the hatch. The others boarded the airplane without hesitation, and Jing Hua didn't even glance at Yi Qian on top before heading inside. Yi Qian took a deep breath, her smile widening. She spread her wings, jumped off the airplane, and retracted her wings, ready to follow them inside. Chen Nuo blocked her at the last moment, smiling slightly at Yi Qian. Bang! The airplane hatch closed, and Yi Qian's beaming face instantly stiffened. She clenched her teeth and began cursing like a shrew. Old Jing, you old fool. This fairy has been with you for 2 years, following all your whims. Who would have thought that now you would turn your back on me? The airplane's propeller began to spin, and it slowly took off. Yi Qian felt an urge to vent as she spread her wings and flew in the sky, not daring to get too close. You bunch of losers actually dare to ignore this fairy. Let me tell you, I will remember this grudge, and you better wait for me. I will not let you off. Yi Qian's hoarse voice echoed into the sky. Initially, Chen Nuo did not want to pay her any mind, but upon hearing her vow of revenge, his brow furrowed slightly. He then opened the modifier and saw that Yi Qian's hate value was rapidly rising, quickly reaching 90. I originally wanted to spare your life, but it seems you do not cherish it. Chen Nuo's eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of killing intent passing by, as he directly set Yi Qian's life value to 0. As Yi Qian was cursing, her body suddenly jolted, and her white wings flapped. Her pupils began to dilate. Save. Yi Qian fell from the sky, her fairy-like face crashing to the ground, shattering completely. Suddenly, everyone could no longer hear Yi Qian's curses and assumed she had left. In a villa, Zhao Tianhe pinched a cigar between his thumb and forefinger, took a deep breath, and then exhaled a cloud of thick smoke. Bang bang. Come in. A man with a scarred face walked in, followed by old Lu. Boss, our people are waiting outside, but there are only more than 30 of them. The others either do not live nearby, or have turned into those mindless walking corpses. Zhao Tianhe frowned. Only more than 30. There should be at least 100 brothers living nearby, right? Old Lu. Boss, there are a total of 231 people. In the business world, who doesn't have a bit of a dark background? Zhao Tianhe became the richest man in Nanhe City, a top figure in both the underworld and above. Years ago, Zhao Tianhe established a security company recruiting many thugs and retired soldiers from society to protect his life and property. Zhao Tianhe stood up, extinguished his cigar on the table, and casually tossed it aside. Who would have thought that we would lose so many brothers? More than 30 is just more than 30. There are only a few of them. Our numbers far exceed theirs. Moreover, my son is still with them. We can directly take over those supplies. As Zhao Tianhe spoke of those supplies, he burst into laughter. Haha, that's over 13 trillion worth of supplies, all stored in our alien storage warehouse, and my son is keeping an eye on them. It is clear that Zhao Tianhe will be the owner of this batch of supplies. It turns out Zhao Tianhe is planning to seize Chen Nuo's supplies. Old Lu said worriedly. I wonder how the young master is doing now. Zhao Tianhe frowned slightly, and then relaxed. Shao Wei, there shouldn't be any problems. The painkillers were still given by him. There's no way he wouldn't have left some. Old Lu showed a puzzled expression upon hearing about the painkillers. Boss, speaking of which, when I returned yesterday, Chen Nuo also gave me some painkillers. If it weren't for these painkillers, I wouldn't have survived. I'm just confused. Does he know what situation is going to happen? Beside him, the scarred-faced Niu Bin recalled the pain he experienced yesterday upon hearing about the painkillers, and he couldn't help but shiver. At the same time, a hint of jealousy arose in his heart. After enduring so much pain to survive, it was one thing for Zhao Tianhe to manage it, as he was the boss, but old Lu, this old fellow, could also rely on painkillers to pull through. Zhao Tianhe was also somewhat puzzled. If he really had known in advance, that would be a bit exaggerated. It should be a coincidence. Such a thing is impossible. Zhao Tianhe shook his head again. Whatever. At most, I will give Chen Nuo a place to stay. Zhao Tianhe looked up at Niu Bin and then instructed, by the way, old Niu, go and bring those firearms we have accumulated over the years. We will set off immediately. Niu Bin nodded and then walked out. Zhao Tianhe watched Niu Bin's departing figure, his eyes narrowing, slightly pondering something. Old Lu, seeing Niu Bin leave, hesitated to speak. Boss, the young master's relationship with Chen Nuo is not ordinary. I can see that the young master regards Chen Nuo as an elder brother. When we take over Chen Nuo's supplies, I don't think the young master will stand by our side. Zhao Tianhe snorted coldly. Regard him as an elder brother. My son Zhao Tianhe cannot acknowledge others as brothers. It was one thing in peaceful times, but now in the apocalypse, daring to be my son's brother is simply seeking death. I originally wanted to give Chen Nuo a way out. If that's the case, then forget it. Old Lu was stunned. His intention was to say something good for Chen Nuo, as those painkillers were after all a lifesaver. Zhao Tianhe noticed old Liu's expression and smiled coldly. Old Lu, do you disagree with my view? Old Lu took a deep breath, immediately firming his stance. Boss, how could that be? I'm just worried that the young master will have a conflict with you because of this. Zhao Tianhe slowly walked in front of old Lu and then turned to walk behind him. Old Lu swallowed hard, not daring to move. Zhao Tianhe patted his shoulder lightly, causing old Liu's body to tense up, and sweat began to flow down his forehead. Oh, is that so? Old Lu, you have been with me for 20 to 30 years, right? Old Lu let the sweat drip, nodding his head. Boss, it has been 27 years. Zhao Tianhe lightly responded. Oh, has it really been that long? 27 years. Time has indeed flown. Let's go meet the brothers. Old Lu raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, glanced at the figure ahead, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and then followed. Outside the courtyard stood 30 neatly arranged individuals, all dressed in identical uniforms, appearing at first glance to be armed police. Zhao Tianhe approached the crowd, remaining silent as he awaited Niu Bin. After a while, Niu Bin arrived, followed by 6 individuals carrying several large wooden boxes. Boss, they are all moved here. Zhao Tianhe nodded. Open the boxes and distribute the guns to the brothers. By the way, can everyone handle them? Niu Bin smiled slightly. Boss, don't worry, these guys have all handled guns before. Everyone received a gun, some rifles, and some handguns. At least there was enough for everyone, and thankfully, there were fewer personnel, who otherwise there truly wouldn't be enough to distribute. Zhao Tianhe cleared his throat. Brothers, the world has become a worse place, but for us, good days are coming. In our alien storage warehouse, there are over 13 trillion worth of resources sealed away. We are going to take over there now, and in this terrible world, we will continue to live lavishly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly the sound interrupted Zhao Tianhe's magnificent speech. He furrowed his brows and looked up at the sky, and the others followed suit. Damn, it's an airplane. Such a large plane, it must belong to the military. Niu Bin whispered to Zhao Tianhe. Boss, do we know if they are friend or foe? What should we do? Zhao Tianhe frowned and waved his hand gently. Let everyone hide and wait to see what happens. The helicopter had already arrived above them while the two were speaking, and the people below quickly concealed themselves. Zhao Tian's hair was blown into disarray by the wind as he squinted at the airplane above. Suddenly a side door of the plane opened and the helicopter shook slightly as someone poked their head out. Dad, your son is here to pick you up. Upon hearing Zhao Wei's voice, Zhao Tian's heart skipped a beat, and a look of surprise spread across his face. Old Lu quickly looked at Xiao Wei. Haha, I told you my son would be fine. Xiao Wei shouted again. Dad, brother Chen is going to find a place to land the plane. Oh, we will see each other shortly. After Xiao Wei finished speaking, he waved goodbye to Zhao Tianhe below and then entered the plane. The helicopter, which had been circling overhead, began to fly away. Niu Bin watched the plane depart and then spoke up. Boss, should we strike first? Zhao Tianhe did not expect Xiao Wei to come with Chen Nuo to pick him up, and honestly, he felt particularly emotional about it. In the face of the apocalypse, he first thought of gathering his subordinates and seizing Chen Nuo's resources. As for Xiao Wei, although he was also worried, he was clearly placed in a secondary position. Now that Xiao Wei came to pick him up at the first opportunity, it indicated that he held an important place in his son's heart. Boss. Zhao Tianhe came back to his senses in a daze. Old Niu, what did you say? Niu Bin's inner violent emotions slowly emerged, and he suppressed them. Boss, we cannot show any mercy now. As long as we have those resources, no matter how this world changes, we can live. Zhao Tianhe listened to Niu Bin's words, and the momentary sentiment he had felt vanished. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Old Niu, you are right. For the sake of our hegemony, we can only send that friend of Xiao Wei to his death. Zhao Tian's body stiffened, standing straight like a warlord, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Everyone listen up. When they come over, just shoot without giving them any room for reaction. And as for Xiao Wei, Zhao Tian's eyes revealed a hint of hesitation, which transformed into strong determination. If we can avoid it, we will. If not, I, Zhao Tianhe, will act as if I have no such son. Upon hearing Zhao Tian's words, Niu Bin seemed to have some thoughts. He glanced at Zhao Tianhe and old Lubis. Chen Nuo slowly landed the plane. The number of zombies here was not too many, as there were usually very few people around. He only saw a few zombies wearing security uniforms. They were the night patrol personnel. Jing Tao and the others got off the plane and immediately fired a shot. To be honest, having modified their gun proficiency, they were starting to enjoy the thrill of headshots. Zhao Tianhe and the others were waiting for Xiao Wei when they suddenly heard gunfire, causing their hearts to tighten. Boss, it seems they also have guns. Zhao Tian's frown deepened as he adjusted his emotions and solidified his thoughts. So we must attack as soon as possible. My son is still over there. They definitely wouldn't expect us to fire first. Tell the brothers to pay attention to my signals. Chen Nuo got off the plane and saw that the zombies had already been shot down by these people. Looking at them posing with their guns, he felt it was quite strange. After thinking for a moment, he still reminded them. Hey, you guys, remember, while firearms are convenient now, I suspect their usefulness will diminish in the future, as the current zombies are all level 1 zombies. Since they are classified by level, it indicates they can also evolve. Therefore, you all should also put more effort into your magical talent training. Jing Tao, Wang Chun, and the others nodded in agreement after hearing Chen Nuo's reminder. By the way, Xiao Wei, I just scanned your yard and found dozens of people, and I vaguely saw they all had guns. Does your dad have connections to the underworld? Xiao Wei shook his head a bit puzzled, scratching his head awkwardly as he spoke. Brother Chen, I'm not too clear about the situation. I rarely deal with business matters. Looking at their attire, they should be from a security company under my dad's command. I've only heard Uncle Lu mention it once before. Chen Nuo frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then said, Xiao Wei, I don't distrust your dad, but you should understand that during the apocalypse we cannot let our guard down. Any negligence could lead to our utter demise. The others nodded as well. After all, there were so many of them. If they truly had ulterior motives, they would indeed be very... Xiao Wei felt heavy with worry after hearing Chen Nuo's words. His initial intention was to come here to save his dad, but now it seemed his dad might not need saving. With that in mind, he certainly didn't want to endanger everyone because of his own reasons. Brother Chen, I understand what you're saying. So what should we do now? Chen Nuo looked at Xiao Wei. He did not doubt Xiao Wei's intentions because his loyalty was at full value, so Xiao Wei's words were genuinely made from his standpoint. After thinking for a moment, Chen Nuo asked, who among those people is relatively close to you? Xiao Wei smiled. Brother Chen, I mostly haven't met those people, and even if I have, it's just a brief acquaintance. If I had to say who I'm closest to aside from my dad, it would be Uncle Lu. Chen Nuo nodded, a flash of killing intent in his eyes as he looked at everyone. I've said before, anyone we determine poses a threat to us, we can directly eliminate them and crush the danger in the cradle. Given the current situation, not only are there many of them, but they also all have guns. To put it bluntly, if they truly have ulterior motives, we are not just in danger. I will never entrust our fate to others, and I certainly won't gamble with our lives. Chen Nuo exchanged glances with everyone, and they all agreed with Chen Nuo's view. Chen Nuo nodded, and then, aside from your dad, and old Lu will kill everyone else. You don't have any objections, right? Xiao Wei's heart trembled as he looked at Chen Nuo in surprise. After a few seconds, he glanced at the gun in his hand and nodded vigorously. Brother Chen will listen to you. In this apocalypse, as long as we can ensure our safety, there's nothing we can't do. Chen Nuo patted Zhao Wei on the shoulder. Since that's the case, let's decide except for Uncle Zhao and old Lu, we leave no one behind. Chen Nuo took out several submachine guns from the supply crate and handed them to Su Li and Li Shui, including Jing Hua and Wang Mei. The two were stunned as they received the guns. Jing Hua puzzledly said, Chen Nuo, I know my way around a scalpel, but I can't handle a gun. I can't use it either. Wang Mei chimed in. Chen Nuo merely smiled and opened the modifier directly, setting the proficiency of the 4 to 100. Su Hao walked over to Wang Mei. Mom, just stay calm, you'll understand soon. It's okay if you don't know how to use it. Suddenly Wang Mei let out a moan, her face turning rosy. She hadn't expected to make such a sound. Jing Hua beside her swayed slightly, and a few seconds later Wang Mei looked at her son in shock. What on earth? She said this while looking at the submachine gun in her hand, feeling as if she were seeing an old friend after decades. Jing Hua felt the same. Su Li and Li Shui were much calmer. They were already toying with their guns. Just then 2 or 3 zombies staggered over. Chen Nuo clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention, then pointed at the approaching zombies. Look over there, it's your time to shine. Follow my orders and open fire. Bang bang bang. Each person fired 3 shots, and the 3 zombies all had their heads blown off by 4 shots each. Wang Mei and Jing Hua stared in disbelief at the guns in their hands, then looked up at the fallen zombies. Did we do this? Jing Tao asked. Dad, Aunt Wang, Brother Chen's talent is to modify everything. He set our gun proficiency to max, so now we're all sharpshooters. These zombies are slower than normal people, hitting them in the head is just our basic skill. The two looked at Chen Nuo in shock, and Jing Hua couldn't help but exclaim, this is a power only a god could possess. Everyone nodded, if this talent indeed seemed to be describable only in divine terms. Alright everyone, no more sighing here. Let's hurry and get our families out. Then we need to hunt zombies, as leveling up is our top priority. After taking a few steps, Chen Nuo, still uneasy, pulled out several bulletproof vests from the supply crate and handed them to Su Li, Li Shui, and Wang Mei. As for the other men, he wasn't as concerned. A little injury wouldn't be a problem for them. Even if it were fatal, he had the modifier to ensure their survival. A group of 9 each with a submachine gun, Chen Nuo led the way while the others followed behind, creating a striking scene. Meanwhile, Zhao Tian's men had arrived outside the door. They stood in a line, their guns hidden behind them, making it hard to notice them at first glance. Zhao Tian has stood in the middle with old Lu and Niu Bin behind him. Everyone was eagerly awaiting, looking ahead. Zhao Tianhe frowned and thought for a moment before reminding them again. Brothers, don't attack recklessly. Be sure to watch my gestures. When they come within 10 meters, I'll raise my hand to greet them. When my hand goes down, you all start shooting, understood? Boss, they're coming. Zhao Tianhe hurriedly turned around. He looked at the corner where his son and 7 or 8 others. When Chen Nuo and the others saw the opposing side standing in a row, they instinctively felt that the other side was definitely up to no good. Zhao Wei's remaining sense of luck was completely extinguished, and he sighed deeply. Hearing Zhao Wei sigh, Chen Nuo looked at the people ahead, squinting slightly as he whispered. In the apocalypse, the malice and ugliness of human nature are truly beyond our imagination. Your dad may not mean you any harm, but he will definitely not spare us. Alright everyone, get ready. We'll open fire when we're about 20 meters away. Chen Nuo opened the modifier. His current spiritual power was 25, and the modifier's coverage range was also 25 meters. Chen Nuo and the others walked forward at a leisurely pace, while Zhao Tianhe slowly raised his hand. In a matter of seconds, the distance between Chen Nuo and the opposing side had shrunk to just over 20 meters. As Chen Nuo took another step forward, he had entered the 25-meter range, and the magical talents of the 38 people opposite him directly entered Chen Nuo's main page. Zhao Tianhe had not taken a step forward from the beginning. This was clearly a bit abnormal. His hand was already... Son, I'm so glad you're okay. Zhao Tianhe said, his heart filled with worry for his son. Everyone looked at Zhao Tian's hand raised high, and Chen Nuo furrowed his brow. He scanned the other people across from him, noticing their eyes subtly focused on Zhao Tian's hand. Chen Nuo stopped, and the people behind him also followed suit. He smiled and teased the person next to him. With your hand raised so high, are you signaling to throw the cup? Seeing Chen Nuo and the others suddenly stop, Zhao Tian's heart tightened. However, he was already in a tense situation, his brow furrowed as he prepared to lower his hand. Behind him, Niu Bin exchanged glances with the two beside him. They nodded and looked towards Zhao Wei. Clearly their target was Zhao Wei. Zhao Tian's hand slowly lowered, but it hadn't completely dropped yet when Chen Nuo's side opened fire first. Bang bang bang. The dense gunfire erupted, and Niu Bin didn't even realize that the other side had fired first. He thought they had just acted first. So he raised his hand and aimed his gun at Zhao Tianhe. Old Lu watched nervously as he looked at the opposing side. Suddenly he saw Niu Bin pointing his gun at Zhao Tianhe, and he instinctively lunged forward. Everything happened in an instant. Chen Nuo's side was just a second or two faster than the other side. However, that small gap meant that by the time the opposing team raised their guns, they were already shot in the forehead. Bang! This shot was fired by Niu Bin. Although old Lu had pushed Niu Bin, Zhao Tianhe was still hit. Niu Bin had originally aimed for Zhao Tian's head, but with old Liu's push he lowered his gun and shot Zhao Tianhe in the chest instead. Niu Bin forcefully pushed old Lu away, raising his hand to execute him. Bang bang bang. Niu Bin was shocked and looked in disbelief at the side. Oh, everyone was slowly falling down, each with a hole in their forehead. He instinctively looked over only to see Zhao Wei charging over. Dad. Zhao Wei's emotions were complex. He didn't know whether to approach or not, but he instinctively. The reason Niu Bin wasn't dead was simple. He just happened to be standing behind Zhao Tianhe. They had never intended to kill Zhao Tianhe or old Lu, which is why Niu Bin was fortunate not to be shot in the head at the first moment. Seeing Zhao Tianhe fall to the ground, Zhao Wei hurriedly turned him over and held him in his arms, crying as he shouted, "Dad, wake up. Dad, don't die." Zhao Tianhe was in a semi-conscious state, his awareness hazy. After Zhao Wei called out to him twice with no response, his anger could only be vented on Niu Bin. He put Zhao Tianhe down, raised his gun, and began to fire wildly at the stunned Niu Bin. Bang bang. As he emptied a clip, Niu Bin was just coming back to his senses when it was already too late. He looked down at the bullet holes in his body, blood gushing out, and spat a mouthful of blood. Cough cough, I'm so unwilling. I was just about to have an abundance of resources and I had just taken out the boss, but bang. Niu Bin fell to the ground with unblinking eyes. Old Lu rushed to Zhao Tian's side as soon as Zhao Wei put him down, calling out repeatedly, "Boss, wake up. You can't have anything happen to you." Just then Zhao Tianhe, who had been unconscious, suddenly convulsed, blood gushing from his mouth. It was as if he had a moment of clarity and slowly opened his eyes. Zhao Wei. Hearing Zhao Tian's call, Zhao Wei quickly turned around. "Dad, you must hold on. You won't be in trouble." Zhao Tianhe grasped Zhao Wei's hand, his eyes revealing rare tenderness. Zhao Wei, Dad knows Dad is already running out of time. It's all because of my greed that I've brought harm to others and myself. As Zhao Tianhe spoke, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Zhao Wei was anxious to say something, but Zhao Tianhe interrupted. "Zhao Wei, Dad is about to pass away. Don't speak, just listen to me. You must stay with Chen Nuo. He has countless resources, and in this apocalypse that's an inherent advantage. It's because of this that Dad has ended up in this situation." Zhao Tianhe strained to look at Chen Nuo. "Chen Nuo, all of this is my fault. I hope my death can erase any negative impression you have of Zhao Wei and allow him to continue following you. I know how shameless these words are, but Zhao Wei has always regarded you as an elder brother. I hope you won't judge him because of my actions." As Zhao Tianhe spoke, tears streamed down his face. Perhaps this is what they mean when they say that a person's last words are kind. Chen Nuo looked at Zhao Tian's page. His hatred value, originally at 95, had rapidly dropped to 0 in these few seconds. In contrast, the loyalty value was also 0. Logically, hatred and loyalty should be relative, but perhaps the lack of any loyalty between the two was why such an abnormal situation occurred. Zhao Wei knew that Chen Nuo could save Zhao Tianhe, but he didn't speak up because Zhao Tian's actions were indeed. If it weren't for Chen Nuo's caution, none of them would have survived today, or rather none would have. Niu Bin had clearly betrayed Zhao Tianhe, and he had no face to ask Chen Nuo for help. Zhao Tian's breathing grew increasingly rapid. Chen Nuo came to Zhao Wei, who was kneeling and crying, placing a hand on his shoulder and letting out a sigh. Zhao Wei's body suddenly shook violently, tears and snot streaming down his face, his eyes filled with anticipation and gratitude. He raised his head to look at Chen Nuo, and then forcefully slammed his head against the ground. Then he lifted his head, blood streaming from his forehead, his lips trembling as he struggled to find the right words, finally managing to muster a single sentence. "Brother Chen." Chen Nuo didn't wait for him to finish, a smile breaking across his face as he patted Zhao Wei on the shoulder with his right hand. "All right, I promise you." Chen Nuo glanced at Zhao Tian's status page and directly modified his life points, which were about to reach 0 to 100, briefly scanning the notes indicating a state of continuous bleeding. Ignoring this state, Chen Nuo opened his main page again, locating the surgical knife magical ability he had obtained from Jinghua, and changed its status from inactive to active. In the mental sea of the brain, domain of magical space was instantly opened up. Buzz, he raised his hand to grasp, and a small surgical knife appeared in his hand. Chen Nuo instructed old Lu to support Zhao Tianhe, first using the surgical knife to violently cut open the fabric on Zhao Tian's back, then locating the bullet hole and slicing open the wound. Without hesitation, Chen Nuo plunged his hand inside to extract the bullet. Jinghua watched Chen Nuo's actions, his brow furrowing in worry, thinking to himself about the recklessness of this method of saving someone. Chen Nuo glanced at Zhao Tian's status page again. After those few actions, his life points had dropped below 50. He casually tossed the bullet head away, then raised his hand to conjure a ball of flame. He pressed the flame directly against the wound, and the life points instantly plummeted below 20 as the wound was scorched by the flames, quickly forming a scab. Seeing that the wound had stopped bleeding, Chen Nuo looked at the status page. The state that was originally continuous bleeding had now changed to extreme weakness. The rate of decline in life points slowed, but it was still decreasing, so Chen Nuo directly modified the life points back to 100 and then changed the state to healthy. Indeed, Zhao Tianhe, who had been on the brink of death, seemed to have been injected with a shot of adrenaline, his breathing beginning to stabilize. Jinghua watched this change with astonishment, his own breathing becoming heavier. Chen Nuo stood up, and then turned to help Zhao Wei to his feet. All right, your dad is fine now, he should wake up soon. Zhao Wei and old Lu were filled with joy, and Zhao Wei was so excited that he almost kneeled again, but Chen Nuo raised his hand to stop him, his gaze serious, as he stared at him. Zhao Wei, you need to understand that I can save your dad because of you, but what your dad has done is not something that can be easily overlooked. Zhao Wei was taken aback, but then nodded. Brother Chen, I understand. Chen Nuo squatted down again, glancing at old Lu, who was supporting Zhao Tianhe, then turned back to ask with a smile. Zhao Wei, does Uncle Zhao usually use his left hand or right hand more? Zhao Wei took a deep breath, and everyone present had a rough idea of what Chen Nuo was about to do. Zhao Wei's gaze was clear, he had no complaints, but rather recognized Chen Nuo's approach. Brother Chen, my dad, primarily uses his right hand. Chen Nuo nodded and smiled at the conflicted old Lu. Old Lu, hold Uncle Zhao steady, and don't let him struggle. Old Lu glanced at Zhao Wei, who had accepted the situation, knowing that it was too late to change things, and could only do as Chen Nuo instructed. Chen Nuo raised his hand, and a long sword appeared, lifting Zhao Tian's left hand gently. Chen Nuo did not act immediately, but looked at the others. The reason I am saving him is that he is Zhao Wei's father. Now the reason I am going to chop off one of his hands is for you to understand that in this apocalypse you are all my family. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to harm my family will pay in blood. After finishing his words, Chen Nuo swung the sword down. Up. A surge of intense pain jolted Zhao Tianhe awake from his unconsciousness, while old Lu tightly restrained him. Chen Nuo held the severed hand, and threw it in front of Zhao Tianhe. Zhao Tianhe looked at the severed hand, his pupils contracting sharply. He then glanced at his own left hand, blood flowing down, and the intense pain. Confusion and shock filled his eyes. It hurts. What is happening? Am I not supposed to be dead? Zhao Tianhe painfully lifted his head to look at Chen Nuo, confusion evident in his eyes. Chen Nuo looked at Zhao Tianhe with a cold gaze. Your left hand is what I chopped off. You should understand that when you decided to attack us, we had already become enemies. In fact, you should be dead right now. The only reason you are still alive is because of your son. It was because of Zhao Wei that I saved your life, but tit for tat, chopping off one of your hands is the punishment you did. Zhao Tianhe gritted his teeth to endure the pain, and after hearing Chen Nuo's words, he understood in his heart that Chen Nuo had saved him, and the reason for chopping off his hand was merely a punishment. Chen Nuo raised his hand, conjuring a ball of flame, and pressing it against the severed end of Zhao Tian's left arm, causing the wound to quickly scab over. Zhao Tianhe gritted his teeth, enduring the burn of the flames, the intense pain, causing him to break out in cold sweat, his face turning pale. Chen Nuo stood up and looked at Zhao Tian's status page. The loyalty value, which had originally been 0, was now steadily rising, quickly reaching 90, and then shooting up to 100. Indeed, loyalty value and hatred value are correlated. As long as there is a thought of loyalty, everything would. Chen Nuo had initially thought that Zhao Tianhe would once again harbor hatred upon learning that his hand had been severed, but unexpectedly after dying once he developed thoughts of loyalty toward him. Chen Nuo exhaled a sigh of relief. If Zhao Tianhe had renewed his hatred, Chen Nuo would not hesitate to kill him, definitely not giving him any further chances. Chen Nuo, still not at ease, directly added a status behind the loyalty value 100 locked. He then added this status to the others as well. It was better to be cautious and not to be bitten by the snake after catching it. After completing all this, Chen Nuo glanced at Zhao Tian's life points, 70,100, slightly weak. He did not pay it any mind. Zhao Tianhe should feel some pain, and Chen Nuo turned back to look at Su Li Shui and Wang Chun. Sister Su, do you have any important family members you need to pick up? Su Li shook her head. Brother, you don't have to worry about me. My family is not in Nanhai City. The reason I married Jiang Yu is mainly due to significant business complementarities between our families. Moreover, when I was forced to marry here by my family, I was already thoroughly disappointed in them. Su Li sighed, then teased. As for here, do you want me to pick up my ex-husband Jiang Yu? Hearing Jiang Yu's name, Chen Nuo was momentarily taken aback. He looked at Su Li with a playful expression, glancing at Jiang Yu's corpse in the package column, thinking to himself, I already picked him up long ago. Su Li snorted softly. What kind of expression is that? Are you hiding something from me? The two shared a laugh, and Chen Nuo turned to look at Li Shui, who shook her head. Chen Nuo, my home is farther from here, and I don't need to anymore. Wang Chen also sighed at the right moment. Hey Chen Nuo, for those of us working outside our hometowns or in other places, you don't need to waste your time. In this apocalypse, life and death are dictated by fate. We can talk about it again if conditions permit in the future. The helicopter's propellers began to spin, and the aircraft descended. Outside the Ilian warehouse, several vehicles parked at the entrance. Chong Jianjun and the others wore exhausted expressions with bloodshot eyes and unstable mental states. Old Chong, I want revenge. That painkiller Chen Nuo gave me is simply not enough. The man clutched his hair in agony, screaming in desperation. It's all his fault. If he could have given me just a little bit more, even a little. My wife would not have given her share of painkillers to our child, you know. She endured her suffering, but in the end she became a mindless monster. Lin Sen suddenly looked up, gazing at Chang Jianjun, his eyes filled with pain, his face contorted, tears streaming down like a fountain. My child endured the torment of suffering, but was bitten by her mother. The child struggled painfully before my eyes, crying out for me to save him, yet I could do nothing. I am useless. I was terrified, and all I could do was watch and panic before ultimately fleeing with a heavy heart. Lin Sen's bloodshot eyes were brimming with tears, his voice choked as he let out a neurotic laugh. Ha, old Chang, I am now all alone, ha. My child and family are all dead, and all of this is all thanks to Chen Nuo. Therefore I will take revenge. Do I want Chen Nuo to die? Chang Jianjun frowned, looking at Lin's son. Old Lin, please. Mourn your loss calmly, do not do anything foolish. Another person snorted coldly. Old Chang, although we are grateful to Chen Nuo for the painkillers, he clearly knows something right. He took advantage of us hoarding so many supplies, we cannot just let this go. I no longer want the previous payment, I want my supplies now. Others chimed in as well. Chang Jianjun glanced at them, and then at Lin's son, who was fixated on revenge. However, it seemed Lin's son had completely forgotten that all of this was of his own doing. The painkillers provided by Chen Nuo that day were plentiful, yet Lin's son took a few casually, and left, now shifting all the blame onto Chen Nuo, which was utterly unreasonable. Chang Jianjun tried his best to persuade everyone, but clearly the sudden upheaval in the world had filled everyone's hearts with resentment, and of course, there was also greed at play. A few people temporarily suppressed their resentment and prepared to check the warehouse supplies. As long as the supplies were there, everything could be discussed. They collaborated, distracting a few zombies at the entrance while Chang Jianjun and several others quickly approached the warehouse. They pried open the lock with a crowbar, pushing open the warehouse door only to be met with an empty space. Chang Jianjun was stunned, as was everyone else. They couldn't believe their eyes. When they left yesterday, this place was clearly filled with supplies. They quickly ran to another warehouse. After checking several warehouses in succession, everyone returned outside with their heads hung low, while others were waiting for them. It's gone. Everything is gone. Ma Yuanghua muttered in despair, and Ding Chong stepped forward to grab Ma Yuanghua by the collar. Old Ma, what do you mean, everything is gone? Ma Yuanghua struggled against Ding Chong, cursing loudly. Damn it, what else could be gone? We were all tricked by that brat Chen Nuo. All the warehouses are empty. Our supplies have been stolen. Ding Chong swayed a bit, looking at Chang Jianjun. Old Chong, is what old Ma said true? Chang Jianjun sighed deeply and nodded. The warehouses are indeed empty. We checked several randomly, and they are all the same. Actually, we don't need to be so downcast. Although those supplies are gone, it's not a huge loss for us since we originally sourced them from other places and the money was paid using the advance payment from Chen Nuo. Ding Chong, Ma Yuanghua, and the others all looked at Chang Jianjun in disbelief. Old Chang, to be honest, are you and Chen Nuo in cahoots? Otherwise, how could you say such things? Oh, how could there be no loss? So many supplies were supposed to be ours, and now they're all gone. Yet you say there is no loss. As Ma Yuanghua spoke, he stepped forward and punched Chang Jianjun, who saw stars. Ma Yuanghua continued to attack Chang Jianjun with punches and kicks, while the others merely watched. Don't hit my dad. Let go of my dad. Chang Jianjun's daughter Chang Ling and his wife rushed over to help, while Ma Yuanghua's family also joined in, leading to a brawl. Buzz, 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 the loud sound of an airplane echoed from a distance, causing both the fighters and the onlookers to instinctively stop. They looked up at the sky, seeing an airplane flying overhead heading towards a nearby location. It's an airplane. Look, they are heading towards the area allocated to Chen Nuo in the city. Do you think Chen Nuo is over there now? Let's go. Regardless of whether he is there or not, we must check it out. If it really is him, we will definitely make him return our supplies. Chang Jianjun and Ma Yuanghua both snorted coldly and released each other. They walked towards their vehicle, but for some reason the car's dashboard was broken. However, this did not affect the car's normal start. Everything had to rely on their instincts to drive. Chen Nuo piloted the plane and quickly arrived over the aircraft carrier, smoothly landing the plane when Jing Tao suddenly said, "Brother Chen, there are people below." Chen Nuo had already noticed that such a large aircraft carrier here could not go unnoticed by nearby survivors. The plane landed steadily on the deck of the aircraft carrier. Chen Nuo turned off the engine, then took off his helmet and looked at Wang Mei, Jing Hua, Zhao Tianhe, and Old Lu. "Welcome everyone to our base." Everyone got off the plane, and Jing Tao still asked, "Brother Chen, what about?" Chen Nuo shook his head. "No need to worry about them for now, if they can't come up anyway. You all take Aunt Wang for a tour to familiarize yourselves with the environment." Jing Tao, Su Hao, and Zhao Wei led their astonished elders towards the island of the aircraft carrier. Chen Nuo approached the edge of the aircraft carrier and looked down, seeing dozens of people looking up at him. When they saw Chen Nuo peek out, they quickly waved and shouted, "Hey, are you military personnel?" Chen Nuo did not answer, only furrowing his brow as he contemplated how to deal with these people. Su Li and Li Shui stood quietly behind Chen Nuo, not disturbing him, while Wang Chun found a spot to sit down. As he was thinking, Chen Nuo suddenly noticed several cars approaching. "Who is this driving over here?" Wang Chen stood up, and Su Li and Li Shui also looked into the distance as several cars quickly stopped under the aircraft carrier. Chang Jianjun and the others got out of the car, staring in shock at the towering aircraft carrier. What on earth is going on? How can there be an aircraft carrier here? Seeing that it was Chang Jianjun and the others, Chen Nuo felt happy for them. In the apocalypse, being alive is better than anything else. He turned to Wang Chun behind him and said, Wang Chun, go call Jing Tao and the others back. We need to go down as some old friends have arrived. Chen Nuo waved at the people below and shouted, Brother Chang, wait a moment, we will come down now. Ma Yuanghua spat a thick phlegm on the ground and said cold, It really is him. When he comes down, I will make him return my supplies. Lin Sun said nothing, but his gaze towards Chen Nuo was filled with murderous intent. Chen Nuo, Su Li, and Li Shui were waiting for the others when suddenly Chen Nuo exclaimed in surprise, startling Su Li and Li Shui. What is it? Wang Chun is really silly. He could use his phone to contact Jing Tao and the others. Our phones are usable now, Chen Nuo said as he took out his phone and dialed the numbers reassigned to Jing Tao and Wang Chun. The two quickly arrived on the deck after receiving Chen Nuo's call. Wang Chun was the first to return, smacking his lips and casting a sidelong glance at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo chuckled. I indeed forgot. Everyone boarded the plane again, which took off and landed in a relatively flat area. After disembarking, they found Chang Jianjun and the others had already gathered along with other survivors. Chen Nuo smiled, raising his hand in greeting. Brother Chang, it is truly a joy to see you all doing well. Before Chang Jianjun could respond, Lin Sun rushed forward, and Ma Yuanghua shouted angrily, Chen Nuo, you thief. You stole our supplies. I no longer want your advance payment. I'll return my supplies to me. Upon hearing Ma Yuanghua's words, Chen Nuo frowned, looking at Lin Sun as he charged at him, then kicked him away. Lin Sun fell to the ground, struggling to stand, his face twisted in rage. Chen Nuo, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my family wouldn't have died. I will kill you. Chen Nuo's eyes narrowed slightly. The joy of meeting an old friend had completely dissipated, and his icy gaze swept over everyone. So you are here to cause trouble? Chen Nuo's cold tone and murderous gaze made him shrug slightly. All right, since you are here to cause trouble, there is nothing. As the saying goes, when friends come, there is good wine. When enemies arrive, there are shotguns. Chen Nuo looked at Lin Sun, his tone questioning yet narrative. You say your family died because of me, so you want to kill me? Chen Nuo shook his head after speaking, finding it amusing yet puzzling, then turned to Ma Yuanghua and Ding Chong. Are you all here to demand resources from me? They stared at Chen Nuo, although they said nothing, they had already tacitly agreed. Chen Nuo retracted his gaze from them with a half smile, and finally looked at Chang Jianjun. Brother Chang, what about you? Are you the same as them? Chang Jianjun glanced deeply at Chen Nuo, then exhaled a heavy breath, and shook his head. Chen, I have no such intentions. Our relationship is merely a normal cooperation. Since those resources have already been handed over to you, they are yours. Chen Nuo nodded, then turned to Su Li and the others behind him. Family, you have all heard right. Someone is coming to snatch our resources. What do you think we should do? The people behind Jing Tao and Su Hao immediately expressed their attitudes. They turned and boarded the plane, initially thinking old friends had come, so they left the firearms on the aircraft. Now that they are enemies, just as Chen Nuo said earlier, when enemies arrive, there are shotguns, it's time to act. The people around were puzzled about how they had turned back to the plane. The survivors worried that they were about to flee, tightening their encirclement. However, when they saw the items handed down by the two, the survivors scattered far away. Except for Zhao Tianhe and Old Lu, everyone held a submachine gun fanning out behind Chen Nuo, aiming ahead. Brother Chen, since they are here to rob our resources, why should we be polite? Let's take them down. Chen Nuo smiled at the terrified figures opposite him, opening the modifier to acquire the magic affinities of everyone around before spreading his arms. Come on, state your demands once more, we are all ears. Lin Sin stood there, swaying hands on his knees, feeling a turbulent churn in his stomach, wanting to vomit, but unable to. He lowered his head, unsure of what he was brewing. Ma Yuanghua felt uneasy in his heart, instinctively swallowing hard, suppressing the violent emotions within. However, when his peripheral vision caught Su Li behind Chen Nuo, the rage deep within him could no longer be contained. His reason was instantly drowned by impulse, and he let out a manic laugh. Haha, Chen Nuo, you can't scare me. Do you dare to shoot? This is a society governed by law. Haha, you say we are causing you trouble. What of causing you trouble? Everyone looked in shock at the crazed Ma Yuanghua, while Chen Nuo observed him with interest. Ma Yuanghua, in a state of excitement, pointed at Su Li, his eyes filled with violent rage. As Su Li, chairwoman of the Jiang group, you've really played high stakes. It turns out this has been a complete scam from the very beginning, you vile woman. Bitch, how dare you conspire with Chen Nuo? Bang! A sudden gunshot rang out, a blood hole appearing on Ma Yuanghua's forehead. Ma Yuanghua regained his senses, shocked as he raised his hand to touch his forehead, blood spilling from his hand. His body shook twice. Damn it, you little brat, you really dared to fire. Chen Nuo snorted coldly. For insulting Sister Su, you deserve to die. Boom. Ma Yuanghua fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to close them. Yuanghua, you murderer, you killed my husband, I will fight you to the death. Bang. Another gunshot rang out. Mom, child, run away. Ma Yuanghua's wife also gasped her last breath. Chen Nuo looked at the young man kneeling and shouting, shaking his head. Run? Where can we run? Let's stay together as a family. Although Chang Jianjun had just had an unpleasant quarrel with Ma Yuanghua, he truly did not wish to see their family perish here, so he spoke tentatively. Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo looked up at Chang Jianjun knowing what he was about to say, but he shook his head. From now on I won't allow anyone to speak, whoever opens their mouth. Chen Nuo's gaze swept over everyone, then he raised his gun and aimed. Bang! This is the Chang Jianjun looked at Chen Nuo in shock while Chang Ling and his wife pulled at him. He sighed and stopped speaking. Chen Nuo slowly approached Lin Sun, pressing the gun against Lin Sen's forehead. You said your family died because of me, which confuses me. I wonder if you could clarify this for me. Lin Sen's eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and roared a tragic story emerging in everyone's mind. Chen Nuo listened in a daze, his brow raised as he burst into laughter. Haha, is this not a version of the fable of the farmer and the snake, or Mr. Shigua and the wolf, a tale of the prostitute and the old lady? Chen Nuo lowered his gun and loudly addressed Chang Jianjun. Brother Chang, could you tell me if the painkillers I gave you that day were enough for your use? I remember I provided you with at least enough for 100 people. Chang Jianjun glanced at Lin Sun, then looked at Chen Nuo, deciding to tell the truth, as this matter was inherently unfair to Chen Nuo. What Chen Nuo said is true. The painkillers provided that day were more than sufficient. We all shared some, and at the time Lin Sun felt it was an overreaction, so he casually took a little. Lin Sen, if you've forgotten, you can ask Ding Chong and the others. Lin Sen's heartbeat quickened, shaking his head repeatedly. No, it's not like that. This is not my fault. Chen Nuo turned to Su Li and the others, speaking sternly. You all see. This is the ugliness of human nature. This experience is timely, we should take it as a lesson. In the apocalypse, all kinds of people exist, and we must be cautious otherwise. Su Li and the others gasped. Be careful. It's all your fault, Chen Nuo. It's all your fault. Die. Lin Sun suddenly produced a dagger in his hand, his magic affinity manifesting as he fiercely lunged at Chen Nuo's heart. Chen Nuo had been paying close attention to him. How could he let him have the opportunity? He countered with a grab, a long sword appearing to block the dagger. Bang! The sword clashed with the dagger, producing a metallic sound, and Chen Nuo kicked Lin Sun away. Chen Nuo stepped forward again to where Lin Sun was struggling on the ground, raising the long sword high. Speak your Lin Sen's insides were severely injured. Chen Nuo's prior kick had not held back, and he spat out blood as if it were free. Struggling, he lay on the ground, air rushing into his mouth, his throat burning with pain. He knew he was done for, blood still gushing from his mouth. He first glanced at Chen Nuo, then looked to the sky as if he saw his family waving at him. Tears streamed from Lin Sen's eyes as he slowly extended his right hand towards the sky as if trying to grasp his family. He saw his loved ones in the sky smiling down at him. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. If only I could have taken more, you surely wouldn't have died. But now it's all too late. Lin Sun looked back at Chen Nuo, his face filled with regret and self-blame, tears blurring his vision. Chen Nuo, I'm truly not human. Clearly you kindly gave us painkillers. Yet I placed the consequences of my mistakes onto you. Chen Nuo watched him silently, listening as Lin Sun self-mockingly shook his head and continued. Perhaps this is the only way I can find a reason to keep living. Come on, Chen Nuo, dying at your hands would be no injustice. It's time for me to meet my family. Lin Sun looked up at the sky, once more smiling. Family, I'm coming. Chen Nuo, I never expected Lin Sun to speak such profound words before dying. It turned out he hated himself, merely using it as an excuse to survive. Chen Nuo took a deep breath. Farewell. The long sword swung down, slicing through Lin Sen's neck, blood spraying everywhere. Lin Sen's body convulsed violently a few times before falling still. Chen Nuo flicked his long sword, and then stored it in his magical space, turning to look at Ding Chong and the others. Ding Chong and the others instinctively took a step back, and Ding Chong chuckled awkwardly. Chen, my brother, we still have some matters to attend to, so we won't disturb you. The others quickly echoed, turning to leave as Chen Nuo raised his gun. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Ding Chong looked down at the blood hole in his chest, incredulously asking, "WWHY?" Ding Chong's family showed anger on their faces, unable to voice their rage. The deaths of the Ma family were still fresh in their minds as they supported Ding Chong, glaring at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo glanced at them and shook his head, a mocking smile on his face. Still asking me why? Didn't you already make your choice at the very beginning? I asked you earlier, didn't you forget? I asked if you all wanted to come to me for those supplies. Ding Chong spat out a mouthful of blood, enduring the pain. But I don't want them anymore. Chen Nuo sneered. Don't be so naive. Life doesn't offer so many choices. Once you make a choice, you must bear the consequences that come with it. Ding Chong looked at Chen Nuo, sensing his seriousness. Chen Nuo, all of this is my fault. I am willing to take responsibility. I just beg you, spare my family. Chen Nuo glanced at his family, who were glaring at him with gritted teeth and clenched. Chen Nuo looked at the others, who dared not move, each of them pale, as they watched him, hoping he would spare them. Chen Nuo looked back at Ding Chong and shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't agree to that. In this apocalypse, I adhere to the principle of eliminating threats at their roots. Just look at how your family hates me. Do you think they would let go of their hatred if you died? Since you have chosen to oppose me, I cannot leave behind any future troubles. As soon as Chen Nuo finished speaking, Ding Chong used his last bit of strength to push away his family. Run, he is a devil. Ding Chong's family and the others began to flee, and Chen Nuo watched them with a slight smile on his lips. Calling me a devil? Hey, it doesn't matter, kill them. Jing Tao and the others had long since grown impatient. Upon hearing Chen Nuo's command, a barrage of gunfire erupted. More than 20 people fell in disarray, some old, some young, some male, some female. Chen Nuo looked on indifferently. In the apocalypse, human life was so cheap. The Chong family stood alone, their legs shaking involuntarily as the bullets passed them by. The three of them suppressed their urge to vomit, huddling together. Chen Nuo glanced at them. Their hearts seemed to be gripped by fear. Although they knew Chen Nuo would not harm them, they were still very scared. Chen Nuo's gaze passed over them, looking at the survivors in the distance. Though they stood a bit farther away, they were also intimidated by Chen Nuo, and none dared to run away at that moment. Chen Nuo took a few steps forward and waved at them. Come a little closer, I have something to say to you. The survivors hesitated, and Su Hao raised his gun and fired a few shots into the sky, then shouted loudly. What? Didn't you all hear what Brother Chen said? Anyone who dares to dawdle will get a bullet. All the survivors were startled, and under the threat they had no choice but to comply with Chen Nuo's arrangement, stopping about 10 meters away from him. Chen Nuo opened the modifier, as some people had been too far away from him, so he hadn't acquired all their magical. Chen Nuo glanced at the magical affinity section. Everyone's affinities were now listed. He raised his head to look at the survivors in front of him. Listen up, this place will be my territory from now on. Everything here will be decided by me, Chen Nuo. Anyone who wants to stay here must behave. If I find anyone misbehaving, that will be their fate. Chen Nuo pointed to those who had been shot, and then commanded. Right now you all go throw those corpses over the wall. I am allowing you to temporarily live within the walls. You can stay in those makeshift warehouses for now. I will make appropriate arrangements for you later. Of course you can also choose to leave, but as long as you choose to survive here, you will have to follow my arrangements. Though the survivors were reluctant in their hearts, they still went to do it, as Chen Nuo and the others had guns. In fact, most people, seeing that Chen Nuo and the others had guns, wanted to stay even more, as only by following strong individuals could they survive better. Chen Nuo turned and walked in front of Chong Jianjun, smiling as he did before. He patted Chong Jianjun's shoulder, causing Chong Jianjun to tremble, nearly losing his balance. Brother Chong, I need your help with something. Look at those people if they want to survive here, but I'm still a bit uneasy about them. Integrate with them and guide them to follow us. Although Chen Nuo was asking Chong Jianjun for help, it sounded more like a direct request or command. Don't worry, your family will live with us on the aircraft carrier. This is your daughter, right? Chen Nuo said while turning. Zhao Wei, come here. Don't you know Brother Chang's daughter? In front of Chong Jianjun, Chen Nuo arranged his family in such a way that he couldn't refuse. Chen Nuo noticed Chong Jianjun's hesitation. He opened the modifier and looked at the page of the three people. They had no loyalty to him, mostly just fear. Chen Nuo directly modified their loyalty values to 100. If it weren't for his insufficient magical power, he would have modified all the survivors' values, avoiding such trouble. Chong Jianjun, who had been hesitant, immediately agreed to Chen Nuo's request after the loyalty value was modified. His wife and daughter began to encourage him, telling him not to worry about their safety. Chen Nuo watched as Chong Jianjun walked away. Zhao Wei pulled Chong Ling aside to talk, while Wang Mei took Chong Jianjun's wife Sheng Na away. Su Hao approached Chen Nuo and quietly asked, Brother Chen, why don't we just kill those people? Chen Nuo retracted his gaze, looking at him with disdain. Get lost. Always shouting about killing. We are not murderers. Su Hao was stunned, looking at Chen Nuo in surprise. Chen Nuo understood his expression. Is that the expression that says, I am a murderer? Su Hao remained silent, glancing at the corpses the survivor. Chen Nuo chuckled lightly, and then said seriously, the reason I killed those people, I don't want to say much. I've already stated it several times. Everyone understood it was simply to eradicate threats and leave no future troubles. As for those survivors, look at this place. This will be our base from now on. With just a few of us, what can we talk about in terms of development? So unless there are hidden dangers, I will not kill them unless they seek death themselves. Suddenly the people in the distance, moving corpses, heard the sound of a helicopter rotor spinning and quickly turned to look. They watched as the aircraft took off and flew back to the aircraft carrier. After everyone enviously gazed a few more times, they continued moving the corpses. In a room within the Southern River City Military District, several people gathered together. Deputy Su, our food supply is only enough for the current survivors for a week. The supplies were supposed to be replenished 2 days ago, but the Southern River City government is fully supplying alien storage, which is why we delayed for 2 days. They also notified us, but we didn't expect the current situation to arise. Deputy Su furrowed his brow, murmuring softly. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. Right? How could I forget about alien storage? Go and call Gaozhen, have him take 2,000 men to alien storage and bring all the supplies back here. Su Shilong's hands clenched tightly in excitement, his eyes shining with a gleam of ambition. Once we have this batch of supplies, no matter what this world becomes in the future, we won't fear anything. Cheng Weiguo extinguished his cigarette and said to Su Shilong, Old Su, let's have Gao Zhen take people tomorrow. We now have less than 5000 remaining out of 12000 people. Those zombies are confined to the accommodation area. The soldiers are already exhausted today, let's give them some time to rest. Furthermore, the death of Commander Gao is a significant blow to Gao Zhen, let's allow him to take it easy as well. Su Shilong furrowed his brow. With Commander Gao's passing, the highest ranking in the military was now himself and Cheng Weigua. Feeling the magical aura around him, he contemplated, but ultimately restrained his impatience. Old Cheng, you are right. Looking at the sky, nightfall is not far off. Let's wait until dawn tomorrow to send people to alien storage. Anyway, the supplies are stored there, they won't run away. The helicopter landed smoothly on the aircraft carrier's deck. Everyone disembarked, and Chen Nuo noticed the fatigue etched on everyone's faces, prompting him to speak up. Alright, I can see everyone is a bit tired. You all go below and find a room to rest for a while. When it gets dark, come back to the deck, and we will have a meal together. Everyone walked towards the island of the ship. Su Li and Li Shui stood beside Chen Nuo, quietly observing them. Once everyone entered the ship's island, Chen Nuo stretched, and then embraced Su Li and Li Shui. Ladies, let's find a place to rest. The three laughed, and Chen Nuo looked at their shadow intertwined on the deck. Sister Su Li Shui. Both responded with a sound of acknowledgement, as Su Li rested her head on Chen Nuo's shoulder. What's wrong? Chen Nuo smiled slightly. We will never part. Okay. Their voices were soft like whispers as the three engaged in intimate conversation. At night, beneath the aircraft carrier, 50 to 60 people sat on the ground, without fear of dirt. They did not go to the makeshift warehouse, because only in this place did they feel an inexplicable sense of safety. The moon in the sky was exceptionally bright. They gazed at the moon and thought of their families. Chang Jianjun also sat among the crowd, admiring the crescent moon above. Uncle Chang, your family is on the aircraft carrier. You must be quite familiar with that person, right? Could you tell us something about him? After all, we will all be living under him in the future. Chang Jianjun withdrew his gaze from the moon and looked at a young man beside him who had a clever glint in his eyes, clearly signaling him. The others who had been whispering fell silent upon hearing the commotion. Chang Jianjun nodded. I am a business partner. Chen Nuo is about the same age as you, but don't be fooled by his youth. He is quite formidable. You all must have heard about the $1 trillion supply contract that has been the talk of Nanha City recently. Song Tao quickly nodded, his voice raised in astonishment. Uncle Chang, are you implying that Chen Laodao is? Chang Jianjun noticed everyone was captivated by Song Tao's words, revealing expressions of surprise akin to Song. Yes, I am one of the suppliers who signed contracts with Chen Laodao. We provided over 300 billion in supplies, and the Jiang family group supplied even more than $1 trillion. Then someone loudly asked, are all of Chen Laodao's supplies still at alien storage? Chang Jianjun glanced at the speaker, a middle-aged man whose eyes held a hint of greed. I advise you to keep those little thoughts to yourself. Chen Laodao has long hidden those supplies. Even if they are still there, if you dare to touch them, I can assure you, you will end up like my friends this afternoon, shot dead. The man recalled the scene from the afternoon, and his greed vanished without a trace. Brother Chang, I was just asking casually, I would never dare to touch Chen Laodao's supplies. Another person spoke up, so as long as we follow Chen Laodao, we need not worry about food and shelter. Song Tao sighed, echoing this person's words. Well, although it sounds that way, why would Chen Laodao provide us with supplies to sustain us? You all must have read in Doth-World novels, right? The current situation is very likely a reality version of those in Doth-World novels. If we want to follow Chen Laodao, we must demonstrate our value. Chang Jianjun silently praised Song Tao in his heart. This kid was truly adept at steering the conversation. Suddenly the sky lit up, and everyone quickly looked up in astonishment to see a row of lights along the edge of the aircraft carrier. What is this? Didn't all electronic devices become unusable? How does this aircraft carrier still have power? Everyone stared in surprise at the brightness, and some reluctantly retrieved their discarded phones. They pressed the power button, and after a while they sighed in resignation. Sounds began to emanate from the aircraft carrier, but the people below could not discern what they were. Chen Nuo stepped onto the deck feeling refreshed. Su Li and Li Shui had a rosy glow on their faces, radiating happiness. Everyone gathered on the deck as Chen Nuo took out several phones and handed them to Wang Mei and Zhao Tiana. I have already set these phones up for you. You can use them normally within a 10-kilometer radius of the aircraft carrier. They played with the phones, knowing that all electronic devices in the world were now unusable. They could hardly believe that Chen Nuo had the ability to restore their functionality. Alright, everyone, put away your phones. You can explore them later. Now it's time for our first group meal. As Chen Nuo spoke, he waved his hand, and a large round table appeared, accompanied by several stools. After setting the table, Chen Nuo began to take out dishes from his pack. A full set of the Manchu Han Imperial Feast with 108 dishes, just displaying 2 or 3 dozen, had already filled the table, and each hot dish was still steaming. Wang Mei exclaimed in shock, Chen Nuo, this is simply amazing. With this skill, even if the world gets worse, we will still live well. Chen Nuo smiled. I had Jing Tao and the others pull some strings to prepare several thousand sets of this Manchu Han Imperial Feast, so we can eat for a long time. Everyone feel free to dig in. All sat down astonished that in the face of an apocalypse they could still enjoy such a lavish Manchu Han imperial feast, feeling incredulous that this was indeed the end of the world. Chen Nuo took out a bottle of Fatian Maodai from his pack and placed it on the table. Of course a good meal deserves good wine. We also need to thank Sister Su. This wine is provided by the Jiang family group. Su Li rolled her eyes at Chen Nuo. You still have the face to say that I can't be bothered to scold you. Everyone burst into laughter. Zhao Wei stood up, opened the wine, and poured a small cup for each person before placing the bottle back in front of Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo nodded, raised his glass, and looked at everyone who also raised their glasses to gaze back at him. Today we have wine and meat. Let's raise our glasses to celebrate our meeting in this apocalypse, becoming a family. Cheers. Beneath the aircraft carrier, the rich aroma of the meal wafted through the sky, and at that moment everyone's stomachs seemed to beat like war drums. Everyone looked up enviously, though they couldn't see anything. Their minds were filled with imaginations of everything aboard the aircraft carrier. Song Tao sat beside Chang Jianjun, half closing his eyes as he swallowed hard. It smells so good. If someone offers me a bite of meat right now, I would gladly give my life for it. Chang Jianjun also swallowed hard, turning to look at Song Tao with a gentle smile. Xiao Song, why would you sell yourself just for a bite of meat? Others found Song Tao's words quite amusing. They tried to suppress their thoughts, but given that they usually didn't lack food or clothing, they now felt the immense temptation of the aroma, their stomachs growling louder the more they restrained themselves. They suddenly realized that they seemed to be able to accept Song Tao's words. Beneath the aircraft carrier, everyone whispered to each other, boasting, but their eyes kept darting towards the carrier. Chen Nuo and his friends were exchanging drinks, and the dishes on the table were quickly devoured. Chong Ling, what's wrong? Is the food not to your taste? Seeing Chong Ling's awkward expression, Chen Nuo noticed her blush. Brother Chen, it's not that. I was just thinking about my dad. He hasn't eaten for a whole day, and I don't know how he is. Chen Nuo thought for a moment, and then spoke to Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei, I just heard some noise beneath the aircraft carrier. Go shout a few times, and see if Brother Chong is down there. If he is, send him some food with a rope. Zhao Wei nodded, put down his chopsticks, and walked to the edge of the aircraft carrier's deck. Looking down, he saw someone sitting below. Chang Jianjun was chatting with Song Tao when he suddenly heard a loud shout from above. Uncle Chong, Uncle Chong. Chang Jianjun frowned, as it didn't sound like Chen Nuo's voice. Song Tao gently nudged him. Uncle Chong, someone is calling for you from above. Chang Jianjun snapped back to reality, stood up quickly, and the others fell silent looking at him. I'm here, is that you, Zhao Wei? Hearing Chang Jianjun's reply, Zhao Wei shouted back, Uncle Chong, it's me. Brother Chen asked me to send you some food. Please wait a moment. Upon hearing that food was being sent down, everyone felt envious and instinctively moved a bit closer. They didn't dare to snatch it, but they could at least get a glimpse. Zhao Wei returned to Chen Nuo's side, and Chen Nuo had already heard Chang Jianjun's voice from below. He looked at Cheng Na. Aunt Cheng, does Brother Chong have any dietary restrictions? Chen Nuo called Chang Jianjun Brother Chong because they had gotten used to calling each other that while doing business. In fact, he and Chong Ling were about the same age, which is why he called Sheng Na Aunt Sheng. Hearing Chen Nuo suddenly call her Aunt Sheng, she felt a bit awkward. Chen Nuo, why not call me sister-in-law instead? You call my husband Brother Chong, but call me Aunt, and it feels a bit strange. Wang Mei and the others laughed upon hearing Sheng Na's comment. Chen Nuo glanced at Chong Ling, feeling embarrassed to call her sister-in-law. He chuckled awkwardly. Aunt Sheng, let's not worry about titles. Does Brother Chong have any dietary restrictions? I'll see what we can send down. Seeing that Chen Nuo had said this, Sheng Na could only drop the issue of titles and teased, what does it matter at this point? Just grab some leftovers from our table for him. Speaking of which, I guess I'm indirectly acting as Uncle Chang's aunt now. Everyone burst into laughter again. Chang Jianjun was waiting below while the others looked up, craning their necks as laughter from above echoed down, making the two groups feel like they were in separate worlds. Soon they saw an object slowly swinging down from the edge of the aircraft carrier, getting closer. As it approached, they saw it was a basket tied to a rope, and they didn't need to guess that it contained food. Chen Nuo didn't follow Sheng Na's suggestion to let Chang Jianjun eat leftovers. Instead, he took out a roasted chicken from his backpack, a dish fit for a feast known as roasted chicks. He also stuffed a few steamed buns and 2 bottles of mineral water into the basket, and after a moment's thought, he added a mobile phone. Chang Jianjun stood beneath the basket waiting for it to lower to a height he could reach. Then he shouted up, "Or." Zhao Wei stopped lowering the rope, and Chang Jianjun took the items out of the basket, noticing the mobile phone. At that moment, the screen lit up, and the ringtone sounded. Chang Jianjun set the food aside, while others looked at the roasted chicken, their mouths watering as they instinctively "Old Chang, it's me." Hearing Sheng Na's voice, Chang Jianjun's face lit up with surprise. They exchanged a few simple words, and he learned that their contact information was stored in the phone. After hanging up, Chang Jianjun turned around in shock to see 50 or so people staring at him, their eyes glinting in the reflected light. Song Tao came to Chang Jianjun's front, opened his mouth, but couldn't bring himself to say anything. Chang Jianjun looked down at the food on the ground, understanding these people's intentions. He thought for a moment, and then looked at the newly acquired phone. I know everyone is hungry right now. I'll call Brother Chen to ask for some food for you, but I can't guarantee it will work. Everyone looked at Chang Jianjun with gratitude as he opened the contact list and indeed saw Chen Nuo's name. Taking a deep breath, he dialed the number. Chen Nuo was chatting with everyone when the phone rang. He frowned slightly and looked at the people around him. Since only they had phones, everyone was surprised. Chen Nuo thought of Chang Jianjun and smiled. Looks like it's brother Chang calling. He picked up the phone and indeed saw it was Chang Jianjun. He signaled for everyone to be quiet before answering the call. Hello, brother Chang, is the roasted chicken not to your taste? Chang Jianjun quickly shook his head. Brother Chen, that's not the issue. Chen Nuo was taken aback and then curiously asked, why are you calling me brother Chen? Chang Jianjun glanced at the others and replied, brother Chen, that title is a respectful way the brothers and sisters down below refer to you. They admire you and wish to make a living under your guidance. Chen Nuo understood that this flattery was meant for the people below. Oh, is that so? Speak up. Chang Jianjun felt the shift in Chen Nuo's tone and recalled the decisive Chen Nuo from earlier. He felt a bit nervous and the others also became tense at this scene. Chang Jianjun took a deep breath and said, brother Chen, I would like some food enough for the 50 or so people below. They haven't eaten all day and some are quite starved. Chen Nuo fell silent for a few seconds and everyone waited anxiously. Turn on the speakerphone. Chang Jianjun was taken aback and others felt a tightness in their hearts thinking Chen Nuo had refused. Chang Jianjun moved the phone away from his ear and pressed a button. Brother Chen, the speakerphone is on. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but they felt even more nervous, instinctively standing a bit straighter. I understand. After a few more seconds of silence, it felt as if time had stopped. Finally, Chen Nuo's voice came through again. If you want to eat my food, you can, but are you ready to risk your lives for it? As soon as Chen Nuo finished speaking while everyone was still contemplating and hesitating, Song Tao suddenly shouted loudly, brother Chen, as long as you give me a bite of meat, my life belongs to you. Everyone looked at Song Tao in shock, and even Chang Jianjun was a bit surprised, not expecting Song Tao to shout this out so directly. Oh really? Song Tao nervously stared at the phone in Chang Jianjun's hand, as Chen Nuo's light laughter emanated from, alright, since you say you would sell your life to me for a piece of meat, then I shall accept it. Brother Chang, give him that roasted chicken, and I will have Zhao Wei send you another one later. The others couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They had just been hesitating and struggling, thinking how they couldn't possibly sell themselves just for a meal. Now seeing Song Tao, they cursed under their breath. What dignity is worth anything? Many people started shouting, Master Chen, we are also willing to work for you. Chen Nuo paid no mind to the others and directly said, brother Chang, let's leave it at that for now. I'm hanging up. Below the aircraft carrier, everyone watched as another roasted chicken was sent down, and then there was nothing more. Song Tao picked up the roasted chicken, sniffed the rear, and first squinting his eyes with a look of ecstasy as everyone stared at him intently. He tore off a chicken leg and bit down hard, chewing while loudly exclaiming, delicious, truly delicious. Master Chen, after eating this piece of meat, my life from now on belongs to you, Song Tao. Chang Jianjun sat to the side observing Song Tao's exaggerated performance, deep in thought, as he increasingly felt that this young man was extraordinary. Indeed, the others hearing Song Tao's words couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. If they had also decisively acted like Song Tao, they wouldn't be left with nothing. Now they could only watch enviously as Song Tao savored the meat, while their own stomachs protested even louder. While eating, Song Tao cast sidelong glances at the others. All his actions were related to the awakening of his. Song Tao had awakened a talent akin to a third eye, allowing him to sense the general thoughts of those around him, as well as the strength of their magical powers. This afternoon, while watching Chen Nuo, he clearly sensed that Chen Nuo was far stronger than him, prompting him to decide that he must cling to Chen Nuo. After finishing the chicken leg and sucking the meat off the bone, he casually tossed it to the ground. The others shamelessly wondered whether they should pick it up. Fortunately, it was only the first day of the apocalypse, and they still had some pride left. Song Tao stood up, scanning the crowd with a sigh. This chicken still has plenty of meat left. But I'm not too fond of greasy food, what should I do? Upon hearing this, others immediately shouted, Brother Song Tao Gu, I'm willing to help you with your troubles. Song Tao looked at those speaking, lifting the roasted chicken. He said lightly, oh, you all know this is meat I exchanged with my life from Master Chen. If you want to eat, then your lives will also belong to Master Chen. As he spoke, Song Tao leaned forward, his eyes shining as he looked at the few who wished to assist him. Have you all thought this? The few stepped forward. They had missed their chance earlier, and if they let this one slip by, they would end up with nothing. Not just them, others who had not spoken also stepped forward, showing their stance. While Song Tao was performing, Chang Jianjun secretly started recording on his phone. Now that everyone had shown their stance, he stopped recording and sent the video to Chen Nuo. On the aircraft carrier, Chen Nuo had returned to his room, a spacious one that seemed to be the captain's quarters. Su Li and Li Shui assessed the room's layout and found it quite decent, with the only downside being that the bed was a bit small. Chen Nuo noticed this as well, but fortunately he had a large bed in his inventory. He stored the small bed and took out the large one along with new bedding. After Su Li and Li Shui helped to set it up, Chen Nuo jumped onto the bed, rolling around a few times, stretching comfortably. Su Li and Li Shui chuckled and lay down on either side of him. Chen Nuo embraced the two, their heads resting on his shoulders with one hand resting on his belly. Ding! The message notification from the phone rang. Chen Nuo frowned, smacked his lips, then withdrew his right hand from Su Li and picked up the phone. Chen Nuo glanced at the video message from Chang Jianjun, and Su Li and Li Shui leaned in to see. A video? Chen Nuo nodded and opened the video, which featured a young man, and it concluded swiftly. Su Li's face showed surprise. Brother, this person has some talent. Chen Nuo recognized from the video that this was the one who had sold his life for a piece of meat. Chen Nuo opened the message box and replied to Chang Jianjun, "Alright, I understand." Li Shui saw Chen Nuo's message and asked curiously, "Chen Nuo, are we not going to send them some more food?" Chen Nuo looked at the puzzled Li Shui, shook his head, and his hands began to wander over her chest. Li Shui glanced at Su Li shyly, who was resting her head on Chen Nuo's shoulder, unaware of their little actions. Li Shui held her breath as Chen Nuo gazed at the ceiling and spoke to both of them. "Although we are not short on food, we have no obligation to be responsible for anyone. We are not saints. We do not have the time or energy to give too much for outsiders. In my heart, as long as you two are not worried about food and drink, I will be content. As for the lives and deaths of others, what does it have to do with me?" Li Shui's eyes were filled with shyness, her sexy lips slightly parted, unclear if she had understood what Chen Nuo was saying. Su Li nestled closer in Chen Nuo's embrace, deep in thought. However, that person just now indeed had some ideas. He has clearly begun to view himself as one of us, and is starting to guide those people to work for us. Chen Nuo felt Li Shui's hand moving towards his groin, recalling he had important matters to attend to tonight. He quickly stopped teasing her. "Tonight, I will study my talent. You two should sleep first." Su Li nodded and closed her eyes while Li Shui with her sultry gaze looked at him with watery eyes, feeling very disappointed upon hearing Chen Nuo's words. Chen Nuo smiled apologetically at her, then kissed her on the lips, and only then did Li Shui relent. Just as Chen Nuo exhaled, Su Li gently pinched his waist, and he turned to look at her, seeing her eyes closed, her eyelashes slightly trembling, her rosy lips pouting. Chen Nuo smiled slightly and kissed her as well, finally calming both of them down. He silently thought, "Open the modifier." On the main page, the section for the magic affinity talent displayed a long row of unactivated statuses. Chen Nuo pondered. There were those he had encountered at Wang Mai's house, Zhao Taiyan's underlings, the survivors below the aircraft carrier, and Chang Jianjun's group. Chen Nuo counted and found that there were actually 139 unactivated magic affinity talents. He glanced at the 18 already activated talents and began to modify them one by one. His mental power soared from 26 to 165, and the limit for his magical power skyrocketed to 16500. Chen Nuo was unsure what level this magical power represented. He looked at his current magic value, 260416500, recovering 0 per second. This recovery speed is a bit slow. Chen Nuo frowned as he examined his physique. It was 40. The strength of my physique directly relates to my life value and magic recovery. The previous modifier could only adjust the limits of the same realm, but this new modifier is now my magic affinity talent. I wonder if this modified tool has undergone any changes. As Chen Nuo focused on his physique, he attempted to modify it to 100, but suddenly a prompt appeared. Warning: modification value is too high, current magic value is insufficient. Chen Nuo froze for a moment. Then elation surged within him. Hesitantly, he changed the number from 40 to 41. The value shifted instantly. He sensed a subtle, yet unmistakable strengthening in his body. Immediately, he checked his mana pool. Its total had dropped by 100. The modification had succeeded. Huh. A burst of unrestrained laughter escaped Chen Nuo. Then he stifled it at once, glancing sideways at the two companions sleeping soundly beside him. Reassured they remained undisturbed, he smiled quietly to himself. Indeed, this is no longer the same cheat device as before. Though altering stats consumes mana, it has utterly abolished the rigid limits imposed by cultivation realms. My path forward is now crystal clear: continually awaken new systemagic talents to expand my mana capacity and simultaneously accelerate my mana regeneration rate. He proceeded to adjust strength, agility, and mental power, the original attributes embedded in the system, each increase costing precisely 100 mana per point. So to achieve rapid regeneration, I must first raise constitution. Once my recovery speed meets my requirements, I'll allocate points elsewhere. Post Chen Nuo. Cultivation realm, first rank, system mage locked. System magic cheat device. Physical objects: system magic longsword, baseball bat, walk, earpick, police baton, slipper, cleaver, axe, hoe, scalpel, tang, sword, halberd, hammer, dagger, roller skates, leather whip, condom. Elemental: system magic water, ice, fire. Beast type: system magic wolf, dog, rhinoceros, kangaroo. Divine illusion: system magic angel, third eye. Health 404 410, supremely robust, ow, regenerates 0.41 per second. Mana 2210 16600, regenerates 0.41 per second. Strength 31. Agility 16. Constitution 41. Mental power 166. Network operation proficiency 100. Firearms proficiency 100. Inventory infinite. Chen Nuo scanned the main interface. Upon seeing network operation proficiency and firearms proficiency, he murmured softly to himself. If such attributes can be added, might introducing recovery-related ones further boost regeneration speed. Add recovery rate attribute. A soft hum resonated. At the very bottom of the interface, a new line appeared. Recovery rate 0. Chen Nuo immediately set it to 100, consuming exactly 100 mana. Recovery rate 100. He glanced again at the mana stat. Its regeneration node had updated from 0.41 per second to 0.82 per second. It works. Are there other attributes that could further enhance recovery? After long contemplation, yielded no answer. Chen Nuo raised Constitution to 50 instead, boosting regeneration to a clean 1.0 per second, far more pleasing to the eye than decimals. He opened his inventory and surveyed today's haul: 143 mana crystals. From his inventory, he withdrew a basin, then tossed in dozens of mana crystals. As he reached for bottled water, he recalled his water element system magic. With a casual lift of his hand, a sphere of water coalesced and flowed smoothly into the basin. Chen Nuo rinsed the crystals thoroughly, then picked one up and swallowed it whole. Within his cerebral spirit sea, countless luminous points shimmered across the expanse, each a nascent mana space. Upon closer inspection, one radiant point stood at the center, his primary system magic, the cheat device, while all others orbited it like celestial bodies around a sovereign star. A ripple stirred at the periphery of his spirit sea, and another mana space bloomed into existence. A new system magic talent awakened. Chen Nuo paid it no mind. Instead, he plucked another crystal from the basin. These awakenings occurred with astonishing speed. The crystal dissolved instantly upon contact with his tongue, its mana surging into his spirit sea and carving out a new mana space in the blink of an eye. As crystal after crystal vanished down his throat, a quiet weariness settled over him, and his brow furrowed faintly. Though awakening talents demands no time, mechanically swallowing them one by one grows tedious. What if I ingest multiple at once? Without hesitation, he seized 2 crystals from the basin. Each was no larger than a fingernail. Had he wished, he could easily swallow 5 or 6 in a single gulp. He placed both crystals into his mouth, closed his eyes, and focused inward. They dissolved instantly, and 2 fresh mana spaces ignited simultaneously within his spirit sea. A flash of exhilaration lit his face. His eyes snapped open, brilliant, sharp, and fixed upon the basin brimming with mana crystals. He emptied his entire inventory into the basin. The slight clatter startled Suli awake. Suli rubbed her eyes, stretched languidly, and sat upright. Little brother, what are you doing? Chen Nuo suddenly remembered. He hadn't yet revealed his ability to consume mana crystals and awaken new system magic talents. Suli was his most trusted confidant. He would conceal nothing from her. As he began explaining to Suli, their voices roused Li Shui, and soon Chen Nuo found himself recounting the same revelation twice. Once comprehending, both women merely blinked in mild astonishment. After all, Chen Nuo's godlike cheat talent rendered conventional advancement nearly irrelevant. Chen Nuo retrieved a mana crystal from the basin and offered it to Suli. Senior sister Su, please swallow this one. I'll observe how your stats shift. Suli, already aware that consuming mana crystals activated new system magic talents, accepted the crystal without hesitation and swallowed it whole. Chen Nuo watched her rosy lips and unconsciously moistened his own. She caught the gesture, smiled knowingly, and teasingly flicked her tongue. Flushed with youthful vigor, Chen Nuo could not resist. He surged forward, and in an instant their bodies fused together. Li Shui stared bewildered, unsure what spectacle had just erupted. How had things escalated so suddenly, into fervent, devouring kisses? Only when Su Li's breath grew ragged did their lips part. Chen Nuo lingered unsatisfied, until she gently pressed her palm against his chest. Little brother, quickly check my stats. Chen Nuo forcibly suppressed his rising desire, activated the cheat device, and summoned Su Li's interface. Nothing had changed. Her cultivation realm still read first-rank system mage. Chen Nuo frowned. Neither woman interrupted. He lowered his gaze, pondered deeply, and scrutinized her interface once more. Could it be like before, where the realm itself remains hidden until prerequisite conditions are met? Add advancement condition attribute. A resonant hum echoed. On Su Li's interface, a new line appeared. Advancement condition 110. Note 10 first-rank mana crystals required to ascend from first-rank to second-rank system mage. Caution, each consumption must be separated by at least 10 minutes to ensure full absorption. Seeing Chen Nuo's furrowed brow soften, Su Li gave him a light nudge. Well, his gaze lifted from the interface to meet hers, and he nodded slowly. I understand now. 10 first-rank mana crystals will elevate her to second rank, but strict temporal discipline applies. Each crystal must be ingested at least 10 minutes apart. As he reached into the basin for 9 more crystals, his hand paused midair, and anticipation gleamed across it. Su Li, sensing his expression, leaned forward to ask, only for Chen Nuo to raise a hand, halting her. First, he checked his own interface. Having consumed 68 crystals, his mental power had risen from 166 to 234. He could not fathom why, no matter which category of system magic talent he awakened. Only mental power increased by 1 point and maximum mana rose by exactly 100. Neither constitution, nor strength, nor agility ever rose. Not even for beast-type talents which logically should enhance physical prowess. He scanned his mana stats. Mana 83 10 23,400 regenerates 1 per second. Chen Nuo stiffened. Just minutes earlier, after raising constitution to 50, his mana had barely exceeded 1,000. He retrieved another crystal and swallowed it. Instantly his maximum mana rose by 100, and his current mana surged upward by the same amount. Thus modifying unactivated system magic talents via the cheat device consumed no mana, but upon activation only the cap increased, the actual mana had to regenerate gradually. By contrast, awakening talents using mana crystals directly increased both maximum mana and current mana in full measure. Then Chen Nuo noticed something he'd previously overlooked in those mere minutes. Despite regenerating only 1 mana per second, nearly 900 mana had already replenished. What did that imply? 1 per second seemed negligible, yet multiplied across 24 hours it totaled 8640 mana per day, equivalent to 864 attribute points. Chen Nuo's breathing deepened. What kind of restriction was this? Was it any different from unrestricted editing? If all those points were poured into Constitution, he would grow stronger every second. Is this the true power of the cheat device? To grow stronger, second by second, how distant could invincibility truly be? Su Li and Li Shui listened to Chen Nuo's quiet muttering, observing his deranged state. The two exchanged glances, and Su Li pointed at Chen Nuo, deciding to tease him to divert his attention. Su Li reached out to touch Chen Nuo's forehead, bringing him back to his senses as he looked at her. Little brother, you don't have a fever. Why are you speaking nonsense? Chen Nuo was taken aback, then turned to Li Shui, who was looking at him with a teasing smile. Isn't it a fever? Otherwise how could you be spouting such powerful and invincible nonsense? Su Li exaggeratedly gasped. Oh my, you're really hot. Li Shui, you should feel his forehead too. At this temperature we might end up with a silly husband in the future. Li Shui smirked, raising her hand to touch Chen Nuo's forehead. Chen Nuo grasped Li Shui's outstretched hand and didn't let Su Li off the hook either. As the mood intensified, Su Li suddenly halted Chen Nuo. He looked at her in confusion as she gasped for breath. In this apocalypse, if something happens, it'll be troublesome. Chen Nuo thought for a moment, agreeing that safety was paramount. He opened his bag and found. Just as he was about to equip himself for safety, Chen Nuo suddenly paused, recalling a newly acquired magical affinity. Su Li noticed his sudden stillness and playfully looked at him with half-closed eyes. What's wrong? Could it be? Chen Nuo chuckled. I just remembered a magical affinity I obtained today. You'll experience it shortly. Chen Nuo raised his hand and pointed. Moments passed. Su Li pinched Chen Nuo, her expression a mix of joy and annoyance. How could there be such a disgusting and perverted magical affinity that transforms? The three got up to rear. Indeed, feeling happy can make a woman shine even brighter. Su Li sat beside Chen Nuo, curiously asking, Little brother, I heard you mention being powerful and invincible earlier. What's going on? Upon hearing Su Li's question, Chen Nuo slapped his forehead. You're right. I completely forgot about the important matters. Su Li and Li Shui both shot him a sideways glance, ignoring him. Chen Nuo opened the modifier to view his page, surprised to find that his magical power, which was over 8,000 points before, had now changed to magic power 141,052,3500, regenerating 1 per second. In just this short time I regained so much. 5 to 6,000 points of recovery. Was that the past hour and a half? I'm not boasting. Chen Nuo looked at Su Li's page, focusing on the upgrade condition attributes. He changed 110 to 210 and saw his magic power instantly decrease by 100. It really worked. Chen Nuo exclaimed. He had merely guessed before, but now he was astonished by the power. This way, as long as the magical power was sufficient, they wouldn't even need to use magic crystals to enhance their realm. That's good, the magic crystals all belong to him. Hearing Chen Nuo's exclamation, Su Li quickly asked, Little brother, tell me what succeeded. Chen Nuo, Sister Su, please be patient, you'll soon find out what's going on. Chen Nuo directly changed 210 to 1010, reducing his magic power by another 800. He quickly looked at Su Li's page, watching the realm and upgrade condition sections tremble lightly before changing. Name: Su Li Realm, Second Realm Magical Master. Upgrade condition 0-100. Note: consuming 100 First Realm Magic Crystals can upgrade to Third Realm Magical Master. Consuming 1 Second Realm Magic Crystal counts as 10, with a time interval of 10 minutes. Affiliation: Water Element. Health 290-290. Magic Power 310-310. Strength 23. Agility 18. Constitution 29. Spirit 3. Chen Nuo looked at Su Li's other attributes, noticing each one had approximately doubled. Su Li, seeing Chen Nuo's silence, suddenly groaned in pain, her body convulsing. It hurts. The pain came swiftly and departed just as quickly, lasting only a few seconds, leaving her feeling completely relaxed though drenched in sweat and dirt. Chen Nuo anxiously focused on Su Li's page. If anything unexpected happened, he would find a way to remedy it. Su Li let out another groan. So comfortable. After confirming Su Li was fine, Chen Nuo looked at her with a playful gaze. Sister Su, is it pain or comfort? Su Li was not one to back down to Chen Nuo. She teasingly glanced at his lower body. What do you think? Chen Nuo couldn't help but feel overwhelmed, while Su Li looked down at herself and disdainfully remarked, "Why is there so much dirt?" Chen Nuo understood what was happening. Sister Su, just now I upgraded your realm from first realm magical master to second realm magical master, and your attributes have improved significantly across the board, so this dirt must be the impurities from your body. After saying that, Chen Nuo pulled Su Li up from the bed, and they both went to the bathroom. Chen Nuo raised his hand and pointed, causing a large mass of water to hover above Su Li's head. Su Li rinsed off the dirt from her body, then Chen Nuo handed her a towel. She quickly dried herself and tossed the towel to Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo gazed at Su Li's bare body, momentarily mesmerized. Sister Su, you're truly beautiful. Su Li felt delighted and poked Chen Nuo's forehead. Naughty little brother, haven't you had enough of looking? Chen Nuo swallowed hard. Sister Su, it must be that with your attribute enhancement your body's curves have become more perfect. Look, hasn't it become firmer? As he spoke, he reached out to poke at her. Su Li playfully slapped his hand, and then looked down to find it truly was different from before. Whether it was her skin or figure, it seemed to have improved significantly. A joyful expression appeared on Su Li's face, realizing that upgrading had such benefits. As the two exited the bathroom, Li Shui looked up at them, her gaze drawn to Su Li. She noticed that although Su Li's figure was already sizable, it was nothing compared to the current display. She also glanced at Su Li's flat and smooth abdomen, which was extremely enticing. Su Li sensed Li Shui's gaze and cheerfully approached her, much like a little girl showing off her pretty dress, and they began to whisper together. Upon learning about the benefits of the upgrade, Li Shui looked at Chen Nuo with bright eyes, and Chen Nuo certainly wouldn't let. In the distant depths of the universe at the moment Chen Nuo modified his realm on a desolate mountaintop, an elderly man with kind eyes sat cross-legged, eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, the mountains beneath him shaking as a look of shock appeared on his face. What on earth is happening? Who triggered the change in the rules? Li Shui successfully advanced to the second realm as a mage. The two women, having gone through a fierce battle together, completely let go of their inhibitions. In front of Chen Nuo, they began to comment on each other's figures and occasionally compared them. Seeing that the two were engrossed in their conversation and he had nothing to contribute, Chen Nuo moved to the other side of the bed and sat cross-legged. He picked up a basin nearby and casually threw 5 or 6 magic crystals into his mouth. In a short while, Chen Nuo had swallowed all 74 remaining magic crystals. Above the sea of consciousness in his mind, there were a total of 301 bright points like stars dotting the starry sea, indicating that Chen Nuo had awakened 301 magical talents. Chen Nuo's mental power increased from 235 to 309. He looked at his magical power, 197,653,0900, recovering 1 per second. 19700 magical power equated to 197 attribute points, so he directly modified his physique to 100, increasing his recovery rate to 2 per second. He allocated all the remaining 147 attribute points to mental power, bringing it to 456. After modifying, Chen Nuo glanced at his magical power, 914-5600. He took out his phone and set an alarm for 6 hours later, so that by then his magical power would have mostly recovered. After doing all this, Chen Nuo came to Su Li and Li Shui's side, lying directly between them. After squeezing them apart, he hugged both of them and said, "All right, it's time for us to sleep. We need to go hunt zombies tomorrow." The two women looked at Chen Nuo's mischievous expression, smiled at each other, and closed their eyes while hugging him. Dingling, the alarm rang and a night passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Nuo broke free from the embrace of the two and picked up his phone to turn off the alarm. The two women also opened their sleepy eyes, and Su Li asked, "Chen Nuo, what time is it? Has the sky brightened so soon?" Chen Nuo stretched and glanced at the time on his phone before replying. "It's 7 o'clock now, everyone get up. After breakfast we'll head out to hunt zombies." The three quickly finished washing up and exited the room. They arrived on the deck of the aircraft carrier where the sun rose and others were exercising on the deck. As the three appeared, everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and came over to them. Wang Mei looked at Su Li and Li Shui, feeling that they seemed particularly different today. Chen Nuo approached the round table and chairs, took out a dozen bowls of red bean porridge and several cold dishes from the packing area, and distributed a bun to each person, saying they'd ask for more if it wasn't enough. "Everyone sit down. After we finish eating and take a short break, we'll set out to hunt zombies." Just as Sheng Na picked up a bowl of porridge to drink, she almost dropped it upon hearing Chen Nuo's words. "Hunt zombies." Chen Nuo nodded and said to Zhao Wei, "Zhao Wei, please explain to them while they eat. Let them listen while they enjoy their meal." Wang Mei and Jing Hua, who had come later, were unaware of the reasons behind hunting zombies. After Zhao Wei explained the situation, they learned about the magic crystals and their uses. At this moment, Chen Nuo also recalled that he had not modified the magical talents of the later arrivals. So he downed the porridge in his bowl and said, "By the way, Aunt Wang, think about whether you want to modify your magical talents. After saying this, Chen Nuo felt it was not very intuitive, so he waved his hand, and suddenly a group of small figures appeared behind him representing his 301 magical talents. The small figures floated neatly behind Chen Nuo, creating a spectacular sight. They were small and cute, but their expressions seemed a bit dazed, looking not very intelligent. Everyone look at their foreheads, they all indicate what they specifically represent. As long as it's a magical talent here, I can modify it for you. Everyone looked at the small figures in shock. Although each person had one, the sudden appearance of so many was quite visually impactful. As others were looking one by one, suddenly, Su Li's eyes lit up. She nudged Li Shui beside her, quietly pointing at something, and whispered, "Li Shui, did you see that? It's the peculiar magical talent that can change shapes from yesterday." The two whispered, overheard by Wang Mei beside them. "Su Li, which one are you talking about? It can change shapes, is it really powerful?" The two recalled their experience from last night, feeling a bit weak, and blushed as they explained to Wang Mei. "And Wang, we are saying that women can use water elements or ice elements. As long as they control it well, they can change." As Su Li spoke, she raised her hand and conjured a stream of water that coiled around her hand like a water snake. Chen Nuo looked at the two's embarrassment, holding back laughter while the two shot him a fierce glare. In the end, only Jing Hua retained the surgical knife talent, while the men chose fire elements, and the women chose water elements. Chen Nuo also modified Zhao Tianhe, Old Lu Shengna, and Chong Ling's firearm proficiency to 100. In the early stages, as they became gun kings, they would generally not face any danger as long as they had firearms. Even if accidents happened, Chen Nuo would be there. After finishing breakfast, Chen Nuo instructed everyone to board the helicopter. He started the aircraft, and the sound of the propellers echoed as those below the aircraft carrier looked up toward it. The plane took off from the aircraft carrier and then landed beneath it. Chen Nuo was ready to meet these survivors. Yesterday's troubles were due to insufficient magical power. Now, with over 400 magical power and recovering 2 per second, he no longer needed to worry about it. Chen Nuo got off the plane, and Chang Jianjun had already brought everyone here. As everyone looked at Chen Nuo, they shouted in unison, "Boss Chen." Others were unfamiliar with the title Boss Chen and were surprised. Chen Nuo walked up to Chang Jianjun, his gaze stopping on a young man. "Are you the one who sold your life to me for a piece of meat, Song Tao?" As Chen Nuo spoke, he glanced at Song Tao's page, noting that his loyalty value was as high as 85. Sweat streamed down Song Tao's forehead. Today's Chen Nuo was even stronger than yesterday. With the activation of his mental ability, he felt as if a colossal beast from the primordial era stood before him, the pressure making him tremble uncontrollably. Chen Nuo observed Song Tao's expression and then glanced at his magical talent. "Oh, so this magical talent belongs to you." Everyone did not understand what Chen Nuo meant. He raised his hand and patted Song Tao's shoulder, smiling. "What's wrong? Have you changed your mind about what you said last night?" Song Tao snapped back to reality, and his loyalty value suddenly rose from 85 to 90. Such a powerful Chen Nuo further solidified his desire to follow him. "Boss Chen, I Song Tao will never regret what I said yesterday. Even if you want my life now, take it." Chen Nuo was very satisfied. A loyalty value of 90 was already higher than that of Jing Tao and the others at the beginning. Chen Nuo was not polite and directly modified Song Tao's loyalty value to 100, then locked. He looked at the others, making eye contact with each of them. Their pages appeared before Chen Nuo, and most of their loyalty values were around 50 or 60. Only a few had loyalty values in the 20s, and he even found one with a single digit. "What about you? Have you thought about it all night? Are you clear now?" Chen Nuo opened his spiritual eye talent, and the general thoughts of everyone flooded into his mind. Fortunately, Chen Nuo's mental strength was formidable, allowing him to capture everyone's thoughts. Unlike Song Tao, who had to concentrate to vaguely sense the thoughts of a few people, Chen Nuo focused on the person with a loyalty value in single digits. "For now, let's stick together. It would be great if we could find Brother Chen's stash. With so few of them, taking a little of their resources shouldn't be too much trouble, right?" Other loyalists with values in the 20s shared similar sentiments. Chen Nuo raised his hand and pointed. "You and you and you. Yes, you few, come forward." Song Tao looked at Chen Nuo in astonishment. These were the people he had intended to warn Chen Nuo about today, because he had realized yesterday that they were not truly sincere in wanting to ally with Brother Chen, so he had been keeping an eye on them. Everyone stepped aside, and the few individuals approached somewhat at a loss. Among them was the middle-aged man with a loyalty value in single digits who had inquired yesterday whether Chen Nuo's supplies were still at alien storage. These people were opportunists pretending to ally first, then waiting for a chance to take a big advantage. "Are your fans?" The few swallowed hard, and the middle-aged man awkwardly revealed a forced smile. "Brother Chen, what is this?" Chen Nuo waved his hand and spoke. "You don't need to worry. I just want to find a few reserve personnel, because our core team is a bit small. I think you few are quite good. If you have family here, I can also extend some favorable treatment to them." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a pang of envy. However, Song Tao, standing behind, grew anxious and immediately walked up to Chen Nuo to speak. "Brother Chen." Chen Nuo turned around and kicked Song Tao away. Song Tao fell painfully to the ground, unable to get up, filled with confusion and resentment. "I don't like others interrupting when I speak. Chen Nuo glanced at Song Tao's profile and realized he was mostly unscathed, then turned back to the few individuals. Is that so? The few were filled with surprise and eagerly shared with Chen Nuo that they were all loners, even shamelessly squeezing out a few tears. From their thoughts, Chen Nuo learned that their families had been abandoned the moment the apocalypse arrived. Their so-called tragic experiences were merely attempts to win Chen Nuo's sympathy. Oh, I see. Chen Nuo walked back to Song Tao and helped him up. Song Tao was somewhat at a loss as Chen Nuo patted off the dust from his clothes. Were you just about to tell me that these people are untrustworthy? Song Tao looked at Chen Nuo in surprise. Brother? Chen Nuo patted his shoulder. If you had really said that their families might become collateral damage. Although I am stronger than any of you right now, I also do not wish for anyone to harbor thoughts of me in the shadows. Therefore, only by cutting off the roots can we eliminate danger in its cradle. The people began to panic, and the others understood that Brother Chen was completely deceiving them. One shouted loud. Those few had witnessed Chen Nuo's ruthlessness. Staying here meant a dead end. Upon hearing someone shout to run, Chen Nuo disdainfully shook his head, but when he turned back, surprise appeared on his face. The middle-aged man was actually kneeling there, not running away. Chen Nuo pointed at the fleeing individuals, and Jing Tao and the others lifted their submachine guns, adjusting their aim. Bang! Bang! The bullets pierced through the back of the few heads, sending them tumbling forward for 2 or 3 meters before crashing down onto the ground. Chen Nuo slowly approached the middle-aged man who had initially shown signs of anxiety and restlessness. However, when he raised his gaze to meet Chen Nuo's, all unease and impatience vanished. Chen Nuo frowned slightly. This man was not simple. Why didn't you run with them? The middle-aged man chuckled self-deprecatingly, pointing at the others. Brother Chen, if I had run with them, I would be lying there just like them now. Chen Nuo shook his head. That doesn't exempt you from my judgment. If you can't convince me, I will still kill you. Although the middle-aged man appeared calm, he was indeed extremely anxious inside. My name is Tian Feng, and I am a spy for the state. Brother Chen, you said yesterday that life doesn't offer many choices, and one shouldn't be too naive. Now I have no choice but to not run with those people. I have made my choice. They are dead, I am alive, and now my life and death are in your hands, Brother Chen. Whether I live or die depends on your decision. Chen Nuo frowned. No wonder the man's loyalty value was in single digits. It's hard for spies to be loyal. Chen Nuo looked at Tian Feng, a playful expression appearing on his face. A spy, huh? If I let you live, can you promise not to betray me? Tian Feng stared intently at Chen Nuo. After a few seconds, he took a deep breath, a bitter smile appearing on his face as he shook his head. I am only loyal to the country. Unless I die, I will not pledge allegiance to anyone. Chen Nuo nodded. If one did not possess this kind of resolve, the state would not trust them. Oh, is that so? In that case, I can only let you die. Chen Nuo raised his hand and drew a gun, showing no hesitation whatsoever. Bang! The bullet pierced through Tian Feng's heart. Although he was surprised by Chen Nuo's decisiveness, he accepted his fate with resignation. Chen Nuo glanced at Tian Feng's profile. His life value was rapidly declining. Do you have any last words? Tian Feng's eyes showed a hint of nostalgia before he shook his head. Chen Nuo nodded. No last words then. Then let me ask you one last question. You are about to die, and you just said that you would never pledge allegiance to anyone unless you die. So let me ask you again, if I can spare your life, will you guarantee not to betray me? Tian Feng gritted his teeth against the pain. He looked at Chen Nuo, sensing a hint of madness in him. However, he didn't dislike it, for in the apocalypse, perhaps only someone like Chen Nuo could live well. He forced himself to gather his wits, and in his rational mind before dying, he wanted to let go of the rational side, revealing a mad smile with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Ha, Brother Chen, you are truly a crazy person, but I don't dislike you. Since you asked me, I will answer you. In my lifetime, I have never done anything to betray my country. Now that I am about to die, I have lived up to my promise to my country. If you can truly spare my life, what would it matter if I pledged allegiance to you? After speaking, Tian Feng coughed up another mouthful of blood, knowing that such a fatal wound left him with no chance of survival. But how can there be so many ifs? If I could live, who would want it? Tian Feng fainted, his life value having dropped below 10. After a moment, he suddenly felt water splashing on his face, and slowly opened his eyes, brow furrowed. Didn't I die? A familiar voice rang out. Die. As long as I, Chen Nuo, don't want you dead, even the king of hell can't take you. Tian Feng, do you still remember what you just said? Tian Feng slowly sat up, glancing at his chest. The gunshot wound was still there, but it scabbed over. What is this? He looked up at Chen Nuo, unable to believe this was real. Chen Nuo said nothing but stared directly. Tian Feng recalled the previous words, took a deep breath, and stood up. Brother Chen, from now on my life belongs. Chen Nuo gazed at Tian Feng's page, witnessing his previously low loyalty value swiftly climb to an impressive full value of 100. Silently, Chen Nuo applied a lock-on status to him, then turned to Chang Jianjun behind him and spoke. Brother Chang, from now on Song Tao and Tian Feng will be your assistants. You three will be responsible for all survivors entering our base. Chang Jianjun nodded to indicate his understanding. Chen Nuo looked at the others. The method he used to save Tian Feng had left them quite astonished. They were utterly perplexed as to why such a crude method of rescue had actually revived a dying person. Chen Nuo did not intend to waste time. He directly opened the modifier and changed the loyalty values of the remaining 50 survivors to the full value of 100, while also applying the lock-on status. He could have simply changed Tianfeng's loyalty value to 100, but life always brought him unique pleasures. Although he wasted some time, he was still deeply moved. Chen Nuo glanced at his magical power 399-644-5600 restoration of 2 per second. With so much magical power remaining, he naturally would not hold back. He looked at these survivors, his eyes sparkling, contemplating that with their addition, the efficiency of hunting zombies should significantly improve. Without further ado, Chen Nuo spent 5,300 magic points to raise the gun proficiency of Chang Jianjun and the other 53 people to 100. Combined with the 12 from Jing Tao, he now had 65 sharpshooters. Once Chen Nuo finished modifying, everyone suddenly felt a pressure in their heads. After a few seconds, they slowly regained their senses, each face revealing an expression of shock. Chen Nuo clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Did everyone feel that? I just utilized my talent to grant you an attribute of gun proficiency, and I've raised that proficiency to its maximum value. This means that regardless of whether any of you have ever handled a gun before, now each of you is akin to a sharpshooter. With a wave of his hand, rows of M16 rifles appeared along with numerous magazines. Alright, everyone, stop daydreaming and quickly distribute these. Each person gets 1 gun and 5 magazines totaling 150 rounds of ammunition. Hurry up, let's get moving. Jing Tao and the others also stepped forward to exchange their submachine guns for M16 rifles, each taking several more magazines. Chen Nuo couldn't be bothered to comment on them. Chen Nuo looked at the survivors dressed in various outfits and recalled that there were still plenty of camouflage uniforms in the inventory, so he called out loudly. Since everyone has unified their firearms, let's unify our outfits as well. I still have a lot of camouflage uniforms here. Men can change on the spot and women can change on the plane. Chen Nuo took out uniforms of various sizes from the inventory, allowing everyone to select according to their height and build. He also found a suitable one for himself. Indeed, once everyone donned the uniforms, their spirits lifted noticeably, standing straighter. Chen Nuo glanced at Su Li and Li Shui, and to his surprise, they looked even more striking in uniform. Scanning all of them, Chen Nuo noted that there were fewer than 10 women among the survivors, while the rest were men with no... In total, there were 66 individuals. Chen Nuo glanced at the helicopter, and then turned to Jing Tao, Wang Chun, and the others. You 4 who wants to pilot the helicopter? We have so many people, we need 2 pilots for the helicopter. Upon hearing this, the 4 of them were unwilling to yield, and all expressed their desire to fly. Not only them, but even Jing Hua and Old Lu were eager to try, while Zhao Tianhe helplessly glanced at his amputated arm and shook his head. Seeing their interest, Chen Nuo directly enhanced their helicopter operation proficiency attribute and modified it to the maximum value of 100. After completing the modifications, he walked to a flat area and took out 2 helicopters of the same model from the inventory. Chang Jianjun and Tianfeng observed Chen Nuo's method of conjuring supplies and understood the destination of that massive amount of resources. Everyone stared in shock at the 2 suddenly appearing helicopters, each around 20 meters long, which was far more shocking than the sudden appearance of firearms and uniforms. Chen Nuo then took several large baskets from the inventory, filling them with a good number of steamed buns, and also produced many bottles of mineral water. Once everything was prepared, he began issuing orders. Jing Tao and your 3 companions, with 3 of you piloting the helicopters, you can also fly mine. Brother Chang Song, Tao Tianfeng, you 3 will divide everyone into 3 teams. Each person takes 2 steamed buns and a bottle of water. Everyone get on the plane today, we are going to hunt zombies. Upon hearing that Chen Nuo was taking them to hunt zombies, everyone looked at him in surprise. Chen Nuo directly ordered without hesitation. Everyone listen to my command, immediately follow the arrangements, grab your food and drinks, and get on the plane. Chang Jianjun and the other 3 suppressed their shock and prepared to take action. After a moment of thought, Chen Nuo called them back. Once you have arranged everyone, come back to me. Oh, I have something to instruct you. Under the arrangement of the 3, the survivors quickly grabbed their buns and water before boarding the planes. The 3 returned to Chen Nuo's side. Chief Chen. Chen Nuo nodded and got straight to the point. You 3 will be in charge of the survivors in our base from now on. However, among you, only Song Tao's elemental magic talent is decent. Brother Chang and Tianfeng, your talents are quite lacking. I plan to grant you all the Eye of Insight talent, so in the future, when more people come to the base, you will be able to grasp their thoughts at the first moment. As he spoke, Chen Nuo directly modified the elemental magic talents of the 2 into the Eye of Insight. Alright, I have modified your talents. You 2 can study them on your own. If you have any questions, ask Song Tao. He should have. Alright, everyone go and look after your teams. Oh, we are setting off. The 3 stared in shock at Chen Nuo's back, especially Song Tao, who still could not comprehend how this was accomplished. The propellers of the 3 helicopters began to spin. Jing Tao turned to Chen Nuo, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat. Brother Chen, where are we headed now? Chen Nuo pondered for a moment. Let's go to the university town. There are nearly 1,000 students there. With the apocalypse arriving at night, the students will all be in their dorms. Once they become zombies, they will be trapped inside. We have guns and ammunition, so it should be very easy to hunt them. Jing Tao nodded, taking out his phone to send a voice message to Zhao Wei and Wang Chun, instructing them to keep up. The plane began to ascend slowly. Chen Nuo leaned back in his seat, opening the modifier to check his magical power 341-064-5600. He directly modified his physique from 100 to 300, causing his magical power to drop sharply by 200 points, leaving him with 141-084-5600, while his recovery rate changed from 2 per second to 6. Chen Nuo noticeably felt his body growing stronger. He looked at his recovery speed and nodded in satisfaction. This way I can recover 21,600 points of magical power in an hour. The remaining 10,000 points should be kept in reserve for now. With over 200 recovery in an hour, the limit of magical power should suffice for recovery over 2 hours. Should I modify my mental strength as well? Chen Nuo then shook his head. Mental strength can be enhanced through acquiring elemental magic talents from survivors and awakening them with magic crystals. In the non-Hasidic military district, dawn was just breaking when Su Shilong's orders reached Gao Zhen. At this moment, Gao Zhen and Gao Ying, leading a team of 2,000 people, sat in a truck that could only be driven by instinct, arriving at the entrance of alien storage. Report: all the warehouses are empty. There are no resources worth over 10 trillion as mentioned by advisor Su. Gao Ying and Gao Zhen furrowed their brows at the report, both remembering that recently alien storage had indeed been hoarding a massive amount of supplies, but now. While the two were puzzled, a loud sound suddenly echoed from afar. Vroom vroom vroom. What is that sound? Is that a military aircraft? How could there possibly be military aircraft here? Jing Tao piloted the airplane as it soared into the sky, and from a distance he spotted a long line of green military transport trucks crowded at the entrance of alien storage. Brother Chen, look, aren't those trucks military vehicles? Chen Nuo was pondering the issue of attribute points when he suddenly heard Jing Tao's words. He raised his eyes and indeed saw over 100 military vehicles outside alien storage. A large group of people stood in front of the military trucks, though he couldn't tell exactly how many there were. They all looked up in this direction. Chen Nuo's eyes sparkled as he gazed at those people like a starving ghost who had just seen a feast, or a pervert who had spotted an enchanting fairy. He laughed heartily. Haha, this is truly timely. With so many people, if I could absorb all their magical talents and then activate them, how much would my magical power limit increase? Brother Chen, what should we do now? Jing Tao notified Zhao Wei and Wang Chun, tell them to hover in the air for a while and will pass by at low altitude. Jing Tao began contacting Zhao Wei and Wang Chun, relaying Chen Nuo's orders. Gao Zhen, Gao Ying, and other soldiers all looked up at the military helicopter, pondering its significance when they saw 2 more planes appear. Brother, look at that helicopter. It doesn't seem to be one of our Huagua military helicopters. It looks more like one from the beautiful country. Gao Zhen also realized that the helicopter was indeed not from Huagua, and he immediately issued orders. Everyone take cover, immediately wait for my command. Upon hearing the order, the soldiers quickly found cover. Gao Zhen watched as 3 helicopters appeared, 2 began to ascend into the sky, while 1 came flying towards them. Brother, the other side has spotted us. Look, they're coming over. At this height, they're only a couple of 100 meters up. Should we take a page from the action movies and shoot down the helicopter? Gao Zhen furrowed his brow and glanced at Gao Ying, who looked eager to try. He then looked up at the approaching helicopter, uncertain of their intentions, and made a decisive decision in his heart. Pass my orders for free fire, bring it down. Soldiers were indeed full of passion. If this were peacetime, they might hold back a bit, but now that the apocalypse had come, they just went for it. Chen Nuo opened the modifier. His spiritual power was now at 456, which meant he could cover an area of 456 meters around him. Quite impressive. The airplane flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, it was hovering directly above the soldiers. Chen Nuo instantly gained 2,002 magical talents. He looked at the filled talent page, which contained everything. Just as he was surprised, he suddenly heard a dense barrage of gunfire from below. Jing Tao quickly ascended as bullets struck the airplane's exterior, creating a cacophony of metal clashing. The plane shook, climbing higher and farther away until it finally flew out of the bullet's range. A cold glint flashed in Chen Nuo's eyes. Damn it, I really can't let my guard down. They dared to open fire. Thankfully, they didn't launch any missiles, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Nuo looked at the soldiers in the distance who were cheering, feeling somewhat conflicted. Although this place was not the world he once knew, he still held an innate admiration for soldiers. It was clear that both sides now stood in opposition, and it was time to make a choice. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ungracious. I can only say that our positions are different. He finished speaking and turned to Jing Tao. Jing Tao, notify Zhao Wei and Wang Chun to follow you. We need to find a flat spot to land. I want to show them some colors. Gao Ying pointed at the fleeing aircraft and laughed loudly. Brother, look, that plane is fleeing in panic, haha, as if having an airplane makes them impressive. Gao Zhen shook his head. It was rare to see his sister smile again, even if it was just a mocking smile. The day before Gao Ying had been gloomy after learning that their grandfather hadn't survived. Gao Zhen thought of Su Can and the others and sighed deeply. If only grandfather were still alive. It was only one day since the anomaly began and signs of power struggles were already emerging among the higher-ups in the military. He couldn't imagine how things would evolve from here. Report those 3 planes are about to land. Gao Zhen shook his head, setting aside his chaotic thoughts. Really? Do they want to practice with us? Brothers, how many people can those 3 helicopters possibly have? Relay the order, let's wrap them up. The soldiers cheered loudly, invigorated and ready to move. Yesterday they had witnessed former comrades turned into inhuman zombies, and now they had to kill them with their own hands. Although they said nothing, they urgently needed to vent their inner turmoil. Seeing everyone filled with fighting spirit, Gao Zhen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He looked into the distance, since he didn't know what would happen next then. Let's all go crazy together. Let's all vent together. The 3 helicopters landed at an intersection. This place was relatively remote with few obstacles, essentially an open area. Chen Nuo and all his companions disembarked from the plane, totaling 66 people, standing in 4 groups. 3 groups were led by Chang Jianjun and his 2 companions, while the other group consisted of Su Li and her team. Chen Nuo directly stored the plane in his inventory and opened the modifier, glancing at his magical power 155-684-5600. He casually selected 35 individuals, increasing their tank operation proficiency attributes to a maximum value of 100. After finishing the modification, Chen Nuo took out 35 tanks from his inventory and commanded, those who just acquired new skills step forward and get in the tanks. 35 individuals stepped forward, quickly entering the tanks, which began to adjust their barrel angles. After issuing orders, Gao Zhen's rear vehicles became the front ones, rushing toward the landing position of Chen Nuo and his team. Although the distance wasn't far, it was still about 5 to 6 miles. They charged over without considering what kind of firepower Chen Nuo's group might possess. After all, 2,000 people against a few dozen, especially with a surge of pent-up aggression needing release. Once Chen Nuo was prepared, he contemplated for a moment, went to an open space behind him, and placed a helicopter on the ground. Su Hao, haven't you flown yet? Go fly it, just hover around this area to draw them over. Su Hao happily jumped into the plane, and the rotor blades spun rapidly as the aircraft smoothly ascended into the sky. Indeed, upon seeing the plane, those soldiers revved their engines, accelerating swiftly until they appeared in Chen Nuo's line of sight. Over 100 vehicles squeezed onto the road. The lead vehicle, although it spotted a line of vehicles ahead from afar, couldn't see clearly what they were. They were eager to vent their inner rage, but when they entered within 500 meters, they finally realized that those were. They hurriedly slammed on their brakes, but it was too late. The vehicles behind, due to the sudden stop of the front vehicle, caused a chain reaction of collisions. A sneer appeared on Chen Nuo's face as he waved his hand. All tanks obey orders, fire at will, open fire. Gao Zhen and Gao Ying, feeling dazed, got out of the vehicle and looked at the scene of the massive car crash, ready to give orders. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, instantly rendering everyone slightly deaf. Gao Zhen and Gao Ying failed to react in time as nearby vehicles exploded, throwing them into the air. Gao Ying crashed hard to the ground, losing consciousness, while Gao Zhen's forehead was bloodied. He struggled to lift his head, looking at the surrounding vehicles in flames. The cries of agony rose around him. Shock filled his eyes, his face a mask of disbelief. What kind of existence have I provoked? Gao Zhen slowly stood up while leaning against a military vehicle. At this moment, there was no room for regret, as he shouted loudly, "Take cover, the enemy has heavy firepower. Everyone get off the vehicle and hide." After shouting, he crouched down and staggered towards Gao Ying, who was lying on the ground completely motionless. "Sister, please be okay." He reached Gao Ying's side and, seeing that she had merely fainted, felt a sense of relief in his heart. Boom! Another thunderous sound erupted and Gao Zhen quickly lay down, shielding Gao Ying beneath him. Fortunately, the shell did not land nearby. Chen Nuo calmly observed the battlefield ahead and waved his hand again. "Prepare for the 3rd round. 1-2. Just as he was about to shout 3, Wang Mei spoke up from behind. "Chen Nuo, can you give them a chance? These people are likely the garrison forces of Nana City. Their commander Gao Jinhua has a good relationship with my family." Chen Nuo turned to look at Wang Mei. "And Wang, are you sure you want to do this? They have 2,000 men. Although we've unleashed 2 rounds of artillery fire, the enemy still has at least 1,000 left, while we only have a few dozen. I don't think this is a good idea." "I understand your concern, Chen Nuo," Wang Mei said directly. "I'm willing to go and persuade them to surrender. If they refuse to listen, we can always kill them later." Wang Mei noticed Chen Nuo frowning in thought, and continued, "These people are soldiers. Don't you want to recruit them for our use?" Chen Nuo looked at Wang Mei, understanding her words. He just wasn't willing to take the risk. After pondering, he ultimately decided it was safer to refuse. "And when I think it's best to let this go. While I do want to recruit them for our own use, that must be based on ensuring our safety. Your persuasion may have a high chance of success, but I don't want to gamble with your life." Seeing Chen Nuo's refusal, Wang Mei sighed and nodded, no longer urging him. She felt no resentment. Instead, a sense of warmth arose in her heart. Chen Nuo's words clearly showed he regarded her as family, not just empty words. Chen Nuo looked toward the battlefield again, preparing to eliminate these people. Since he had chosen to open fire, there was no turning back. Prepare to fire one. Just as he was about to order another round of artillery, his eyes suddenly lit up. Pause firing, perhaps there is another way. Chen Nuo opened the modifier and looked at the magic system section, directly modifying the unactivated statuses one by one. In his mental domain, the original bright points were continuously surrounded by new bright points. It took Chen Nuo a full minute to modify around 100 statuses, and he felt a bit frustrated. Isn't this too slow? Can't there be a one-click, all-modify option? Just as Chen Nuo had that thought, an option appeared in the magic section. Would you like to select one-click, all modification? This modification will consume 1896 magic points. Chen Nuo looked at the description for the one-click, all modification, and then glanced at the number of remaining unactivated statuses, which was exactly 1896. This meant that performing a one-click modification would consume 1 magic point for each. Understanding this, Chen Nuo raised his head to look at the distant battlefield, which was about 500 to 1,000 meters away. He checked his magic power 180-665-6200, then directly performed a one-click all modification. Chen Nuo's spiritual power instantly surged from 562 to 2,458. The sudden increase in spiritual power made Chen Nuo feel incredibly light, and everything around him became clearer. He glanced at his magic power 1618-224-5800, recovering 6 per second, and then he covered the battlefield across the way with his package range, attempting to collect the military trucks on the other side. Previously, Chen Nuo had experimented with stealing an aircraft carrier and found that only objects within the package range could be collected without contact. If the object size exceeded the coverage, physical contact would be needed for collection. Hundreds of trucks disappeared instantly, and those hiding behind or inside the vehicles appeared bewildered on the main road, not knowing what had happened. Chen Nuo felt extremely invigorated. It seemed he had discovered an alternative use for the package range. For instance, Chen Nuo was now looking at the soldiers across the way who were nervously pointing their guns at Chen Nuo and his group. When Chen Nuo focused on the guns in their hands, a miraculous occurrence took place. All the firearms disappeared like the trucks forcefully collected into the package. Just like the previous experiment, when Zhao Wei tied a rope to a large truck, as long as Chen Nuo collected it, everything except living beings would be collected directly. In other words, if Chen Nuo wanted to strip them of their clothes, it would only take a thought. Alright, the danger is basically eliminated. Everyone come out, and let's go see these people together. Chen Nuo collected all the tanks into his package, and then walked forward. The others followed behind him, and the thousands of people opposite instinctively stepped back upon seeing dozens of them approaching fiercely. They were not afraid, but rather shocked. The trucks had disappeared abruptly in front of them, and the firearms and ammunition in their hands had vanished due to an unknown force. On the opposite side, every soldier was holding a rifle. It was already impressive that they had not fled immediately. All the soldiers gathered behind Gao Zhan and Gao Ying, who had already woken up and was propping herself up, looking toward the opposite side. As Chen Nuo and the others approached, Gao Ying immediately recognized him, unable to believe her eyes. Is it him? Brother, isn't that the person we mistook at the Nanha Hotel before? Gao Zhan was taken aback, but soon understood who Gao Ying was referring to. Chen Nuo also furrowed his brow, recognizing the two individuals. He turned to Jing Tao and said, Jing Tao, take a look at those two over there. Aren't they the Gao siblings we encountered at the Nanha Hotel? Before Jing Tao could respond, Wang Mei spoke up first. Chen Nuo, are the Gao siblings you're referring to Gao Zhan and Gao Ying? Chen Nuo nodded. And Wang, do you know them too? Wang Mei said happily. Didn't I just tell you? Commander Gao Jinhua has a good relationship with my family, and Gao Zhan and Gao Ying are his grandchildren. Chen Nuo also recalled that Su Hao had indeed mentioned that the two had military backgrounds. As he walked, he pondered while Wang Mei continued. Chen Nuo, should I go over first? I think I can persuade them to surrender. Chen Nuo came back to his senses and shook his head, looking at the two in the distance with a playful smile. Aunt Wang, no need for that, it would be too troublesome. Since we know they are the leaders, everything will be easier. Chen Nuo directly focused on the loyalty levels of the two. As he did so, their attitudes toward him shifted instantly. Gao Zhan's previously stern expression gradually softened, while Gao Ying suddenly felt a strong emotional shift. Just a moment ago, she had viewed Chen Nuo unfavorably, yet now he appeared much more agreeable. Gao Ying turned to glance at Chen Nuo, her face flushing as she thought to herself, what is happening to me? I clearly had some dislike for him before. Now why do I find him so agreeable? Is there something wrong with my taste? Chen Nuo stood far away, about 200 to 300 meters from the people, as he was not foolish enough to confront them. He glanced at his main page, looking at the section for magic talent, silently marveling at the soldiers, whose magic talents leaned towards weaponry and offense. At the back of the crowd, several spots were tightly blocked by those in front, preventing anyone from seeing what the people behind. These individuals were soldiers awakened with firearm abilities. Although they all wielded firearms, they varied, including handguns, submachine guns, assault rifles, and even a sniper rifle. Wang Jing, your ability is a sniper rifle. Although it will drain all your strength in one shot, its power is the greatest. Your target is that impressive-looking person in front. You must take him down. So many of our brothers have died, we must avenge them. Wang Zheng squatted there, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. After 2 rounds of bombardment, at least several hundred brothers had perished. Squad leader, rest assured, even if I have to gamble my life, I will take him down. There were nearly 100 of them, all given heavy responsibilities, while the enemy had only 60 or 70 people. Now, without weapons, it was the moment the enemy looked down on them the most, allowing them to stage a desperate counterattack. Soon all the arrangements were completed, but they had to notify Gao Zhan as he was their highest commander, and everyone needed to follow his orders. This was not solely due to discipline. In the apocalypse, only the powerful could command respect. Gao Zhan had that kind of confidence, as his awakened ability was the powerful wind element, a standard for strong individuals. Gao Zhan was pondering his changes, when suddenly someone gently pushed his back. He and Gao Ying feigned calmness as they listened to the report from the person behind. Both were unable to accept the plan to take out Chen Nuo, but neither voiced their thoughts. Gao Zhan considered it, and then quietly said to the person behind, "Inform them that everything is under my command. Without my orders, do not fire. I will create an opportunity for a single fatal shot." Gao Zhan raised his eyes to look at the already stationary Chen Nuo, and others, a look of worry in his eyes. He deeply examined Chen Nuo, whose name he did not know, before glancing at Wang Mei standing beside him, preparing to find a way to inform Chen Nuo about the ambush. "Aunt Wang, this is Gao Zhan. Can we talk?" Upon hearing Gao Zhan's call, Wang Mei looked at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo raised an eyebrow. He knew that Gao Zhan would not do anything detrimental to him now. Since he said this, there must be a reason, so he nodded. "Aunt Wang, you can go. Just stay in the open space between both parties. There's no need to approach the enemy. We also have to guard against any mishaps." Wang Mei nodded. "I understand." She stepped out of the crowd, walked to the open space in the middle, and shouted loudly, "Xiao Zhenning, it's so good that you're all right. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't know how to explain it to Uncle Gao." Seeing Wang Mei standing in the middle, Gao Zhan was pleased and loudly addressed those behind him. "This is Mayor Wang Mei of Nana City. Everyone stand by. I will go speak with Mayor Wang." After Gao Zhan finished speaking, Gao Ying slowly assisted him towards the center. The people at the back of the crowd had already found suitable positions waiting for Gao Zhan's command. Wang Mei looked at Gao Zhan, supported by Gao Ying, and immediately inquired, "Xiao Zhan, are you injured?" Gao Zhan did not respond to this question, but directly addressed the ambush matter. "Aunt Wang, your current situation is extremely dangerous. Please listen quietly. You are now." While Gao Zhan was discussing matters with Wang Mei, Chen Nuo was not idle. Knowing the enemy had firearm abilities, he would not be caught off guard. He knew that if the enemy were to launch a desperate counterattack, those individuals would definitely be hiding behind the crowd, and gaps would need to be created for them to strike. Indeed, although it was difficult to notice the small movements of the enemy with careful observation, they could be easily. Although they were being discreet, when Chen Nuo looked over, the enemy's information would directly appear before his eyes. As long as it was a firearm ability, he would immediately modify their loyalty level to 100. The first person Chen Nuo identified was Wang Zheng, as he was directly in front of him. The people in front had slightly parted, creating a noticeable gap compared to others. Although Wang Zheng appeared no different from the others, his information was directly exposed. Just moments ago, he had passionately declared he would gamble his life to take out Chen Nuo, yet he had turned traitor. Chen Nuo continued searching one by one, and in a short period he had identified everyone with firearm abilities. This meant that the so-called ambush plan was nullified. Those individuals felt no sense of dissonance. They were resolute that even if given the command to fire, they would not comply. Gao Zhan informed Wang Mei of the ambush, and there was no change in her expression. She asked Gao Zhan to wait, and then walked back to her team. Listening to the ambush plan, Chen Nuo secretly acknowledged the power of full loyalty. If it weren't for the current lack of magical energy to modify everyone's loyalty levels, he would not have been so cautious. "Aunt Wang, I understand. Please tell Gao Zhan to proceed with the ambush plan." Wang Mei was taken aback. Chen Nuo did not provide further explanation, but smiled and said, "Aunt Wang, just..." Wang Mei returned to Gao Zhan, conveying Chen Nuo's decision. Gao Zhan looked at Chen Nuo in astonishment, and Chen Nuo smiled and nodded. Gao Ying noticed Chen Nuo smiling at them, and immediately whispered something, her face slightly flushed. Gao Zhan thought for a moment, since Chen Nuo said so, he must have a plan and he would follow it. "Aunt Wang, I understand. I will head back now." Seeing Gao Zhan returning, Chen Nuo waved his hand and led the people forward. Since they were to act according to the plan, they needed to give the enemy an opportunity. Chen Nuo had his reasons for doing this. If his magical power were sufficient, he would have directly modified the loyal. Now, since he did not have enough magical power, and wanted to subdue over 1,000 people, he could only identify the most rebellious among them, setting an example by punishing one to warn others, and then temporarily suppress them, using Gao Zhan. As long as these people stayed obedient for a few hours, he would have the magical energy needed for modifications. As Chen Nuo and the others drew closer, the soldiers on the opposite side looked tense, knowing about the ambush plan. Everyone was so nervous that they could hear their own heartbeat, strong and powerful, like the beating of war drums, invigorating the spirit and encouraging everyone to charge into battle. When they were about 20 to 30 meters away, Chen Nuo stopped smiling at Gao Zhen, who nodded vigorously at Chen Nuo. Upon hearing Gao Zhen's command, everyone instinctively turned to Chen Nuo and his group waiting for. Those who wished to kill Chen Nuo were filled with deep confusion, then suddenly turned around to look behind them. They saw the previously assigned personnel staring straight ahead, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Wang Zheng, what the hell are you doing? Dozens of people were furious, while others, although surprised and unclear about what was happening, did not take much action. However, the dozens of people were different. They had lost close comrades in the previous gunfire, and they harbored intense hatred towards Chen Nuo and his group. Chen Nuo scanned these individuals and raised his hand to mark them with the modifier, indeed finding their hatred levels significantly higher than others. Noticing that even the lowest hatred level was above 80, Chen Nuo smirked. You all really harbor quite a lot of resentment towards me. Gao Zhen finally understood why Chen Nuo was following through with the plan. It was to draw the snake out of its hole. Chen Nuo, they were just momentarily confused, can you? Chen Nuo directly interrupted Gao Zhen. Gao Zhen, you need to understand that from the very beginning it was you who fired the first shot, and your large group came here to seize my resources. Don't tell me you didn't come all this way for those resources. Gao Zhen's face showed embarrassment. They indeed came for those resources. Only now did he realize that Chen Nuo was the one hoarding trillions worth of supplies. Chen Nuo looked at the other soldiers and shouted loudly. Am I wrong? Since you fired the first shot, what is wrong with us retaliating? You are all soldiers, yet for personal gain you come to seize what rightfully belongs to me. I flew here to observe the situation, and yet you still shot at me. Is there any law left in this world? Is there any justice left? Gao Ying cursed Chen Nuo inwardly for being shameless. He had killed their people, yet he spoke as if they had no right to respond. However, other soldiers were indeed buying into this reasoning. After all, they were known as the people's soldiers. When had they ever seized resources belonging to the people? They were a group of passionate young individuals, and under Chen Nuo's rhetoric, they felt a bit flushed and embarrassed. Some had already started to murmur softly. Hey, we really have gone too far. Not only did we come to seize their belongings, but we also shot and killed them. If I were in their position, I would retaliate too. Human nature is such, when you are inflated with arrogance you feel invincible, but when someone suppresses your arrogance you start to see your true self and reflect on it. Seeing that everyone was beginning to accept his twisted logic, Chen Nuo looked back at those who had jumped the highest earlier. Although they felt a bit ashamed, how could they easily let go of the deaths of their comrades? Chen Nuo glanced at their hatred levels still high. In fact, Chen Nuo was genuinely worried that these individuals would simply relent. He needed to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. Without the chicken, no matter how passionate his words were, he wouldn't be able to truly intimidate the others. So he knowingly asked a rhetorical question. Do you really think you can let go of this hatred? Those people said nothing, merely coldly gazing at Chen Nuo, while others who had begun to internally agree with him instinctively stepped aside, clearly distinguishing themselves from those. Chen Nuo looked at the rest side and said, Hey, I could have wiped you all out directly. You should have seen that we indeed have that kind of strength. However, every time I think about how you protect your country, I hesitate. I initially wanted to. Before Chen Nuo could finish, one person from the group pointed at him and shouted, You bastard, stop pretending to be sympathetic here. The deaths of our brothers are on your head. No matter how reasonable your words sound, we can never accept them. Come on, whether you want to kill or mutilate, we will face it. Chen Nuo chuckled coldly and shook his head. Laughable, do you really think I'm saying these words for you to hear? No, you're mistaken. I'm only speaking to those who can truly identify with me. Since we are enemies, isn't death a normal occurrence? Aren't we just the ones who should be killed? Others naturally thought of themselves as the ones Chen Nuo referred to who could identify with him, and they indeed agreed with him. Since we are enemies, how can there be anyone who does not die? They had just rushed over in their vehicles to annihilate Chen Nuo and his group, right? Wasn't it only the other side that must die? What reason is there for that? Chen Nuo didn't want to say more. He waved his hand. Alright, I've said enough. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me. Kill them. The 65 people behind him immediately aimed their guns. Gao Zhen and the others instinctively tried to stop it, but the gunfire had already erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots were shocking. Although the distance was only a few dozen meters, not everyone could achieve such accuracy. Other soldiers stared in shock at the individuals falling to the ground, blood flowing from the holes in their foreheads, quickly forming pools of blood on the ground. Chen Nuo walked towards Gao Zhen, first glancing at Gao Ying and smiling. Gao Ying huffed and looked elsewhere while Chen Nuo shook his head and said to Gao Zhen, Gao Zhen, we are now in the apocalypse. The previous rules have completely changed. You should understand that the future will be chaotic. I have endless supplies while you have these brothers. Let's join forces. Wang Mei also spoke at the right moment. Xiaojin, Chen Nuo is right. If you worry that your grandfather won't agree, I can handle talking to him. Upon mentioning Gao Zhenhua, Gao Ying began to sob. Wang Mei looked at Gao Ying in confusion. Ying, you mean Gao? Gao Zhen also showed a sad expression. Aunt Wang, my grandfather didn't make it. He has turned into a zombie. Other soldiers also revealed helplessness and heartache. Chen Nuo noticed that these people respected Gao Zhen's grandfather and thought of a possibility. Cough, cough. Chen Nuo cleared his throat and then said, You haven't dealt with your grandfather right. Gao Zhen and Gao Ying looked at Chen Nuo with sadness, their faces showing confusion, not quite understanding his meaning. I mean, you haven't killed the now zombie commander Gao, have you? Gao Zhen shook his head. No, although grandfather has turned into a zombie, he is still my grandfather. He is currently trapped in the dormitory area with other zombies. Chen Nuo smiled slightly. If that's the case, perhaps I can save Commander Gao. After hearing this, Gao Ying was first taken aback, then immediately excitedly grabbed Chen Nuo's hand, her face streaked with tears as she shouted. Chen Nuo, is what you said true? Can you really save my grandfather? If you can truly save my grandfather, I will listen to you from now on. Whatever you ask of me, I will comply. Chen Nuo looked at the excited Gao Ying and couldn't help but say that the bowtie's expression transitioning from sadness to joy was indeed charming, and he teased, is it so? What do you mean by whatever you say? Are you referring to the posture? The others looked at Chen Nuo in surprise, not understanding why he would utter such brazen words. Gao Ying was stunned for a few seconds, then her face flushed with embarrassment. After Chen Nuo spoke, he felt it was going to be bad. Thinking of Gao Ying's personality, he assumed she would explode in anger. Just as he was about to explain, Gao Ying shyly said in a low voice, as long as you can truly save my grandfather, I will listen to you. This time not only was Chen Nuo stunned, but Gao Zhen was also taken aback. He had never seen Gao Ying so shy and bashful. Sister, you. Perhaps Gao Ying also felt a sense of incongruity, pretending to be angry. If you dare deceive me, even if I can't defeat you, I will make sure you regret it. Her demeanor was full of bravado, or rather fierce determination, and Chen Nuo shrugged slightly. Since that's the case, let's make this agreement. As long as I can save Commander Gao, you all will become my people from now on. I will take care of your food and shelter. You will be responsible for fighting for me. How about that? Chen Nuo's gaze swept over everyone. The world seemed to spin 360 degrees, and everyone's gaze met his. A moment of fate and choices. Gao Zhen was the first to express his agreement. Chen Nuo, like my sister, as long as you can save my grandfather, I will do whatever you say. Chen Nuo raised an eyebrow, sizing Gao Zhen up, and said playfully, are you also referring to the posture? I must tell you I am not interested in men. Gao Ying spat, secretly cursing Chen Nuo for being shameless, implying that he had an interest in her. Sure enough, there were ill intentions. The tense atmosphere among everyone was instantly broken by Chen Nuo's words, making them laugh. Seeing the atmosphere was good, Chen Nuo decided to raise his voice. Brothers, if this were a time of peace, I, Chen Nuo, would never dare to harbor such delusions. But look at you all, we have engaged in such a bloody battle purely due to our differing allegiances. Chen Nuo sighed deeply. Alas, such events will continue to occur in the future. Fortunately, we met here. Although there have been minor frictions, they have not yet led to irreversible consequences. As long as we set aside our grievances and unite, as I just mentioned, I will take care of everyone's needs, relieving you of worries while you fight for our survival. Isn't this a win-win situation? Chen Nuo's eyes gleamed with passion as he spoke, focusing particularly on those who had already altered their loyalty values. Those individuals responded to his expectations. Wang Zheng was the first to loudly echo Chen Nuo's words. What Chen Nuo said is right. The world has changed. We can only survive in this messed-up world by joining forces. I am willing to follow Chen Nuo. Other nearly 100 people began to echo Chen Nuo's sentiments. People are naturally prone to follow the crowd, and they had been teetering on the edge of hesitation. This collective response served as the final push, leading them to make a heartfelt decision, to fight without concerns. Isn't this the ideal of a soldier? Seeing that everyone agreed, Chen Nuo walked up to Gao Zhen and extended his hand. Welcome to the team. Gao Zhen hesitated for a moment, wondering if they had not agreed that they would only accept them after saving his grandfather. Young man, are you not following the code of conduct? This was merely a fleeting thought in Gao Zhen's mind. Now that the momentum was set, he reached out his hand, and they shook. Chen Nuo opened the modifier, looked at Gao Zhen's page, and directly restored the lost life points. Gao Zhen could clearly feel that he who had just been weak instantly regained his vitality. Chen Nuo smiled at him, and then turned his attention to the others who were more seriously injured, proceeding to restore their health. The sudden change shocked everyone. Chen Nuo clapped his hands to draw their attention. My current magical power is insufficient to restore everyone to full health. I can only treat those with more severe injuries first. I hope everyone can be patient. Once my magical power recovers, I will treat the injured brothers. Isn't this just giving a stick and then a sweet date? I had only heard of it before, but now I see it in action. Aren't you the one who hit them? Now you want to pretend to be a good person and win their hearts. However, people are indeed gullible. They eat this up, especially those who were just treated by Chen Nuo, whose loyalty values skyrocketed, instantly surpassing 80. Chen Nuo was surprised for a moment. Many thoughts crossed his mind. At that moment, he made a decision to establish a brainwashing department. This would be the department of correct thought, which would be greatly revered in the future. Chen Nuo glanced at the loyalty values of the others. He had to admit that once people made a choice, their thoughts would naturally lean towards that side. Everyone's loyalty values had reached around 70, which was already above the passing line. Seeing that Chen Nuo had a way to restore people instantly, Gao Jin trusted Chen Nuo's words even more, believing that his grandfather could really be saved. He excitedly asked Chen Nuo, "Chen Nu, when are we going to rescue my grandfather?" Chen Nuo thought for a moment about to speak, when Su Li spoke first. "Chen Nuo, aren't we supposed to go hunting zombies over at the university town today? This is crucial for our future development. Will going to the military district affect our plans and layout?" Gao Jun and Gao Ying became tense upon hearing Su Li's words, looking at Chen Nuo with anticipation. Chen Nuo turned to Su Li, their gazes locking, and he instantly understood. The impact on plans and layout was nonsense. Su Li was hinting to him, wanting him to make a choice in this dilemma, doing a favor for these soldiers. Without hesitation, Chen Nuo shook his head. "Sister Su, let's put the university town aside for now. Commander Gao's life is of utmost importance. Even if it affects our plans and layout, I cannot stand by idly. I have decided that since everyone has chosen to follow me, Commander Gao is not only everyone's Commander Gao, but also my Commander Gao." The others felt their blood boiling as Chen Nuo looked at Gao Jun and Gao Ying. "He is not just your grandfather, but also my grandfather." Gao Ying's face turned red as she sensed another meaning behind the word grandfather. In truth, Chen Nuo was quite clear. Even if he saved Commander Gao, what difference would it make? Directly modifying the loyalty value to full means they still had to listen to him. Indeed, the effect was remarkable. Those who originally had loyalty values above 80 instantly rose to above 85, and those around 70 also reached about 80. As for Gao Jun and Gao Ying, there was no need to mention them. Even Gao Jun thought it was a pity he was not a woman, unable to repay such great kindness. Initially, Chen Nuo planned to wait a few more hours until his magical power recovered before modifying everyone's loyalty values, and then rescuing Commander Gao. Now it was unnecessary. With a total of 1486 people having loyalty values above 80, not modifying them would not matter. Chen Nuo took the transport truck from the storage compartment and also took out many digging tools, ordering the others to dig several pits in the nearby land to bury the deceased soldiers. After everyone observed a moment of silence, Chen Nuo looked at the neatly standing soldiers. This was the foundation for him to stand in the apocalypse. With these people, they would no longer be a rabble. A surge of ambition welled up in Chen Nuo's heart as he raised his hand and waved. Gao Jin, Gao Ying, 60 troop transport vehicles roared to life. Chen Nuo first stowed the plane that had landed Su Hao to the side into his storage compartment, then stepped up to the lead vehicle. Gao Jun and Gao Ying were about to climb in to guide the way, but Chen Nuo raised a hand to stop them. "We will take the armored vehicles. Gao Jin, you sit in the passenger seat and direct." Gao Jin froze for a moment and instinctively asked, "Armored vehicles?" Chen Nuo nodded. He opened his storage compartment, located the armored vehicles, glanced at how many people were with him, and produced 5 troop armored carriers. Gao Jin stared at the 5 military armored vehicles, unsure whether he should be astonished. He was growing numb to surprises. Chen Nuo opened the modifier and looked back at the pages for Jing Tao, Wang Chun, and Song Tao. Increase armored vehicle operation proficiency attribute. A new attribute appeared, and Chen Nuo immediately raised it to the maximum 100. The 5 of them instantly felt a swell of armored vehicle operation experience enter their minds. They realized Chen Nuo had granted them a new skill. Only Song Tao was receiving an attribute for the first time. He was bewildered and at a loss, not understanding what had happened. Chen Nuo saw that Jing Tao and the other 3 had already opened their doors while Song Tao still stood dazed, so he called out, "Song Tao, go drive one of the armored vehicles too." Song Tao replied reflexively, "Brother Chen, I can't." "That should not be the case. I just added the armored vehicle operation proficiency attribute to you. You should be able to drive now, right?" Chen Nuo spoke as he glanced again at Song Tao's page. The attribute read armored vehicle operation proficiency 100, currently the maximum. Hearing Chen Nuo, Song Tao remembered how Chen Nuo had modified talents for Chong Jianjun and Tian Feng, and in an instant he understood what the influx of experience and knowledge in his mind had been. Still, he found it hard to fully believe. "Brother Chen, may I drive the vehicle you're in?" "I'm worried." Chen Nuo nodded. He did not care who drove. Everyone boarded the armored vehicles. Gao Jun took the passenger seat to guide Song Tao. Chen Nuo picked a seat at random, stretched languidly, and surveyed the interior. Not bad. Quite spacious, and the seats are comfortable. After boarding, Gao Ying had intended to sit beside Chen Nuo, but was beaten to it by Su Li and Li Shui, so she thought a moment and sat opposite him. The vehicle set off. Though Song Tao had been anxious about making mistakes, he found himself remarkably at ease with the armored vehicle. The familiarity felt almost innate. Seeing the vehicle moving, Chen Nuo asked casually, "Song Tao, not worried now, are you?" Song Tao responded with a foolish little chuckle, and Chen Nuo turned his attention to Gao Jun. "Gao Jun, how long from here to the military district?" Gao Jun thought for a moment, glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist, and replied, "Under normal conditions it would be about an hour, but now many roads are jammed with crashed vehicles. We left at dawn and kept detouring, but took nearly 3 hours to reach Ilian Songchu. If we return the same way, it will probably take over 2 hours." Chen Nuo frowned. "Does it need to take that long? Is there a faster route?" Gao Zhen shook his head and sighed. The quickest route used to be the Ring Expressway, but the highway is now clogged with vehicles and advancement is nearly impossible. Chen Nuo, hearing this, spoke immediately. Then we'll take the expressway. I can directly store the vehicles into my space. Gao Zhen was stunned, then his face lit with delight. Chief Chen, if the expressway is cleared of vehicles, we can reach the military district quickly, but is your space large enough? It might not be just dozens or hundreds of vehicles. Along that stretch there could be several thousand. Chen Nuo shrugged. Rest assured, if I said I could fit the entire world into my space, you might think I exaggerate. All I can say is that my space is boundless. Even tens of thousands of vehicles would be no problem. Gao Zhen swallowed and felt a little overawed by Chen Nuo's claim. He smacked his lips. Chief Chen, I must say your talent is astonishing, and your flair for the dramatic is even more impressive. Chen Nuo laughed and teased, then told him to guide Song Tao. Suddenly he paused, rubbing his chin with his right hand and emitting a small, thoughtful sound. Really? If I were to try to store the entire lance, would lance actually be drawn into my storage compartment? He shook his head vigorously. Whether he could ever do such a thing was uncertain, but at present he believed he could not. The key was he dared not attempt it. Not because he feared harming Lance's inhabitants, but because if he succeeded in storing the planet, what would become of him? Without Lance, might he be cast into the depths of the cosmos? The thought only muddled his mind further, so he chose not to dwell on it. Li Shui saw Chen Nuo frown in thought, and reached over to press her hand to his temple, gently massaging him. Chen Nuo leaned into Li Shui, and with hands that were not entirely restrained rested them on her thigh, and stroked lightly. Across from them, Gao Ying's expression changed in an instant when she saw the scene. She glared at the intimate pair, her breathing growing heavier. Chen Nuo, you. I thought I had misunderstood you before, now it seems you are truly contemptible. Chen Nuo was taken aback by Gao Ying's sudden reproach. He paused, looked at her angry face, understood what she meant, and slowly sat up straighter. Gao Ying, I know that since we met at the restaurant in Nanha City, you have harbored misunderstandings about me. That woman once was my girlfriend, we were even discussing marriage. But she cheated. This I saw with my own eyes, I did not wrongly accuse her. Gao Ying was stunned. She clearly remembered Chen Nuo and Guanning reconciling at the restaurant. Her brow knit as she tried to make sense of it. Had they made up and then split again, and now he had a new girlfriend? Chen Nuo observed Gao Ying's puzzled expression and assumed she did not believe him. He pointed at Su Li and said, if you don't believe me, ask Sister Su. That woman's affair was with Zusig's husband. Su Li, who had been watching the spectacle, was taken aback. She had never imagined the gossip would touch her so directly. She stared blankly at Chen Nuo. Feeling Su Li's gaze, Chen Nuo remembered he had never told her about this matter. Even Zhang Yu had only learned that he was Guanning's boyfriend as he was dying. Sister Su, I originally did not intend to bring this up. Words slipped out in the moment. Since it's out, there is nothing to hide. Guanning was my ex. Do you remember that live broadcast? The female lead was Guanning. Su Li showed little outward reaction. If anything, she was mildly surprised. Her brow tightened as she looked at Chen Nuo and asked, so then, little brother, are you with me to take revenge on him? Chen Nuo met Su Li's eyes. He knew how sensitive women could be about such things. He shrugged slightly. Sister Su, our meeting was a coincidence. What followed can only be called destiny. I thank heaven for letting me meet you. As for revenge, I believe I should thank him. If not for him, I would never have seen Guanning's true face. If not for him, who would have taught me to cherish you? How else could I have gained you? Thinking that through, he felt he truly ought to thank the man. After he spoke, he recalled Jiang Ye's corpse still in the storage compartment and resolved to give him a burial later as a small gesture of gratitude. Putting aside that Su Li was moved by Chen Nuo's words, Gao Ying opposite them was left utterly bewildered. Her heart ached at the realization that Chen Nuo and Su Li shared a deep connection. At first, upon hearing Su Li, Gao Ying had thought she had indeed misunderstood Chen Nuo and that her unwarranted attack had been excessive. But now, looking from Li Shui to Su Li, she could not help but think that in just a few days this man had taken more than one new companion. You. A ringtone chimed. You are far ahead, still far ahead. Chen Nuo's phone buzzed. He pulled it out to see who was calling. Gao Ying, teetering on the edge of fury, watched Chen Nuo reach for the call and reluctantly stifled her anger. She was surprised. Weren't most phones supposed to be unusable? Hello? Su Hao, what's up? Brother Chen, the vehicles behind us are moving very slowly. They can't keep up. Chen Nuo made an inquisitive sound, puzzled. We're not driving fast. Gao Zhen understood immediately. He glanced at the instrument panel in Song Tao's vehicle. Earlier, he had wondered why Chen Nuo's armored vehicle's gauges looked perfectly normal. Leader Chen, the dashboards on our troop carriers are all broken, so everyone's driving by feel. That makes them reluctant to go fast. Chen Nuo frowned when he heard this. Such a problem would severely hamper their speed. He thought for a moment, and then reached into his inventory for an old phone. He inspected the phone while speaking to Su Hao. Su Hao, I understand. He'll have Song Tao pull over, wait until the vehicles behind have caught up, and have them hold position. He'll come back in a bit. Song Tao heard Chen Nuo and slowed to a stop. Chen Nuo ended the call, then looked at the old phone and opened his. The phone could not power on it. Critical components were damaged, the description said. Chen Nuo read the status and murmured, "Normally the modifier can even alter a person's attributes. I once modified the carrier's network controller range. By that logic, it should be able to repair these damaged items as well." He pressed the power button and the phone did not start. He glanced at the device description on the back and then checked his magical energy 1453-024-5800. Although there were no editable numeric fields, he simply changed the description. The phone can be powered on and used normal. A soft hum sounded as his magic dipped briefly. The decrease in his magical energy was almost imperceptible. Chen Nuo estimated it had cost only about 10 units of power. He pressed the power button again. Gowing watched him with puzzled curiosity, and then in the next instant, she gasped. The phone's screen lit up. What? How did you do that?" Chen Nuo teased, meeting Gao Ying's astonished eyes. "If you speak to me nicely from now on without barbs, I'll tell you." Gowing snorted and shot him a sidelong glance before looking away. Chen Nuo saw the expression and smiled inward. If Su Hao's call had not come at just the right moment, Gao Ying would have erupted. Chen Nuo had felt her anger. He thought she was being presumptuous. Who he chose to be with was none of her concern. He had pried a little into Gao Ying's mind to see what she truly thought. If she had been unreasonable, even if she were Gao Zhen's sister, he would have given her a stern lesson. But instead he found himself unexpectedly stung. Gao Ying caught Chen Nuo looking at her with a half-smile. "You stinky Chen Nuo, you have your arms around everyone. So annoying. Keep looking at me, and I'll hit you." Her thoughts had been laid bare. Seeing Gao Ying on the verge of exploding, Chen Nuo looked away and stretched. "They'll go to the back and check those dashboards. I should be able to restore them." Saying that, Chen Nuo bent and rose to his feet. Gao Ying wanted to follow and see for herself, so she hunched and trailed behind him. Suddenly Chen Nuo stopped, and Gao Ying bumped her forehead against his waist. "What are you doing?" Chen Nuo turned to her and scratched his face with his right index finger. "May I?" Gao Ying did not immediately catch his meaning and frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Chen Nuo grinned and waved, then handed the phone to Gao Ying. "Literally what it sounds like. Here, the phone is yours." He said it and stepped out of the vehicle. Gao Ying accepted the offered phone, her heart softening. Su Li smiled, and as Gao Ying turned to get out, Su Li cast a meaning-filled glance back at her. Chen Nuo meant, "Can you? Welcome aboard." Su Li emphasized the suggestive verb, and Gao Ying's face flushed instantly. Li Shui smiled kindly at Gao Ying as she also disembarked. Everyone got out of the vehicles. Gao Zhen came over to the dazed Gao Ying as if to offer comfort when she suddenly murmured softly, "If you really can save my grandfather, I will reluctantly." "Agree," Gao Ying said, delighted, and stepped down. Left inside the vehicle were a bewildered Gao Zhen and a surprised Song Tao. "I have to admit, Leader Chen's charm is irresistible. Maybe he modified his own charm value. It's possible. Later I'll ask him for a buff for myself." Gao Zhen watched Song Tao get out, and after a momentary stunned expression broke into a smile. "In this in-torn world, strong men having several women is nothing new. If my sister can go with him, perhaps it's not so bad. I just hope his other women won't bully her." The convoy had stopped. From a distance, the line of vehicles looked like a long dragon. Though this was the suburbs and zombies were not numerous, the long stretch and clamor drew dozens of zombies slowly toward the convoy. Chen Nuo glanced at the approaching undead and addressed Chang Jianjun. "Brother Chang, your third squad, clear those zombies. Jingtao, you guys come with them and explain the magic crystal core situation." He raised his hand, and a dozen bound magic constructs materialized, weapon-class constructs. At his command, they transformed into arms and blades. "Take these weapons, they will make it easier to extract the magic crystal cores." Jingtao and the others nodded, grabbed the weapons, and moved toward the distant zombies. Object-type bound constructs can be used by others only with the owner's consent. If they are damaged in another's hands, only the owner can repair them with magical energy. Chen Nuo approached the lead troop carrier and opened his modifier. The carrier was a primary troop transport for the nation, slightly damaged, but still operable, the description read. He extended the modifier's range to cover all the vehicles. The vehicle information was largely similar, even if some differed. Chen Nuo set them all to the same operational parameters. He modified one truck first to see how much magical energy restoring a vehicle would consume. A faint hum and a pleased expression crossed his face. He did not expect the energy cost to be slightly less than for the phone. How much exactly he could not determine precisely. It must relate to precision. Phones are small but far more complex and technologically advanced than a vehicle's dashboard. This was only Chen Nuo's conjecture. Gunshots rang in the distance. He shrugged off the puzzlement. With the modifier, he had the why mattered little. Soon Jingtao and the others returned. They handed Chen Nuo 85 magic crystal cores, which he accepted without ceremony and stowed in his inventory. All the vehicles started again. With the dashboards restored, the soldiers witnessed Chen Nuo's power and marvel once more. Their loyalty rose again, now above 85. In this way, the convoy quickly reached the highway entrance. All vehicles halted, and the people gathered behind. Chen Nuo looked up. Vehicles were jammed together in dense clusters, and who knew how many zombies were trapped among them? His eyes shone with fierce light as he laughed with excitement. "Brothers, our hunt begins." Everyone erupted in cheers standing there as 1552 individuals, truly evoking the feeling of two armies facing off. Chen Nuo did not provide them with their previous weapons. Instead, he equipped them all with standardized M16 rifles, each with 5 magazines and 150 rounds of ammunition. Once everything was ready, Chen Nuo looked toward the vehicles that had collided ahead the barricade, covering 2458 meters in front of him. It's finally about to begin. Buzz, a large area of the highway entrance was instantly cleared, which is not entirely accurate. There were countless zombies slowly rising from the ground, densely packed, not fewer in number than those on Chen Nuo's side. Although they were all zombies, they were not mere dead things. Chen Nuo retracted the vehicles into the barricade, causing the zombies to tumble out. Since it was a highway surrounding the city, most of the vehicles were private cars. Chen Nuo couldn't understand why these people didn't return home at such a late hour. What were they running back and forth for? In fact, this was still a small number. With a population of over 10 million in Nanhai City, even a tiny proportion would amount to a significant figure. Just now, Chen Nuo had collected vehicles within 200 meters into the barricade. A quick glance revealed at least 1,000 cars. Thus, assuming an average of 3 people per vehicle, the number of zombies was clearly greater than that on Chen Nuo's side. The zombies were surging towards them, and Chen Nuo watched calmly, waving his hand. Free fire. Jing Tao and the others immediately became excited, raising their rifles to aim ahead. The soldiers were eager to show Chen Nuo their shooting skills, waiting for the zombies to enter the optimal shooting range. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out, and the soldiers couldn't help but smirk coldly. They all carried a sense of pride and defiance. If it weren't for the previous disparity in weapons, they wouldn't have lost so miserably, attributing their earlier failure to the weapons. The zombies were still 200 to 300 meters away. Yet those people started shooting, clearly showing they were novices. If this were a contest against humans, such a distance would be acceptable. The key was that the current target was zombies. They had already tested that only headshots could take them down. They were not rookies, they were seasoned veterans. Even they needed to be closer to ensure a headshot. However, they soon set aside their underestimation and began to find good shooting positions. The notion of the optimal shooting range was dismissed. They only wanted to claim a few kills, but that was a futile wish, as Jing Tao and the others left no opportunities. Only Wang Zheng, using a sniper rifle with special abilities, managed to snatch 2 kills by luck. The 1486 soldiers looked at the ground filled with zombies, each shot resulting in a headshot, the blood-soaked ground deeply stimulating their hearts. Chen Nuo merely glanced at them before turning to Gao Zhen, who was stunned in shock. Gao Zhen, go lead them to collect the magic crystals from the zombies' heads. Gao Zhen nodded, snapping out of it. With a command, all the soldiers stepped forward, passing by Jing Tao and the others with incredulous expressions, their eyes darting briefly over them. Brother Chen, they seemed to be a bit dumbfounded. Zhao Wei said excitedly, watching Gao Zhen and the others bending down to collect the magic crystals. Chen Nuo closed his mind's eye and smiled, saying, "Don't be complacent. Your performance this time is quite a shock to them. They were still somewhat proud before, but now they are completely subdued." Gowing did not go to collect the magic crystals. She stood beside Chen Nuo, listening to his words, and remarked, "Whoever sees your shooting skills would lose all sense of pride. But I want to know how you managed to do it." Chen Nuo looked at Gowing with a smile that was not quite a smile. "That's a secret," Gowing huffed. "If you don't want to say, then I'm not interested in knowing." Su Li lightly pushed Chen Nuo, and then explained to Gowing, who was immediately astonished upon hearing. "Modify everything. Just you. On what grounds?" Chen Nuo shrugged, slightly recalling his past experiences with the modifier, jokingly saying, "On what grounds? Maybe my experiences move the heavens." Gowing directly countered. "What kind of experiences could possibly move the heavens? Stop boasting. I think you just had a stroke of luck." Chen Nuo was not angry. He sensed Gao Ying's feelings clearly. She belonged to that type of person who didn't know how to express her emotions and resorted to sarcasm, but she cared deeply inside. "Say whatever you want. I can't be bothered." Chen Nuo looked into the distance. Gao Zhen and the others were already returning. As he received the magic crystals they brought back, he directly modified their loyalty values to a full 100 using the modifier. Since everyone's loyalty values were above 90, he only needed about 100 magic power to complete all the modifications, and he also granted each of them a lock state. A total of 2965 magic crystals, which meant that Chen Nuo would awaken 2965 new magical. Now that everyone's loyalty values were maxed out, Chen Nuo decided not to hide it anymore. He was ready to inject some vitality into these soldiers. Thus, Chen Nuo happily said, "Brothers, you all saw the shooting skills of these people beside me, right? Are their shooting skills impressive?" Chen Nuo had no intention of letting them respond, and went straight to the point. "What if I told you that the vast majority of them had never touched a gun as ordinary people this morning? Would you believe it?" "What? That's impossible. Such excellent shooting skills cannot be achieved without years of practice, with every shot hitting the target." It seemed impossible to them, as they had already checked that the zombies had no gunshot wounds anywhere except for the bullet holes left on their heads, which meant thousands of people began to murmur, sounding like a swarm of flies, making it quite uncomfortable. Chen Nuo raised his hand, and everyone instinctively closed their mouths. You are all my brothers, my family. I Chen Nuo have no need to deceive you. They were indeed ordinary people before. You all know that it is impossible for individuals to possess firearms in Huahua, not to mention long-term training, which is even more impossible. The reason they have become so powerful is simply that I enhanced some attributes for them, allowing them to instantly transform into masters of firearms. Indeed, you heard right, it's enhancing attributes. This is closely related to my talent. My talent is to modify everything, allowing skills one never would have mastered to be modified into fully proficient skills. Of course, this is also why I dare to say I can save Commander Gao, because in my view everything in the world is merely a series of data. As long as my magic power is sufficient, I believe I can modify anything. Chen Nuo gave them a few seconds to digest that information before continuing. The reason I'm telling you this is to offer you a reward. This reward is that you can use 10 magic crystals to enhance one attribute to its maximum value, such as gun proficiency, that can instantly transform someone into a master shooter. As expected, everyone became excited, not only those soldiers, but even Su Hao eagerly asked, "Brother Chen, can we?" Chen Nuo smiled and nodded. "Of course, as long as you are my family and brothers with 10 magic crystals, you can have me enhance the attributes you desire." Chen Nuo was delighted inside. 10 magic crystals could allow him to awaken 10 magical talents, increase his psychic power by 10 points, and also boost his magical power limit by 1000. Enhancing one of their maximum attributes only consumed 100 magic power, making it an incredible bargain. Let's set off. The rewards have been given. Whether you can obtain them depends on everyone's capabilities. The convoy started again on the highway, and Chen Nuo sat facing Su Li Shui and Gao Ying, casting a meaningful glance at Gao Ying. This woman took over Chen Nuo's seat as soon as she got on the bus, and as for her thoughts, she was secretly pleased, as if she had gained some advantage. Chen Nuo sighed and raised his hand, summoning a large white bowl into his palm. Gao Ying asked with a grin. Chen Nuo ignored her. He had seen through it. Gao Ying, who usually seemed cold and straightforward, was actually quite chatty when it came to matters of affection. Chen Nuo took a large handful of magic crystal cores from the bag and tossed them into the bowl, then poured a stream of water into it. Gao Ying watched intently, as if it were a magic show. Chen Nuo reached into the bowl, washing the magic crystal cores carefully, then he took 6 or 7 and stuffed them into his mouth. Perhaps he put in a bit too much, as he gagged slightly. Gao Ying, not yet aware that magic crystal cores could be eaten, was immediately startled. "Chen Nuo, are you trying to get yourself killed? Can you eat this?" Upon hearing Gao Ying's words, Chen Nuo decided to tease her and pretended to choke, grabbing his neck with both hands and opening his mouth in silent agony, and surprisingly, it looked quite convincing. Gao Ying hurried to Chen Nuo's side, patting his back. "What are you doing? Why would you swallow so much? Look, if you choke to death, what am I supposed to do?" Gao Ying was panicking a bit, and Chen Nuo paused his actions, wondering if he had gone too far with the joke. Her expression didn't seem to indicate she was pretending, but could such a poor performance fool her? He remembered this woman was quite astute. She had been a logical genius before. Gao Zhen couldn't bear to watch anymore. He felt a headache coming on. Did women really become foolish when it came to love? "Silly girl, can't you see? Chen Nuo is just messing with you." Gao Ying's anxious expression suddenly froze. Looking at Chen Nuo, who was awkwardly staring at her, she felt relieved and patted her own impressive features. "Is it fake? This is so great. Chen Nuo, your act is so convincing. I was totally fooled." Chen Nuo, who had initially felt awkward, found his expression enriching. Wasn't this woman supposed to explode in anger? He cleared his throat, smiled at Gao Ying, and changed the subject. "By the way, Gao Ying, do you have any magical affinities you want? I can modify them for you." Gao Ying immediately perked up. Her magical affinity was a very ordinary material type, and she hadn't had the time to consider her own talents due to her grandfather's matters. Who wouldn't want to awaken a powerful magical affinity? "Chen Nuo, can it be anything?" Chen Nuo shook his head. "It must be one that I possess, like Su Jie's water element, Li Shui's ice element, and your brother Gao Zhen's wind element. You can share your ideas, and I'll see if I have it here." Gao Ying wasn't interested in these elemental magical affinities, as she thought for a moment, and said, "Chen Nuo, do you have any abilities that allow for flight? I've always wanted to fly freely like a bird." Upon hearing this, Chen Nuo thought of angelic-type magic. He directly opened the modifier, looked at Gao Ying, and her page appeared. He changed her magical affinity to angel, costing 100 points of magic. "All done. Your magical affinity is now angel. When you activate your magical affinity, 2 white wings will sprout from your back." Gao Ying looked at Chen Nuo in astonishment. That was so quick. Saying this, she activated her magical affinity. Chen Nuo hurriedly tried to stop her. "Don't. It was already too late." Rip. The sound of clothes tearing. Chen Nuo quickly took out a coat from the bag and draped it over Gao Ying. His speed was so quick that the others didn't have time to see anything. However, those nearby were not so lucky. Gao Ying's wings were quite large when spread out. Su Li and Li Shui were the first to bear the brunt. Gao Ying also sensed something was wrong immediately and quickly retracted her wings. She looked gratefully at Chen Nuo. If he hadn't quickly covered her, she would have been exposed. Gao Ying immediately apologized to Su Li and the others. Everyone understood it was an unintentional mistake, so they didn't say much. Gao Ying sighed. If only there were a piece of clothing that allowed the wings to spread freely. Chen Nuo thought for a moment, then raised his hand, summoning a white backless dress into everyone's view. Here were this backless dress. This way you won't have to worry about your clothes being torn. You can pair it with a jacket during normal time. This dress was one of Chen Nuo's magical affinities. Even if the dress were damaged, he could repair it with magic at any time. Moreover, the quality of magical clothing would definitely surpass that of ordinary clothes. The men all looked away as Gao Ying hurriedly changed into the dress, but Chen Nuo felt a wave of heat. It turned out that the magical affinity would reflect everything about Gao Ying into Chen Nuo's mind, as if he were looking at her naked. All changed. Chen Nuo turned around, instinctively swallowing hard, as Su Li and Li Shui looked at him with amused expressions. Gao Ying also noticed Chen Nuo's awkward appearance and surprisingly asked, "Does it look good?" Chen Nuo recalled the curves and depths in his mind, and hurriedly shook his head, clearing his throat. "Cough, it's okay, I guess." Haha. Gao Ying was overjoyed, and Chen Nuo glanced at Su Li and Li Shui, awkwardly smiling as he quickly dispelled the images in his mind. Chen Nuo pretended nothing had happened and continued to toss magic crystal cores into his mouth 5 at a time. In a minute, he could awaken 50 or 60 magical affinities. The vehicle had barely driven for 5 minutes before it stopped again. This time Chen Nuo did not get off. He opened the bag and reached forward, his eyes peering through the car window as he gathered all the vehicles within 2,000 meters into the bag. As for the zombies, weren't they all rushing forward with a roar? Clap, clap, clap. Inside the car, only Chen Nuo was left, devouring magic crystal cores. Outside, the sound of gunfire was dense. In the realm of his spiritual domain, lights began to appear above, quickly reaching 2,999 points. Chen Nuo took out 5 more magic crystal cores and tossed them into his mouth, but this time he truly choked because 4 of them didn't dissolve in his mouth. He hurriedly spat them out, puzzled, when suddenly his brain shook violently, and his consciousness instantly descended into the realm of his spiritual domain. Chen Nuo looked at the myriad lights like watching the stars in the galaxy. The sky blazed brightly as the countless specks of light began to show signs of movement, and Chen Nuo was shocked, not knowing what was happening. 3,000 magical spaces resonated, and the 2,999 bright points started to slowly rotate around the bright point of the modifier. At a glance, it resembled a galaxy, with the bright point of the modifier at the center of the galaxy. Chen Nuo's consciousness returned, and he was drenched in sweat. At this moment, Su Li and the others had also returned, and Gao Ying excitedly shouted, "Chen Nuo, the feeling of soaring in the sky is just too. What happened to you?" Chen Nuo waved his hand, then leaned back in the chair, exhaling a breath of turbid air, feeling an unprecedented sense of relaxation in both body and mind. He first glanced at the anxious Gao Ying, then at the equally worried Su Li and Li Shui, making a funny face to reassure him. "Fine. It must have been a side effect of my mental strength breaking through to a certain stage, but it's already passed." Su Li frowned slightly. "Are you really okay? Don't force yourself." Chen Nuo smiled slightly, spreading his hands. "Would I lie to you? Just like you felt pain when advancing to the 2nd tier as a mage, didn't you? My situation is probably similar. But weren't you unable to advance?" Chen Nuo found himself a bit confused, not expecting such a commotion from breaking through 3,000 in mental strength. What is a 2nd tier mage? Is it a realm? Seeing that Chen Nuo was indeed fine, Gao Ying set her worries aside, and she became interested in the 2nd tier mage mentioned by the two. Chen Nuo nodded. "Yes, a mage refers to us awakened individuals with extraordinary abilities. You should know that our powers start with a little figure, which is the mage. Your current realm is a 1st tier mage, while Su Jie and Li Shui have already advanced to the 2nd tier, so they are now 2nd tier mages. As for how to advance, you just need to consume magic crystals." Gao Ying's interest surged after understanding. "Chen Nuo, I just tested my angel flight ability, but the only flaw is that my stamina isn't sufficient. If I advance to the 2nd tier, or even higher, will I be able to fly freely in the future?" Chen Nuo hadn't had the chance to test the angel mage aspect these past few days, so he wasn't very clear on the situation, but he thought that stamina should be related to strength and physique. After Su Li and Li Shui advanced, their basic attributes had increased by 2 to 3 times, so Gao Ying's thought was not unfounded. Advancing would indeed improve her stamina. At this moment, Chen Nuo also thought that if others used magic crystals to advance, he would lose quite a few magic crystals. Thus, he subconsciously wanted to get out of the car to inform everyone, but something miraculous happened. Chen Nuo was stunned as scenes from outside appeared in his mind, and he could see everyone's actions clearly. He hurriedly got out of the car to check if the scene outside matched the one in his mind. Once he got out, the people who had been standing casually all stood at attention. Chen Nuo's gaze swept over everyone, and then he burst into laughter. Gao Zhen was about to hand the magic crystals to Chen Nuo when Chen Nuo's sudden laughter left him momentarily bewildered. After laughing for a good 10 seconds, Chen Nuo gradually subdued his mirth, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Gao Zhen. Gao Zhen handed the bag in his hand to Chen Nuo. "There are 3,869 magic crystals in total, most of which are from Jingtao and the others. We only have 356 here." Chen Nuo nodded, accepted the bag without counting, and directly stored it in his inventory. Alright, let's continue. Chen Nuo turned to return to the car. He wanted to continue consuming magic crystals to see if there would be any. Previously using the inventory to collect items required Chen Nuo to see them or physically touch them, but now it was different. As long as they were within his mental range, he could directly collect them into the inventory. Chen Nuo turned to look at Gaozhen. Is there something else? Gaozhen seemed a bit embarrassed, opening his mouth, but unsure how to begin. Chen Nuo patted his shoulder. Just speak your mind. Oh, we're not strangers. Gaozhen nodded in agreement. Chen Nuo, we want to use those 356 magic crystals to increase the firearm proficiency attributes of 35 people first. As you saw, Jing Tao and the others are only 65 people while we. In total there are 1486 people, but we can't compete with them. With these 365 crystals, so many people have already opened fire from a distance. Chen Nuo was taken aback. He looked up at Jing Tao and the others, who also seemed a bit embarrassed, realizing that their actions had indeed been rather greedy. But what could they do? Getting headshots. With every shot there may be 3,000 to 4,000 zombies, but each person only gets one clip of bullets. What could they do? Chen Nuo withdrew his gaze from Jing Tao and the others, and a question arose in his mind. How do you distinguish who hit what? It's bullets, not arrows, and they don't have names on them. Gaozhen scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Chen Nuo, I just asked Jing Tao and the others one by one how many shots they fired and how many bullets they used. Then subtracting their bullet count gives us ours. Chen Nuo was surprised, never expecting him to use this method. Will this calculation be accurate? Will others accept it? Gaozhen confidently replied. It's extremely accurate. As long as they shoot, it will definitely be a headshot. If others don't believe it, there's nothing they can do. After all, strength speaks for itself. Chen Nuo could only nod. Alright, you don't need to choose 35 people anymore. It feels like I'm taking advantage of you. Just directly choose 36. Gaozhen hadn't thought about anyone taking advantage, but upon hearing Chen Nuo say this, he figured it was better to have some. Soon 36 people were selected, and Gaozhen gave a lengthy speech indicating that the others had let go of the magic crystals to help them increase their firearm proficiency, and once they became sharpshooters they would be responsible for helping others gain that attribute as well. The convoy set off again, and Chen Nuo sat in the car indifferent, continuously stuffing magic crystals into his mouth. Oddly, the magic crystals melted into a mysterious energy that entered his brain domain, opening up a magical space. Though it appeared to enter his mouth, it had nothing to do with his stomach. The car traveled a considerable distance before stopping again. Chen Nuo didn't even lift his head. A large area in front was cleared, and everyone rushed out of the vehicle, followed by a thunderous sound of gunfire. Soon Gaozhen returned with magic crystals, this time having already rounded up people in advance, and indeed there were 36 sharpshooters among them, significantly increasing their harvest. This time there were a total of 2,675 crystals, considerably less than the last time, with 938 magic crystals acquired by Gaozhen's 36 people. Chen Nuo looked at the 94 people Gaozhen brought, increased their attributes, and then explained to them that consuming magic crystals could lead to upgrades. Chen Nuo offered them a 10 discount, meaning that instead of the usual 10 magic crystals needed to upgrade, only 9 magic crystals would suffice on his side. In this way they not only saved 1 magic crystal, but also didn't waste the 10-minute waiting time, making everyone. At the same time, from the 10 magic crystals being reduced to 9, they speculated that for increasing attributes 10 magic crystals would exchange for a full value attribute, and Chen Nuo must have made some sacrifices for them. In an instant the gratitude of all the soldiers surged to a peak. Their gazes towards Chen Nuo were filled with admiration. On the subsequent journey the vehicle stopped twice more. By the end of this highway trip, Chen Nuo had accumulated a total of 15,171 magic crystals. It took over 2 hours, which wasn't much faster than the original route Gaozhen mentioned, but they had cleared the highway. A total of 519 soldiers increased their firearm proficiency attributes, and due to the increase in numbers, Jing Tao and the others only obtained a little over 1,500 magic crystals in the last 2 stops. Southern River Military District. In a room, Su Shilong looked down at Cheng Weigua, who was severely injured, and didn't glance at Su Shilong, instead staring at a young man beside him. Lu Feng, I Cheng Weigua must have been blind to promote you to my side, only to find out that you colluded with Su Shilong against me. Lu Feng remained expressionless as if he hadn't heard Cheng Weigua's words, and Su Shilong laughed sinisterly. Old Cheng, haven't you noticed yet? Lu Feng is not the same as he used to be. Cheng Weigua sensed something was off, noticing the vacant gaze in Lu Feng's eyes, and suddenly looked at Su Shilong. What have you done? Su Shilong danced with excitement. Old Cheng, since you're going to die anyway, there's no harm in telling you. My ability allows me to manipulate people's thoughts. Initially I wanted to control Gaozhen, but clearly you pose a greater threat, so I sent Gaozhen away and dealt with you first. Once Gaozhen returns, I'll quietly deal with him too, and this army will belong to me alone. Cheng Weigua gritted his teeth. Su Shilong, you despicable scoundrel, you will not succeed. Su Shilong shrugged nonchalantly. Hell, Old Cheng, that's not something for you to worry about. Lu Feng, raise your gun and escort your most esteemed superior on his final journey. Bang! A gunshot rang out as Su Shilong yelled, "Help! Lu Feng has gone mad. He actually killed Old Cheng." Many people rushed in, and Su Shilong pointed at Lu Feng coldly saying, "Old Cheng treated him like a son, and he actually killed Old Cheng. Everyone obey orders and execute Lu Feng on the spot to avenge Old Cheng." Lu Feng was shot dead without moving an inch, and Su Shilong walked out of the room in high spirits looking up at the sky, with his eyes slightly squinted. Now only Gao Zhen is left. Su Shilong walked forward with his men when a soldier jogged up to him. "Report Chief Su. Captain Dong, we sent me to inform you that all the personnel under Advisor Chen Nuo have been surrounded just waiting for you to come." Su Shilong nodded past by the soldier, but suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. "What did you just call me?" The young soldier was taken aback, then stood at attention, and replied, "Report Chief Su." Su Shilong made a sound of acknowledgement. He glanced at his trusted aide and raised an eyebrow as a subtle hint, then turned to walk forward. The soldier prepared to follow, but was blocked by others. Smack! "You have no sense at all. This is our Commander Su, not just Advisor Su. Move!" The young soldier fell to the ground, quietly perishing. Geng Ji quickly caught up, with Su Shilong approaching him and speaking softly. "Commander Su, that person just went mad for some reason, pulled out a gun, and shot himself. What is going on in this world? Why do people act so recklessly?" Upon hearing Geng Ji address him as Commander Su, Su Shilong smiled broadly. "Geng Ji, this is truly unacceptable. In our army, ideological training must keep up. We cannot let our comrades have psychological barriers. You should visit the lower ranks more often to see if there are others with psychological issues. After all, the world has changed, and it is normal for many to feel despondent." Geng Ji immediately understood. "Commander Su, rest assured, I will eliminate the unhealthy tendencies within the army and protect you." Su Shilong snorted. "What do you mean for me? This is the atmosphere that should exist in the army. Remember, we are always the people's soldiers." Geng Ji quickly stood at attention. "Commander Su is right. EUI will strengthen ideological education to ensure that everyone continues to serve the people under your leadership." They soon arrived in front of Donghui. Su Shilong looked up at the 100 or 200 people before him and cried out, "Comrades, my old friend Chen Nuo was unfortunately killed by Lu Feng. I am deeply saddened. I have already avenged my friend by killing Lu Feng. I know you were all his former subordinates, which is why I gathered you here." "Impossible. Lu Feng could never have killed the old commander. Advisor Su, are you mistaken?" Su Shilong narrowed his eyes at the speaker. "Do you think I would lie to you? As the highest leader of the current army, would I deceive our comrades?" Su Shilong said, then glanced at Geng Ji and spoke meaningfully. "Geng Ji, this comrade has a problem with his thoughts. Shouldn't you take some action?" Geng Ji understood and walked directly up to the man. "What do you want? The old commander must have been harmed by you, and then you framed Lu Feng." Su Shilong looked coldly at the man, truly surprised that someone was so unafraid of death. Geng Ji observed this man, who was even more upright than his own name, drew his gun and fired. Bang! The man fell to the ground, eyes wide open, blood gushing out, spreading on the ground, a shocking sight. The others were momentarily stunned, perhaps intimidated by the guns surrounding them. They dared not act recklessly. "Report Commander Su, another comrade has broken down emotionally and committed suicide by gunshot." Su Shilong sighed deeply. "So what is going on?" "Geng Ji, you must accelerate the pace of ideological construction. We cannot allow our comrades to die without understanding." The nearly 200 people saw that Su Shilong and the others were no longer pretending and openly disregarding human life. All were filled with righteous indignation, but under the threat of the opposing force, they could only harbor anger without speaking. Su Shilong looked at them. Their evident anger sparked a killing intent within him. He steeled his heart and smiled. "Geng Ji, I'll leave these comrades to you. Remember, do not be lenient in educating their thoughts. This concerns the purity of our army." Donghui glanced at Geng Ji, surprised that this fierce-looking Geng Ji could be so ruthless, but he quickly understood Su Shilong's intention. Su Shilong turned around. Donghui raised his hand, and all the guns were aimed at these people. Those people understood what was about to happen. Between life and death, one can see a person's true heart. Some remain calm in the face of danger, showing a certain bravado about death. Others tremble in fear, at a loss for what to do, and some kneel down, pleading for mercy. Geng Ji saw those begging for mercy and shouted loudly, "Report Commander Su, someone has had a change of heart. I request to give them a chance for redemption." Su Shilong smiled lightly, not even turning back. "Granted." In that moment, Su Shilong truly felt the power of authority. A single word could determine life and death, a feeling that could not be shared with outsiders. In fact, there were still nearly 3,000 people in the army, while Su Shilong's diehard followers numbered only 300 to 400. The rest were the type who followed whoever was in charge. Seeing that there were no more pleas for mercy, Geng Ji was not prepared to wait any longer. Just as he was about to give the order to fire, a person suddenly ran over. "Report Advisor Su Gaozhen has returned." Su Shilong made a sound of acknowledgement, murmuring softly, "Why is he back so soon?" At this moment, it was not the time to think about this. He looked up at Geng Ji, who was also looking at him. "Geng Ji, we cannot kill them now, or the gunshots might attract Gaozhen's attention. We cannot take that risk. First let's lock them up. After we deal with Gao Zhan, we can deal with them later. By the way, lock this comrade up with them. The convoy stopped at the military district entrance, and Chen Nuo stood at the door, his consciousness covering everything within a 10,000-meter radius. Indeed, Chen Nuo's current mental strength has reached a terrifying 10112. Along the way, he had consumed a total of 7654 magical crystal cores. Now he had awakened a total of 10104 magical talents, and his mental ocean was filled with sparkling points revolving slowly around his center. Although his mental strength had increased significantly, Chen Nuo did not feel the same sense of breakthrough he had felt when his mental strength reached 3000. Within the range of his consciousness, he directly acquired the magical talents of everyone, including seeing Su Shilong and the others in action. He saw some kneeling and begging for mercy, a smile appearing on his face. Indeed, wherever there are people, there is a world of intrigue. Gao Zhan heard Chen Nuo's words, and although he did not understand their meaning, he sighed, helplessly thinking of the power struggles among the high ranks in the army. Chief Chen, you make a valid point. The army is not what it used to be. Chen Nuo did not hold back and spoke directly. Gao Zhan, I did not come here just to rescue your grandfather. I will also directly incorporate all the soldiers here. I do not have time to deal with the entanglements of the weak. You understand, right? Before Gao Zhan could respond, Chen Nuo continued, whether you understand or not, I will do this, so, if you don't understand, just figure out a way to convince yourself. In just a few minutes, several cars could be seen approaching in the distance. They were not moving quickly, and several teams of orderly soldiers were jogging behind the cars. The cars stopped, Su Shilong got out, and the soldiers behind him quickly formed ranks, looking quite imposing. Chen Nuo shrugged, a teasing smile on his face as he walked over. Come on, let us see what kind of performance this person will bring us in the end. Su Shilong glanced over the armed troops behind him, his confidence swelling. Then he turned his gaze toward Gao Zhan, thinking to himself, once Gao Zhan was dealt with, absolute control over the entire military force would be his. A genial smile spread across his face as he called out warmly from a distance. Gao Zhan, you've truly gone to great lengths this time, traveling so far to transport those supplies. If Commander Gao were still here, he'd certainly reprimand me for burdening you so heavily. Look at me growing old and rambling pointlessly. Gao Zhan, a man of straightforward military discipline, seemed not to grasp Su Shilong's veiled meaning. Yet Chen Nuo interjected, untimely and incisive. Auntie Wang, you're an official. Surely his words mean that Commander Gao is gone, and now whatever you command, he must obey. Gao Zhan froze, then pondered, and realized indeed there was truth in that interpretation. Su Shilong's expression flickered with awkwardness, though his composure held firm. He turned to Chen Nuo and asked Gao Zhan with a practiced smile. Gao Zhan, may I ask, who is this young man? Gao Zhan replied with unreserved candor. Chief Su, this is Brother Chen, the very man who oversees all those supplies from Ilian warehouse. Su Shilong felt a quiet resentment, not for whose supplies they were, but whether they had arrived at all. I see. So you're Brother Chen. On behalf of the military region and the people of Nanha City, allow me to thank you in advance. Rest assured, under our stewardship, these supplies will be devoted entirely to the people's welfare. Chen Nuo clicked his tongue softly and smiled silently. Su Shilong watched that smile, and inexplicably felt a sharp sting. It was unmistakably sardonic, laced with contempt. Something amiss, Comrade Chen. Chen Nuo waved his hand dismissively. Chief Su, you jest. I dare harbor no thoughts whatsoever. Su Shilong regarded Chen Nuo with a half-smile, as if daring him. You wouldn't dare. Yet what followed made Su Shilong wonder whether he'd misheard. In your script, Brother Chen, my supplies are already yours by right. But in mine, your grand declaration is nothing more than a hollow farce. Su Shilong understood instantly this wasn't mere hesitation. It was outright refusal to comply. Yet he felt no fear. In his mind, compliance was never a matter of choice. So, you wish to test your strength against mine. Hearing Chen Nuo addressed first as Brother Chen, then Comrade Chen, and now young man, Chen Nuo gave a cold, disdainful laugh and shook his head. No, you're not even worthy. Fury erupted within Su Shilong. As a regional military authority commanding real power, he could scarcely believe he'd been mocked by an unknown youth. Then, since you seek death, don't blame me. Gung Ji Dong Hui, arrest them all. At his command, soldiers behind him leveled their rifles directly at Chen Nuo. Gao Zhan stepped forward, shielding Chen Nuo with his body. Su Shilong's brow furrowed. Gao Zhan, do you truly understand what you're doing? I am now the supreme commander of this force. Do you intend to defy my orders? Gao Zhan met his gaze without flinching. Chief Su, since when did you become the supreme commander? Do you possess formal appointment from the Central Committee? Su Shilong didn't blink. He'd rehearsed this reply long ago. Gao Zhan, I grieve deeply for your grandfather and the other senior leaders all lost. But the army cannot remain leaderless. Among current officers, Old Cheng and I hold the highest ranks. We've reached consensus. He has entrusted me with temporary supreme command. This is our unified decision. Obey Gao Zhan. Gao Zhan refused to believe it. Is that so? Sorrow darkened Su Shilong's face. Indeed, it is. Tragically, Old Cheng endured so much, only to fall victim to betrayal by his own trusted subordinate Lu Feng. Alas, I shall honor his trust and lead this army well. Chen Nuo could bear no more. His interest had evaporated. He glanced at Gao Zhen, whose stunned expression confirmed his shock at hearing of Cheng Weigua's death. Gao Zhen, if we eliminate him, does that mean the entire force falls under our command? Gao Zhen stared hard at Su Shilong, his disillusionment complete. Lu Feng killing Cheng Weigua. He didn't believe it for a second. It was Su Shilong, driven by ambition, who had murdered Cheng Weigua. Gao Zhen turned to Chen Nuo. Brother Chen, you're absolutely right. With Chief Su and Commander Cheng gone, dissent within the ranks would vanish. Well, almost entirely. Oh, are there others who might speak up? Gao Zhen pointed firmly at himself. Brother Chen, through my grandfather's legacy, I may not command universal obedience, but rallying loyal troops remains well within my reach. Su Shilong's eyes narrowed. Hearing their exchange, his fury surged beyond restraint. Gao Zhen, will you truly oppose me for this man's sake? Gao Zhen raised his hand, and behind him every soldier lifted their rifle, aiming squarely at Su Shilong and his men. The line had been irrevocably drawn. Chief Su, one thing I nearly forgot to mention. He pivoted sharply and shouted to his troops. Brothers, tell Chief Su who is your true commander today. Chen Nuo, Brother Chen. Over 1,000 voices roared in unison, a thunderclap erupting from still earth, jolting Su Shilong and his cohort to their cores. Beads of sweat broke out across Su Shilong's forehead. He swallowed hard, glancing first at Gao Zhen, then, now trapped between retreat and ruin, he knew capitulation would bring no mercy. So he unleashed his ability, directly upon Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo felt a faint tremor ripple through his spiritual sea. A fleeting disturbance instantly stilled. He blinked, then examined Su Shilong's profile. Soul Weaver, mind manipulator. Seeing Chen Nuo pause, Su Shilong assumed control had taken hold. He prepared to command Chen Nuo to assassinate Gao Zhen, just as Lu Feng had slain Cheng Weigua. Then, using Gao Zhen's death as pretext, he would execute Chen Nuo, avenging his fallen comrade, and thereby win the troops' allegiance, and seize Chen Nuo's supplies. A single strike yielding multiple victories. Without hesitation, Su Shilong issued the mental command, kill Gao Zhen, now. But Chen Nuo remained motionless. Su Shilong repeated the order, again and again, yet received no response. He stared, brow deeply furrowed, bewildered. Chen Nuo smiled faintly. Su Shilong recoiled in shock. Hadn't he just tried to control him? Were you attempting to seize my mind? And Cheng Weigua's assassination, was that also your doing? Su Shilong recoiled in alarm. Nonsense. I have no idea what you're implying. Let me make one thing clear, though your numbers are greater, we fear you not. If need be, we'll perish together. Chen Nuo shook his head. Mutual annihilation is impossible here. Only the fish dies. The net remains unbroken. Su Shilong's pulse raced. He blustered. One order, and my men open fire. Every one of us standing here will be riddled with bullets. Let's compromise. Step back, both sides. Chen Nuo scoffed. I don't believe you. Let's test your resolve. Shall we count to 3 and fire simultaneously? Su Shilong panicked, locking eyes with Chen Nuo. You truly fear no death. Chen Nuo shot back, impatient. Enough talk. 1, 2. Su Shilong lost all composure. Knowing the advantage lay with the first strike, he abandoned the count entirely. Open fire. Kill them all. No gunfire followed. Nor did Chen Nuo's side return fire, because every rifle across the line was now aimed at Su Shilong himself. Silence hung heavy. Su Shilong, hearing nothing, saw his men staring past him, so he whirled around. 400 or 500 muzzles gleamed, trained on his chest. What is the meaning of this? Are you staging a mutiny? But their eyes were vacant, lifeless. His own ability flashed into his mind. Disbelieving, he spun back, toward Chen Nuo, face twisted in confusion. Chen Nuo smiled gently. Surprised? You attempted the same on me moments ago. I've simply redirected your gift, toward them. Su Shilong's face contorted in disbelief. He roared. Impossible. How do you wield the same ability, and command so many at once? How can you possibly be this powerful? Chen Nuo dismissed the question. I've always been this powerful. You simply never knew. Enough talk. Die. Fire. Su Shilong's pupils abruptly constricted as he instinctively turned to look behind him. The bullets had already been fired, a dense flurry, and it was only when they struck his body that he belatedly heard the cacophony of gunfire. Indeed, just as he had said earlier, he had been shot to a pulp, his body riddled with blood holes, and he was left with only one eye, half of his face completely blown away. Su Shilong shook a few times before collapsing straight down. During his fall, the remaining eye glared resentfully at Chen Nuo, his unyielding anger and resentment erupting into a final roar. Bastard, I will haunt you even as a ghost. Bang! Su Shilong could not finish his words before he completely lost his breath. Chen Nuo walked up to him, speaking to himself. Are you trying to say that even as a ghost you won't let me go? He raised his hand, and a flame appeared at his fingertip, rapidly expanding. Boom! The roaring flames crackled as they burned the air, the high temperature causing the surrounding atmosphere to rise several degrees. Chen Nuo flicked his fingers, and the flames engulfed Su Shilong's corpse. In that case, I shall turn you. Everyone watched in silence. Perhaps Chen Nuo's flames were too fierce, and within minutes, Su Shilong was completely reduced to ashes. Chen Nuo raised his hand and gestured a whirlwind appearing to sweep the ashes aside. This was the wind elemental magic talent he had received from Gao Zhen. Chen Nuo looked at the people before him. They were all staunch loyalists of Su Shilong. He could have directly altered their loyalty values to make them pledge allegiance to him. However, Chen Nuo issued an order. You all shoot at each other. Gao Zhen was taken aback and spoke up. Chen with Su Shilong dead they should. Bang bang bang. Gao Zhen did not finish his sentence as Dong Hui and Geng Ji had already begun firing according to Chen Nuo's command, and everyone fell into pools of blood. Chen Nuo released his control over them, and some were not completely dead yet. Like Dong Hui and Geng Ji, they felt extremely weak. Although they had just been controlled by Chen Nuo, their consciousness was still clear. Chen Nuo's voice echoed in their ears. Gao Zhen, there is no such thing as right or wrong here. As long as I believe they deserve death, that is enough. Alright, let's cut the chatter. You go inform the others in the army and say that this so-called Su counselor in his quest for power harmed his old comrades and now aims to harm you. He seeks to eliminate dissent and completely control the army. Fortunately, among the soldiers, he brought some remember Commander Gao and are dissatisfied with Su counselor's decisions, resulting in a gunfight. As for the others, of course they all died in this gunfight. Geng Ji finally closed his eyes, his last thought being how familiar this operation felt. Due to Su Shilong's last words, Chen Nuo looked at the corpses strewn about and collected all the firearms and ammunition into his storage compartment. Then with a thought, flames appeared from thin air landing on these bodies, the smell of roasting meat permeating the air, making one feel nauseous. Seeing Gao Zhen still standing in a daze, Chen Nuo spoke to him. Gao Zhen, hurry up. Once we have gathered the remaining people, go save your grandfather. Gao Zhen complied, and soon 2479 people gathered in one place. Chen Nuo glanced at his current magic power, 810056, 101, 1200 restores 6 per second. Due to previously consuming 7654 magic crystal cores on the highway, his magic power had now reached over 81000, and these 2479 people would only consume 200 magic power. Thus, he directly modified their loyalty values to the maximum of 100. Since it was a one-click modification, each person consumed a bit more magic power, and after the modification, Chen Nuo noted that his magic power was still at 559688. Therefore, he directly allocated 500 magic power to modify their physique equivalent to 500 attribute points, all added to physique. Chen Nuo immediately felt an overwhelming surge of power within him and quickly glanced at his status screen. Health 30125 restores 106 per second, magic power 59790 restores 106 per second, physique 5300. Chen Nuo originally thought that with such an increase in physique, his strength attribute value might change correspondingly. However, the values remained the same. Physique strictly represented health and recovery unrelated to strength. This meant that if Chen Nuo wanted to increase his strength, he still needed to modify it himself. Chen Nuo did not dwell on it too much. Now, he could recover 106 points of magic power every second, which was equivalent to 1 attribute point per second. He could always add the other attributes later. After coming to this realization, Chen Nuo looked at the neatly arranged formation before him. He did not bother with much small talk. Since everyone's loyalty was maxed out, there was no need for a motivational speech. Chen Nuo led the group to the dormitory area where all the zombies were trapped. From Gao Zhen, he learned that their entire military district had over 1500 people, with 106 zombies currently trapped in the dormitory area. Everyone already knew that Chen Nuo was going to rescue the now zombified Commander Gao. Therefore, they dared not shoot at random upon seeing the zombies, only confirming that the zombie was not Commander Gao before allowing the sharpshooters to take them down. As for the other zombies, why did Chen Nuo have no intention of rescuing them? Simply put, they were neither kin nor acquaintance, but it had nothing to do with him. Soon the wandering zombies outside were completely wiped out. Chen Nuo and his group arrived at Commander Gao's residence, where the zombified commander was repeatedly slamming against the door, making loud thudding sounds upon hearing the gunfire outside. Chen Nuo raised his hand and conjured an axe, lifting it high before cleaving the door lock apart. As the door opened inward, he kicked it open, causing the zombie behind it to be knocked over. The door swung open and Gao Zhen and Gao Ying looked at the fallen zombie, both calling out sorrowfully, "Grandpa." Confirming it was Commander Gao, Chen Nuo stored the axe back into his magical space and raised his hand again to summon a water snake, which rushed towards the zombie. The zombie, just getting up, was ensnared by the water snake and fell again instantly. Chen Nuo opened the modifier and looked at Commander Gao's status. Type zombie, our realm, first realm zombie, magic type copper bell, magic crystal core status. Chen Nuo focused on the type and attempted to modify it, when suddenly a prompt appeared: current magic power insufficient, modification cannot proceed. Chen Nuo was taken aback. He glanced at his nearly 100 magic power and could not help but curse internally. Damn, I have nearly 100 magic power, and it's still insufficient. How much is needed? However, since the prompt indicated insufficient magic power, it meant modification was indeed possible. He was determined to find out just how much magic power would be consumed. Gao Zhen and Gao Ying watched Chen Nuo anxiously. Seeing him dazed for a moment, they became even more nervous. Chen Nuo turned to Gao Zhen and said, Gao Zhen, we have found Commander Gao now, so there is no longer a need to keep the other zombies. You all go eliminate them and bring me their magic crystal cores. My current magic power is insufficient to rescue Commander Gao. I need more magic power. Gao Zhen immediately sprang into action. Chen Nuo glanced at the bound Commander Gao and then closed the door. He randomly found a place to sit while Su Li and Li Shui sat beside him. Gao Ying was not in the mood to feel jealous. She stood there occasionally glancing at Chen Nuo and then at the door. Chen Nuo took out the remaining magic crystal cores, cleaned them, and began to consume them. Gao Zhen also organized people to continuously bring more magic crystal cores. When Chen Nuo's magic power exceeded 100, he tried to modify again, but the insufficient magic power prompt appeared once more. So at 300, it indicated insufficient, at 500, again insufficient. Chen Nuo was starting to feel unwilling. How much magic power would this consume? Wouldn't it be better to just enhance his own attributes? However, when he saw Gao Ying, who was absent-mindedly looking at him with hope in her eyes, he could only sigh internally. If 100,000 is still not enough, don't blame me. An hour and a half later, Chen Nuo stopped consuming. His magic power was now over 100, having devoured 450 magic crystal cores. Chen Nuo pushed the door open again, looking at Commander Gao's status. Modify type from zombie to human. Buzz. This time no prompt appeared. Suddenly the world darkened, as if a sense of oppression enveloped him, and Commander Gao let out a low roar. Chen Nuo swallowed hard. The celestial phenomenon left him somewhat bewildered. He looked at Commander Gao's status, and behind the type a note appeared transforming. Gao Ying grasped Chen Nuo's arm tightly, anxiously asking, Chen Nuo, will my grandpa be alright? Chen Nuo shook his head. He was unsure. Gao Ying thought Chen Nuo's shake meant everything would be fine, and stood by watching. In the depths of the distant universe, the elder who had been meditating earlier opened his eyes again. His divine sense swept across, encompassing half a star system. Damn it. This is really going against the heavens. Which old geezer is messing with fate? Chen Nuo stared intently at the page of Senior Commander Gao, and finally the transformation began to blur. Name Gao Jinhua, type human, Ao realm first level mage, mage type bronze bell, health points 40-80, Ao unconscious magic power 70-70, strength 6, agility 6, constitution 8, mental power 0. Chen Nuo glanced at the attributes, clearly lower than those of others, but it no longer mattered. What was important was that he had consumed 1 million magic power to save the person. Chen Nuo directly increased Gao Jinhua's loyalty attribute to the maximum value of 100, unlocked the status, and turned to the worried Gao Ying. Gao Ying, it's okay, your grandfather has returned to being human. He is currently unconscious. Let him rest for a while, and he should gradually awaken. Chen Nuo waved his hand, dispersing the water snake that bound Gao Jinhua. Upon hearing Chen Nuo's words, Gao Ying hurriedly ran towards her grandfather with joy. However, as she approached, she suddenly stopped, worried that if her grandfather was still a zombie, she might be in danger. If you listen closely, isn't that the sound of snoring? Zombies don't sleep or snore. Gao Ying immediately perked up her ears, and indeed heard her grandfather's even breathing. Chen Nuo stepped forward, picked up Gao Jinhua, and placed him on the bed. Just as he was about to leave, Gao Ying suddenly pulled him back, and Chen Nuo looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? Gao Ying blushed. Chen Nuo, thank you. Don't worry, I will keep my promise. Chen Nuo was taken aback and instinctively asked, promise? What promise? Gao Ying pinched his arm. It's what I said before. You saved my grandfather, and I. Gao Ying's voice grew softer as Chen Nuo. Oh, that thing you mentioned. Actually, if you don't want to, I wouldn't. I want to. Gao Ying interrupted loudly before Chen Nuo could finish. Chen Nuo stared at Gao Ying, her face flushed, her chest rising and falling with her breath momentarily frozen in place. Gao Ying mustered her courage and pushed him out of the room. At the door, Su Li and Li Shui looked at him curiously. Su Li suddenly winked at Li Shui, saying, Li Shui, it seems we are about to have another sister. From that shout, one would think someone was proposing inside. Li Shui nodded with a smile. Indeed. I wonder what charmed Chen Nuo asked. Didn't Gao Ying have some misunderstandings about him before? How come now she? Son. Chen Nuo snapped back to reality. He had indeed been somewhat captivated by Gao Ying. Her shyness and youthful charm left him feeling unable to resist. Chen Nuo looked at the two of them who were grinning at him and felt no embarrassment. He shrugged. It's not my fault they have taken a lot. Su Li made a gagging gesture. So shameless. Chen Nuo quickly leaned over and hugged Su Li. Sister Su, what's wrong? Is there a reaction? Let me listen. Is the child causing trouble? Hee Chen Nuo, don't tickle me, it's so annoying. Get away from me and stop smirking. The three of them were playfully chatting and laughing while Gao Ying's heart raced in the room. She forced herself not to think about Chen Nuo for now and sat by her grandfather's bed waiting for him to awaken. Gao Zhen entered the yard with a bag and saw Chen Nuo and the others playing around. He immediately cleared his throat. He mainly wanted to know how his grandfather was doing, otherwise he wouldn't disturb Chen Nuo and the others' enjoyment. Seeing Gao Jin arrive, Su Li and Li Shui stood up and nodded at him, while Chen Nuo said directly, "Gao Jin, go in and see your grandfather. He is fine and just waiting to awaken." Gao Jin immediately showed a surprised expression. "Chen Nuo, thank you so much. Here, this is the remaining magic crystal core." Chen Nuo took the bag and stored it in his inventory. Gao Jin quickly pushed the door open and entered while Chen Nuo sat down again, preparing to consume some more magic crystal cores during this time. About an hour later, a cough sounded from the room and voices began to emerge. Gao Ying and Gao Jin shouted. Chen Nuo stored the magic crystal cores in his inventory and gently nudged the two girls who were sweetly asleep against his shoulder. Su Li and Li Shui opened their eyes, still drowsy, and Chen Nuo leaned down to give each a light kiss. "All right, wake up. Gao Ying's grandfather should be coming out soon." Su Li wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth which Chen Nuo had left, and she shot him a provocative glance. "Yes, this is the first time meeting the parents. We must perform well." Chen Nuo understood that Su Li was teasing him, but he pretended not to hear. He looked at his magic power, 820426-176-1200, recovering 106 per second. In the last hour he had consumed 3,000 magic crystal cores, increasing both his magic power and its maximum limit, and his mental power was now at 17,612. Now that he had gained quite a bit of magic power, Chen Nuo prepared to enhance his recovery rate. Chen Nuo had already thought clearly about his path to strength, continuously awakening new mage talents, increasing the limit of his magic power, and boosting the recovery rate of his magic power. Chen Nuo directly modified 800 magic power into Constitution, transforming his Constitution from 5,300 to 13,300, while his health points changed to 6,586 for 13,3000, and his recovery rate increased from 106 per second to 266. As soon as Chen Nuo finished the modifications, the door was pushed open and Gao Jinhua had learned the context and was aware of Gao Ying's earlier promise. Originally, Gao Jinhua was not a person who was easy to talk to. Generally, officials tend to have a subtle, strong demeanor. Gao Ying was worried that Gao Jinhua would scold Chen Nuo, so she kept holding onto his arm. If her grandfather spoke harshly, she would act cute. However, her prepared tactics were never used. Under normal circumstances, Gao Jinhua would not only scold Chen Nuo, but might also take action. After all, the person his granddaughter had taken a liking to had already been with other women, and it was said that there was more than one. Any grandfather would want to react upon learning this. However, with Gao Jinhua's loyalty maxed out, he looked at Chen Nuo with approval and shamelessly pushed Gao Ying toward. He repeatedly stated that if Gao Ying was disrespectful, she should be told, and he would definitely teach her a lesson on Chen Nuo's behalf, leading to a jovial conversation between Chen Nuo and Gao Jinhua. By around 3 in the afternoon, everyone was ready to go. Chen Nuo stored all the equipment from the military district in his inventory. Chen Nuo looked up at the neatly lined up formation before him, totaling 3,965 soldiers, plus the 65 from his side, bringing his total to 4,030. This was only the second day of the apocalypse, and Chen Nuo had already gathered such a large troop, and they were all soldiers. He was well ahead of everyone else. All the transport vehicles started up. Chen Nuo waved his hand, and everyone boarded the vehicles in an orderly manner. He looked at them and quietly said to Su Li and Li Shui beside him, "Now that we have these soldiers joining us, we can no longer take our time to lay out our plans. Our ambitions must be." The convoy quickly arrived at the highway entrance where Chen Nuo instructed Song Tao to stop the vehicle. He got out and approached a sign, then took out a bucket of red paint from the compartment. The others were a bit confused about Chen Nuo's intentions. He turned to Gao Jin and said, "Gao Jin, find someone who can write well and have them inscribe on this. Elian Storage possesses trillions of resources. There's no shortage of food or clothing there. That's all. Remember, don't write anything else messy." Gao Ying looked at Chen Nuo with admiration. "Chen Nuo, I really misunderstood you before. I didn't expect you to be such a compassionate person." Chen Nuo was taken aback. "Compassion? What nonsense are you talking about?" Gao Ying looked puzzled. "Isn't that the case? By having someone write this, you're trying to help other survivors, right?" Chen Nuo sneered. "I'm just thinking even the smallest mosquito meat is still meat. As long as they come to our side for their needs like food, clothing, shelter, and other essentials, I can let them exchange for magic crystal cores, which means I'll have a new supply of magic crystal cores." After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he turned and walked back to the vehicle. Gao Ying stared at Chen Nuo's retreating figure, unable to regain her senses for a long time. Gao Jin thought for a moment and prepared to comfort Gao Ying. After all, this was the apocalypse, and it was understandable for people to be a bit selfish. However, Gao Ying's face suddenly lit up with joy, and what she said nearly made Gao Jin stagger. "Indeed, the man I, Gao Ying, have chosen is truly clever." Gao Ying turned to Gao Jin and said, "Brother, have someone write these words at every entrance of the highway. Since we're doing this, let's do it thoroughly." After Gao Ying finished speaking, she cheerfully ran towards the vehicle. Once in the car, she saw Chen Nuo occupying her spot, and unceremoniously pulled him aside, causing Chen Nuo to look at her in confusion as Gao Ying huffed. "This is my spot. I want to chat with Sister Sue and Sister Shui. You sit across. It took over 2 hours to arrive, but this time they returned to the aircraft carrier base in less than an hour. Many people had gathered under the aircraft carrier. It was simply two large, towering at least 20 to 30 stories high, a quintessential landmark in this suburban area. The survivors were trying to figure out how to board the aircraft carrier. Suddenly, they heard the sound of cars honking from afar. They immediately turned around, their faces first showing surprise, then a deep sense of joy. A long line of military vehicles was approaching them, and soon the vehicles stopped. Soldiers in uniforms descended quickly, forming a neat formation. The survivors immediately rushed forward. Soldiers were regarded as saviors in the hearts of the people, so seeing so many soldiers did not instill fear. After Chen Nuo got out of the car, he glanced at the surrounding survivors, and then looked at Chang Jianjun, Song Tao, and Tian Feng beside him, pointing at the survivors as he spoke. You three take your teams and become the guardians of the base. For these survivors, take them outside first. In the future, only those we approve can enter and reside inside the walls. Now execute this. The survivors heard Chen Nuo's words and instinctively stepped back as a group of people armed with guns approached them, although there were also some bold ones. What are you doing? We will not leave here. You are soldiers, and you have the responsibility and obligation to protect. Those who were initially a bit scared saw someone take the lead and immediately echoed, showing an attitude of, if you dare to move, I'll just lay down and not leave. Just as the leading person was feeling triumphant, a gunshot rang out. Bang! He looked in disbelief at the young man who had given the order. He never expected that the soldiers would actually dare to shoot at civilians. Didn't they fear punishment? My son. You soldiers, give me back my son. Everyone come see. The soldiers shot and killed him. He only spoke a word of justice for everyone. Why did you take his life? Indeed, being a family member, the old man's words were inciting. Though all the survivors were scared, anger was evident on their faces. Bang! Another shot rang out. The old man pointed at Chen Nuo with his hand raised, then fell beside his son, unwilling to accept his fate. If the first shot hadn't made the survivors see the reality, this second shot completely awakened them, and they felt a chill run down their spines. Chen Nuo looked at them with a smile that was not quite a smile, speaking in a slow tone. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak of justice? It seems you all are a bit dissatisfied with my actions. The survivors dared not meet Chen Nuo's gaze, completely intimidated. A look of disdain appeared on Chen Nuo's face, and his voice struck deeply into the hearts of every survivor. Didn't you want to morally bind me? Now I'll say this here. I am in charge. Trying to outsmart me will only cost you your lives. Now get out. These people dared not be rebellious and reluctantly complied with Chen Nuo's orders. One person hesitated for a moment, but then turned to Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo looked at him with interest, and then raised his hand to aim the gun at him. What? Do you also want to say a few words of justice? The man trembled, taking several deep breaths before stammering out. No. I just heard you say that only those approved by you can live inside the walls, so I wanted to know how to gain your approval. Chen Nuo lowered the gun, and the man's heart finally relaxed. He looked at the other survivors, and saw they had all stopped. It was clear they were all concerned about this question. Chen Nuo smiled, and looked at the person in front of him. It's simple to gain my approval. None of you should be unfamiliar with zombies, right? Go kill a zombie, bring me the magic crystal core from its brain, and I will allow you to reside within the walls, and grant you my protection. Lu Bin's brows furrowed deeply. He didn't know what a magic crystal core was. Magic crystal core. Chen Nuo raised his hand and conjured a magic crystal core in his palm, weighing it in his hand and showing it to Lu Bin. Lu Bin looked at the crystal in Chen Nuo's hand in astonishment. He was sure that just moments ago Chen Nuo had nothing like this in his hand. This is the magic crystal core. You just need to smash open the zombie's skull to find it. Now that I've said this, the opportunity is yours. Now leave. Lu Bin and the other survivors followed Chang Jianjun to the outside of the walls. He took a distant glance at the aircraft carrier and then turned to walk away. Chen Nuo looked at his interface. He had just acquired 76 new magical talents. He paid particular attention to one magical talent, which was of the earth element, precisely Lu Bin's magical affinity. This was also why Chen Nuo had spoken a few more words with Lu Bin. Chen Nuo glanced at his magic power. He could recover over 900 magic power in 1 hour. Current magic power, 930-426-176. 1200. Restoration rate, 266 per second. Chen Nuo directly activated all 2,479 newly acquired magical talents from the military district and the 76 magical talents from earlier in one click. The magic power consumed 2,555 points of magic energy, and his spiritual power became 20,167. Magic power, 92840-32016-700. Restoration rate, 266 per second. Still the same, with magic power, he first modified his physique to increase recovery. 900 magic power was equivalent to 9,000 attribute points. After direct modification, his physique became 22,300, with a dramatic increase in recovery rate to 446 per second. Chen Nuo calculated that with this, he would recover 1.6 million magic power in 1 hour, and looked at the magic power limit, which was only 2.01 million. Chen Nuo frowned slightly. It seems that the limit of magic power is a bit low. If this continues, recovery will definitely lead to waste. What should I do? After thinking for a while, he finally thought of an idea for automatic stat allocation and began to try modifying it. Chen Nuo looked at his page and saw a description appearing below the magic power value. Magic power 5516-32016-700 restoration per second 446 auto point allocation function. When magic power is full, it automatically consumes 100 magic power to allocate 100 points to physique. Each passive use consumes an additional 100 magic power, an extra 100 magic power. My current recovery rate is 446 per second. This consumption is nothing to me. After Chen Nuo finished modifying, he turned to Gao Jin beside him. Gao Jin, there are enough beds on the aircraft carrier to accommodate over 5,000 people. We currently have 4,032 people. Go notify everyone to rest on the aircraft carrier today. Gao Jin nodded, but did not go to notify right away. Instead, he asked, Chen, how do we get up there? Do we take a... There are over 4,000 of us. Chen Nuo frowned, realizing that with so many people using a plane would not only waste fuel, but also be a hassle. Suddenly, he thought of a newly acquired magic spell and patted Gao Jin on the shoulder. I have a solution. Chen Nuo faced the aircraft carrier, estimated the distance, and stepped back a bit. He imagined the shape of a staircase in his mind, then pressed his hand on the ground, causing rich earth elements to begin. While everyone was puzzled about what Chen Nuo was doing, they saw the ground before him start to undulate, as if it were turning. The soil rose up, and in the blink of an eye, everyone was astonished as a staircase made of earth appeared before Chen Nuo, directly connecting to the aircraft carrier. The earthen staircase was 3 meters wide and about 70 to 80 meters high. Chen Nuo stood up, brushed the dust off his hands, and said to the astonished Gao Jin, this way everyone can go up directly. Chen Nuo approached Su Li and Gao Ying, removing his jacket. Su Li looked at Chen Nuo, shirtless, confused about what he was doing. Why are you taking off your clothes? Chen Nuo chuckled. Do you expect me to stay dressed? Su Li poked his chest with her right index finger. Be serious. Chen Nuo handed his shirt to Li Shui and activated his angelic magic, 2 white wings suddenly emerging from his shoulders, inexplicably appearing. Chen Nuo flapped his wings, sending dust flying around. He quickly embraced Su Li and Li Shui, then vigorously flapped his wings, soaring into the sky like a crane, the speed so fast that he almost couldn't react. As Chen Nuo stabilized himself in flight, they looked down to see the aircraft carrier shrinking with people appearing. Chen Nuo felt that he did not experience the issue of insufficient endurance that Gao Ying had mentioned earlier. Holding both women, he felt completely at ease, as if there was no consumption at all. He thought about it, it must be related to his physique and recovery rate. After all, having over 200 in physique made a difference. In the high altitude, Su Li and Li Shui clung tightly to him, surprisingly not scared at all, but rather feeling an inexplicable thrill. Especially Su Li, who looked excited, one hand tightly around Chen Nuo's neck, while the other playfully teased him. Brother, how about we have a so-called aerial battle? Chen Nuo felt his head heat up and swallowed hard at her words. Hearing Su Li's suggestion, Li Shui's face even showed a hint of anticipation. The atmosphere among the three turned ambiguous, and just as they were lost in their thoughts, a sudden cry for help came from below. Oh, Chen Nuo, save me. The three were immediately jolted awake. They looked down and saw Gao Ying swaying left and right, her wings weakly flapping. Gao Ying had followed Chen Nuo up into the sky after seeing him embrace Su Li and Li Shui, but her speed could not compare to his at all. She had thought that even if her speed was not as fast, she could at least reach the same height as Chen Nuo, but she had clearly overestimated herself. Gao Ying was completely exhausted now, beginning to descend at an increasing speed, panic setting in as the ground. Suddenly a figure appeared beneath her, and she fell directly onto Chen Nuo's back, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Chen Nuo flew steadily and turned to ask Gao Ying on his back, "Are you okay?" Gao Ying was already pale with fright. Seeing her silent, Chen Nuo was about to ask again when he suddenly felt a chill on his back. He was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized something. Gao Ying was so embarrassed she could not find a place to hide, nervously pressing on Chen Nuo's back, and he tactfully chose not to ask further. Chen Nuo flew directly onto the deck of the aircraft carrier. Gao Ying, wearing a skirt, did not attract unusual attention from Su Li and Li Shui. Chen Nuo retracted his wings, then took out many women's clothes, including underwear, from his storage space, and handed them to Su Li. Su Li looked at Chen Nuo in surprise, not expecting him to take out women's underwear and lingerie in front of Gao Ying. Chen Nuo casually said, "These clothes check if any fit you. Everyone has worked hard all day. Go take a shower and change into clean clothes. Gao Ying, you should go with Su Jia. She awakened with water element magic." Gao Ying showed a grateful expression. Chen Nuo met Gao Ying's gaze, and he unconsciously glanced at her lower body. Gao Ying's face instantly reddened, and she cursed inwardly, realizing he was indeed a lecher. Gao Ying followed Su Li and Li Shui into their room, which was also Chen Nuo's room. The two quickly stripped off their clothes, and when they turned around, they saw Gao Ying still hesitating. Su Jieshue Jie, you go ahead and wash. They'll be right there. The two women thought she was embarrassed to undress in front of them and nodded, the sound of water soon echoing from the bathroom. Gowing quickly lifted her skirt and took off her panties, terrified that Chen Nuo would discover her having an accident. Gowing, are you ready? If you are, hurry up and come in. Gowing looked around in a panic, finding no place to put her things. She thought for a moment and just tossed them under the bed, planning to retrieve them later after her shower. After the three finished washing and had just put on their clothes, a knock sounded at the door. Gowing was about to retrieve her panties when the sudden knock startled her to stand straight. Su Li opened the door and found it was Chen Nuo. He glanced at the three of them and asked knowingly, "Are you done?" Su Li replied with an ahu while continuing to dry her hair. Gowing thought Chen Nuo was mocking her, wanting to see her embarrassment, and felt a surge of resentment. "All right, since you're done, you all go out for a moment. I need to take a shower too," Chen Nuo said, stretching, and the three quickly left the room. Chen Nuo took off his clothes and casually threw them onto the bed. His shirt accidentally landed on the edge of the bed and slipped to the floor. Ignoring it, he stepped into the bathroom and emerged after about a minute. He dried his body with a towel and bent down to pick up his shirt from the floor, but out of the corner of his eye he noticed something under the bed and turned his head, raising an eyebrow. "Whose underwear is this?" Chen Nuo said as he reached over to grab it, instantly thinking of Gowing. Knock knock. A knock sounded and Chen Nuo quickly stashed the underwear in his storage space, stood up, and opened the door to see Gowing standing alone at the entrance. Gowing hurriedly pushed past Chen Nuo into the room, quickly going to the bed and bending down to pick up. Gowing heard Chen Nuo's words and quickly turned around, only to see Chen Nuo holding her panties in his hand. A mischievous smile was plastered on his face, causing Gao Ying's cheeks to flush bright red as she rushed towards him. "Give it back to me." Chen Nuo held it high, making it impossible for her to reach. In a moment of desperation, Gowing wrapped her legs around Chen Nuo's waist and reached out. She finally managed to touch it. However, both of them suddenly froze. Gowing also realized how intimate their position was as she slowly gazed at Chen Nuo, their faces mere inches apart, their breaths audible. When she wanted to get down, Chen Nuo tightly held onto her. In her stunned silence, he kissed her. Initially, she was a bit bewildered, but having secretly harbored feelings for him, she gradually surrendered. Outside, Su Li and Li Shui were waiting for Gowing. Seeing that Li Shui hadn't returned for a long time, they turned back to look for her. As they approached the door, suddenly soft moans floated out from inside. "Ouch!" Both of them were taken aback, their faces showing strange expressions. Su Li shook her head, pulled Li Shui, and pointed to a distance. They walked to a slightly farther spot to stop. Su Li sighed softly and said to Li Shui, "I didn't expect Gowing to directly seduce Chen Nuo. She really is something. And she even told us she forgot something and came to get it. Chen Nuo is so weak he can't resist the temptation of a woman." Li Shui chuckled. "Gowing is young and beautiful with a good temperament. Chen Nuo is a man, so naturally he would be attracted to young and beautiful women." Su Li teased Li Shui after hearing her words. "Aren't you jealous?" Li Shui thought for a moment and then shook her head. "I've said before, I don't care if he has other women, as long as he doesn't betray me, I will always follow him." Su Li looked at the reminiscing expression on Li Shui's face and sighed. "Who told us to follow this scoundrel? We are just two foolish women." While the two chatted outside, occasionally glancing over, it must be said that as participants they didn't feel the time dragging on. Now, hearing the faint sounds of their breathing, they felt a bit of physiological torment. Su Li decided she couldn't wait any longer. It had been over an hour. How long would this go on? Chen Nuo and Gowing were entangled when suddenly a knock sounded at the door. Chen Nuo instinctively looked towards the door, envisioning Su Li and Li Shui. Su Li had a displeased expression, her arms crossed, while Li Shui stood shyly beside her. Gowing lay there exhausted, and Chen Nuo hurriedly put on his clothes, then stood up and grabbed a skirt to drape over Gao. Then he tidied Gao Ying's hair a bit before opening the door. Su Li shot Chen Nuo a sidelong glance, snorted coldly, and then pushed Chen Nuo aside as she entered the room. Chen Nuo awkwardly smiled, and Li Shui mischievously stuck out her tongue, leaning closer to Chen Nuo and whispering, "Did you enjoy yourself? You made us wait out here for so long." Chen Nuo felt even more embarrassed. Su Li glanced at Gowing sitting on the edge of the bed, her face full of spring-like warmth as she awkwardly nodded at Su Li. Su Li looked at the disheveled sheets with splashes of crimson. Gowing followed Su Li's gaze and hurriedly jumped up, but her legs felt weak, wobbling a bit as she quickly lifted the sheets. Gowing hastily crumpled the sheets together and held them behind her, looking like a girl caught doing something wrong, lowering her head and waiting for a scolding. However, the scolding never came. Su Li simply said, "Hurry up and clean up, we need to go out for dinner." Gowing looked up in surprise, ready to accept the storm of reprimands, but to her astonishment, this was fine. But then Su Li's words to Chen Nuo completely broke Gao Ying's defenses. Su Li walked to the door and coldly snorted at the embarrassed Chen Nuo. "If you've had your way with her, the girl is experiencing this for the first time, and you've gone on for so long. You better treat her well in the future, otherwise Li Shui and I won't let you off the hook." Li Shui immediately stood beside Su Li, expressing her stance. Chen Nuo quickly assured them, and Su Li, seeing Chen Nuo's earnestness, reached out and pinched him hard. Hurry in and clean up or we'll wait for you outside. Chen Nuo hurriedly walked back into the room. At this moment tears were already welling up in Gao Ying's eyes. He sat down in front of her and wiped her tears away. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Does it still hurt? Gao Ying shook her head. I just felt happy listening to Sister. Chen Nuo didn't say anything. He hugged Gao Ying and gently patted her back. After a few seconds, Chen Nuo, Sister Su and Li Shui are still waiting for us outside. Oh, let's clean up and go out. Gao Ying nodded and the two rushed into the bathroom to wash up briefly, then tidied themselves before leaving the room. Su Li, seeing the two finally come out, teased. I thought you two were going to be unable to control yourselves again. Gao Ying's face instantly turned red as Su Li pushed Chen Nuo aside and came to Gao Ying's side, directly supporting her. Gao Ying, let's ignore him. Come on, from now on we three sisters will stand together. Li Shui also came to her side, looking at Gao Ying with clear eyes. Gao Ying nodded. The three walked ahead while Chen Nuo looked at their backs, feeling truly happy. On the aircraft carrier deck, many soldiers were wandering around casually. They were all from the army and found the aircraft carrier to be quite unfamiliar. Gao Jinhua and his grandson Gao Zhen were chatting idly when Chen Nuo and the others approached from behind them. Chen Nuo had just opened his mouth when Gao Ying behind him gently pinched him. Gao Jinhua and Gao Zhen heard Chen Nuo's words and turned back just in time to catch Gao Ying's little action. Gao Jinhua glanced at his granddaughter, seeing her relaxed brows and rosy face. His heart immediately lifted. Chen Nuo cleared his throat. Grandpa Gao Hehe. With just a simple laugh, Gao Jinhua was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. The elder and the younger could only share a knowing smile. Gao Zhen noticed Gao Ying being supported by Su Li and Li Shui, and he asked concernedly, Sister, what's wrong? Gao Ying blushed and remained silent. Upon hearing this, Gao Jinhua immediately kicked Gao Zhen's foot. Oh, wasn't she hurt? But is this something a brother should be asking? Gao Zhen, having been kicked for no reason, wore a puzzled expression. Grandpa, why did you kick me? I didn't say anything wrong. Gao Jinhua glared at his grandson, rolling up his sleeves ready to. Chen Nuo quickly intervened, taking over the conversation. He didn't want to get caught up in this topic. Gao Zhen, have the others been arranged? Gao Zhen quickly nodded. Leader Chen, everything has been arranged. There are enough beds for everyone. Chen Nuo glanced at the people on the deck. That's good. Today let's just eat something simple. By the way, aren't there cooks? We'll need them to cook after all, with so many people eating and drinking is a concern. Gao Zhen understood, and Chen Nuo took out a lot of food and water from the supply crate. After all, there were thousands of people today. They would have a simple meal, and tomorrow the cooks could take over. After placing the food and water on the deck, Gao Zhen immediately began organizing. Soon everyone was lined up to collect their food and water. Chen Nuo looked up at the sky, took out his phone to check the time, thought for a moment, and then called Chang Jianjun. Brother Chang, you all come back. You don't need to stay there tonight. As for those survivors, don't worry about them for now. If they dare to come in. Chen Nuo paused for a moment, pondering for a few seconds before coldly stating, kill. Anyone who does not follow my rules will be killed. After dinner, Chen Nuo briefly explained to Jing Tao and the others about their trip to the university town tomorrow, instructing Gao Zhen to send 2,000 troops from the army to Jing Tao, Su, Hao Xiaowei, and Wang Chun, allowing each of them to lead 500 men. Upon hearing Chen Nuo's words, the four were so excited that they stumbled over their words. Although Wang Mei, Jinghua, and Zhao Tianhe were happy for them, they couldn't help but feel anxious. The three exchanged glances, and Wang Mei stepped forward to speak. Chen Nuo, is it really okay to let them lead so many people? As Wang Mei voiced her concerns, Jing Tao and the others also suppressed their excitement, beginning to consider whether they were truly up to the task. Chen Nuo shook his head. Aunt Wang, it's been decided. I believe they will be just fine. Chen Nuo looked at the four of them. Handing so many lives over to you means you must take this seriously and achieve results. Though Chen Nuo said this, the four of them were still somewhat uncertain. Seeing their lack of confidence, Chen Nuo waved. Don't worry, it's all going to be fine. Have you forgotten my talent? If I say you can do it, then you definitely can. As he spoke, Chen Nuo opened the modifier and directly enhanced the four. Increase military ability attributes. With a buzz, Chen Nuo set the value to a maximum of 100, and the four immediately felt a surge of new knowledge fill their minds, leaving them momentarily dazed. After a moment, Chen Nuo waited for the four to recover and smiled, asking, do you have confidence now? If anyone still lacks confidence, he'll have to replace them. The four readily accepted. Once Chen Nuo had given all his instructions, he bid farewell to everyone and headed towards the ship island with Su Li, Li Shui, and Gao Ying. Seeing his sister following Chen Nuo, Gao Zhen was about to inform her that her room had already been prepared. Gao Jinhua, quick on his feet, immediately pulled Gao Zhen into an embrace, tucking her head under his armpit as he earnestly said to her, you little brat, let me tell you, if you are intentionally causing trouble, I won't spare you. Your sister has finally gotten close to Chen Nuo. Can you just calm down? Huh? Gao Zhen suddenly realized, and he looked at Gao Ying's back in disbelief. Noticing her strange walking posture, he was shocked, thinking to himself, sister, have you also become a jerk? After Chen Nuo and the others returned to the room and closed the door, Chen Nuo glanced at the 2-meter wide bed and then looked at Gao Ying, clearly feeling that the bed was a bit small. Chen Nuo opened the package area and took out a 1 meter wide bed that could be joined with the larger bed, serving as a connector to make the bed size sufficient. He laid out new bedding on the joined bed, and then comfortably stretched out as he lay down. Su Li and Li Shui were fine, but Gao Ying felt a bit embarrassed. Seeing Gao Ying's shyness, Su Li pulled her over to sit on the bed and whispered something in her ear. Gao Ying's ears turned red, but she soon relaxed. Chen Nuo paid no attention to the three of them. He opened the modifier and looked at his own page. Magic power 192354020167700 restoration per second 456. Seeing the restoration per second change to 456, which was 10 more than before, he looked at his constitution. Constitution 22800. Sure enough, the constitution had changed, increasing by 500 points, indicating that the automatic point addition feature had passively added points 5 times. Indeed, a restoration amount of over 1.6 million in an hour was quite impressive. He felt that he would never lack magic power in the future. He glanced at the maximum value of magic power and shook his head vigorously. This is still far from enough. I still can't use magic power recklessly to modify everything. Such a state doesn't qualify as invincible. True invincibility should be without restrictions, being able to do as one pleases. I need to work harder. Chen Nuo took out all the magic crystal cores from the package area and tossed them onto the bed, a total of 10103 cores. Seeing so many magic crystal cores suddenly appearing on the bed, Gao Ying looked at Chen Nuo, who smiled back at her. By the way, Gao Ying, Su Jie, and Li Shui are already second-tier magicians. Now it's your turn for an upgrade. As Chen Nuo began to modify, he noticed the rank first-tier magician. He wondered if he could directly modify the rank. So without changing the upgrade conditions, Chen Nuo directly modified the rank. Change first-tier magician into a second-tier magician. After completing the modification, Chen Nuo immediately looked at Gao Ying's page. The rank had changed and the magic power consumption was 1 to 0 points, the same as the consumption for modifying the upgrade conditions. Gao Ying's page, name Gao Ying, type human, rank second-tier magician, upgrade condition 0-100. Note, consuming 100 first-tier magic crystal cores can upgrade to a third-tier magician, or consuming 10 second-tier magic crystal cores can upgrade to a third-tier magician with a time interval of 10 minutes. Type angel, health 300300, magic power 280280, strength 26, agility 20, constitution 30, spiritual power 2. Gao Ying's body twitched a few times and a sharp pain surged. Chen Nuo quickly reassured her. Hang in there, this is a necessary phase for the upgrade. It will be over soon. Gao Ying gritted her teeth, and after a few seconds the pain indeed passed. She looked at herself covered in dirt and gasped, rushing into the bathroom, where she made whimpering sounds. Su Jie, can you help me for a moment? Su Li smiled, and then got up to enter the bathroom. After a while the two came out, and Gao Ying shyly glanced at Chen Nuo, who smiled back at her. You don't need to feel embarrassed. That dirt is just impurities from our bodies. Upgrading is like cleansing the marrow. Don't you feel that your physical quality has become much stronger? Gao Ying clenched her fists, indeed feeling a surge of strength. Chen Nuo continued, didn't you say your flying endurance was lacking? Now your constitution has increased by about 3 times compared to before. You should be able to fly for a long time now. Gao Ying immediately became excited. Chen Nuo, is that true? Chen Nuo nodded. Of course would I lie to you. This time Chen Nuo looked at Su Li's page. He planned to upgrade all of them since they were the women closest to him, and he didn't want them to be mere ornaments. Chen Nuo intended to directly modify to the 9th tier. Change rank to 9th tier magician. Ding, warning, magic power severely insufficient. Change rank to 8th tier magician. Ding, warning, magic power severely insufficient. Following that, 7th tier magician, severely insufficient. Next, 6th tier, 5th tier. Warning, magic power insufficient. When it came to 5th tier, the warning changed from severely insufficient to just insufficient. Chen Nuo had thought that having a few million magic power was impressive, but this blow was undeniably significant. Chen Nuo did not continue further. He glanced at Su Li's upgrade conditions and decided to honestly upgrade to a 3rd-tier magician first. Buzz, Su Li successfully upgraded to a 3rd-tier magician, and Chen Nuo quickly looked at the upgrade condition. Name Su Li, type human, rank 3rd-tier magician, upgrade condition 0. Note, consuming 1 first-tier magic crystal cores can upgrade to a 4th-tier magician, or consuming 100 3rd-tier magic crystal cores can upgrade to a 4th-tier magician with a time interval of 10 minutes. Chen Nuo read the note. Indeed, the conditions for upgrading from 3rd tier to 4th tier had changed. He hadn't expected it to require consuming 100 cores of the same tier. Chen Nuo calculated that in this case, upgrading from 3rd tier to 4th tier would need 1 million magic power. No wonder he had been constantly reminded of insufficient magic power. Chen Nuo looked at his magic power, which was sufficient for another upgrade. He wanted to see what the conditions would be for the next levels, so he modified it directly. Changed 3rd-tier magician to 4th-tier magician. The magic power instantly dropped by 1 million, and Su Li's body trembled violently. Her brow furrowed deeply. The pain wasn't as intense as before, but it lasted much longer. After about 20 to 30 seconds, Su Li finally exhaled deeply. Earlier when she upgraded to the 3rd tier, not much dirt had been expelled from her body. However, now upgrading to the 4th tier was similar to when she upgraded to the 2nd tier, as she was covered in dirt. She wanted to go to the bathroom to wash up, but as she applied force the bed collapsed. Chen Nuo quickly supported her. A surge of powerful force struck him, and he was shocked to see his health drop. Chen Nuo hurriedly reminded Su Li not to move around, and instructed Li Shui and Gowing not to help her. Chen Nuo glanced at her page and understood the situation. It was due to a significant increase in all attributes that Su Li couldn't adapt. He quickly added an attribute for her. Increased body adaptability attribute. Chen Nuo set this attribute to a maximum value of 100. After finishing the modification, he slowly released Su Li, allowing her to move around a bit. Following Chen Nuo's guidance, she quickly adapted to the changes brought by her current attributes. Chen Nuo let out a sigh of relief, allowing Su Li to go wash herself. Su Li calmly walked into the bathroom and soon came out. Chen Nuo looked at her page again. Each attribute had increased by about 10 times compared to when she was at the 3rd tier, and the upgrade conditions had changed again. Rank 4th tier magician, upgrade conditions 0 node, consuming 1 1st tier magic crystal cores, can upgrade to a 5th tier magician, or consuming 10 4th tier magic crystal cores, can upgrade to a 5th tier magician, with a time interval of 10 minutes. Chen Nuo raised an eyebrow. It has returned to requiring 10 cores of the same tier for upgrading. For the previous rank upgrade, although it only required consuming 10 cores of the same tier, the attributes had increased by about 3 times. However, for upgrading to the 4th tier, even though the requirement became to consume 100 cores of the same tier, the attributes increased by about 10 times. This suggests that the 4th tier could represent a significant rank division, and the 7th tier would likely also represent a major division. Chen Nuo looked at the conditions for upgrading from the 4th tier to the 5th tier, which required 10 million magic power, and couldn't help but sigh deeply. What was I so proud of just now? Feeling like recovering over 1.6 million magic power in an hour made me forget my place. Damn it, I'm still far from enough. Chen Nuo shook his head helplessly and then turned his gaze towards Li Shui and Gowing. Although his current magical power was insufficient to upgrade both of them to 4th realm sorcerers, elevating them to 3rd realm sorcerers was still well within his capabilities. After all, upgrading from 2nd to 3rd realm only required a mere 10,000 units of magical power. Even though the two were only advancing to 3rd realm, Chen Nuo first enhanced their physical adaptability, adjusting their stats to the maximum value of 100 before directly modifying their realms. With a buzz, the two women smoothly entered the 3rd realm sorcerer level. They pulled Su Li, who had just finished washing, back into the restroom again. Listening to the sound of running water and the playful laughter of the 3 women, Chen Nuo shrugged and smiled. He stood up and first replaced the bed that Su Li had pressed down, neatly making the bed before placing the magical crystal core back in the center. He took out a large basin, tossing handfuls of magical crystal cores into it. Then, with a flick of his right index finger, a stream of water flowed into the basin. Chen Nuo stirred the contents of the basin with his hands, then grabbed 5 magical crystal cores and tossed them into his mouth like peanuts. Continuously consuming magical crystal cores from the basin, Chen Nuo also opened up new magical realms within his mental domain. When the 3 women emerged from cleaning up, they saw Chen Nuo devouring magical crystal cores. They did not disturb him, but lay beside him instead. Gowing lay on one side, staring blankly at Chen Nuo as he mechanically fished out magical crystal cores from the basin and tossed them into his mouth. She recalled Su Li's earlier whispers in her ear. Her face involuntarily flushed, and thinking back to the scene where the 3 of them had teased Chen Nuo, she felt her face grow hot and her throat dry. Noticing Gao Ying's unusual behavior, Su Li nudged Li Shui and pointed at Gowing. The two exchanged silly smiles, making Gowing snap back to reality, only to find them looking at her with teasing eyes, which made her feel utterly ashamed. Chen Nuo's hands reached into the basin only to find it empty of magical crystal cores. Gowing quickly helped by fetching the magical crystal cores from the bed into the basin. Su Li and Li Shui, no longer teasing her, also assisted Chen Nuo in cleaning the magical crystal cores. Meanwhile, in a certain area of the university town, Wu Shasha was hiding in a place, her face filled with despair and helplessness as loud commotion echoed from outside. Biao Ge, where did that woman disappear to? Now that it's dark, it'll be even harder to find her. Why don't we wait until dawn to search? She can't escape anyway, Biao Ge. The brothers haven't had a taste of women in ages, and with so many beautiful college students around, we're all itching to indulge. The noise from outside faded away, and Wu Shasa's figure gradually emerged in the night. Interestingly, she was not far from where those men were, as she had managed to become invisible. Panting heavily, Wu Shasha recalled the words of those men, feeling a wave of fear wash over her. If they caught her, she couldn't bear to imagine her fate. Chen Nuo, did the painkillers you gave me save me, or doom me? If I'm to be defiled, I'd rather have died from the pain at that moment than take those painkillers. Dragging her weary body away, she sought a safe place to hide. But now where could be safe? Not having walked far, she spotted a few zombies and quickly concealed herself. However, having already used her invisibility several times, her magical power was nearly drained. Her form flickered, failing to become invisible successfully, and the zombies noticed her. She could only force herself to endure her fatigue and randomly flee in a direction where there were no zombies. Using all her strength, she continuously outsmarted and battled the zombies, yet several times she came close to being surrounded. After an unknown amount of time, she sensed that she had enough magical power to turn invisible again. She did so and circled around the zombies randomly, finding a safe classroom to hide in. Now completely exhausted, she desperately needed rest. After closing the door, she let out a deep breath. The moment she relaxed her mind, she felt slightly unsteady on her feet, and she had to support herself against the desk and chair before slowly sitting down. Wu Shasha weakly slumped over her desk, her eyelids heavy. Within seconds, she fell into a deep sleep. However, what she didn't know was that the hiding place she had chosen in the dark was not far from where that group of men was located. On Chen Nuo's side, after spending several hours, he finally consumed all 10103 magical. During this time, having restored over 1.6 million magical power each hour, he not only upgraded Li Shui and Gao Ying from 3rd realm sorcerers to 4th realm sorcerers, but he also modified several of his own attributes. Strength 10,000, agility 10,000, defense 10,000, constitution 22300, mental power 55872, physical adaptability 100. Chen Nuo did not modify his constitution this time, as he already knew the requirement to upgrade from 4th to 5th realm was an exaggerated 10 million magical power. He urgently needed to raise his magical power limit, so he modified his mental power. Since he had lost several hundred life points due to the sudden surge in power from Su Li, Chen Nuo felt a bit uneasy. After considering it, he decided to add a new attribute for his self-defense. For someone like him, being injured by his own woman was unforgivable. Thus, learning from past experiences, he also modified his other attributes. If it were according to Chen Nuo's previous thoughts, he wouldn't have made these modifications. After all, for someone with a modifier like him, as long as his magical power was sufficient, the rest wasn't too important. Now, without shame, he directly modified several attributes to an exaggerated 10,000 points, yet he was still somewhat unsatisfied. In his words, invincible attributes should be infinite. The fact that his current attributes could still be quantified was simply an insult to invincibility. Chen Nuo lay with Su Li and Li Shui on either side, while Gao Ying was draped over him. The four of them shamelessly slept, while far away in the university town Wu Shasha was dreaming, her brow furrowed and murmuring Chen Nuo's name. Chen Nuo, I'm so tired. Save me. As dawn broke, Chen Nuo, still half asleep, stretched lazily. Gao Ying suddenly rolled off Chen Nuo and onto Li Shui. The three women opened their sleepy eyes, grumbling in dissatisfaction as they turned over to continue sleeping. Chen Nuo smiled apologetically and then looked at the three women. After a while, the door to the room opened and Chen Nuo stepped out first, with the three women joyfully following behind. The four of them reached the edge of the deck, seeing that everyone had already lined up neatly beneath the aircraft carrier, all set for departure. Chen Nuo felt no embarrassment for being late. Standing on the deck and gazing at the dark crowd below, he felt an overwhelming sense of power with the three women by his side, as if he ruled the world and lay amidst women. Is everyone ready? Thousands of voices shouted simultaneously. Always ready. The sound echoed through the sky, and a smile crept onto Chen Nuo's lips as he raised a hand to silence them. Good, then let us turn this apocalypse upside down. Chen Nuo glanced at his mana. After a full night's rest, it had fully replenished. Mana 55825665587200, regeneration 526 per second. Chen Nuo noticed the regeneration value had changed and murmured in mild surprise. Why has the regeneration rate increased to 526 per second? He immediately checked his constitution stat, 26300, and recalled the auto-attribute allocation function. So my constitution has indeed increased. This must have triggered the auto-allocation feature upon reaching its cap. Having grasped the cause, Chen Nuo instantly allocated all 5 million mana, equivalent to 5500 attribute points, to his spirit stat, propelling it past the 1 threshold and raising his mana cap to over 10 million. Mana 8414411087200. Spirit 110872. Chen Nuo did not distribute surplus mana to the soldiers below. He had already established clear rules for Manticore Crystal Exchange the previous day. Once set, he would never arbitrarily break them. It was a matter of principle. As he often said, strangle danger in its cradle. So long as something conformed to his rules, it would be handled strictly by those rules. With no intention of descending the carrier via stairs, Chen Nuo stripped off his shirt, and 2 radiant white wings unfurled from his back. Lifting Su Li and Li Shui into his arms, he prepared to take flight, when suddenly weight settled heavily upon his back. He paused, startled, and turned to look behind him, at Gao Ying. You were misbehaving just now. I haven't recovered yet. I don't want to fly on my own. Chen Nuo glanced at Su Li and Li Shui. All three exchanged knowing wry smiles. Believe that? Not a chance. She was already a 4th rank Earth Element mage. Their physical constitution had long since transcended ordinary limits, but none of them voiced their skepticism. Chen Nuo landed gently with the three, retracted his wings into his mana space, and slipped his shirt back on, receiving it from Su Li's hands. Turning back toward the earthen staircase, he resolved to dismantle it. He had no intention of stationing guards here. The apocalypse had only just begun. There was no justification to waste manpower on such a task. Chang Jianjun approached from afar, leading another man beside him. Brother Chen, he insisted on seeing you. I originally refused to bring him, but he claimed he'd fulfilled your condition. I told him I'd handle it myself, yet he remained stubborn. So I had no choice but to bring him along. Chen Nuo turned and saw Lu Bin, the survivor from yesterday, the one who'd awakened earth element affinity. Chen Nuo appraised him, exhaustion etched deep across his face, clothes grimed, and tattered eyes wide with astonishment, as he stared at the towering earthen staircase before him. He was certain it hadn't existed there the day before. Oh, then tell me, why do you wish to see me? Lu Bin drew a slow, steadying breath. Hearing Chang Jianjun address Chen Nuo as Brother Chen, he adopted the same title without hesitation. Brother Chen, I want to follow you. Chen Nuo understood his intent perfectly, yet feigned ignorance, replying deliberately. All you needed was to slay a single zombie and deliver its manticore crystal to me. Fulfill that and my protection. No, I mean I want to serve under you. Not merely under your protection, but like those soldiers fighting for you. Chen Nuo held his gaze for several silent seconds. Lu Bin met it unflinchingly, hope blazing across his features. You wish to join my squad? Lu Bin nodded fiercely. Yes, Brother Chen, please grant me this chance. Chen Nuo paused, weighing the request, neither urgent nor objectionable, then proposed a new condition. Very well. If you slay 10 zombies and present their manticore crystals to me, you'll earn your place. Others nearby exchanged startled glances. The survivors who joined on day 1 had faced no conditions whatsoever. Many had even received a tribute boost in firearms proficiency, and some could now operate tanks. Those early survivors felt a wave of quiet relief. Recalling how Chen Nuo had unceremoniously expelled yesterday's newcomers and imposed strict entry requirements for shelter, now even squad membership demanded proof of merit. Without contrast, there could be no sense of disparity. Standing taller, now the day 1 survivors wore expressions of quiet pride, as if sharing in an honor not entirely their own. Chen Nuo waved dismissively. Go, fulfill my condition, and you're in. Brother Chen, no need to go. I've already done it. Lu Bin withdrew over a dozen manticore crystals from his pocket and laid them before Chen Nuo. With a swift glance, Chen Nuo swept his hand, and the crystals vanished into his inventory, slot 13 in total. Lu Bin flinched, remembering how Chen Nuo had earlier produced a crystal from nowhere, astonishment flooding his face as he blurted out instinctively. Is it a spatial ability? Chen Nuo smiled faintly. Surprised. You yourself awakened earth element affinity. Surely you understand rarity isn't exclusive to one person. Lu Bin froze, unprepared for the fact that Chen Nuo already knew his affinity. Very well. Since you've met my condition, I accept you into the squad, temporarily under Brother Chang's command. Follow his orders. We depart shortly for a zombie hunt. There'll be no time for rest. Do you object? Though exhausted, Lu Bin nodded firmly. None at all. I'm ready to move out immediately. Chen Nuo opened his modifier interface, set Lu Bin's loyalty to 100, and locked the stat. Pausing, Chen Nuo reflected, having accepted 13 manticore crystals, he ought not appear stingy. So he added firearms proficiency and set it to 100. Lu Bin instantly felt a flood of tactical knowledge and operational expertise surge into his mind. As confusion flickered across his face, Chen Nuo chuckled. This is your reward for slaying 13 zombies alone in a single night. Few can match that feat. Chen Nuo handed Lu Bin a military uniform and full armaments, then dismissed him with Chang Jianjun. Raising his hand toward the earthen staircase, Chen Nuo flicked his wrist, and the structure collapsed, instantly crumbling like rotten tofu, sending plumes of dust billowing skyward. He stepped back sharply, then turned to the 3 women. Let's go. We've delayed long enough. Everyone aboard. Departure begins now. The 3 women shot him a withering glance, then climbed into the vehicle ahead of him. Chen Nuo blinked. Had he said something wrong? He rubbed his nose, boarded the vehicle, and found the 3 seated together, clearly leaving no room for him. But was Chen Nuo the sort who respected such unspoken boundaries? He plopped himself squarely between Su Li and Li Shui, hips pressing inward, nudging them apart on either side. Song Tao, drive out. The engine roared to life. Vehicles lined up like a serpent and began moving forward. At University Town, inside a classroom, Wu Shasha still lay slumped over her desk, fast asleep, utterly spent. The classroom door creaked open, but she didn't stir. 2 young men entered, spotted her, and exchanged delighted glances. Silently, they backed out of the room and whispered urgently. Zhang Jia, hurry, notify Brother Biao. We found Wushasha's academic advisor. I'll stay here and keep watch. If she wakes, I'll hold her steady. Got it. Stay sharp. Don't let her slip away again. This time we've scored big. Brother Biao won't forget our... The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Wushasha's face. Her eyelids fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes, raising her hand to shield herself from the dazzling light. This nap had restored much of her energy. She stretched her body and noticed that the door in front of her was slightly ajar with someone peeking through the crack. She immediately lay back down on the table, creating the illusion that she wanted to continue sleeping while her heart raced with anxiety. Not that I've been too careless to get cornered here. I wonder who's outside. It shouldn't be those people from yesterday. If it were them, they definitely wouldn't be so quiet. Wushasha felt slightly relieved, as long as it wasn't those people the situation wasn't too dire. She stood up pretending not to notice the presence outside, and decided to see who it was. As soon as she stood up, the door was pushed open. Teacher Wu, it's so good to see you. I just saw someone in the classroom outside, and was wondering who it was. Wushasha recognized the visitor. It was a student from her class, but she did not let her guard down. Sun Long. Sun Long hurriedly nodded, and began walking towards Wushasha, who quickly stopped him. Sun Long, don't come any closer, it's better to keep some distance. Sun Long pretended to be oblivious. He didn't ask why. As long as Wushasha didn't leave the classroom, he was fine with. He started to engage in casual conversation, with Wushasha occasionally glancing towards the door. Wushasha felt a surge of alarm. She realized that something was off with Sun Long, and spoke up. Sun Long, I have some matters to attend to, so I can't chat with you right now. Sun Long quickly blocked Wushasha's way. Teacher Wu, it's very dangerous outside right now. You should stay here for a while. Wushasha gazed deeply at Sun Long, who had a glimmer in his eyes fixed on her. Just then a voice came from outside. Biaoge, Counselor Wu is in this classroom. I wouldn't dare to lie to you. Sun Long was instantly overjoyed, a grin spreading across his face. Teacher Wu, please don't blame us. It's just that you caught Biaoge's attention. Biaoge, we're here, and Teacher Wu. Sun Long shouted loudly as the people outside approached the door. Zhang Biao's face lit up with joy upon hearing the words from inside, and he laughed heartily. Little girl, let's see where you can run this time. Aren't you still caught by me? Wushasha immediately became invisible. Sun Long turned around in shock. Wushasha had vanished. A look of anxiety spread across his face. If Biaoge thought he was lying, he would surely be killed. Sun Long was soon drenched in sweat. Suddenly, he heard a noise and looked towards the source, noticing the tables and chairs shaking. He quickly had a thought, and yelled to Zhang Biao and the others who had just entered. Biaoge quickly shut the door. Teacher Wu must have awakened her invisible powers. Upon hearing this, Zhang Biao hurriedly instructed someone to close the door. Wushasha, not daring to move, stood still, watching the dozen or so people who had entered, her heart racing. Zhang Biao frowned as he saw the door closed, and kicked Zheng Jie beside him. You two better not be lying to me of other. Zheng Jie quickly shook his head, his face clearly marked with slap marks, and fear filled his heart. It turned out that when Zheng Jie went to deliver the message, Zhang Biao and the others were exercising with the beautiful female seniors, and his loud shouts had left many people unsatisfied. Had it not been for hearing about Wushasha, Zheng Jie would have been in deep trouble. Seeing Zheng Jie's miserable state, Sun Long quickly spoke up. Biaoge, we would never dare to deceive you. Teacher Wu was just lying here sleeping. I sent Zheng Jie to inform you, and I kept an eye on her. She was right in front of me before you all entered. Zhang Biao walked to the spot Sun Long pointed to, and indeed saw traces on the table and chairs. He sniffed the air. A woman's fragrance still lingered. Linmu, you guard the door tightly. Everyone else search inch by inch for her. I refuse to believe she can escape again from this classroom. Zhang Biao was the boss of a KTV near the university town, and often interacted with many college beauties, some of whom did part-time jobs. He learned about Wushasha from them. Oh, she was renowned as a beautiful teacher. Many wealthy and powerful individuals pursued her, but she had rejected them all. Out of curiosity, he had once watched her from a distance, and was instantly captivated by her beauty. In times of peace, such a goddess was beyond his reach, but now things were different. He not only wanted to possess her, but also to claim her completely. Teacher Wu, beautiful Wu, you might as well stop hiding. This time you won't be able to fly away. Come out. I promised. A manic smile spread across Zhang Biao's face, but after searching for over 10 minutes, he still couldn't find her. In fact, Wushasha's magical power was nearly depleted. She was close to the door, but someone was guarding it, and she couldn't find a chance to escape. Her heart was filled with helplessness and anxiety. Zhang Biao had completely lost it. He looked at Sun Long and Zheng Jie, his gaze unnerving. Sun Long shouted desperately, Biaoge, I absolutely didn't deceive you. She's definitely still here. Zhang Biao ripped off his shirt, his fists pounding against his chest. Suddenly he transformed. His upper body was quickly covered in black fur, and Zhang Biao turned into a black ape. He strode up to Sun Long, who along with Zheng Jie was already petrified with fear. The two of them helplessly wet their pants. Zhang Biao's already violent emotions exploded completely upon smelling the foul odor. With a swift motion, Zhang Biao grabbed Sun Long and tore at him, forcefully eliciting a painful scream. Wushasha watched in shock as Zhang Biao ripped off one of Sun Long's arms, blood spraying everywhere, while Zhang Biao let out an excited roar. He hurled the severed arm aside as blood splattered everywhere. Wushasha suddenly felt a chill on her face as a few drops of blood landed on her. Linmu, horrified by Zhang Biao's bloodshed, suddenly saw a few drops of blood suspended in the air and shouted, Biaoge, look. She seems to be here. The excited black ape immediately turned to the direction Lin Mu was pointing, noticing a few red droplets slowly blurring and then vanishing. Haha, she's definitely still here. Zhang Biao glanced down at the pained and screaming Sun Long in his grip, blood still gushing from the severed arm. He then swung Sun Long violently, blood spraying everywhere. Wu Shasha could no longer remain invisible, blood was splattered all over her, and she was quickly surrounded by people. At that moment, her magical power completely exhausted, she reverted to her original form. Zhang Biao casually tossed aside the barely conscious Sun Long and laughed heartily as he approached Wu Shasha. Finally caught you. He stepped forward, grabbing Wu Shasha's arm, and ignoring her struggles lifted her up and marched outside. Let's go, teacher Wu, beautiful Wu. From now on you belong to me, Zhang Biao. The convoy arrived at the university town, encountering numerous zombies along the way, but the zombies proved to be quite ineffective. A group of people acting as if possessed charged at the zombies, making them a rare sight. The university town, as the name suggests, is home to 4 or 5 universities with around 100 students, not to mention the many others who serve them, forming what is known as the university town. Chen Nuo gazed out the car window, a wave of familiarity washing over him, as the memories of his original self made him feel an inexplicable connection to this place. He shook his head to dispel his distracting thoughts, while Suli noticed Chen Nuo's unusual demeanor. What's wrong? Chen Nuo smiled slightly. I used to study here, and seeing the scenery outside reminds me of the past. Suli recalled the last time Chen Nuo took her to a class reunion, glancing him up and down before teasingly saying, "You're not thinking about that beautiful schoolmate from before, are you?" Li Shui and Gaoing were unaware of this, and Gaoing quickly leaned over to ask, "Sister Su, hurry, and tell me, I want to hear about Chen Nuo's dark history." Chen Nuo pushed Gao Ying's head back down, smiling helplessly. He had to admit that women were very perceptive. The reason he came here was perhaps partly because of Wu Shasha. Suli observed Chen Nuo's expression, feeling as if the truth was as clear as day. She snorted softly. I thought so. Someone previously claimed that hunting zombies in the university town was a safer bet, since all the students stayed in their dorms at night. That excuse could be overlooked, but now with so many of us, isn't it the same no matter where we hunt zombies? Now it seemed that he was thinking about that beautiful classmate. Chen Nuo smiled awkwardly as he gently hugged Su Li, who shrugged her shoulders. Come on, I've realized that with the 3 of us you're still not satisfied. Chen Nuo quickly replied. Sister Su, don't wrong me. You know nothing happened between me and Wu Shasha. Su Li stared into Chen Nuo's eyes. Yes, nothing has happened now, but that doesn't mean it won't in the future. Are you really saying you don't have those thoughts? Chen Nuo smacked his lips. He couldn't truly claim he had no such thoughts, but it was merely a simple fondness. Before the apocalypse, he had given Wu Shasha painkillers simply out of fondness, not wanting her to die, just like that. Having traversed to this world now in the midst of an apocalypse, his thoughts were straightforward. He acted according to his feelings and desires. Seeing Chen Nuo not rebutting her, Su Li couldn't help but feel irritated, and Chen Nuo wrapped his arms around her. Sister Su, don't overthink it. Just consider this. If what you say is true, then why did I only bring you and Li Shui with me on the day of the apocalypse, and not her? I'll be honest, I do have feelings for her, but they are merely feelings. As for what happens later, to be honest, I really haven't thought that far. Su Li pondered Chen Nuo's words. His decision to bring her and Li Shui along said it all. Chen Nuo noticed that although Su Li still ignored him, her emotions had noticeably calmed down. He leaned down and kissed her softly on the lips, to which Su Li responded slightly, as if forgiving him. Su Li wasn't truly angry, she simply felt that with the 3 of them, Chen Nuo should settle down a bit. With so many beautiful women around, she was a bit worried about Chen Nuo's stamina. Chen Nuo finally breathed a sigh of relief. After sitting properly, he extended his consciousness forward, quickly enveloping the entire university area within his awareness. Countless zombies were trapped in the dormitories, while the few survivors quivered in what they deemed a safe zone. From a godlike perspective, Chen Nuo surveyed the land with his consciousness descending upon the university where Wu Shasha was located. He first spotted a tall building, likely the school library, where many girls were scantily clad, helplessly lying on the ground, while many men lined up, including both students and members of society. Chen Nuo furrowed his brow, fortunately not seeing Wu Shasha among them. His mind searched back and forth, and in a classroom, he suddenly saw someone angrily pounding their chest, transforming into a black ape. He was momentarily surprised, and with a quick glance, Chen Nuo didn't spot Wu Shasha and chose to look elsewhere, disinterested in the others. After searching around, he found nothing and shook his head. Could it be that she wasn't at school that day? Chen Nuo, still unconvinced, decided to search again. If he still couldn't find her, then there would be no other option. This time, as his thoughts skimmed over the school, he noticed a man holding a woman, followed by a dozen others. The woman was struggling incessantly, and the man slapped her hard across the face. Chen Nuo shook his head. In the apocalypse, women truly were the weaker party. He sighed. This is human nature. When the constraints of law disappear, many people will become demons, unleashing all their desires. Chen Nuo prepared to search other places for Wu Shasha. As for the woman, he could only silently mourn for her. However, after being slapped by the man, the woman's head snapped back and her face was fully revealed to Chen Nuo. Blood streamed from the corner of her mouth, and her beautiful face quickly became swollen. Chen Nuo, sitting in the car, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Song Tao, stop the car. I want to get out. Over here, Wu Shasha was nearly knocked unconscious by Zhang Biao's slap. She understood that she absolutely could not lose consciousness. She needed to find a way to escape. If she couldn't escape, she would have to think of a way to end her own life. She could already envision her fate if she fell into these people's hands. Taking advantage of Zhang Biao's momentary distraction, she bit down hard on his arm. In pain, Zhang Biao flung Wu Shasha away, and she crashed hard onto the ground, momentarily unable to stand. Zhang Biao, furious, kicked Wu Shasha in the stomach. Damn bitch, how dare you bite me? Who do you think you are? From now on, you're just my plaything, Zhang Biao. Wu Shasha did not scream. She struggled to support herself with her hands, glancing at Zhang Biao with disdain. Zhang Biao was provoked by Wu Shasha's expression and prepared to continue hitting her, but one of his subordinates interjected. Brother Biao, there are zombies over there. Let's go back and deal with her later. Zhang Biao looked up and saw a few zombies in security uniforms approaching. Alright, let's go back. Isn't this woman quite proud? Everyone will have a share when we return. I want to see just how pathetic she will be then. Wu Shasha was completely desperate. She thought about biting her tongue to commit suicide and immediately bit down. It was painful and blood instantly spilled from her mouth. Zhang Biao was momentarily stunned when he saw the blood flowing from Wu Shasha's mouth, and his subordinate quickly reminded him. Brother Biao, this woman is going to bite her tongue to death. Upon hearing this, Zhang Biao was utterly enraged. He kicked Wu Shasha in the stomach again. The intense pain made it unbearable for Wu Shasha, and she let out a cry. Although she didn't bite off her tongue, blood continued to flow from her mouth. Given the situation, if the bleeding wasn't stopped in time, death was just a matter of time. Looking at Wu Shasha, who lay on the ground convulsing, Zhang Biao exploded with rage. Damn it, you filthy trash, you want to die? I tell you, even if you die, we won't spare your corpse. Zhang Biao shouted at the people behind him. Go lead those zombies away. I want to have my way with this woman right here. Bang! Zhang Biao was startled and quickly turned around, only to see a figure suddenly appear 2 or 3 meters in front of him with a pair of white wings and a murderous intent glaring at him. He instinctively took a few steps back, shouting loudly, "Who the hell are you?" Chen Nuo first glanced at the barely breathing Wu Shasha, then opened the modifier to restore her health to full, changing her weak, bleeding, and injured state to healthy before turning his gaze towards Zhang Biao, cold, murderous intent radiating from him. I'm here to kill you. Zhang Biao let out a wild laugh upon hearing Chen Nuo's words, and the other little brothers joined in the raucous laughter. You little brat, you really have the audacity to boast, claiming you're the one who killed me. I see you. Still half asleep, right? Do you think just because you have a pair of white wings you can consider yourself an angel? Zhang Biao said, raising his fist to pound his chest, transforming again into a black ape. His body had indeed grown larger, making him quite intimidating. Chen Nuo was taken aback. He had just seen this black ape, and his heart tightened. Thankfully, he searched again, otherwise Wu Shasha's fate would be dire. The other little brothers, seeing Chen Nuo's stunned expression, thought he was frightened by Biao Guest's transformation, and they mocked him loudly. Kid, you really make me laugh. You truly don't know how high the heavens are, and how deep the earth is. Biao Gu, I see this kid's little body is nothing but a stray bird before you. Haha. Exactly, nowadays with a bit of power, they can't even tell how insignificant they are. Does he think that by becoming a birdman, he can become invincible? That's truly laughable. Biao Gu, tear his wings off. Oh, I want to taste the difference between human wings and... Zhang Biao's face revealed a brutal expression as he looked at Chen Nuo like a predator eyeing its prey, his voice booming like a roar. Well said. Today I will tear off his wings, and then we can all have a taste. The little brothers surrounded Chen Nuo, who had always regarded them with disdain. He raised his hand, ready to deal with these people directly. Suddenly Wu Shasha sat up abruptly. Chen Nuo paused, looking at Wu Shasha, who appeared confused. Seeing her safe, a smile appeared on his face. Wu Shasha looked at her body in disbelief, touching herself all over, realizing that the pain was gone. Then she swallowed hard. The taste of blood lingered in her mouth, but the wound on her tongue had vanished, as if the earlier self-inflicted bite and Zhang Biao's beating were merely figments of her imagination. She looked up at the person descending from the sky, who was smiling at her. Her pupils contracted and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She shook her head and laughed self-deprecatingly. Chen Nuo, it seems I am truly near death. I never expected to see you transformed into an angel at this moment of life and death. Is this my obsession? Dying like this isn't so bad. If I had known it would be like this, I should have been more proactive earlier. You are better than these people. Wu Shasha sighed, deeply looking at the smiling Chen Nuo. A relieved smile crept onto her face. Chen Nuo, you really don't look bad as an angel. Goodbye, Chen Nuo. Let's make a pact for the next life. After saying this, Wu Shasha gazed at Chen Nuo with tearful eyes, pouted, and closed her eyes, thinking these were her last obsessions before death. Everyone had different expressions upon hearing Wu Shasha's mutterings. Chen Nuo felt a sense of comfort, while Zhang Biao's monkey-like face became even more ferocious. The others were mostly in shock considering that Wushasha had just been on the brink of death. They couldn't understand how someone on the verge of death could inexplicably come back to life intact. Zhang Biao's furious gaze shot at Chen Nuo, realizing from Wushasha's words that their relationship was quite ambiguous. After all, Wushasha had said such shameless things implying that Chen Nuo was better than him. These words ignited Zhang Biao's rage completely. It was not just an insult to him. He felt as if someone had He raised his strong ape arm, and while Chen Nuo was looking at Wushasha, charged directly at him. You little brat, dare to steal a woman from me, Zhang Biao. You must die. Wushasha closed her eyes, waiting for death. But upon hearing Zhang Biao's roar, she suddenly opened her eyes only to see Zhang Biao raising his furry ape arm high, ready to smash it down on Chen Nuo. The immediate sense of danger made Wushasha realize that this was not an illusion. The one approaching was indeed Chen Nuo. She looked at the beast, which was clearly larger than Chen Nuo, and did not believe he could be a match. Her heart raced, tears welled up in her eyes, and her voice trembled. No. Chen Nuo looked at Wushasha, not taking Zhang Biao's attack seriously. His wings instinctively moved forward to block Zhang Biao's fist, causing a slight tremor that sent Zhang Biao flying several meters away. The other little brothers instinctively stepped back, but Chen Nuo ignored them and walked towards Wushasha. Wushasha looked at Chen Nuo approaching her with tear-filled eyes. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears, but they kept flowing uncontrollably. She laughed through her tears, leaving others unsure if she was happy or sad. Chen Nuo reached out his hand, and Wushasha instinctively reached out as well. Their hands clasped together, everything felt so real. Chen Nuo pulled her up and smiled gently. What? Did you think you were dead? Wushasha, hearing Chen Nuo's words, felt her nose tingle. She hurriedly, awkwardly wiped it with her sleeve, then recalled her earlier mutterings, including the shameless words about Chen Nuo. Her face flushed instantly. Don't say that. How embarrassing. You must forget what I just said. Zhang Biao, seeing the two flirting, glared furiously, his eyes bloodshot. He pounded his chest in anger and roared to the sky, then glared at the two. You two dog lovers dare to put a green hat on me in front of my face. I will kill you both. After shouting, Zhang Biao shook his head, revealing an excited expression. No, I won't kill you. I will make you suffer. Kid, I will break all your limbs and lock you in the toilet, letting everyone urinate and defecate on you. As for you, you foul woman, I will make you suffer humiliation, becoming a woman for everyone to use. Chen Nuo's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He motioned for Wushasha to step back, but she stubbornly stood in front of him, wanting to face this together. Don't worry, killing them is as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Oh, just watch. Zhang Biao laughed heartily. You little brat, it seems that blocking my attack earlier gave you some misplaced confidence. Do you think your wings can withstand my attack, and that I can't kill you? Let me tell you, I didn't even use my full strength earlier. Chen Nuo didn't want to continue this conversation, or it felt like he was showing off. These small fry were not worth his serious attention. Calling them chickens and dogs was already overestimating them. He raised his hand. Chen Nuo. A voice called from above, and Wushasha quickly looked up to see three beautiful women slowly flying down from the sky. Specifically, one woman had white wings like Chen Nuo, flanked by two beauties. The three women landed beside Chen Nuo, examining Wushasha, who also scrutinized them, feeling a bit uneasy. She recognized one of them as Su Li, Chen Nuo's fiancée, introduced at the class reunion, the chairwoman of Jiang Group. Wushasha suddenly felt as if she had been caught in a betrayal. Su Li glanced at Chen Nuo, then stepped forward to grab Wushasha. Are you hurt? You have no idea. Chen Nuo was extremely worried. You don't know, just now he yanked the car door off and flew into the sky. His urgency was truly TSK. Chen Nuo's murderous intent still brewed in his chest as he stared coldly at Zhang Biao and the others. Sister Su, you all stay back and watch. They'll deal with these people first. Su Li was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Chen Nuo. It was the first time she had seen him in such a state, and she quickly nodded, pulling Wushasha aside to walk away. However, Zhang Biao waved his hand, and his underlings once again surrounded Chen Nuo and the others. Damn it, you lucky brat, you've got quite the fortune with the ladies. But they will all belong to me, Zhang Biao. Don't worry, I will take good care of these beauties. Huh. Biao, these are all top-notch. Once you've had your fun, you must let us enjoy them too. Everyone sees Chen Nuo and his companions as lambs ready for slaughter, the fish and meat on the platter. All right, follow me, Biao Go. I won't shortchange you. I rest assured these women will not be in short supply for you. The commotion here was not small, and the other underlings in the library had already noticed the situation, rushing out to they came to stand behind Zhang Biao. Someone spotted zombies approaching and went to divert them, while a couple of hundred people completely surrounded Chen Nuo and the others. Chen Nuo glanced at them lightly. Among them were social figures, students, and even teachers. Wushasha saw quite a few colleagues and students she recognized, but all were men, with not a single woman in sight. Seeing so many people, she felt both nervous and scared, yet she still lifted her foot, wanting to stand by Chen Nuo's side and face whatever came together with him. However, Su Li held her back and shook her head. Don't go over, just leave it to Chen Nuo. This is his battle to protect the women he loves. As his women, we should stand aside and watch. Seeing his underlings gather around him, Zhang Biao felt emboldened. He arrogantly stared at Chen Nuo, raising his furry muscular arm. Tell Biao Ge what to do if someone wants to forcefully take his women. Kill him, leave no survivors. It's true Zhang Biao was much stronger than Chen Nuo. This synchronized battle cry showed they had practiced it before. Zhang Biao's gaze greedily roamed over the women, his mouth watering uncontrollably as he finally turned. Kid, do you still have the guts to say you want to kill me? Do you dare to act so brazenly in front of all my underlings? Oh, huh. Everyone erupted into maniacal laughter, feeling invincible, as if the world was been. Chen Nuo observed their arrogant demeanor. Initially he wanted them to die swiftly, but now he had changed his mind. He intended to torment them to death one by one. Feeling so proud, are you? You think you can outnumber me? Chen Nuo wore a playful smile as he sensed the convoy had arrived at the school gate. Zhang Biao and his crew looked at Chen Nuo as if he were a fool. Some glanced around, realizing that besides them there were no other figures. Taking a deep breath, Chen Nuo's voice resonated through the sky, reaching outside the school gate. Where are my people? All the soldiers quickly disembarked, swiftly lining up. Zhang Biao thought Chen Nuo had been intimidated and was speaking nonsense. He shook his big monkey head. Ha ha ha, he is indeed a coward, completely stunned by our intimidation, now babbling nonsense. Come on brothers, let's send him off together. A couple of hundred people manifested their talents, their eyes filled with brutality and bloodlust. Chen Nuo raised his right hand to his ear and coldly said to Zhang Biao, "Do you hear? My people are coming." Everyone froze indeed, hearing a rumble, the sound of orderly footsteps like 1,000 horses galloping. Zhang Biao, bending his gorilla body, quickly straightened up and looked into the distance where a sea of black figures approached. He had no idea how many soldiers there were, each armed with firearms, surging into the school gate like a tide. Over 4,000 soldiers made a noise that attracted the few zombies in the campus streets, and gunfire began to. Zhang Biao was drenched in cold sweat, especially in his furry attire. A puddle had formed beneath him, making it seem as if he had urinated. The neatly organized squad halted not far from them, with Jing Tao, Zhao Wei, Su Hao Wang, Chun Gao Jinchang, Jianjun Song, Tao Tianfeng, and others standing at the front, all coldly gazing at Zhang Biao and his crew. Zhang Biao's face no longer bore the previous arrogance. He was so frightened, he stumbled backward, unable to maintain his transformation. The others were even more miserable. They looked at the armed soldiers, some trembling, all over collapsing to the ground. Beneath them was a puddle that could be sweat or urine. Chen Nuo turned to look at the pale-faced Zhang Biao. Just now you were quite imposing. What was it you said? Chen Nuo turned to ask Su Li and the others, who stifled their laughter. He asked those surrounding us what they would do if they dared to compete with him for women. Chen Nuo nodded, and then looked at the neatly lined up soldiers, pointing at Zhang Biao and his crew. Just now this guy said that if I dared to compete with him for women they would kill me, and take Su Jie and the others, making them available to all. Jing Tao and the others revealed their fury, their anger ignited completely. All of them were Chen Nuo's loyal followers. Su Li and the others were Chen Nuo's women, thus their matriarch, and their gazes were filled with intense killing intent. So what about you? They just shouted their slogans with such fervor. Chen Nuo once again turned to Zhang Biao, his face cold with murderous intent. Now I also have a question. Tell me, if someone dares to compete with me for women, what will you do? Jing Tao was the first to shout angrily. Crush them to dust, leave no survivors. Everyone shouted in unison, their voices carrying a thunderous impact. Listening to their shouts, Chen Nuo smiled as he walked toward Zhang Biao. Though Zhang Biao was terrified, he steeled himself, thinking even if he died, he would drag Chen Nuo down with him. Everyone pull yourselves together. We must capture him to have any chance of survival. Some were already so scared they couldn't resist, the students and teachers who had never seen such a scene before. Since they could submit to Zhang Biao, they naturally wouldn't dare resist the armed soldiers. Zhang Biao managed to transform and charged at Chen Nuo. Those who had previously insulted Chen Nuo understood they had only one path left, and they rushed forward. Chen Nuo flicked his hand, and dozens of water snakes appeared out of thin air, wrapping around the dozen or so people that charged at him. Bang bang bang. They, along with Zhang Biao, stood no chance of fighting back, unable to break free, falling to the ground. Chen Nuo did not deal with Zhang Biao immediately, but instead approached one person, stepping on that person's head. Just now who called me a mixed breed bird? The person's face pressed against the ground, stuttering, "Boss, it was my big mouth. Please spare me this once." Chen Nuo smiled and raised the person's arm, then before everyone's eyes he twisted it 720 degrees. The person screamed in pain, but Chen Nuo. Both arms were twisted off by Chen Nuo with bloody bone stubs at the shoulders. Chen Nuo kicked him aside. Chen Nuo approached another man whose face was pale and sickly, sweat continuously dripping from his forehead. Chen Nuo loudly said, "Who just said, who was the Birdman?" The same question like the inquiry of death. Chen Nuo, just like before, twisted this man's arms off and kicked him away. Chen Nuo continued forward. "Big brother, Sir Father, I was wrong. Ooh, I shouldn't have spoken carelessly." Chen Nuo coldly laughed. "Hadn't you just say you wanted to eat human wings? He'll fulfill that for you." This time Chen Nuo not only forcibly ripped off his arm, but before the man's eyes conjured a flame, roasted the arm and forcefully stuffed it into the man's mouth. "Do you want to enjoy yourself? Chen Nuo went from person to person, each one left armless with some even missing all limbs. These individuals were the ones who had previously insulted Su Li and Wu Shasha. Others had never witnessed such a brutal and bloody scene, and many began to vomit. When one person vomited, others who had initially held it together joined in. Chen Nuo waved his hand. First, take these people to the side. The military began to act. The couple of hundred people were directly escorted by Jing Tao at gunpoint to the side. Chen Nuo finally looked at Zhang Biao, a cruel smile on his face. Now it's just you left, are you ready? Chen Nuo looked down at Zhang Biao from a high position, resembling a trapped beast entangled by a water snake. He struggled desperately to break free from its grip, but the water snake was remarkably resilient. No matter how hard he tried, he could not escape the water snake's hold. Zhang Biao had come to terms with reality, realizing that no matter how he pleaded for mercy, Chen Nuo would not spare him. Enough with the nonsense. It's simply a matter of victory and defeat. I just feel a bit regretting that I can't play with your women, ha. Chen Nuo slightly squinted his eyes, while Zhang Biao's monkey-like face revealed mockery. What's wrong? Are you angry now? I did say I would make your women available to everyone, and I would sever your limbs, allowing people to relieve themselves on you. This is just the beginning. Initially, Chen Nuo felt a surge of anger, but gradually, he gazed at Zhang Biao with amusement. You're quite you know I won't let you off easily, and you think to provoke me to give you a swift end, huh? Chen Nuo sneered, his voice carrying a violent, killing intent. Rest assured, even if you hadn't said these things, I would remember them clearly. Now that you've provocatively mentioned them, I'll tell you these will indeed unfold upon you. So I must ask you, are you ready? Zhang Biao's body trembled involuntarily. The strong black ape seemed to deflate, like a balloon reverting to his original form in the blink of an eye. His face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down as he fixed his gaze on Chen Nuo. Seeing Chen Nuo's mocking expression, he began to struggle violently and curse. You son of a... Oh! Chen Nuo lifted his foot and kicked him in the face, shattering his jaw. Of course, Chen Nuo controlled the force, otherwise this kick would have sent his head flying like a ball. Zhang Biao let out a pained groan. Chen Nuo raised his hand and summoned a stick-like magic tool. He weighed the stick in his hand, and then looked Zhang Biao up and down. Where should I start? The left hand or the right hand? Or perhaps... Zhang Biao shook his head in fear, instinctively retreating, but the water snake firmly bound him in place. Chen Nuo stepped aside, and with a wave of his hand the water snake transformed into a water net, exposing Zhang Biao's limbs, binding him tightly in a large character shape to the ground. Zhang Biao watched as Chen Nuo approached him. His head was also pinned to the ground, unable to lift it. Blood gushed from his mouth as his eyes darted back and forth. Chen Nuo raised the stick high, swinging it like a golf club. Crack! Ugh! The sound of an egg breaking echoed, and Zhang Biao's entire body tensed, the veins on his neck bulging hideously. It's fine, there should still be one left. Just hold on. Chen Nuo swung the stick again. Everyone's legs tightened, fear gripping their hearts, and their scalps tingled. After completing this, Chen Nuo returned the stick to his magical space. He raised his hand, signaling Jing Tao to come over quickly. Jing Tao glanced at Zhang Biao, whose limbs were a grotesque sight, and spat at him. Brother Chen. Chen Nuo pointed at the people who had surrounded him earlier, and then pointed at Zhang Biao. Bring them over. Doesn't this guy want people to relieve themselves on me? Come on, let's return the favor. Jing Tao nodded in understanding, and those people with faces full of sorrow were brought over again, some of whom had already lost control and had no urge to urinate. Big brother, sir, I really don't have. Jing Tao looked at Chen Nuo, who opened the modifier and checked the binding magic ability. Having acquired the binding magic of these people, he waved his hand. Step aside to kill him. That person was startled and hurriedly knelt down to plead for mercy. Grandpa, father, I have. As he spoke, he pulled down his pants and started to spray, scared into diarrhea. With this person as a warning, the 184 people quickly went through a round. Chen Nuo watched from a distance. In fact, Zhang Biao had already died when there were over 100 people. He died from excessive blood loss and shock. Jing Tao frowned as he approached Chen Nuo. The smell was truly unbearable. Brother Chen, how should we handle these people? Those people showed hopeful expressions. They did not want to die. However, Chen Nuo coldly said, what purpose does it serve to keep such people alive? Kill them all. Instantly those people felt a chill run down their spines, and some began to curse Chen Nuo. You devil, we are all human, yet you kill so mercilessly, devoid of humanity. Yes, demon murderer, we'll fight back. Hearing them insult Chen Nuo, Jing Tao and the others raised their weapons, and those who had cursed him immediately hid among the crowd. Listening to their insults, Chen Nuo raised his hand to stop Jing Tao and the others from shooting. He looked at those people and sneered. Am I a demon? I lack humanity. You've truly reminded me I can't kill you directly. Chen Nuo pointed to the buildings ahead and shouted loudly. Xiao Wei, take people to that building. There are quite a few women inside. Bring them all to me. The faces of those people showed shock and fear. They never expected Chen Nuo to know that there were others in that building. That place was their lair, and those women were female students and teachers from this school. Soon Xiao Wei rushed out, attacking those people with fists and kicks. Although the others were somewhat confused, they kept their eyes on these people, ready to shoot them if they dared to move. Finally, Zhao Wei, exhausted from the fight, gasped as he came to Chen Nuo's side. Su Hao asked what happened. Zhao Wei remembered what he had just seen, and anger surged again, but Su Hao quickly stopped him. What exactly happened? Zhao Wei took a deep breath, momentarily suppressing his rage. You'll find out soon, they've suffered too much. Just as he finished speaking, the door of the building opened wide, and women began to emerge like walking corpses. They had vacant eyes and ragged clothes, and numerous scars were visible on their exposed skin. There were actually 436 of them. When Zhao Wei entered, these women were lying naked on the ground, resembling lifeless dolls. Though there were no guards, they lay there numb. Zhao Wei discovered many naked female corpses in a corner, making it hard to imagine the inhumane abuses they had endured in just a few days. Chen Nuo glanced over. The faces of these women appeared before his eyes, each marked with a note indicating they were on the brink of mental collapse. Chen Nuo turned to look at Wushasha, who was covering her mouth with her hand, tears streaming down her face. Su Li and the others were equally shocked and incredulous. Chen Nuo thought that if he hadn't arrived in time, Wushasha would have been one of them. Wushasha noticed Chen Nuo's gaze and instantly understood his thoughts. She pouted, biting her lip, her eyes welling up with tears. Chen Nuo, they are too. Chen Nuo looked again at those people, his cold voice striking heavily at their hearts. Tell me, who is the real devil? Who lacks humanity? Can you tell me? Chen Nuo's gaze swept over them. They fell silent, as if stricken with dread. He snorted coldly, then turned his attention to the women. Their eyes were vacant, as if their souls had been leached away. Chen Nuo drew a deep breath. In truth, his sympathy for their fate was only slight. After all, whether they lived or died was their own destiny and bore no direct relation to him. He proclaimed, the apocalypse has come, the weak are enslaved by the strong. This will become the new normal. You are not special, your experiences only prove how feeble you are, and that you lack the means to protect yourselves. The words stirred nothing in the women, their hearts seemed already dead. Wushasha felt particularly uneasy at Chen Nuo's words. These women had been so thoroughly broken, and yet he still wounded them with his speech. She could not comprehend it, she murmured to herself. Chen Nuo, why say such things? Su Li, standing beside her, thought for a moment, and replied, perhaps Chen Nuo intends to rouse them with words, otherwise these women will never escape that shadow. In truth, Su Li was overthinking. Chen Nuo acted on impulse. Having heard them call him a demon inhuman, he involuntarily thought of these women. He spoke now to stir their desire for revenge, to make them turn on those men. It was that simple. Chen Nuo was not so kind as to avenge strangers out of virtue. All his actions were capricious, done as he pleased. Seeing them still like a stagnant pool, his words grew even sharper. Am I wrong? In the end, society has collapsed, and law no longer holds sway. To the strong, you women are merely objects for venting. You have no power to resist. Only by submitting can you survive in this brutal apocalypse. Chen Nuo let out a light laugh. To be brutally honest, if I had not come, you would still be waiting there to be ravaged by those devils. All the women shuddered, as if some horrifying memory had been summoned. Am I being alarmist? You only need to recall those women killed before your eyes. What befell those who struggled? As expected, their pupils constricted, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and fear etched itself across their faces. They hugged their arms tightly, tears welling in their eyes. Chen Nuo continued, do you not feel helpless? Desperate? Do you not itch to kill them? The women began to sob, nodding with force. They could not forgive it. Those crimes had devastated them in body and spirit. But you have no strength to avenge yourselves. You can only endure their humiliation. Even if you were lucky this time, you will meet other devils next time. That is the sorrow of the weak. The faint hope that had flickered in their eyes seemed mercilessly doused by Chen Nuo's words. They shook their heads, unwilling to accept it. Your fate might have been sealed, but fortunately, I am here now, and I can give you the power to take revenge. Chen Nuo fixed them with his gaze. They lifted their heads to meet him. He pointed to the men behind him. Look, these people. You should be no strangers to them. They are the ones who plunged you into endless humiliation. Now I hand them over to you for judgment. Kill them, dismember them, do as you please. Chen Nuo paused, then continued. So will you continue to endure as before, or will you summon the courage to avenge yourselves against these monstrous... A woman who looked like a teacher ground her teeth, hatred blazing in her eyes. I will take revenge. Even if they die, I cannot forgive their atrocities. I choose vengeance too. I would tear at their flesh and drink their blood. Revenge. In that moment, all the women chose retribution. None would retreat. Having endured torment and humiliation, living like the walking dead, they would gladly die after avenging themselves. Chen Nuo nodded and raised a hand. Countless bound demon imps hovered in the air and immediately transformed into a variety of weapons. Very well. Since you have made your choice, they are yours now. Some women took up the weapons Chen Nuo provided, others manifested their own. They closed in on the men with grim determination. Chen Nuo watched calmly as hunter and prey exchanged places. Teacher Li, I was forced. Spare me. We are colleagues. Colleagues. One spat. You bastard, you sorest beast. Forced. When you moved on me, I cried and begged you to stop. Why didn't you say you were forced then? Go to hell. The man struggled to resist. Pop. Whenever anyone resisted Jing Tao and the others would fire crippling hands and feet. The women stabbed frenziedly at those men. Teacher Yang, am your student. I was overcome by lust. Squelch, huh? Overcome by lust. You scumbag, you even preyed on your students. Everyone watched in silence. They had only just arrived and already beheld such a human tragedy. The depths of human depravity were laid bare. With their great vengeance sated, the women dropped their weapons and fell to their knees crying bitterly. Chen Nuo flicked his hand, and his bound demon weapons returned to the magic space. He glanced at the women's status pages. The markers that had signaled their collapse had vanished. Su Li and the others came to Chen Nuo's side, and Wu Shasha spoke first. Chen Nuo, thank you for saving me. Chen Nuo was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. Seeing you safe makes me very glad as well. Su Li stepped forward and looped her arm through his, glancing at the two before saying, what is there to thank him for? As a man isn't saving his woman what he should do. Li Shui and Gaoing smiled and agreed with Wu Shasha. Sister Su is right. Wu Shasha blushed, and am not his woman yet. Sister Su gave Chen Nuo's waist a playful twist. What you think doesn't matter. What matters is that someone already sees you as his woman. Otherwise he wouldn't be so furious. Su Li glanced toward Zhang Biao a short distance away, tortured into an almost unrecognizable state, and teased tch what a hatred that must be. Chen Nuo was awkward for a few seconds, then shrugged naturally and spoke plainly. Sister Su is right. As you can see, Sister Su, Li Shui and Gaoing are all my women. Coming to the university town, I thought my feeling for you was mere fondness, but when I saw you in danger, I must admit, already in my heart, I have regarded you as my woman. Su Li snorted, glanced at the still blushing Wu Shasha, then looked back to the women, who were still weeping. You speak plainly, no secrets. Tell me, how do you plan to place these wretched women? Chen Nuo raised an eyebrow and shook his head. Place them? Why should I place them? Whether they live or die is none of my concern. Having said that, Chen Nuo moved to arrange for people to begin hunting the zombies on campus. Wu Shasha's heart tightened. Among those women were colleagues and students she knew. She could not simply turn a blind eye. Rather than confront Chen Nuo directly, she looked to Su Li. Su Li met Wu Shasha's look and understood her intention. She thought for a moment, then glanced again at the women. If truly left to their own devices, it was very likely these scarred women would, as Chen Nuo warned, escape one set of devils only to fall prey to another. Su Li considered this, then looked at Wu Shasha, Li Shui, and Gaoing. The four nodded in unison, reaching an unspoken agreement. Su Li then spoke. Chen Nuo, I disagree. We women should form our own female force. These women are claimed by us sisters. We will keep them. Do you consent? Chen Nuo abruptly halted, turned back to look at Su Li, then glanced at Wu Shasha's face, and finally swept his gaze across Li Shui and Gaoing. Are you serious? Standing shoulder to shoulder, the four women's expressions had already answered Chen Nuo's question. They nodded in unison. Chen Nuo looked again at the group of women. Wang Mei stepped forward and stood before him. Chen Nuo, I believe we should keep these women. Chen Nuo turned his gaze to Wang Mei, who smiled faintly and gestured toward the nearby military unit, composed entirely of men. Our current force includes very few women. That is hardly ideal. A healthy base requires a relatively balanced gender ratio, and certain tasks are simply better suited to women. Chen Nuo lifted his eyes toward the soldiers. All stood rigidly upright, staring straight ahead, as if the matter held no relevance to them whatsoever. Chen Nuo immediately activated his hard-eye talent. In an instant their thoughts unfolded before him. Even middle-aged men like Lian Jinghua and Zhao Tianhe, world-weary and jaded, secretly hoped he would retain the women. Chen Nuo paused, startled, then shook his head with a wry smile. He realized he'd been overly self-absorbed. Turning to Su Li and the others, he said, Very well, I agree. Gaoing leapt up first, rushing toward Chen Nuo and throwing her arms around him. Helplessly, he wrapped his hands around her waist. Chen Nuo, you're absolutely wonderful. I want every woman in my unit to awaken angelic tier mages. Chen Nuo gently steadied Gaoing, then paused, imagining a squadron of women soaring through the sky. The vision struck him as unexpectedly compelling, and he gave a slow, deliberate nod. Agreed. Overwhelmed with joy, Gaoing impulsively planted a kiss on Chen Nuo's cheek. Chen Nuo, Gaoying's idea is brilliant. So my unit shall all awaken aquatic tier mages. After Su Li spoke, Li Shui gazed at Chen Nuo with quiet anticipation. He merely shrugged. Fine. I grant all your requests. Su Li and Li Shui followed Gaoying's example, each bestowing a kiss upon Chen Nuo. Wu Shasha alone stood aside, flustered and uncertain. Chen Nuo studied Wu Shasha's profile, then hesitated briefly before speaking. Wu Sha, your innate talent is the invisible tier mage, also an exceptionally formidable one. Thus your entire unit shall awaken as invisible tier mages. Though somewhat bewildered, Wu Shasha still nodded, overjoyed simply to have secured the women's place among them. Chen Nuo fixed his gaze steadily upon Wu Shasha. She met his eyes, then instinctively touched her cheek and glanced down at herself. What is it? Is something wrong with me? Su Li glanced at Chen Nuo's expression and instantly grasped his intent. She scoffed disdainfully. Humph. He wants you to kiss him just like we did. What a shameless lecher. Li Shui watched Wu Shasha in serene silence, her expression pure theatrical delight, wondering whether Wu Shasha would refuse. Gowing raised her hand and playfully punched Chen Nuo's shoulder, whether from elation or exasperation no one could tell, then turned her face away. Chen Nuo cleared his throat awkwardly. I never meant any such thing. You've all misunderstood me. Yet Wu Shasha stepped forward, her cheeks flushed crimson. Rising onto her toes, she brushed a fleeting delicate kiss across Chen Nuo's cheek, like a dragonfly skimming water. Flustered, she smoothed her hair and lowered her gaze. Chen Nuo, thank you for letting them stay. Chen Nuo responded with a gentle, knowing smile. Your happiness is all that matters. The 436 individuals were divided into 4 squads of 109 each. Chen Nuo opened his modifier interface, checked his available mana reserves, and found them more than sufficient. He immediately elevated each woman's loyalty stat to 100, then locked their status. Next, per the 4 women's requests, he modified their innate mage affinities: angelic, aquatic, cryogenic, and invisible. Once every woman's affinity had been adjusted, Chen Nuo turned toward the formation, rows of soldiers standing perfectly aligned, and raised his voice. Our hunt begins now, March 4th. Clear every zombie from the dormitory district. As the troops surged forward, Chen Nuo turned to Wu Shasha. Wu Sha, select several women from your unit to guide the army. She nodded and swiftly chose a handful, dispatching them to join the column. Once the soldiers departed, only Chen Nuo, the 4 women, and the newly integrated group remained. Suli asked, Chen Nuo, what do we do now? Chen Nuo waved his hand, dismissively, speaking with effortless authority. Let's go. We'll do nothing at all. We'll find a comfortable spot, rest, and simply await their return. Li Shui blinked in surprise. Chen Nuo, are we truly doing nothing? Chen Nuo slung an arm casually over her shoulders. Foolish girl, don't you know what being the leader means? When have you ever seen a true leader lift a finger? Our duty is simply to rejoice, the labor belongs to them. Didn't I make this clear earlier? They wage war for us, we secure their logistical foundation. The group entered a nearby building, the very teaching block where Zhang Biao had cornered Wu Shasha. As they stepped inside, Wu Shasha glanced toward that classroom, her breath catching faintly. Chen Nuo's consciousness swept the room, and he was startled to discover 2 people still inside. More precisely, one person soon to be alone, for the other lay near death, barely clinging to life. Zhang Jie paced anxiously back and forth. What do we do? There are so many soldiers outside, and their commander clearly shares a special bond with Teacher Wu. Chen Nuo stopped and pointed toward the room. 2 people inside, one gravely wounded on the verge of death. Wu Shasha's brow furrowed as memories of Sun Long and Zhang Jie surfaced. Her voice tightened with venom. I know them. They're the ones who led those monsters here. If not for your rescue, I would have. Chen Nuo recalled his earlier mental sweep, when Zhang Biao had transformed into the black ape. His glance had been fleeting, he'd missed Wu Shasha entirely and moved on. Then kill them. Chen Nuo raised a finger and tapped lightly in the air. Zhang Jie mid-pace suddenly stiffened, then collapsed motionless to the floor, his heart stilled. As for Sun Long, his vitality had already dwindled to single digits. At the precise moment Zhang Jie died, his own last breath faded into silence. Done. They're both dead. Let's go. Chen Nuo paused before a classroom door and turned to address the other women. Find yourselves a place to rest. Should anything arise, I'll call for you. With that, he led Su Li and the others inside. After closing the door, he settled casually into a seat. Senior Sister Su, I need to verify something. She nodded. Go ahead, we won't disturb you. Focus on what you must do. Chen Nuo opened his personal interface and examined his spiritual power 110872. He focused on this stat because each point of spiritual power equaled 100 mana points, and each additional point extended the radius of his mental perception by 1 meter. In other words, his current mental reach spanned 110872 meters. Until recently, Chen Nuo had scarcely registered the significance of the meter, a unit he'd always considered trivial, and thus paid it little heed. It wasn't until today, while searching for Wu Shasha's trail en route to the university, that he realized with dawning astonishment just how vast his mental range had become. Converting that range to kilometers yielded 872 kilometers, a radius centered squarely upon himself. What did this mean? Nanha City stretched roughly 150 kilometers east-west and 110 kilometers north-south. Chen Nuo's mental domain now fully encompassed the entire metropolis. This implied he could directly perceive and catalog every survivor's mage affinity across Nanha City. Moreover, since his inventory range overlapped precisely with his mental domain, he could instantly gather all supplies within Nanha City into his inventory. Chen Nuo's immediate objective was to assimilate every survivor's mage affinity into his registry and activate them. Doing so would elevate his mana cap into the hundreds of millions, or perhaps even beyond the billion threshold. A sharp incandescent gleam ignited in Chen Nuo's eyes. Let's see, will it truly shatter the billion? Chen Nuo's consciousness surged like a tide, rapidly spreading outward. In the blink of an eye, it covered 10 kilometers, then 20 kilometers. Finally, the entirety of Nanha City was enveloped by Chen Nuo's consciousness. Countless zombies and the hiding survivors vividly appeared in his mind. Chen Nuo activated the modifier, directly acquiring all the magical talents of the survivors within the scope of his consciousness into his magical list, revealing a myriad of peculiar and diverse talents. As Chen Nuo's consciousness returned, he felt a slight fatigue. Maximizing his consciousness coverage consumed more mental energy than expected. He shook his head, and Su Li, who had been watching him, walked up to him. "What's wrong? You suddenly seem tired." Chen Nuo smiled. "I didn't expect that maximizing my consciousness would be so mentally taxing. Come lie on my lap, and I'll give you a head massage." Su Li leaned against Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo nodded and reclined against Su Li, but after lying down he found the desk and chair quite uncomfortable. He sat up and said to Su Li and the others, "Sister Su, you all stand over there for now. I will get a set of sofas. These desks and chairs are too hard to lie on." It was Wu Sha's first time witnessing this. She saw the original desks and chairs vanish at Chen Nuo's wave of his hand, and then, with another wave, an entire set of sofas appeared in the classroom, her face displaying shock. How did you do that, Chen Nuo?" Chen Nuo teased. "Come on, beg me, and I'll tell you." Wu Sha snorted coldly and went to ask Li Shui instead. Su Li sat on the soft sofa, patted it, and waved to Chen Nuo. "Aren't you tired? Come over and lie down." Chen Nuo flopped onto the sofa, first stretching lazily, then hugged Su Li and kissed her before finding a comfortable position to lie down. Su Li leaned back against the sofa and began to gently massage Chen Nuo's head. Li Shui explained something to Wu Sha before sitting next to Chen Nuo to massage his arms, followed by Gowing. Wu Sha hesitated for a moment, but then sat down beside them. The four girls began to massage Chen Nuo all over, and he squinted his eyes, emitting comfortable hums. Su Li smiled and increased the pressure in her hands a bit. Chen Nuo pretended to feel pain and called out. "That's what you get for being naughty," Li Shui said seriously while massaging. Gowing appeared a bit clumsy. She watched Su Li and Li Shui's movements and mimicked them to gently massage Chen Nuo. Wu Sha's face flushed, feeling nervous, and her hands unintentionally pressed a bit harder, making it seem more like she was twisting Chen Nuo. When Chen Nuo felt a slight pain, he couldn't help but sneakily rub her leg. Both of them felt an inexplicable thrill. Chen Nuo closed his eyes to enjoy for a while before continuing to look at his page, where countless magical talents lay in an unactivated state. Most were elemental magical talents. He looked down at the elemental types and let out a quiet gasp. "Oh, this is gold, wood, and lightning elements. That means I now have all 5 elemental types, and even for the special elements I have ice, wind, and lightning." Chen Nuo directly modified and successfully awakened the 3 elemental magical talents, opening 3 elemental magical spaces in his mental ocean. The star wheel, which had been slowly rotating, suddenly trembled and stopped moving. The 5 bright points representing gold, wood, water, fire, and earth began to shine brilliantly, as if a wondrous power connected them. The bright points of the gold, wood, and lightning elements, originally on the outermost side, began moving toward the center. The speed of this movement appeared slow, but was in fact very fast, as if the other bright points were giving way to them. In no time they all reached the center, stopping closely beside the bright point of the modifier. The star wheel trembled again, and the rotation began. Chen Nuo, however, did not notice this abnormality, as he was now astonished by the beast-type magical talent suddenly sitting up. Is there a beast-type magical talent too? Is this for real? What are the conditions for awakening magical talents? To actually awaken a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The 4 girls looked at Chen Nuo in confusion. Chen Nuo took a deep breath and directly activated the beast-type magical talent Tyrannosaurus Rex. Then he stood up and stripped off all his clothes in front of the 4 girls. Wu Sha initially wanted to say something, but seeing Su Li and the others silent, she quietly watched, especially glancing more at the constantly swaying items. After Chen Nuo stripped down, he smiled at Su Li and the others. "Sister Su, let me show you something amazing." Wu Sha glanced at Chen Nuo's lower region, thinking to herself that it was indeed not small. After speaking, Chen Nuo began to transform. With the influx of magical energy, his form continuously changed, and soon his bones bulged, his face and body rapidly reshaped, and in an instant a dinosaur's face appeared before the 4 girls. The 4 girls were startled for a moment, but they did not feel scared because they knew it was Chen Nuo transforming. Chen Nuo controlled the amount of magical energy input, transforming into a small Tyrannosaurus Rex, more than 2 meters high, only 5 to 6 meters long. He could not increase the magical energy input further, or else the classroom would not be able to accommodate him. Chen Nuo gently stomped a few times, leaving several footprints of varying depths on the ground. Then, he returned to his original form, putting on his clothes while saying, "I never expected there would be a Tyrannosaurus Rex as a magical talent." After transforming, both strength and defense increase significantly. It seems that in the future, even encountering legendary divine beasts might be possible. Chen Nuo sat down again, intending to continue modifying and activating magical talents. In fact, activating any magical talent was not too important for him. To put it bluntly, even if you are a godlike being, what does it matter? As long as Chen Nuo has enough magical energy, he can directly modify your life force to 0. No matter how powerful you are still doomed. Therefore, Chen Nuo's goal was simple: to continuously raise the upper limit of magical energy and the speed of magical energy recovery. As long as these two conditions were met, he would be invincible forever. Chen Nuo kept modifying, and in the mental ocean, the magical energy spaces increased continuously, eventually surpassing 100,000, then 200,000, 300,000, and 500,000. When the bright points reached 1 million, Chen Nuo's mind suddenly shook. His consciousness instantly descended into the mental ocean, experiencing that same breakthrough feeling that he had when he reached 3,000 magical spaces. The mental ocean erupted like a starry storm, with countless bright points rising and falling within the starry sea. Chen Nuo felt like a small boat bobbing in the vast ocean. In the center, the bright point belonging to the modifier grew increasingly radiant until it finally reached a certain moment. Boom! Chen Nuo felt as if his brain had been struck, and the entire mental ocean plunged into chaos. It was unclear how long it lasted before Chen Nuo's consciousness began to awaken. He looked up at the mental ocean where all the bright points had vanished, leaving only countless little figures suspended in the sky. Chen Nuo felt confused. He did not understand what was happening. Subconsciously, he looked at one little figure, which instantly appeared before his consciousness. The little figure had lively features and a vivid expression, appearing incredibly adorable with none of the previous dazed state. What is this? In a distant part of the cosmos, an unparalleled powerful being suffused with immense magical energy was refining a divine herb. Suddenly he furrowed his brows as a wave of intense pain struck him, and he hurriedly. After a long time, he looked at the still dazed little figure before him and couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. Sigh? Failed again. I wonder how the ancient sages managed to awaken magical talents to communicate with the spirit world. Chen Nuo's consciousness returned as he slowly opened his eyes. The four women before him were gently massaging him. He stretched his body and then sat up. Sister Su, how long has it been? Su Li took out her phone to check the time. You've been asleep for about an hour and a half. Are you still tired now, eh? Chen Nuo shook his head. He thought about his recent experiences and felt a sense of unreality. He recalled the previously listless magic creature raised his hand and summoned a small figure that appeared before him. The small figure appeared outside, slightly panicked, as if it had been startled. It glanced around, its gaze sweeping over Su Li and the others' faces, and when it finally saw Chen Nuo, a joyful expression immediately appeared on its face. It flew right in front of Chen Nuo's face, rubbing its small face against his larger one, making incomprehensible. Gowing was completely charmed. She instinctively reached out, but the small figure quickly dodged her grasp and hid behind Chen Nuo's head, peeking out to look at Gowing. So cute. Chen Nuo, what's going on? Why does it seem to have become a living being? Chen Nuo was also a bit surprised by the tactile sensation he had just experienced. Previously, the magic creature in its small form was entirely an illusion that could not be touched. He reached out to touch the back of its neck, and the small figure did not evade him, but instead moved closer. Chen Nuo gently held the magic creature in his hand, presenting it before his eyes. The figure was about 3 inches tall, resembling a sprite, completely naked, making it impossible to determine its gender. Chen Nuo opened his palm to support it. It sat in his hand, its face full of innocence and cuteness, its big eyes blinking at Chen Nuo. A feeling of a blood connection arose in Chen Nuo's heart as the four women leaned over his hand, bowing their heads to look at the adorable little figure, unable to resist poking it gently with their fingers. The little figure showed a wronged expression on its face, constantly dodging the women's fingers, yet it did not fly away from Chen Nuo's palm. Seeing the little one's expression, which seemed to be on the verge of tears, the women quickly stopped touching it. Su Li, astonished, asked, Chen Nuo, quickly tell us, why can we touch it now? It's just too cute. Chen Nuo brought his right hand, cradling the little figure to his face, and gently stroked its head with his left hand. The little figure, which was about to cry, immediately burst into a peal of laughter like silver bells. Chen Nuo smiled at Su Li and the others, who were looking at the little figure with envious expressions. Gowing even summoned her own magic creature, which looked dull and lifeless compared to the little figure in Chen Nuo's hand. Just now my mental domain broke through again. Its transformation must be a result of my breakthrough. I'm not too clear on the details at the moment. After saying this, Chen Nuo opened the modifier and looked at the little figure before him. A page appeared: Water Element Magic Creature Spirit Link, a complete living being born with a water affinity, capable of transforming into water with infinite growth potential. The description was very simple. Chen Nuo looked up at Gao Ying's magic creature. The page showed Angel Element Magic Creature, which allows the magic user to transform into an angelic form, with specific changes varying from person to person. This description was also quite straightforward. It was merely a description of a talent. Chen Nuo lowered his head again to look at the little figure in his hand, and softly said, in other words, it is now a complete living being, while the original magic creature was merely a vessel for talent. Hearing Chen Nuo's words, Su Li raised her hand to summon her water element magic creature, letting it hover above Chen Nuo's palm. Chen Nuo's magic creature looked at the figure before it, which was similar in appearance, and showed an excited expression. It raised its hand to try to grab Su Li's magic creature, but it couldn't touch it at all. After several attempts, the little figure became angry. Ripples began to form around it, and Chen Nuo felt his magical power fluctuate. The little figure was spontaneously drawing upon its magic to teach this untouchable counterpart a lesson. Chen Nuo moved his hand away, and the little figure floated in the air. He said to Su Li and the others, "Let's back off a bit, this little guy seems like it's about to explode." They all moved aside. He glanced at the sofa beneath the two little figures and waved his hand, pulling it into the... Moments later, a mass of water suddenly appeared behind the little figure, writhing chaotically. The little figure flew upwards, looking down at its angry counterpart. It pointed a finger, and the chaotic water behind it instantly began to change, separating into countless small droplets in the blink of an eye. Bayu. The droplets shot towards Su Li's magic creature like bullets, and Chen Nuo instinctively thought of a name as he watched the sky full of droplets. Water droplet cannon. Puff, puff, puff. The droplets pierced through the illusory magic creature, hitting the ground behind it and leaving countless pits. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, the little figure raised its right hand again. Its palm stretched out, and a larger mass of water appeared. The water quickly transformed into several long column-shaped weapons, and it vigorously swung its right hand down. Water column cannon. Boom, boom. The water columns violently struck the ground, and then gradually dissipated, leaving egg-sized pits on the ground. Chen Nuo and the others noticed that the pits were dark, and evidently of considerable depth. Chen Nuo was a bit astonished. All of this was the little figure's autonomous action. Suddenly, he felt his magical power fluctuating violently. The little figure was already furious. A whirlpool of water appeared behind it, and water snakes began to emerge from the whirlpool, wrapping around the little figure. Chen Nuo felt his magical power continuously mobilizing. He glanced at the enlarging whirlpool and roughly deduced that as long as he kept supplying his magic, the little figure would continue to autonomously battle according to the situation. Chen Nuo raised his hand, and a mass of water appeared in his palm. He looked at the little figure in the air, which was still gathering strength. It seems that using water elements and allowing the little figure to fight autonomously does not conflict. He tried to control the little figure, wanting to see if he could manage it during battle. Buzz, the whirlpool of water behind the little figure disappeared, and the water snakes vanished as well. The little figure turned back to look behind it, and then at Chen Nuo, its face instantly showing a wronged expression, which made Chen Nuo feel an inexplicable sense of guilt. Chen Nuo smiled awkwardly. He raised his hand to beckon, and the little figure flew into his hand. He gently stroked it, and said with a smile, "You really are a little fool. That was just an illusory body. Why get so worked up?" The little creature's face showed confusion. Chen Nuo shook his head. This little figure was clearly a newly born entity, still blank about everything. Chen Nuo felt as if he would be raising a child in the future. "Sister Su, bring your magic creature over. I'll explain it to it." Su Li nodded and controlled her magic creature to come before Chen Nuo. He placed the little figure on his shoulder and pointed at Su Li's magic creature. "Look closely, it doesn't have a physical form. See, my hand can pass right through its body. We can't touch it under..." The little figure still did not understand. It looked at Chen Nuo with an innocent expression. Chen Nuo gazed back for a few seconds, then sighed. "Damn it, what am I even explaining to you for?" Chen Nuo raised his hand to grab the little person, bringing it before his eyes, and they stared at each other. The little person smiled innocently, thinking Chen Nuo was playing a staring game with it. Chen Nuo opened the modifier and began to make changes. An object that can be seen but not touched and cannot be attacked is considered an illusory entity. After modification, he quickly glanced at the little person's page, and indeed a new description appeared. Chen Nuo grabbed the little person and pointed to Su Li's magical entity. "Do you understand now?" The little person blinked and then pretended to think. It stretched out its little hand, and Chen Nuo released it. The little person approached the illusory entity, looked back at Chen Nuo, and pointed at the illusory entity. Chen Nuo nodded. The little person reached out to touch the illusory entity, but its hand grasped nothing. It flew through the illusory entity, darting back and forth, emitting a melodious laugh, seemingly having understood. "Chen Nuo, can our magical entities be like it too?" Chen Nuo looked at Gao Ying, who was watching him with eager anticipation, and shook his head. "I'm not sure either. Wait a moment, let me see if I can modify it." Chen Nuo looked at Gao Ying's magical entity page, and following the little person's description, began to modify the angelic magical entity. Page: Angelic magical entity, spiritual communication, a complete life form possessing an angelic constitution, capable of transforming into an angel with unlimited growth potential. Buzz: Chen Nuo's magical energy suddenly surged, consuming a portion of it. He quickly looked at the magical energy count. Magical energy 38181441080610000 regenerates 526 per second. He had consumed nearly 1,000,000 magical energy, which Chen Nuo had not expected. Gao Ying suddenly cried out in pain as the angelic magical entity disappeared. She clutched her hair, a kind of nerve-wracking headache striking her. Chen Nuo was startled and quickly looked at Gao Ying's page, where a status caught his attention. Magical entity awakening spiritual communication in progress. Chen Nuo watched Gao Ying, who was in agony, and hesitated whether to stop. Just then the pain subsided, and Gao Ying looked up at Chen Nuo with reddened eyes. Chen Nuo wondered what was wrong. He saw her lips purse and tears streamed down her face. Woo-woo. Chen Nuo, it hurts so much. Why does it hurt so much? Seeing that she still felt pain reassured Chen Nuo that she was okay. He lifted his gaze to Gao Ying's page. Magical entity angel spiritual communication. Chen Nuo smiled and hugged Gao Ying, gently patting her back. Alright, didn't you want your magical entity to be like mine? Now look, it should be just like my magical entity. Gao Ying, who was still wiping her tears in Chen Nuo's embrace, suddenly heard his words and excitedly pushed him away. Is it true? Gao Ying asked as she summoned her magical entity. Sure enough, this time the angelic magical entity was no longer in its previous dazed state. It looked around in confusion, but before it could fully comprehend, Gao Ying grabbed it. Gao Ying stared at the angelic magical entity, her eyes shining with excitement. Seeing her, the magical entity showed some initial panic before emitting a pleasant sound. Gao Ying lifted the angelic magical entity and spun around twice to show off to Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo looked quickly. It's so cute. It's smiling at me. Su Li, upon seeing this, directly placed the water elemental magical entity in front of Chen Nuo. Hurry, I want one too. Chen Nuo smacked his lips. Sister Su, you saw Gao Ying's pain just now. How about, you talk too much. I'm not afraid, I want it now. What else could Chen Nuo say? He had no choice but to modify Su Li's water elemental magical entity as well. Upon seeing yet another million magical energy consumed, he felt a bit reluctant. What he did not know was that in a distant universe, an unparalleled strong being was tirelessly seeking the opportunity to awaken spiritual communication in magical entities, but it failed time and again. If he knew Chen Nuo had this capability, he would certainly be willing to pay any price for Chen Nuo to awaken spiritual communication for his magical entity. After modifying Li Shui's magical entity, Chen Nuo looked at Wu Shasha. Since he was already making modifications, he naturally couldn't leave her out. However, Chen Nuo hesitated a bit. After all, Su Li and the others were already fourth realm magical entity masters. He planned to first elevate Wu Shasha's realm to that of a fourth realm magical entity master before awakening her magical entity. He glanced at his magical energy, still over 1.8 million, which was sufficient for upgrading her realm, but awakening her magical entity afterward would leave him with insufficient magical energy. After pondering for a moment, Chen Nuo decided to upgrade first, so he waved at Wu Shasha. Wu Shasha, come over here. I will upgrade your realm first. Sister Su and the others are already fourth realm magical entity masters. I'm worried that awakening your magical entity directly might pose unknown dangers. It's better for us to wait until you become a fourth realm magical entity master before proceeding with the awakening. Wu Shasha felt quite uneasy upon seeing Chen Nuo's hesitant expression. She thought of many things, such as whether she was the latecomer and whether Chen Nuo's feelings for her were not as strong as for the other three. However, upon hearing Chen Nuo's words, she realized she might have been overthinking. She smiled sweetly at Chen Nuo and joyfully walked over to him. Chen Nuo smiled back at her and looked at her page. He noticed he hadn't modified her loyalty value yet. Thus, he naturally modified it to 100 and locked the status. After modifying the loyalty value, Chen Nuo thought for a moment and took the sofa out of his inventory again. He instructed Wu Shasha to sit on the sofa, and once she was settled, Chen Nuo asked, "Are you ready?" Wu Shasha nodded. Thus, Chen Nuo began to modify Wu Shasha's realm. He did not jump straight from a first realm magical entity master to a fourth realm magical entity master. Instead, he methodically upgraded her to a second realm magical entity master first. Buzz, a wave of intense pain surged through, causing Wu Shasha to convulse and struggle, groaning in agony. The pain passed swiftly, leaving her drenched in sweat as a large amount of impurities expelled from her body. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Although Chen Nuo had already informed her that these were impurities in her body, she still felt a bit shy. Chen Nuo stepped forward and began to help her remove her clothes. Wu Shasha was momentarily stunned, but did not reject her tensed body relaxing. Chen Nuo quickly had her undressed. He pointed to the empty space beside them and said to her, "You stand over there and I'll wash you with water." Wu Shasha shyly nodded, then awkwardly walked over to that side, covering up her exposed parts. Once she stood still and looked at Chen Nuo, he looked her up and down and winked at her. Wu Shasha blushed and urged, "Hurry up, Chen Nuo." Chen Nuo shrugged and threw the water elemental magical entity at her. "Water baby, go give your fourth sister a bath." Wu Shasha stumbled upon hearing Chen Nuo's address her upper body, swaying as she shot a glare at him, while Chen Nuo smiled at her. "See, did I say anything wrong? Su Li and the others were indeed in front of you, that's a fact." Wu Shasha quickly washed herself off and approached Chen Nuo. She glanced at Su Li and the others who were playing with their magic, then whispered to Chen Nuo, "I don't care, I don't want to be the youngest," she said, glancing at Li Shui and Gao Ying, finally looking at Gao Ying again and lowering her voice to speak to Chen Nuo. "Let's line up by age." Chen Nuo took a bathrobe from the storage and placed it over her head, gently wiping her hair. Wu Shasha pushed his hand away and started drying herself. Chen Nuo smiled as he pulled her close, putting his arm around her shoulder. Even by age you might not be the youngest after. Wu Shasha lifted the bath towel from her head and draped it over herself, covering her fair chest. She then stole a glance at Gao Ying, and Chen Nuo followed her gaze, understanding her thoughts. Gao Ying, Wu Shasha said she doesn't want to be the fourth daughter, she wants to line up by age with you. Wu Shasha was taken aback by Chen Nuo's directness and hurried to cover his mouth, but it was too late. Upon hearing Chen Nuo's words, Su Li and the others approached. Su Li and Li Shui exchanged knowing glances, smiled, and looked at Wu Shasha. Under their gaze, Wu Shasha lowered her head, hiding behind Chen Nuo's arm. Gao Ying curiously asked, Chen Nuo, what do you mean by fourth daughter? Chen Nuo raised his hand and summoned his water elemental magic, which flew onto his hand. Here, water boy, this is your Su Din Yang, and this is your Li Aaron Yang. Before Chen Nuo could finish, Su Li lightly punched him. Get lost. That title is too over the top. Chen Nuo shrugged nonchalantly. Then what do you want to change it to? Gao Ying understood Chen Nuo's previous remark and looked at Wu Shasha, who awkwardly smiled back. I was just joking with Chen Nuo earlier, I didn't expect him to actually say that. Gao Ying replied with a light laugh, nodding as if to tease. Oh, you were just joking? No problem, since you say it was just a joke. Let's go by age then, fourth sister. Come call me third sister, and let me hear it. Wu Shasha was taken aback, staring at Gao Ying for a few seconds. Seeing the sparkling excitement in Gao Ying's eye, she immediately retorted. No way, let's stick to age. Although I was just joking, I actually had a thing with Chen Nuo before the apocalypse. As Wu Shasha spoke, her voice grew quieter. Su Li was contemplating how to address the situation when she suddenly recalled Wu Shasha's words and thought about the signs of her flirting with Chen Nuo before the apocalypse. Gao Ying, she's right. She and Chen Nuo did have some flirtation before the apocalypse. I even asked Chen Nuo about it. What did he say? I can't quite remember. Su Li said, looking at Chen Nuo with a mischievous expression. For the first time, Chen Nuo felt that having multiple women could indeed lead to numerous troubles. Each of the four women had distinct personalities. Only Li Shui seemed more reassuring, while Gao Ying and Wu Shasha were obviously competitive, and Su Li enjoyed stirring the pot. He suddenly felt that perhaps having a harem wasn't necessarily a blessing. Chen Nuo shook his head helplessly, saying, Sister Su, can't you see they're both a bit worked up? And you're stirring the pot. Su Li giggled, covering her mouth. It's fine, they're women. As long as they have a revolutionary friendship, they'll let go of all this. Chen Nuo was a bit bewildered, not quite understanding. Li Shui and Gao Ying blushed, realizing Su Li's intention. Su Li leaned back and said generously, didn't you get it? Just look at Li Shui and Gao Ying, they both understand. Why don't you ask them? Wu Shasha looked at Su Li suspiciously, then glanced at Li Shui and Gao Ying's faces. She seemed to have guessed something and felt her face flush. The four mischievous girls quieted down, and Gao Ying and Wu Shasha tactfully stopped discussing the order. Chen Nuo, feeling relaxed, continued upgrading Wu Shasha. Soon she too ascended to the rank of a fourth-level elemental mage. After cleaning her body, he said to her, just wait a bit longer. Once my magic energy recovers, it'll help you awaken your elemental magic. Wu Shasha nodded, then dried herself with the bath towel, got dressed, and sat in front of Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo leaned back against the sofa, resting shoulder to shoulder with Su Li. He looked at the water elemental magic before him and spoke to the girls. I was just thinking, since this little guy is now a living being, what should we name it? How does Water Boy sound? As Chen Nuo spoke, he raised his hand, and two small figures unexpectedly appeared beside the water. One figure had a fire character written on its forehead and was mostly red in color. As soon as it appeared, everyone felt a wave of warmth. The other had an invisibility character on its forehead, representing the invisibility elemental magic. Gao Ying was the first to refuse, rubbing her face against her angelic magic. I don't want that boy, sounds so ugly, it makes it sound like a gourd boy. Chen Nuo was at a loss for words at Gao Ying's. He had actually thought the same, considering he had summoned the fire elemental and invisibility elemental magic. He felt that Gao Ying was being quite malicious. Seeing Chen Nuo's frustrated expression, Su Li laughed and said, Chen Nuo, I think we should just take what we need. Gao Ying also noticed Chen Nuo's discomfort and climbed onto his body. Chen Nuo, I really don't want my angelic magic to be called Angel Boy. It doesn't sound cute at all. Chen Nuo felt that Gao Ying's tone was almost like soothing a child, making him feel quite awkward. He glanced at the elemental magic before him and thought of a way to retaliate. Gao Ying, it's fine. I didn't consider your feelings. Sister Su is right, we can take what we need. Come, Water Boy, Fire Boy, Invisibility Boy, this is your fourth sister. Come say hello to your fourth sister. Hearing the earlier words, Gao Ying was still delighted, but by the end she pouted. Wu Shasha, upon hearing that, directly kissed Chen Nuo. Huh. The five of them laughed happily. Time flew by in their merriment. Chen Nuo glanced at his magic energy, which was already over 1 million, and directly proceeded to awaken Wu Shasha's elemental magic. Wu Shasha looked at the cute little being before her, utterly enamored. Chen Nuo stood up and returned Water Boy, Fire Boy, and Invisibility Boy to the elemental magic space. Let's go, it's been over 2 hours. Let's check on the hunting situation. The four girls nodded, and Chen Nuo put the sofa back into the storage, exiting the classroom. The female soldiers heard the noise and quickly stood up. Instead of looking for a place to rest, they all sat on the ground. Chen Nuo glanced at them, waved his hand, and walked out with everyone following behind. Outside, Chen Nuo raised his hand, and a small elemental magic figure appeared, happily flying around him. He lifted his hand to support it and threw it far away, dramatically shouting, "Tyrannosaurus Rex, transform. The Dragon Knight needs you." In an open space, many young men and women sat together, their clothing a chaotic mix, with several of them wearing only underwear wrapped in bed sheets. Some girls dressed too scantily drew numerous gazes, but they could only lower their heads and cover their sensitive areas in helplessness. The sound of gunfire echoed from a distance, survivors continuously arriving at this place. Damn it, and they call themselves the People's Soldiers. I'm starving like this, is it too much to ask for some food? Zhang, you shut the hell up. They saved your life, and you're here complaining. What are you trying to achieve? What the hell do you mean, you Fei? Is it your business? Are you itching for a fight? If so, let's practice a bit. A classmate who knew them stepped in to separate the two, while others merely glanced at them, showing no interest in their argument, as they were all too hungry to care. Zhang Fan, I only have this one biscuit left, take it. Look at your pale face. Zhang Fan looked at the biscuit that Sun Lu secretly passed to her, shaking her head with gritted teeth, enduring her stomach pain. Sun Lu, you should eat it. You haven't had anything all day. It's fine, I can hold on. Sun Lu knew about Zhang Fan's stomach issues, but just as she was about to persuade her, a hand reached out and snatched the biscuit from Sun Lu. Sun Lu, since Zhang Fan isn't eating, let me have it. I'm starving. Sun Lu's face turned anxious, and she quickly looked up to see a girl in revealing clothing stuffing the biscuit into her mouth. Li Shan, what are you doing? Why are you stealing? Give it back. Li Shan clapped her hands and sat down, saying, I've finished eating now, I'll return it when I have more later. Sun Lu's face flushed with anger, and Zhang Fan tugged at her, shaking her head. However, Sun Lu was still unwilling to back down and insisted on arguing with Li Shan. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the distance, and everyone looked up to see a group of soldiers carrying several people. The injured were also in military uniforms. After placing the wounded down, they stood anxiously in place, waiting. Soon 2 people ran over, and the soldiers immediately stood at attention, saluting one of them, clearly a leader. What happened with those people? Didn't we agree to approach only after confirming the zombies were dealt with? I told you not to worry about wasting bullets. What the hell were you thinking? Captain Gao, we didn't expect that group of survivors would not listen to orders when encountering zombies running and shouting in chaos. We lost focus and got thrown off by them. After we dealt with the zombies, we found out they had been bitten. Gao Jin kicked him, saying, Your explanations are useless. You need to explain to Captain Chen. At this moment, many survivors supporting one another approached. Seeing Gao Jun and the others, they no longer were friendly expressions. It's the first time I've seen soldiers like you rescuing half and leaving us behind. It's only a few injuries, right? You've utterly disappointed me. Gao Jun turned to look at the speaker, who flinched under his gaze, but surrounded by so many people, he didn't think Gao Jun would do anything extreme. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? As soldiers, shouldn't you be helping the people? Zhang Yu, who had previously expressed his dissatisfaction, chimed in loudly. Yeah, this group of soldiers has completely changed my perception. I'm starving and asked them for some food, but not only did they refuse, their attitude was terrible. What kind of situation is this? As soon as hunger was mentioned, many began to mock and ridicule, as if their suffering was solely caused by these soldiers. Gao Jin frowned, pondering what to do. A nearby soldier spoke up. Captain Gao, if we had known their true colors, we shouldn't have saved them. They are a bunch of ink. The group immediately grew dissatisfied, and the one who had spoken up earlier began to curse loudly. What the hell are you saying? What do you think the country supports you for? Shouldn't you save us? If you don't believe me, we can file a complaint together. Just as he was about to continue, the ground suddenly shook violently, with muffled sounds echoing. Everyone hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound, and saw a dinosaur about 5 to 6 meters tall and around 20 meters long running toward them. They were taken aback, and those with strength turned to flee, but they had barely taken a few steps when the dinosaur appeared before them, scaring them into paralysis on the ground, losing control of their bodily functions. Gao Jun's heart also trembled, perplexed as to why such a creature existed. The dinosaur towered over everyone, and no one dared to breathe loudly. Gao Jun, what are you doing here? What's going on with them? The dinosaur laid down its head, touching the ground, revealing the 4 girls, Chen Nuo and Su Li. Chen Nuo jumped down, followed closely by Su Li and the others, their heights of 2 to 3 meters, posing no challenge. Seeing it was Chen Nuo, Gao Jun let out a sigh of relief. He first glanced at the dinosaur, then at his sister Gao Ying, before recounting what had just happened. At this moment, the female soldiers also arrived, and some students recognized them, starting to greet them. However, the female soldiers ignored them, causing the others to quiet down. So they got bitten by zombies while trying to save a few survivors. Gao Jun nodded. That's the situation. Chen Nuo looked at the soldiers. Which of you is in charge? That doesn't sound right. Who is the captain? After Chen Nuo spoke, she turned to Gao Jun and said, Gao Jun, you should sort out the titles used in the army, otherwise it will be very inconvenient to address them. Gao Jun was taken aback. Inconvenient? Not at all, but he didn't voice this, simply nodding. One of the soldiers stepped forward to salute Chen Nuo. Captain Chen, I am their squad leader. Chen Nuo examined him for a moment before nodding. You'll start from the bottom. The soldier dared not complain, simply nodding in agreement. The survivors who had caused trouble earlier began to applaud and cheer for Chen Nuo upon seeing the soldier being disciplined. Chen Nuo then looked at those people and asked the squad leader, these are the so-called disobedient survivors. Then why keep them alive? Are you planning to let our people get hurt again? Kill them all. The survivors stared in shock at Chen Nuo, thinking they had misheard, but when the guns were aimed at them, they began to plead for mercy. Chen Nuo paid no heed, glancing aside as gunfire erupted. All those who had mocked earlier were shot down mercilessly. Chen Nuo then looked at the other survivors who were greatly frightened and turned his gaze into the distance. At that moment, soldiers who had just dealt with the zombies began to converge towards this side, as the dinosaur's size was too conspicuous. Soon the area was filled with soldiers, and Jing Tao and the others approached Chen Nuo. They first glanced at the dinosaur, and then at their injured comrades on the ground, their brows furrowing slightly. Brother Chen, what happened? Chen Nuo replied irritably. What do you think happened? Asked Gao Zhan. Oh, I need to treat these injured soldiers first. As Chen Nuo spoke, he looked at the pages of the injured soldiers, restoring their poor conditions to health. Once they opened their eyes, they stood silently, afraid to breathe, and Chen Nuo directly stated, you guys need to hand in 50 magic crystal cores later, did you hear? Remember, it's 50 each. The soldiers quickly agreed, and Chen Nuo looked back at Gao Zhan and the others. Your pace is a bit slow. It's been over 2 hours, and you've only cleared one school. I'm telling you, we must sweep through the several universities here today, or we don't have the luxury of time to waste. By the way, let me state again, the survivors have nothing to do with us. Anyone who causes trouble again will not face my